Chapter 1, Sign in with 10 billion renminbi at the beginning. Xinhao, let's break up. In Donghua City, on Ningzhu Street, Lu Mei stood in front of a black BMW and said coldly, why did you suddenly break up? Did I do something wrong? If I did something wrong, tell me and I will change it.
Xinhao was stunned, and hurriedly grabbed Lu Mei's hand with a pleading look on his face.
He and Lu Mei were college classmates.
When they were sophomores, Xinhao, with his handsome face that made many young boys feel introverted and his persistence, won over Lu Mei, who was known as the cool school belle at the time. During the 3 years they have been together, Xinhao has done his best to pamper Lu Mei.
He would rather suffer a little and be a little tired than let Lu Mei suffer any grievances.
Xinhao originally planned to stay together for a while, and then proposed to Lu Mei after his mother's illness was cured and all the debts were paid off. But unexpectedly, Lu Mei suddenly proposed to break up today.
Why?
I've been with you for 3 years, and you've never bought me anything, including branded bags, perfumes, lipsticks, and clothes. Now you have sold your house to treat your mother's old illness and are in debt.
You still want me to suffer with you? You are dreaming.
Lu Mei shook off Xinhao's hand with a look of disdain.
When Xinhao was about to say something, Lu Mei's cell phone suddenly rang.
Lu Mei glanced at Xinhao, who was hesitant to speak, raised her head proudly, turned on the speakerphone, and said to the person on the other end of the phone in a coquettish voice,
Hey, honey, what's wrong? Come with me to the Tunguska Hotel for dinner in 5 minutes. If you are late, don't come to see me next time.
On the other end of the phone, a man's cold voice reached Lu Mei's ears.
Tunguska Hotel, okay, my dear, please wait a moment. I will be there in 5 minutes.
After hearing what the man said, Lu Mei looked flattering. After the man finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Lu Mei to say anything else. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Lu Mei glanced at the green Rolex Submariner on her hand, opened the door of the black BMW next to her, and turned to leave. But at this moment, Xinhao blocked Lu Mei's way and grabbed the car door tightly.
Who is he? Are you going to break up with me because of him?
Xinhao's voice trembled and he stared at Lu Mei with red eyes. Although he had a vague guess in his heart, Xinhao still didn't want to believe that his girlfriend of 3 years had betrayed him. He would rather believe that the person who had just called Lu Mei was just a close friend of the opposite sex. In the past 3 years, she has had no less than 10 close male friends, and Xinhao has long been accustomed to it. After all, in Xinhao's eyes, Lu Mei was still as pure and flawless as when they first met, and it was impossible for her to do anything to let him down.
But this is just Xinhao's wishful thinking. She is no longer the same person she was 3 years ago. Who is he?
He is my boyfriend, Ma Tongsai, the eldest son of Hongjun Group. He is someone you, a poor man with nothing but a good appearance and good at serving others, will look up to for your whole life. Okay, I won't waste my time talking to a poor guy like you. I have to go to the Tunguska Hotel with my dear to have a big meal later.
You know Tunguska Hotel? It's the only 5-star hotel in Donghua City.
Any dish there costs tens of thousands of dollars. You're so poor that you won't be able to eat a meal there in your lifetime. After saying that, Lu Mei pushed away Xinhao, who was holding the car door, started the car, and drove away. Xinhao staggered back a few steps, looking at the black BMW gradually disappearing from his sight, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh.
Lu Mei, you little bitch, I was really blind 3 years ago to fall for you, a bitch who would kneel down and bend over for money.
Just wait, you will definitely regret cheating on me today.
Regret it.
But when he thought that the other party was Ma Tongsai, the eldest son of Hongjun Group, Xinhao looked at the bank card with a balance of 1,314 on his mobile phone and felt a deep sense of powerlessness.
Hongjun Group is one of the top 10 companies in Donghua City.
It has dozens of subsidiaries of all sizes and a net asset of billions. The gap between me and those rich guys in the group is as big as the gap between Ali Ma and the homeless beggar on the street. As expected, the balance in my bank card is not even a fraction of theirs, and I will never be able to compete with such a large group in my entire life.
What's the use of being angry?
In the eyes of these rich people, my behavior is nothing more than the impotent rage of a clown. Just when Xinhao was feeling deeply desperate, a clear reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, a poor host is detected, the sign-in system for the super-rich treasure chest is binding.
Bind progress 20%. Bind progress 40%. Bind progress 99%. Ding, the system is successfully bound. Would you like to start today's sign-in? System? Xinhao couldn't help but be ecstatic.
As a die-hard novel fan, how could he not know about the system, the protagonist's standard cheat code? The protagonists in those stupid novels, no matter how miserable they were in the past, once they are bound by the system, they will start to cheat all the way and trample all those who have bullied them under their feet. Those women who used to look down on the protagonist have all been cleansed and are ready to be chosen by the protagonist. They can be said to have reached the peak of their lives.
Ha, Lume, you stinky bitch who looks down on others. Even if you kneel in front of me now, lick my shoes, and beg me like a dog, I, Shinhao, will not even look at you. I have a system now. People like you, who were at the bottom of the list of campus beauties back then, will be so popular when I wave my hand in the future that I don't know how many will be begging me to be their boyfriends. Also, you are the eldest son of Han Jun Group, right? I am richer than your father now, and you are only worthy of picking up the stale stuff I have left behind. I have walked every path in her life, and you will be disgusted to death. Shinhao looked at the system in his mind and kept venting in his heart. Seeing that Shinhao didn't respond for a long time, the system spoke again. Host, would you like to start today's sign-in? Start today's sign-in. Shinhao was extremely impatient, his eyes were bloodshot.
Ding, congratulations to the host, you have signed in successfully and received a gold-level treasure chest.
Open? Gold-level treasure chest? Could it be that the signed-in treasure chest of the rich is divided into levels? If that is the case, that would be great.
In a game he played called King of Glory, gold was the third level after bronze. Although it was not very high, it was pretty good compared to the inexperienced bronze players. However, these are just my wishful guesses. I have to ask the system whether it is true or not. So, Shinhao asked the system in his mind with trepidation, gold-level treasure chest, are the treasure chests obtained by signing in every day still divided into different levels, and is the gold level the highest level treasure chest? As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp mechanical voice rang in Shinhao's mind, the treasure chest that the host signs in every day is random, the lowest level is bronze, and the highest level is king. Between the bronze and king level treasure chests, there are 5 more levels, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and brilliant. Every time you sign in for 7 days, you will have a 100% chance of getting a gold-level godly treasure box, and there is a certain chance of getting a platinum-level godly treasure box. Every time you sign in for a month, you will have a 100% chance of getting a platinum-level godly treasure box, and there is a certain chance of getting a diamond-level or above godly treasure box. If you lose your sign-in, you can only get a gold-level or below godly treasure box. After listening to the system's explanation, Shinhao didn't feel very happy nor very disappointed. After all, what the system said was similar to his guess. He had been prepared in advance, so he was not unable to accept it all at once. Let us see what can be found in this gold-level treasure chest of the rich.
I think it won't be too bad. There is a long way to go. As long as you keep signing in, you will definitely get a better treasure chest. After figuring this out, Shinhao looked at the golden treasure chest that appeared in his mind and couldn't help but feel a little excited. So, Shinhao said to the system in his mind, open the gold-level treasure chest of the rich man. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp electronic prompt sounded in Shinhao's mind. Ding, the treasure chest was opened successfully, and 10 billion renminbi randomly popped out. 10 billion renminbi has been deposited into the host's account. Please pay attention to receiving the information. Not long after, Shinhao's mobile phone received a bank card account arrival information. Your account ending with 2,378 received transferred 1 trillion renminbi at 16:01 on May 4th, and the balance is RMB 10000001314, Agricultural Commercial Bank. Holy shit! 10 billion RMB, this is indeed a system, it's a big deal. With these 10 billion renminbi, not only will I not have to worry about my mother's surgery expenses, but even if I do nothing in the future, I can just deposit this 10 billion in the bank and earn a lot of money every month just from the interest. Besides, this rich man's treasure chest is only a gold level. If you sign in regularly for 7 days, you will have a chance to get a better treasure chest. If a gold level treasure chest that is not much better than the novice equipment can explode with 10 billion renminbi, then the equipment above gold level should start at 10 billion renminbi. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before he becomes the world's richest man on the Forbes list or something like that. Thinking of this, Shinhao's mouth corners slightly raised, and his smile turned into a chrysanthemum. But at this moment, a strange and inopportune sound made the smile on Shinhao's face come to an abrupt end. Goo goo. Shinhao touched his flat belly with a bitter look on his face. Only then did he remember that, apart from eating something in a hurry in the morning, he had not eaten a single grain of rice since noon because he had to take care of his mother and deal with Lu Mei's problem.
It's time now, let us find a place to eat something.
Where should we go to eat?
Let us go to the Tunguska Hotel, where Lumea's cousin said a meal would cost tens of thousands of yuan.
Anyway, we have enough money now, so we can eat the best.
Maybe we can even meet that stinky cousin Lume, and let her have a taste of how it feels to regret it so much.
Tunguska Hotel, entrance.
Xinhao, who had just gotten off the taxi, stood about 10 meters away from the entrance of Tunguska Hotel with an amazed look on his face. Oh my goodness, poverty really limits my imagination.
This is the only 5-star hotel in Donghua City. It is really worthy of its reputation. Even the door is inlaid with sparkling purple diamonds that are worth a lot of money.
This is nothing, the key is that the two welcoming ladies at the door are really awesome. Look at this star-like face, the A4 waist wrapped in the high-split cheongsam that seems to be tailor-made, and the hint of whiteness faintly visible in the bulging belly, coupled with a pair of slender and white and tender legs like peeled young bamboo shoots. Those top actresses who claim to be born beautiful and have gorgeous faces would probably feel ashamed when seeing them. And these two, who are even more beautiful than those top actresses, are just receptionists at the hotel entrance.
Then aren't all the service staff inside the hotel some attractive handsome men and beautiful women? If this is...
Forget it, we'll talk about it later.
Let us go in and eat first.
Come on, I'm going to go in and try what the food in this big hotel tastes like, or any single dish costs tens of thousands of dollars. But just as Qin took a step, a sharp roar sounded in his ears. Immediately afterwards, an orange Lamborghini sped past him, raising a large cloud of dust, and stopped not far from Qin.
The smoke and dust cleared and the car door rose automatically.
A bald young man with a bulging belly got off the car with a heavily made-up and graceful girl.
Chapter 2 You Dare to Hit Me.
The man and woman who got off the car looked at Qin, who was turned into a dusty mud man by the smoke and dust, with contempt in their eyes. The big, graceful girl covered her mouth and snuggled in the man's arms, laughing sweetly.
Oh, it's my cousin. Sorry, I was driving too fast and didn't see you. I'm so sorry. Come here, I have a pack of tissues. Use them to wipe your face. Such a pretty face won't look good if it gets dirty.
As she spoke, Wang Xingru took out a pack of napkins with only one piece of paper left from her LV bag that was full of luxury, and then threw it gently in the direction of Qin. She felt that it was a great blessing for a little fairy like herself to do this for Qin, a lowly, reptilian waste at the bottom of society. As for whether he was blessed enough to enjoy the gift of the fairy, that had nothing to do with her. The tissue that Wang Xingru threw lightly fluttered in the air for a while, then swirled with the slightly cool breeze and stopped at Qin's feet.
Qin looked down at the napkin at his feet, then looked up at the man and woman standing next to the Lamborghini with a playful look on their faces, and smiled coldly.
Unexpectedly, at the Tunguska Hotel, Lume didn't meet that bitch, but met this cousin who humiliated her in every way when she borrowed money from her a month ago to raise money for her mother's medical treatment.
Ha, it's true that enemies often meet in a narrow road.
He is no longer the poor guy who was submissive and even begging for mercy in front of them a month ago in order to raise money for his mother's medical expenses.
It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he wanted, in Donghua City and even in Guihai Province, with the card worth 10 billion renminbi in his pocket, he would be a well-known figure. How could he possibly endure the bullying of this materialistic and snobbish woman in front of him?
Qin wiped his shoes on the tissue beside his feet, looked at Wang Xingru with a mocking look and said,
"Ha, what a coincidence, cousin, you've changed boyfriends again."
You change boyfriends quite frequently, almost catching up with your mother's frequency of changing sanitary napkins.
But your taste is really not that good. The young hunk you dated last time was considered to be quite good-looking among your previous boyfriends. But look at this bald, big-bellied brother next to you. He looks a little anxious and his belly is so big that it looks like he's about to give birth. Your taste is so unique.
The ball next to you is obviously the leftover from someone else's game, but you're still trying to get it.
TSK, you don't have any special fetish, do you?
Although his cousin is not a good person, she is of average appearance and comes from a good family. In addition, her round figure is not much smaller than a big watermelon, so it is natural that she has many suitors.
Therefore, the frequency of changing boyfriends is quite frequent.
But the way she chooses boyfriends makes people wonder if she has any special fetishes. Although she always adhered to her materialistic standards, which was that the minimum requirement was that the man had to be richer than her family, she often picked out some disgusting and ugly things.
What did you say, you little bastard? Say it again. Damn it, kid, you're looking for death. Ha, stupid.
Qin raised his middle finger at the two angry men and walked straight to the Tunguska Hotel. After all, he came here to eat, not to compete with some stupid people who look like human beings.
After dinner, I have to go back early to prepare for my mother's surgery.
Wang Xingru saw that Qin Hao didn't take her seriously, her round breasts rose and fell, and her eyes were burning with anger. She could never have imagined that a month ago, the poor guy who was still begging for a little medical expenses for that damn old man would dare to insult her like this. After all, in her mind, a good-for-nothing like Qin Hao should feel it is an honor, or even a gift, no matter how much she insults her or even tramples on his dignity unscrupulously. Seeing Qin Hao getting farther and farther away from her, Wang Xingru, who was insulted by Qin Hao, took a step forward and wanted to teach him a lesson. But the bald young man next to her stopped her and signaled her not to cause trouble.
Because this is right in front of the Tunguska Hotel. Tunguska Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Donghua City.
It is also a subsidiary of Shengtong Group, the leading large group in Tianyan country. You are causing trouble at their doorstep and affecting their business.
Do you think you have a long life?
The quarrel just now was nothing serious, but if they really fought with that poor guy who probably had less than $200 on his body and affected his business, the two of them could not afford the consequences. Wang Xingru, who was being held back, had come to her senses by now. She remembered that this was at the entrance of Tunguska Winery. If she couldn't hold back and fought with this poor guy, then she felt scared just thinking about it. But she felt unwilling to let Qin Hao, who had humiliated her, leave so calmly. Seeing Qin Hao walking straight to the Tunguska Hotel, a high-end place with a minimum consumption of more than 10,000 renminbi, she couldn't help but sneer, "Hey, which rich woman did you hook up with?" A place like the Tunguska Hotel is not something a poor person like you can afford. A poor person like you is only fit to eat in those dirty and cheap street restaurants, picking up the leftovers that others don't want. Oh, by the way, regarding your mother's illness, I advise you not to treat it as soon as possible. A loser like you will never be able to raise the medical expenses in your lifetime, which is just a bag for me. In my opinion, you should borrow some money to buy a better coffin and bury your mother as soon as possible. If you don't have money to buy a coffin, as long as you kneel down and beg me, I may be merciful and lend you some money for the sake of our relationship. After saying this, Wang Xingru's eyes were full of mockery. She looked at Qin Hao, who had stopped and whose shoulders were heaving violently, and laughed wildly.
You're looking for death.
Qin Hao slowly turned around, took a few steps, and rushed to Wang Xingru like an angry bull, knocking her to the ground with a slap. Qin Hao originally wanted to finish his meal quickly and rush back to the hospital to prepare for his mother's surgery, but when he heard Wang Xingru's words that were full of insults to his mother, he couldn't help it. If the tiger doesn't show its power, people will think I'm a pink hairdryer.
How dare you hit me? How dare you, a piece of trash, hit me? I'm going to fight you.
Wang Xingru, who was helped up by the bald young man, screamed hysterically, shook off the bald young man's hand and was about to go forward to scratch Qin Hao. At this point, she no longer cared about whether this would affect the business of the Tunguska Hotel. She just wanted to kill this poor guy who didn't know how to live or die. Qin Hao was naturally not afraid of her. He looked at Wang Xingru, who was like a crazy woman in front of him, and sneered. With a sudden kick, Wang Xingru fell to the ground again. The bald young man on the side saw Wang Xingru break free from him and pounce on Qin Hao, but he just walked a little further away and did not step forward to stop her. He didn't want to get involved in this matter, even though it was embarrassing for him to be such a coward when his girlfriend was beaten. But he came here today to discuss business with the Tunguska Hotel. He had finally managed to secure cooperation with the world-renowned chain brand Tunguska Hotel. It was not worth it to take the risk of offending the Tunguska Hotel for such a stupid woman whom he was already tired of playing with. Wang Xingru fell to the ground again and saw that she was bullied by Qin Hao like this. Her boyfriend, who used to be obedient to her, was indifferent. She could not help but grab the trouser legs of the bald young man and cried like a shrew. You useless thing, your girlfriend has been bullied like this, but you are still so cowardly. How could I be so blind to fall for a coward like you? The crowd that had gathered around when Qin Hao had a conflict with Wang Xingru and the bald young man just now pointed and talked at Wang Xingru, who was lying on the ground crying, and the bald young man, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Hey, this crazy woman deserves it. Just because she's rich isn't a big deal. If you piss her off, she'll still slap you in the face. That's right, that's right. If you say that, it's possible that the young man will have such a relative. This bald fat guy is such a coward. His girlfriend was bullied like this and he still acted like a coward. Such a beautiful girl is blind to follow such a coward. It's great to be rich. Even if you look like a pig, there are still girls who will throw themselves at you.
All these harsh remarks entered the ears of Wang Xingru and the bald young man, making their faces even uglier.
The bald middle-aged man saw Wang Xingru crying even louder after hearing the discussions of the crowd, and Qin Hao looking at them with a smile on his face, so he reached out to pull Wang Xingru up.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You dare to cause trouble in front of the Tunguska Hotel? You are tired of living.
A group of uniformed security guards suddenly rushed out of the Tunguska Hotel and surrounded Qin Hao and Wang Xingru. When the onlookers saw the people from the Tunguska Hotel coming, they all retreated, fearing that they would be affected. The leading security guard with a pockmarked face looked at the dusty Qin Hao and Wang Xingru, who was sitting on the ground with snot and tears all over her face, and said to the bald young man with a stern face, "Wang Baldy, what's going on?" When Wang Gang heard the pockmarked security guard calling him Baldy Wang, his expression became a little uncomfortable, but he couldn't get angry with him.
Although this pockmarked man is just a small security captain, he is also a member of the Tunguska Hotel.
What's more, it is said that this pockmarked man is the brother-in-law of the general manager of the Tunguska Hotel. He is not someone he can afford to offend. So he could only smile and say, nothing, it's just that my girlfriend and her cousin had a few words, and we were just joking." After saying that, he pulled up Wang Xingru, who was sitting on the ground and sniffing her nose, and took out a pack of soft cigarettes from his pocket and stuffed it into the hands of the pockmarked security guard. He didn't want to fall out with the Tunguska Hotel over such a small matter, so he thought about making a big deal out of a small matter. Seeing that Wang Gang was so sensible and that no bad impact had been caused, Li Matzi asked Qin Hao about the whole matter and then asked the remaining security guards to go back. Qin Hao sneered at Wang Xingru, who used to be so arrogant in front of him, and snorted coldly before entering the Tunguska Hotel. After all, he originally came here just to eat, but he didn't expect to encounter Wang Xingru and was delayed.
After Qin Hao left, Wang Gang glared at Wang Xingru and walked into the Tunguska Hotel with a dark face. Wang Xingru looked at Qin Hao's back with resentment and followed Wang Gang into the hotel. Chapter 3, Sky High Price Membership Card. As soon as he entered the Tunguska Hotel, a waitress with a bulging bust and a figure comparable to that of a supermodel walked towards Qin Hao. "What can I do for you, sir? Give me one portion of all the signature dishes in your hotel."
Qin Hao looked at the big bear waiter in front of him and waved his hand casually. Lu Mengmeng sized Qin Hao up imperceptibly, a trace of contempt flashing in her eyes. This loser in front of her, covered in dust and wearing clothes that looked like cheap street stall goods, dared to ask him to order all the signature dishes of the hotel.
Could he afford it? Are you here to dine for free? But on second thought, I felt it was unlikely. Who would dare to eat a free meal in the Tunguska Hotel? Yes, sir, how many people are you? 1. Okay, which seat did you reserve? I'll take you there. As he spoke, the waiter made a gesture of invitation and prepared to lead the way. Reservation? What reservation? Do I need to reserve a table just to eat? Qin Hao was surprised after hearing what the waiter said.
As Lu Mengmeng listened to Qin Hao's words, the contempt in her eyes grew, and even her tone of voice changed a little.
Sir, this is the case. Tunguska Hotel is a high-end hotel.
If you want to dine or stay at the hotel, you need to make a reservation online or go to the front desk with your hotel membership card to handle the relevant services. Lu Mengmeng said to Qin Hao with a slightly cold tone.
In her opinion, Qin Hao was most likely here to dine and eat for free, and he didn't even know all these. He was probably never been to a high-end hotel like the Tunguska Hotel before. Just now I thought it was impossible for anyone to dare to dine and free at the Tunguska Hotel, but I didn't expect that this young man in front of me would actually dare to do such a terrifying thing. You know, the last person who dared to do this had his hands and feet broken and was thrown out. Thinking of this, Lu Mengmeng opened her rosy cherry lips slightly, wanting to deal with Qin Hao casually for a while before turning around and leaving. But before she could speak, Qin Hao said calmly. Oh, I see. How much is the most expensive membership card here? Give me one. Also, top up 200 million yuan into this card for me. Qin Hao thought that even the two receptionists at the door of this hotel were prettier than the so-called top actresses, so the dishes cooked by the chef of this hotel must not be too bad. I was thinking of adding 200 million to my card first, so that if I have time in the future I can come here often to eat or something. After hearing what Qin Hao said, Lu Mengmeng's pretty face was full of shock. The most expensive membership card. And put 200 million into it. She has worked at the Tunguska Hotel for several years and has never seen such a wealthy customer. In the past, the most clients she received would do was to top up a few million into their membership cards. The handsome guy in front of me asked for 200 million right away. Oh my god, I must have been mistaken.
In fact, this handsome guy is a very low-key super rich second generation. Yes, anyone who has nothing better to do than to come to Tunguska Hotel to eat a free meal must be dying. I really lost my mind, I almost lost a big customer. Besides, even if this handsome guy is not a super rich second generation, you can secretly ask him for his WeChat. After all, she has never been in love before, and the handsome guy in front of her is a fatal temptation for a girl like her who is obsessed with looks. Thinking about this, Lu Mengmeng's originally slightly cold face suddenly bloomed into a bright smile. Okay, sir, please follow me. After saying that, Lu Mengmeng turned around, made way, and led the way. Xin Hao followed Lu Mengmeng to the front desk and handed her his ID card. Sir, what payment method would you like to use? Lu Mengmeng asked Xin Hao while operating the computer. Ji Fu Bao, scan your face. Okay, sir, please check the amount and click OK. Lu Mengmeng turned the computer in front of Xin Hao and instructed Xin Hao on the corresponding operations. Xin Hao took a quick glance and saw 200 million RMB, not a penny more or less. He logged into Zifubo and paid by scanning his face. A few seconds later, a mechanical prompt sounded. Ji Fu Bao transferred 200 million yuan. The moment the mechanical prompt sounded, the hotel, which had been a little noisy, suddenly became silent. The scattered diners and waiters all looked at Xin Hao, their eyes full of shock. Wang Xingru and Wang Gang, who had just been watching coldly, ready to laugh at Xin Hao's joke, also had expressions of disbelief on their faces.
Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
A month ago, she was so poor that she couldn't even afford 300,000 yuan.
How could she be worth over 100 million yuan all of a sudden?
He certainly didn't get it by illegal means.
Wang Xingru screamed hysterically in the direction of Xin Hao.
Wang Gang, who was beside her, heard the crazy woman's crazy talk and unconsciously moved to the side, trying to stay away from her. It was obtained through illegal channels.
You have to get me 200 million a month.
Besides, that guy got a black gold membership card of the Tunguska Hotel worth tens of millions just for a meal, and he also recharged 200 million renminbi into it.
Obviously, these 200 million are nothing to him.
I didn't really offend him just now. If he causes trouble for me in the future, then I will. Thinking of such horrible consequences, Wang Gang shrank to the side again, a little further away from Wang Xingru, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible.
Hearing this, Xin Hao looked at Wang Xingru as if she was mentally retarded and stopped paying attention to her.
After all, a delicate girl like her who thinks highly of herself and grew up in a honeypot would probably go crazy if she received such a blow. She is already pitiful enough, there is no point in hitting her further. Lu Mengmeng saw that Xin Hao had successfully paid, holding the black gold membership card in his hands trembling and his eyes full of heat.
Mr. Qin, this is your ID card, please keep it.
Lu Mengmeng returned Xin Hao's ID card to Xin Hao. Then he took out a dark black gold membership card that exuded a sense of nobility from the front desk and handed it to Xin Hao. Lu Mengmeng's white and tender fingers gently scratched under the membership card and slipped a small note into Xin Hao's hand. Xin Hao couldn't help but feel his heart fluttering as he felt the smooth and numb feeling in his palm.
When you have money, girls will automatically come to you, it's so cool. Mr. Qin, please follow me and I will take you to your seat.
After saying that, Lu Mengmeng twisted her slender waist and led the way gracefully. Xin Hao casually put the note in his pocket and followed Lu Mengmeng. Not far away, a group of young ladies with fair skin and long legs looked at the gradually disappearing figures of Lu Mengmeng and Xin Hao, their eyes full of jealousy, wishing they could replace them. After all, who doesn't love a young, rich, handsome guy? After Lu Mengmeng brought Xin Hao to the luxurious private room exclusively for black gold members, she went downstairs with a shy face. After a while, Lu Mengmeng, with a charming look on her pretty face, came in carrying a series of tempting dishes.
Mr. Qin, this is your dish. Please enjoy it.
Lu Mengmeng leaned over slightly, squeezed her two snow-white breasts slightly, and touched them lightly with her jade fingers. Xin Hao enjoyed the caress of the beautiful woman's slender fingers, and his abdomen felt hot. But now is obviously not the time for GHS, so let us eat first. So Xin Hao said to Lu Mengmeng, you go down first, I'll call you if there's anything.
Okay, Mr. Qin, if you need anything, press this red button and I'll be there anytime.
Lu Mengmeng pointed at the red button on the edge of Xin Hao's desk. Then, he went down with his waist twisted.
Xin Hao watched Lu Mengmeng's slim figure getting farther and farther away, swallowing his saliva. This woman is really exciting. Well, let's eat first. The food in this big hotel is really good. The abalone, lobster, bird's nest and shark's fin are all big.
Xin Hao looked at the table full of crab shells and lobster shells, then lay straight on the sofa, picking his teeth.
I scratched my back and felt a little itchy.
I wanted to take a shower, so I reached out and pressed the red button on the edge of the table.
After a few minutes, Lu Mengmeng appeared. Mr. Qin, what do you need?
I want to take a shower.
Go get me a presidential suite. Okay, wait a moment.
After saying that, he closed the door and went out.
Inside the presidential suite,
Xin Hao was lying in the hotel's large tub, which was at least several times larger than the ones he had at home, enjoying Lu Mengmeng's attentive service.
TSK, this big hotel is different. As long as you pay enough, you can get everything.
Xin Hao reached out and patted Lu Mengmeng, who was rubbing his body.
Have you thought about it?
Lu Mengmeng lowered her head and pinched the corner of her clothes.
Then I won't be polite.
A little over there.
Lu Mengmeng obediently moved over. Chapter 4, 250 million top-level supercar. Donghua City, First People's Hospital.
Xin Hao sat beside his mother's hospital bed, looking at her sleeping mother with a smile on his face. Yesterday, after returning to the hospital, Xin Hao paid the surgery fee immediately and had the surgery performed on his mother. Although his mother's gastric cancer was about to turn from the middle stage to the late stage, Xin Hao had just signed a 10 billion renminbi contract from the system, and his pockets were bulging. Under the bombardment of Xin Hao's money, the hospital quickly invited world-renowned cancer research experts and internationally renowned surgeons, deployed the world's best medical equipment, and worked out a surgical plan with the highest success rate for Xin Hao's mother overnight. Finally, after a night of hard work and the efforts of many medical staff, Xin Hao's mother's operation was a complete success. Sure enough, there is nothing in this world that cannot be accomplished with money. If it weren't for the 10 billion renminbi signed into the system, let alone surgery for my mother, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to pay for the hospital bills in a few days. Xin Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It feels so good to have money. I looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was already 12 o'clock. Xin Hao pressed the dinner bell beside the table. As the bell rang, a young woman in a tight nurse's uniform, with a beauty score of over 80 points, a hot body, and her big white breasts slightly exposed, came in with a seductive smile on her face, pushing a food cart.
Mr. Qin, this is your lunch, please enjoy it.
As she spoke, the young woman placed more than 10 dishes that exuded an enticing aroma, including braised blue lobster, abalone rice, shark fin and lotus seed soup, etc., which were carefully cooked by international top chefs using countless precious ingredients, on the rosewood square table that was several arms long next to Xin Hao.
While arranging the dishes, the young woman's already slightly exposed white balls squeezed out a dazzling white line as her movements went up and down. Gudong.
Xin Hao, who was sitting aside and had a clear view of the beautiful scenery between the young woman's collar, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Wow, it really proves the old saying that money makes the world go round. Yesterday I could hardly afford the hospital bills due to lack of money, but today the money has arrived and the world-renowned surgical expert and internal medicine expert have made all the arrangements for you. Not only that, in this super VIP ward, there is a nurse alone whose face is comparable to those so-called popular stars nowadays. Her ex-girlfriend Lu Mei was even more like a school belle than a village belle in front of this young woman.
As for her figure, there is no need to mention it.
It is like a big and beautiful gourd, which is much more attractive than Lu Mei's small flat figure.
As he thought about it, Xin Hao couldn't help swallowing his saliva.
Zhang Ying, who was arranging the dishes, heard the sound of swallowing saliva behind her. She paused slightly, and a hint of joy flashed in her peach blossom eyes. The pretty little face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Is this handsome guy in front of me, who is a few years younger than me, attracted to me? If he really fell in love with me and became his girlfriend, or even went a step further and became his wife, then considering how he spent tens of millions of dollars yesterday to treat his mother's illness, wouldn't I have suddenly become a wealthy wife? Moreover, if I could really hook up with this young, rich, handsome guy, maybe I could escape from my suffering. Zhang Ying bit her lip when she thought about the incompetent man in her family who caused her to be still there for the first time and who liked to beat and scold her when he was drunk. No matter whether it succeeds or not, we have to try it. Zhang Ying gently put down the dishes in her hands, lifted the hair by her ears, unbuttoned a few buttons on her tight nurse uniform, turned her plump waist slightly and leaned on Xin Hao, and said with a sweet smile, "Hee, Mr. Qin, are you feeling unwell? If you are, maybe I can help you." As she spoke, her white little hand slid down along Xin Hao's muscular abdomen. No, that's not necessary. Go ahead and do your work. I'll call you later if I need anything.
Xin Hao's face flushed red as he grabbed Zhang Ying's white little hand that was sliding down. Just kidding, if I really couldn't help myself and did something with this charming young woman in front of my mother's bedside, then my mind would be filled with thoughts of that weird-tasting milk, wouldn't it? Mr. Chin, if you are willing, actually, I am willing too. When Jiang Ying saw Qin Hao's refusal, her eyes dimmed, but she still did not give up. She raised her head and looked at Qin Hao with loving eyes.
Really, there's no need. You can go down first. Qin Hao withdrew his gaze from Jiang Ying's seductive body with difficulty, pushed Jiang Ying away and said.
Seeing that Qin Hao really didn't mean that, Jiang Ying felt disappointed. She looked at Qin Hao resentfully and pushed the dining cart out of the ward.
Wait until Jiang Ying's gourd-like body completely disappeared from Qin Hao's sight.
Qin Hao took a deep breath, drove away some strange thoughts in his mind, picked up the chopsticks and started to eat the delicious dishes on the rosewood table. After eating and drinking, Qin Hao looked at the nutrient solution that was still mostly in his mother's 4 bottle, covered his mother with the quilt, and walked out of the ward. Taking advantage of my free time now, I went to pick up the Koenigsegg 11 that was dropped from the bronze treasure chest today.
TSK, that's the Koenigsegg 11, a global limited edition with only 10 units sold worldwide.
Even if you have nearly 10 billion renminbi now, you can't get it without special channels.
Now you can get one just by signing in. It makes me happy just thinking about it. What's more, which man doesn't have a dream of owning a sports car?
After leaving the hospital, Qin Hao stopped a taxi on the street and said to the driver, "Master, let's go to the Koenigsegg 4S store on Langia Road." On the road, Qin Hao couldn't help feeling a little bored, so he took out his mobile phone and searched for information about top supercars like Koenigsegg. After all, you are about to buy a top-of-the-line supercar that many men dream of. If you don't make some relevant preparations and you don't know how to drive it when the time comes, it would be a bit stupid. The driver was a fat man who looked friendly. He saw Qin Hao browsing the information about the top supercar Koenigsegg through the rearview mirror and smiled at Qin Hao.
"Little brother, are you planning to buy a car?" Although he asked this, he didn't think Qin Hao was going to buy a car. The young man in front of me looked to be in his early 20s, and his dress did not seem like that of a wealthy man. It is probably a student who is still studying or has just graduated. It would be difficult for him to buy a car worth more than 100,000 yuan, let alone a car that is obviously a sports car. You know, the cheapest sports car starts at $1 million, which is not something that a young man like this who doesn't seem to come from a wealthy family and hasn't yet started working can afford. "Oh, I just got my driver's license. I happen to have a friend working there, so I wanted to go and broaden my horizons," Qin Hao said casually without even raising his head. He passed the driving test right after graduating from high school. He originally thought that after graduating from college and working for a few years, he would be able to buy a domestic car worth more than 100,000 yuan. But I didn't expect that I would buy a world limited edition top-of-the-line supercar just after graduation. Just thinking about it makes me realize how unpredictable life is. It's good for young people to see the world. Having a goal to strive for will make them more motivated when they go to work. Like your uncle, I work overtime every day as a taxi driver, thinking about when I can save enough money to buy a car of my own, so that I can no longer be bullied by the ride-hailing platform and start my own business. That's good, master. Keep going.
Not long after, while chatting with the driver, the car arrived at the Koenigsegg 4S store. As soon as he arrived at the Koenigsegg 4S store, the fat driver saw a row of young and beautiful girls in black uniforms in the square outside the 4S store, holding a banner with big words "Welcome Mr. Qin to the Koenigsegg 4S store." The big bear girl who was leading the group kept pacing back and forth, as if she was waiting for someone.
"Hey, what's going on? Is some important person coming here? It's such a big deal." The fat driver looked at the rows of young ladies holding banners and asked puzzledly. Qin Hao naturally saw the rows of young ladies holding banners, and he was secretly delighted. My God, such a big fuss is made just to welcome me. There were at least a dozen young and beautiful ladies lined up in a row, standing there neatly, which made people dazzled, especially the lady in the lead, whose breasts were bigger than those of the waitress yesterday. "How much is it, master?"
Qin Hao said as he looked at the driver who kept glancing at the young ladies holding the banners. "Oh, $30.80, round off the zero and I'll give you $30. The fat driver shook his head, as if he had just come to his senses, and waved at Qin Hao. "Okay." Qin Hao scanned the code to pay and got off the car. As soon as Qin Hao got off the car, the big bear girl who was pacing back and forth suddenly stopped and walked towards Qin Hao. When he got close to Qin Hao, he bowed slightly, and said to Qin Hao with a trembling face, "Welcome Mr. Qin to Koenigsegg 4S store." As soon as the words fell, There came a roar like a tsunami from behind her.
Welcome Mr. Chin to Koenigsegg 4S store.
The rows of young ladies holding banners also bowed slightly and shouted to Chin-hao in unison. The fat driver, who was sitting in the car and hadn't left yet, saw the scene in front of him. His eyes kept moving between the young ladies and Chin-hao, and his eyeballs almost popped out.
Wow, who is this young man that deserves so many people in the Koenigsegg 4S store to welcome him with banners? Could it be a low-key super rich second generation? But this is too low-key. The total cost of my clothes is probably not as expensive as my old leather shoes. Maybe I don't quite understand the world of rich people.
Perhaps, truly rich people all look more simple. Just like the old man Xian in their community, he has 5 apartments in the city center and several buildings in the suburbs, but he still wears a tattered vest and big shorts, carries a birdcage, drinks wine every day, and argues over a few dollars winning or losing at the card table, with his face as red as a monkey's butt.
The young man in front of me might be the same type of person as old man Xian. TSK, if only I were that rich.
If I were so rich, I would get an annual pass to a bath center and go there every day.
Forget it, let us think about something practical.
See when you have saved enough money to buy yourself a car, and it would be more practical to give rides instead.
The driver was thinking about something else.
He looked at Chin-hao with envy, started the car, and gradually turned into a small black dot.
Mr. Chin, please follow me and I'll show you the car.
Zhu Ying smiled ingratiatingly, made a gesture of invitation and spoke to Chin-hao. The handsome guy in front of her has to be served well, not only because of the seriousness of the boss when he showed her the photo of the handsome guy in front of her. Rather, the handsome guy in front of him is a super rich man who bought the only Koenigsegg 11 in the store, which is worth 250 million renminbi and limited to 10 units worldwide.
What a concept!
You know, the remaining 9 Koenigsegg 11s are all in the hands of some powerful people. They are either financial tycoons, heads of state, or political and business leaders. For example, 3 of the Koenigsegg 11s are owned by the world's richest man John Bob, the president of Vulture Country, and the Japanese political and business tycoon Yuichi Watanabe. However, these people are all over 50 years old, and the handsome guy in front of her looks to be in his early 20s at most. If she could get together with this handsome guy, even if they couldn't get married, just being his girlfriend, she would be willing to give up her most precious thing. Chin-hao followed Zhu Ying and entered the Koenigsegg 4S store surrounded by a group of young and beautiful ladies. On the way to see the car, the young ladies surrounding him, with their big bodies wrapped in tight uniforms, leaned towards Chin-hao intentionally or unintentionally, causing Chin-hao to stumble when he walked. Either I accidentally fell into one person's arms, or my body became unstable and bumped into that person's body.
Chin-hao naturally wouldn't say anything about the blatant seduction of these young ladies. After all, the people around her are all pretty young ladies, and beautiful women always have some privileges, right? What's more, I am a handsome guy whose looks are far better than most young handsome guys. Isn't it natural that some girls are attracted to my super high looks? Chapter 5, Meeting Lu Mengmeng again.
After many twists and turns, Chin-hao followed Zhu Ying to where the Koenigsegg 11 was parked. The moment Chin-hao saw the red Koenigsegg, he seemed to be frozen in place and was deeply attracted to it. This streamlined body and this unruly rear wing are exactly what Chin-hao imagined a top-level supercar to look like.
Sir, are you satisfied?
Zhu Ying stood aside and said respectfully.
Yeah, it's okay. Chin-hao said calmly.
Although he was extremely satisfied with the top supercar, he was a billionaire after all. He couldn't get excited like a fool when he saw something valuable, as that would inevitably damage his image. Zhu Ying, who was standing by, felt even more excited when she saw Chin-hao's calm expression.
No, I must find a way to get close to such a young and wealthy man. Okay, Mr. Chin, would you like to try the car? In fact, such top-level supercars are maintained by dedicated personnel every month before being sold, and basically no malfunctions will occur. So basically there is no need for a test drive. The reason I say this is because this is Zhu Ying's little thought. There is an unspoken rule in their industry.
When selling these top luxury cars, they usually arrange for a beautiful sales lady to sit in the passenger seat to accompany the buyer. This is also considered one of the benefits given by 4S stores when purchasing these top luxury cars. Of course, the most important thing is that the operations of some luxury cars are different from those of ordinary cars, and test driving is also to allow the financial sponsors who buy the car to get started faster. When Chin-hao heard Zhu Ying's words, he couldn't help but feel itchy. After all, it is my first car, and it is a top luxury car like Koenigsegg. It would be good to adapt to its operations before hitting the road. So, Chin-hao said to Zhu Ying, then let's give it a try. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll help you drive the car to an open area first. Zhu Ying took out the car keys and said to Qin Hao. Qin Hao waved his hand to show his agreement. Anyway, she wouldn't be stupid enough to damage his car. The Koenigsegg 11 drove carefully all the way to the parking lot, and then Zhu Ying considerately opened the door and let Qin Hao in. Qin Hao looked at the luxurious interior of the car and bent down to get in. This is the only bad thing about this supercar, the chassis is too low, and you have to hunch your back to get in. As soon as he got into the car, Qin Hao touched the red leather seats and steering wheel. He was very excited in his heart, but his face still looked indifferent. Zhu Ying, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Qin Hao with an expressionless face. Her big watery eyes were full of little stars.
Sure enough, for truly rich people, any top-of-the-line supercar is just a bigger toy.
This young, rich, handsome guy in front of me seems to not care about such a luxury car at all.
It's really admirable.
No, I have to take this opportunity to get this handsome guy's WeChat. If I wait until he leaves the 4S store, I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to meet him again. Thinking of this, Zhu Ying's soft hand quietly and slowly reached towards Qin Hao along the leather seat. Qin Hao, who was getting familiar with various operations, suddenly felt something moving on his shoulder. Qin Hao stopped operating, looked at Zhu Ying, who was looking at him seductively, and grabbed her hand and said, "Let's talk about other things later.
Let's test drive the car first."
Looking at the saleswoman like this, Qin Hao certainly knew what she was going to do, but this was not in a hotel, and besides, with a luxury car in hand, who would care about these things?
Isn't it nice to drive this top-notch supercar for a spin?
When Zhu Ying saw Qin Hao refused, she was afraid of making Qin Hao unhappy, so she sat up straight like a docile little lamb. After testing the car and completing the relevant formalities, Qin Hao drove the newly purchased Koenigsegg 11 out of the Koenigsegg 4S store.
As for the saleswoman, he didn't add her on WeChat. After all, if a pretty girl threw herself into his arms, even a man of steel couldn't resist it. It was noon, and the summer was scorching. The Langia Road, which was once crowded with people, is still bustling with people.
Qin Hao drove the Koenigsegg slowly along the roadside. Because he had hardly driven a car since getting his driver's license, Qin Hao didn't dare drive too fast. Like in those stupid novels, the male protagonist has never touched a supercar before, and has not even driven some affordable cars, but he drives a supercar on the streets. When Qin Hao saw such a plot, he was very confused. They don't even know how to drive a car, but they drive a supercar like a plane.
What are these idiots thinking? They really think they are the protagonists. How can they be so stupid?
After driving for a while, Qin Hao felt a little hungry. So I opened the car window and looked outside, and saw that there was a small restaurant called Haozai Lai not far away that seemed to be doing good business, so I planned to go there for dinner. After all, although the nutritional package in the super luxurious ward of the hospital is not bad, it is also nice to eat at a small restaurant on the street occasionally to change the diet. Thinking about this, Qin Hao drove slowly looking for a parking space. Rich people are also human beings, and they still have to abide by relevant regulations. If they trample on national laws at will after becoming rich, such people will eventually suffer the consequences.
Besides, I only have money now.
As for the corresponding interpersonal relationships, I still have no idea. If I really commit a crime, I am afraid I will suffer. The situation in some stupid novels where the protagonist suddenly becomes powerful and everyone rushes to surrender to him does not apply to him. But after searching for a long time, Qin Hao found that all the parking spaces nearby were full. Helplessly, Qin Hao could only find a parking space a little further away. Finally, after driving for a few minutes, Qin Hao found a parking space in a small corner with few pedestrians. After parking the car, Qin Hao walked slowly to the Haozai Lai restaurant, which had been doing good business. Entering the restaurant, Qin Hao looked at the table full of delicious food. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks, a familiar voice sounded behind him.
"Boss, the usual order is 4 dishes and 1 soup, and a beer." "Hey, Miss Xiaomeng is here. Please sit here for a while.
The food will be ready soon." The boss was obviously familiar with the girl. When he heard the girl's greeting, he waved at her with a smile and pointed to a clean table and spoke.
The girl listened to the boss and walked in with small steps.
When she reached Qin Hao's position, she paused slightly, her eyes widened in shock, and then, as if she had thought of something, the shock in her eyes faded away, and a visibly blush spread across her pretty little face.
You are Qin, Mr. Qin? Why are you here?"
Lu Mengmeng pinched the corner of her clothes and looked at Qin Hao shyly. There was still a hint of joy in Puling's big eyes. Since the night in the hotel yesterday, when Lu Mengmeng had nothing to do, she would always support her head with her little hands, holding the expensive membership card he gave her, thinking about Qin Hao's perfect face and reminiscing about his strong and powerful body. After all, she had given him the most precious things she had for the past 20 years, so how could she not think of him all the time? But he was just like that scumbag who didn't recognize me when he mentioned me. After the meeting, she blushed, but her eyes flickered a few times. After giving her the sky-high membership card worth 200 million renminbi, which was difficult for ordinary people to get in their lifetime, she left.
I thought that I would never have any contact with him in this life.
Unexpectedly, God seemed to be particularly kind to her, and she met him again in such an inconspicuous little restaurant.
How could she not be happy?
When Qin Hao heard Lu Mengmeng's voice coming from the store, he turned around and saw her. After thinking for a while, he recognized her. Looking at Lu Mengmeng, who was wearing light makeup, a ponytail, and dressed like a young college student, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly.
Why, you can come here, but I can't? Qin Hao looked at Lu Mengmeng's shy face and pretended to be angry. No, I
mean that rich people like you usually eat in places like the Tunguska Hotel.
No. Nothing else.
Seeing that Qin Hao seemed angry, Lu Mengmeng twisted her clothes and spoke anxiously. After saying that, she didn't dare to look Qin Hao in the eye and continued pinching the corner of her clothes. She didn't dare to make the man in front of her angry.
What if she made him angry and he ignored her?
I finally met him again, and I must do it again, or even go a step further and become his girlfriend.
Oh, Lu Mengmeng, what are you thinking about? How could a man like him be short of women around him? How could he value someone like me? It was already a great happiness to receive his love yesterday.
Thinking of this, Lu Mengmeng shook her little head to drive these strange thoughts out of her mind. Qin Hao, who was sitting next to her, looked at Lu Mengmeng with interest. Lu Mengmeng's expression changed from happy to sad at times, and he smiled.
This girl is really interesting.
The expression on her face is like a barometer, sometimes one way and sometimes another. After a long while, Lu Mengmeng saw that there was no response from the other side, so she quietly raised her head like a frightened deer and stole a glance at Qin Hao. But she never thought that as soon as she raised her head, she saw Qin Hao looking at her with a smile, and she was so scared that she quickly lowered her head again. When Qin Hao was about to say something to tease her, he suddenly heard the shy Lu Mengmeng in front of him scream, and then she fell towards Qin Hao while screaming. It turned out that a boy serving food accidentally bumped into Lu Mengmeng, who was standing in the middle of the road.
I'm sorry.
The guy serving the food apologized quickly when he saw that he had bumped into someone. Qin Hao, who was buried by Lu Mengmeng, raised his head with great effort, looked at Lu Mengmeng, who was limp in his arms but was fine, and waved to the young man. Seeing that the guest did not blame him, the young man hurriedly took the dishes and thanked the guest profusely.
Chapter 6. This car is mine. How long will you stay in my arms?
Qin Hao said with a smile as he looked at Lu Mengmeng, whose face was flushed and whose little head was buried in his arms.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean it. I know. It's okay. You haven't eaten yet, let's sit down and have a meal together.
Qin Hao looked at Lu Mengmeng, who jumped out of his arms like a frightened deer, and shook his head.
This girl was very open-minded when she was flirting with me yesterday.
She dared to try anything.
How come she has become a shy little girl now? I don't understand. Oh, okay.
When Lu Mengmeng saw Qin Hao invited her to have dinner together, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes and she felt a little sweet in her heart. I thought he would be as ruthless as he was yesterday. Unexpectedly, he is a nice person. How can one not be happy with such a man who was rich, handsome, and so gentlemanly to girls? When Qin Hao saw Lu Mengmeng sitting down, he asked the boss to remove the dishes that were already getting a little cold from the table and replace them with another one. The boss readily agreed. After all, Qin Hao could not pay for the table that had just been cleared, so he made double the money by staying at the previous table. Moreover, the guests at this table ordered the restaurant's signature dishes, which were quite expensive, so he made even more money. It's rare for his small shop to have such a generous customer. The boss, with a happy look on his face, looked between Qin Hao and Lu Mengmeng, his eyes full of profound meaning. This little girl has a really good eye for people. This young man looks like a wealthy man. If she can grasp the opportunity well, she will become a wealthy wife in no time. The boss was thinking about these things and went downstairs to prepare the meal. After a while, the food was served. Qin Hao looked at Lu Mengmeng, who was still a little restrained, greeted her, and then ignored her. After all, he was a little hungry. Lu Mengmeng was also a little hungry, so she slowly picked up her chopsticks and started eating. After the meal, Lu Mengmeng was no longer so restrained in front of Qin Hao, and her relationship with Qin Hao was no longer just about that one night. However, it is not realistic for Qin Hao to just accept Lu Mengmeng as his girlfriend. After all, the two of them didn't know each other very well except for the incident yesterday when they each got what they wanted. As for love at first sight, in most cases, it is nothing more than lust. Qin Hao is now very strict when it comes to choosing a girlfriend. If he casually found another evil woman like Lu Mei, who was vicious and cruel, he would be asking for trouble. After parting with Lu Mengmeng, Qin Hao walked leisurely to where he parked his Koenigsegg like an old man taking a stroll. When I walked not far from where he parked the Koenigsegg, I suddenly saw a group of people gathered where he parked. When he left just now, there were only a few people here. How come so many people gathered here just after he left for a while? Qin Hao poked his head into the crowd and found a spirited young man with dyed green hair sitting on his car, banging on it and holding a selfie stick, as if he was live streaming. Brothers, see this, Koenigsegg, my goodness, you must be envious. Oh my god, Koenigsegg, this is the world's top supercar. Wait, this seems to be a limited edition Koenigsegg. How many units are sold worldwide? 10, only 10 for sale worldwide. Fuck you, Boss Yen, please accept my knee. Brother Yen, this is a rip-off. Ever since the host with the tiger-voiced username Happy1Cigarette said that the car was his, the viewers in the live broadcast room had been swiping the comments crazily. A large number of compliments and flattering words filled the entire phone screen, and the popularity of the live broadcast room was rising steadily as the viewers kept swiping the comments. No big deal, no big deal. This car is just the worst one in my collection. I'll show you a better one some other day. He smoked a cigarette happily, looked at the screen full of compliments and flattering words, then patted the Koenigsegg under his butt hard, with a smug look on his face. Suddenly, in the live broadcast room whose popularity was still rising, the screen was filled with flattering and complimentary words again. Brothers, do you want to experience what it feels like to drive this top-level supercar? After finishing his cigarette, he happily looked at his ever-increasing popularity and the fans who were flocking to him, and said like the wolf who tempted Snow White to eat the poison apple. Oh my god, Brother Yen, are you really going to lend us this top-notch supercar? Brother Yen is generous. Brother Yen 6666. Brother Yen, send me the location, I will carry it over by train overnight. When the viewers heard that the host was going to lend them this top-of-the-line supercar, they were immediately extremely excited. This is a top-of-the-line supercar that is limited to the world. Which man doesn't want to drive it on the street? Of course, I'm happy to keep my word, but the number of places is limited, only the top brothers from the 1st to the 10th place in the live broadcast room have this opportunity. The number of places is limited and first come first served. After the host of Happy1Cigarette said this, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. What? Top 10? Brother Yen, that's too few. What are you talking about? 10 places are not enough. Do you think this supercar is yours? That's right, that's right. 10 places are not enough. You look poor at first glance. In real life, you probably don't even have a car. Right. Poor people don't deserve to drive supercars. Brothers, stop arguing and start brushing. The number of spots is limited. Seeing that the popularity of Happy1Cigarette was rising again, it decided to add fuel to the fire. As soon as he finished speaking, the netizens who were cursing just now stopped cursing and rushed to grab the list. Seeing this scene, Happy smiled with a cigarette. He is just a small 180-tier anchor with no fame. Today, he happened to see this valuable supercar on the road, and decided to use the supercar live broadcast to entertain his fans and increase his followers. Unexpectedly, the effect of this live broadcast was quite good. The number of fans increased by hundreds of thousands, and all kinds of gifts were flying everywhere. Qin Hao, who was standing on the outskirts of the crowd, watched the live broadcast of Happy Cigarette with cold eyes. The expression on his face was as cold as ice. Just now, when the anchor who was about to finish a cigarette said the first sentence, he wanted to rush out and hit this guy in the face. But on second thought, exposing this idiot at this time would at most make him lose face, but it wouldn't hurt him. So, I thought of exposing him when his live broadcast room was at its most popular and his fans were giving him the most gifts. He was abused and reported by angry netizens, and his account was blocked, making him lose his reputation. Now seeing that Coin Kid smiling like a fool, I'm afraid this is the best time. So, Jinhao smiled coldly, and shouted at the man who was smiling like a fool, smoking a cigarette happily.
You said the car under your butt is yours? When the onlookers heard this, they all looked at him sideways. Hey, what are you talking about? Isn't this car that kid's? Or is it yours? That is right, this car is either Brother Yen's or yours. Don't you see the car logo on the key hanging on that guy's waist is exactly the same as the one on that car? Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Among the onlookers, a few ruffian youths, seeing that this was said by an ordinary dressed boy, gave a flattering look to Quail Yijian's cigarette and spoke to Jinhao with disdain. Are you kidding? Looking at the clothes he has on, he probably doesn't even have 200 yuan. How could he be the owner of this top luxury car? When Happy Yiganyan heard this, his whole body froze, thinking that the owner of the luxury car had returned. But when he saw that the person who spoke was a handsome but poor Jinhao, he was relieved. He took out the Koenigsegg key-shaped lighter he had bought online, shook it in his hand, and looked ferocious. See, kid, the car keys are in my hand. If they're not mine, could they be yours? Go where you want to go. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you up. Ha, is that so? Then try this key and see if it can unlock the car. Jinhao was not afraid of Happy's threat with a cigarette at all. Instead, he stared at him with a playful look on his face. Happy One Cigarette was a little panicked when Jinhao stared at him. The hand holding the key trembled slightly, but then his face turned grim. I can do whatever you want to me. Who do you think you are? It's my own car, you can do whatever you want with it. As he spoke, he slapped the bike with his right hand which was supporting it. Bang! That's right. It's our brother Yan's car, he can do whatever he wants with it. You poor bastard who has never even driven a car, go wherever you want. If you make brother Yan unhappy, I'll be the first one to beat you. Hey! What's wrong with brother Yan? Did you run into someone looking for trouble? Brother Yan, cut him. Yes, brother Yan will kill that bastard. Brother Yan, let that kid open his eyes by looking at your supercar. The few ruffian youths who had just bought a cigarette to please Lele, and the netizens who were listening to the noise, followed suit. Jinhao looked at Quail smoking a cigarette and then slapping his own precious top-of-the-line luxury car, his eyes full of heartache. He put his hand into the pocket where he kept his keys and looked at Quail as if he was looking at a dead person. The more happily you laugh now, the harder you will cry later. Oh? It's your own car, you can do whatever you want with it? Then look at this, what is this? Tisk, it's just fake. Do you think you can fool me by holding a lighter of the same model as my luxury car? Happy smoked a cigarette, looked away, and said in a timid tone while looking at the car keys in Jinhao's hand. He. Jinhao didn't say anything, just smiled coldly, and then pressed the car key. Suddenly, the unique unlocking sound of that top-level supercar resounded throughout the venue. Happy Yijian was so frightened by the unlocking sound that he collapsed to the ground. He knew that he was completely screwed this time. The original owner of this global limited edition supercar was back. And I have completely offended this terrifying person who makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. Brother, I was wrong. I was just bewildered and did this. Just treat me as nothing and let me go. After smoking a cigarette, with snot and tears all over his face, he crawled in front of Jinhao like a dog, grabbed Jinhao's trouser legs and begged for mercy. This change happened too fast. It happened so fast that neither the onlookers nor the viewers in the live broadcast room could react. How come Brother Yan, who had such a disdainful look on his face just now, kneeled down and begged for mercy so quickly? However, there were some viewers in the live broadcast room who reacted quickly and figured out the cause and effect of the incident quickly. Okay, Yan, go. You said that you can test drive supercars if you rank 1 to 10, but it's actually just a trick to trick us into giving you gifts. This top supercar is not yours at all. After this reminder, the viewers in the live broadcast room finally realized that the happy cigarette was a scam. As a result, the viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly excited. Dogecoin, give me back my money. Fuck the coin, you liar, give me back my money. I'm going to report you, damn it. Yes, report this Dogecoin and block his account. After a while, the account of Happy One Cigarette was blocked due to reports from many people. To this, Happy One Cigarette did not react at all. Compared to the account being blocked, he was more afraid of how the unfriendly Koenigsegg owner in front of him would deal with him. Jinhao looked at Quail, who was holding his trouser leg like a dog, and smoking a cigarette. He bent down, grabbed his hair, and slapped him in the face. Pa! Where is that bull you were fighting with just now? Don't you say that this car is yours, you can do whatever you want with it, take pictures of it however you want? Ah! Go ahead and take pictures. Go ahead and take pictures.
Kuei Jian was slapped by Qin Hao several times and rolled several meters away like a gourd, but he quickly crawled back, hugged Qin Hao's trouser legs and cried.
Beat me as hard as you can, beat me as much as you like, as long as you can let me go. Let you go? It's not impossible.
When Happy One Cigarette heard this, he immediately looked up at Qin Hao like a dog asking for a bone.
Real? Hee hee, do you think I have to lie to you?
Qin Hao grabbed Kuei Jian's hair and sneered.
No need. Happy opened his eyes wide and said in a trembling voice. If you want me to let you go, it's easy.
Just take off all your clothes and run to the police station naked. Qin Hao let go of a cigarette and played with his car keys.
Gua Ben? Is it not possible?
Seeing that Quail was hesitant about smoking a cigarette, Qin Hao thought that he disagreed, so he asked back.
Okay.
Happy smoked a cigarette, gritted his teeth, and started to take off his clothes.
Get away from me and take it off. Don't face me. Qin Hao waved at Happy Cigarette with disdain. Yes.
Happy One Cigarette, like a bullied young wife, trotted to a place about 10 meters away from Qin Hao and started taking off her clothes. In a short while, he was completely stripped clean. Qin Hao glanced at him from top to bottom with a look of contempt.
It's so small.
Happy blushed after smoking a cigarette, but didn't dare to say anything.
Run, you don't need my help.
Qin Hao said to the naked Happy Cigarette.
No, I don't dare.
After saying this, he covered his face and ran away. After the Happy Cigarette completely disappeared from his sight, Qin Hao started the car and roared away under the gazes of the stunned onlookers.
Chapter 7, Fighting Against Injustice.
When he returned to the hospital and saw that his mother was still sleeping peacefully, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel relieved. However, with the help of his own money, his mother's surgery was successfully completed.
However, a successful operation does not mean that you are completely out of danger.
If the recovery is not good in the later stage, there is still a certain risk to life.
In order for the mother to recover well after surgery, a good living environment is essential.
Although Donghua First People's Hospital is a time-honored tertiary hospital ranked in the top 10 in Xizjiang province of Tianjin country, it is top-notch in terms of equipment conditions, various difficult and complicated diseases, and especially its ability to overcome difficulties in cancer treatment. However, no matter how good a hospital is, it is still just a hospital and is not suitable for long-term residents. Before their father passed away, he left them an old house of 120 square meters near the city center. However, they sold it at a very low price to raise money for their mother's medical treatment. After my mother's condition stabilized a little, a house issue had to be resolved.
In the past, I was a loser and had no ability to give my mother a better life. Now, I have my own system and I am the chosen one, everything is under my control. Those things that were once desirable but unattainable are now readily available. Buying a house is not as easy as eating or drinking.
With his current wealth of hundreds of billions, living in a small house of 100 or 200 square meters would be too crowded and not conducive to his mother's recovery. If he were to buy a house, he would rather buy a luxurious villa in Jinyu Garden, which has the highest housing prices and the best living environment in Donghua City.
The sooner the better, the better. We should solve the housing problem as soon as possible so that we can bring my mother over to enjoy a peaceful life.
Thinking of this, after covering my mother with the quilt, I walked out of the ward.
Bang! You are dressed so provocatively, which man are you trying to seduce? Ah, which man are you trying to seduce again? Bang! Wow, I didn't.
Just as he reached the door of the ward, a drunken man's voice and a woman's crying came into Qin Hao's ears. Qin Hao frowned slightly and stopped.
Why does this voice sound so familiar? It seems to be the voice of the big little nurse this morning? Why was she beaten in the hospital? No, I have to go and see.
Although he was not very familiar with this young nurse named Zhang Ying, Qin Hao could hardly control his desire to protect her when he thought about such a beautiful young lady being bullied. Following the source of the sound, after a while, Qin Hao saw Zhang Ying lying on the ground next to the counter, being pulled by a drunk and bearded man.
Get up, you bastard, and come home with me. Don't think I don't know what you did outside without my knowledge. Woo. I didn't do anything. Even if you beat me to death today, Wang Ling, Zhang Ying, have never done anything to let your Wang family down.
The people around were talking to each other in low voices as they watched Zhang Ying lying on the ground and being pulled by Wang Ling.
This girl is also unlucky. She married a scumbag.
She is not good enough herself, but she always suspects that her wife is cheating on her. She beats her when she is drunk.
Who says it's not true?
Such a beautiful girl married such a scumbag.
Her life is probably ruined.
Oh, if I hadn't put up with this bullshit earlier, I would have divorced him the first time this bastard started it. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, and then looking at the man named Wang Ling, whose face gradually turned darker after hearing the discussions of the onlookers, Qin Hao understood what was going on. I feel very disdainful of men who are cowardly and only know how to take their anger out on their wives.
You stinky bitch, come home with me, I'll take care of you when I get home.
Wang Ling listened to the faint discussions around him, which seemed particularly harsh. His face was covered in a sickly red color and looked ferocious.
He suddenly pulled Zhang Ying up with force. Ah!
Zhang Ying, who was already wearing high heels, was pulled hard by Wang Ling. Her foot was turned away and her forehead was about to hit the corner of the counter. Zhang Ying looked at the protruding corner of the counter that was getting bigger and bigger in front of her eyes, and a look of relief appeared in her beautiful eyes with tears in them. It must be very painful to fall like this, and perhaps she might even lie on the ground and never wake up again.
It's better this way.
If I never wake up again, I won't have to suffer from that beast anymore.
Only.
The red-faced, handsome face of a big boy flashed through Zhang Ying's mind, and she felt a little regretful. The way she flirted with him that morning was certainly meant to help her escape from the sea of suffering. After all, the family of this cowardly, drunkard and cunning husband is not simple. But, if she didn't have any feelings for him, she wouldn't have done those things to him that make her blush when she thinks about it now.
Maybe, there will never be another chance.
Forget it, I'm just a poor woman with some looks, how could I be worthy of him? The onlookers exclaimed in unison when they saw Zhang Ying about to hit the corner of the counter. But no one dared to step forward to help Zhang Ying, who was about to hit the corner of the counter. Although the drunkard was a coward, his brother was not someone to be trifled with, and they did not want to offend his brother for the sake of someone they were not very familiar with. Looking at the protruding corner of the counter right in front of her, Zhang Ying closed her eyes, let out a sigh of relief. But after waiting for a while, Zhang Ying felt her body lighten, as if she was lying in a warm embrace. Zhang Ying opened her eyes and a blush appeared on her face.
It was him. Am I dreaming? Okay, you said you didn't do anything to let me down, so this must be your wild man.
Wang Ling looked at his wife lying in the arms of a strange man, roaring hysterically, and stumbled towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao kicked the furious drunkard to the ground, and helped Zhang Ying, who was lying in his arms, to the side, sneering disdainfully.
You are not good enough, but you take it out on your wife. You are not a real man. You are looking for death.
When Wang Ling heard this, he seemed to be stimulated by something. He suddenly got up from the ground and pounced on Qin Hao. Qin Hao was not going to be pounced on by this drunkard, so he just turned sideways and avoided him. Wang Ling fell with a thud, his face covered in blood. Wang Ling, who was hurt from the fall, supported himself on the ground with one hand, looked at Qin Hao and Zhang Ying's faces full of resentment, and took out his phone.
You two bastards, just wait for me. I will make you regret it.
Wang Ling knew that he could not do anything to Qin Hao on his own, so he prepared to call for help. Behind Qin Hao, Zhang Ying, whose clothes were disheveled, saw Wang Ling take out his phone, as if she knew what he was going to do. He shuddered and tugged at the corner of Qin Hao's clothes.
Mr. Qin, let's go.
Seeing Zhang Ying's face full of fear, Qin Hao patted her hands and comforted her.
It's okay. I'm here. What a joke. I am now worth over 10 billion, how can I be afraid of this drunkard in front of me?
Wang Ling looked up at Qin Hao, who was standing there with a playful look on his face, and smiled coldly.
Just wait, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Chapter 8. Kneel down and apologize.
After a while, a roar was heard outside the hospital. A short, fat, bald young man, with a group of men in suits and sunglasses, came over cursing.
Who is not afraid of death, dares to bully me?
Before he could finish his words, the short, fat, bald young man swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth when he saw Qin Hao for the first time. When Wang Ling saw his brother coming, he quickly got up from the ground, straightened his back, pointed at Qin Hao and said, "Brother, this guy bullied me, and he also hooked up with my wife, he."
Bang!
Before he could finish his words, Wang Ling was slapped to the ground by the short, fat, bald young man.
Kneel down.
The short and fat young man slapped Wang Ling hard, then held him by the scruff of the neck and knelt in front of Qin Hao. Mr. Qin, if my brother has offended you in any way just now, please don't take it personally.
Can you please let him go for my sake?
The short and fat young man bent over with a flattering look on his face, took out a fine cigar from his arms and handed it to Qin Hao. The person who came was none other than Wang Gang, the boyfriend of Qin Hao's cousin Wang Xingru. Wang Gang looked at Qin Hao, who had a playful look on his face, and his small eyes were full of fear. I'm so damn unlucky that I keep running into these super rich people who can spend hundreds of millions on a meal. Yesterday he was too lazy to bother with me, but today my useless brother has offended him again.
I'm afraid it won't be easy. Ha, Mr. Wang, what a coincidence, we meet again.
Qin Hao ignored Wang Ling, who dared not speak out, and patted Zhang Ying's hand and said. No matter how bad Wang Ling was, he knew that the young man in front of him was a terrifying figure that even his brother couldn't afford to offend. But seeing his wife lying in another man's arms, he felt uncomfortable, but he could not do anything to Qin Hao, so he could only kneel on the ground, secretly looking up, staring at Qin Hao with resentment. But at this time, no one cared about him.
Yes, what a coincidence, look at this. Wang Gang smiled apologetically and seemed to be hesitant to speak.
Okay, you are my cousin's husband after all, right? When he heard the word cousin-in-law, the fat on Wang Gang's face trembled.
He didn't dare to be called cousin-in-law. He knew how that crazy woman Wang Xingru had offended Qin Hao. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned this. As soon as he mentioned this, Wang Gang felt very panicked.
Fortunately, Qin Hao's next words calmed Wang Gang down.
It's not a big deal, just apologize. How could I possibly argue with my cousin's husband about this?
Apologize, okay, we apologize. When Wang Gang heard this, a hint of joy flashed across his face.
Then he said to Wang Ling, who was looking up at Qin Hao with hatred on his face, Wang Ling, get over here. I get angry when I see this disappointing younger brother. If it weren't for him, how could I have offended this big guy who was so terrifying just by thinking about him? Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. You say.
When Wang Gang heard this, he broke out in a sweat, thinking that Qin Hao was going to go back on his word. Thinking of Qin Hao's casual spending of 200 million renminbi at the Tunguska Hotel, Wang Gang broke out in a cold sweat. When I say sorry, I'm not apologizing to me, I'm apologizing to her. Qin Hao turned around and pointed at Zhang Ying. Wang Gang was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and realized that as long as today's matter could be resolved, it didn't matter what happened. Besides, it looks like this big boss is somewhat interested in his brother, his former sister-in-law. If I could please her and use it to hook up with this big shot, I would make a fortune. But it seems a bit difficult, as his former sister-in-law looked at them with an unfriendly look. Wang Gang dragged the reluctant Wang Ling to Zhang Ying and said with a wry smile. Ying, if my bastard brother did something wrong before, please forgive me. I apologize to you here. Come here and apologize. Wang Gang's eyes narrowed, and he brought Wang Ling in front of Zhang Ying and yelled. I didn't. Bah! It's nothing, hurry up and apologize to Ying. As soon as Wang Ling opened his mouth, Wang Gang slapped him in the face again. He was afraid that this disappointing younger brother would say something wrong or would dilly-dally and upset Qin Hao. Wang Ling covered his face with his hands, his eyes full of humiliation. It was obviously this shameless bitch who had cheated on him, so why should he apologize to her? But looking at his brother's murderous gaze, Wang Ling was frightened and could only speak reluctantly. Right. But before he finished speaking, Qin Hao spoke again. You are so reluctant, it seems like I am forcing you to do this. Besides, your apology is not sincere enough. You. Wang Ling raised his head and glared at Qin Hao. He had already agreed to apologize, so what else did he want? Wang Gang turned around and glared at Wang Ling, who was glaring at him, then stood in front of him and said with a smile, if you have any other requests, please tell me. Look, Zhang Ying is such a beautiful girl, and she has been harmed by your brother. You can't just apologize lightly. You have to kneel down and apologize sincerely. Qin Hao pulled Zhang Ying, who was hiding behind him, over, her charming eyes full of care. Wang Gang breathed a sigh of relief. This request was not too excessive, nor was it unacceptable. Kneel down. Wang Gang kicked Wang Ling's calf with his back foot, forcing Wang Ling to kneel down. Wang Ling trembled and said tremblingly, I'm sorry. Mr. Qin, do you think this is okay? Qin Hao didn't say anything, but looked at Zhang Ying, who was clenching her fists and crying. After all, she just couldn't stand Wang Ling, that bastard, bullying women, so she stood up for Zhang Ying. In the end, whether or not to forgive Wang Ling, that bastard, depends on Zhang Ying herself.
It's up to you to decide.
Zhang Ying looked at Qin Hao like a shy little wife, then lowered her head and looked at her toes. If before, Zhang Ying only thought that Qin Hao was young and rich and wanted to rely on him to escape from her misery, now her eyes are full of him and there is no room for any other man.
Let me ask you, which man can do this for a woman he has only met a few times? Go away.
Qin Hao glanced at the shy Zhang Ying, then turned and spoke lightly to the trembling Wang Gang.
Okay, since you are busy, we will leave first.
Wang Gang felt as if he had been pardoned. He turned around and left, pulling Wang Ling beside him. But halfway through the journey, he seemed to remember something and turned back. Qin Hao saw Wang Gang coming back and thought that he was still a little dissatisfied, and his face was slightly unhappy.
What else do you want?
Nothing. I just want to tell you that tomorrow I will let my disappointing brother go through the divorce procedures with Ying.
What are you telling me? Get out of here. Okay, I'll leave now.
After saying that, Wang Gang glanced at Zhang Ying, whose head was almost buried between the two big balls, and left quickly.
Chapter 9, Encountering an Ex-Girlfriend.
After coming out of the hospital, Qin Hao turned around and looked at the little tail that followed him closely.
No, why do you always follow me?
This young nurse named Zhang Ying had been following me since the two brothers Wang Gang and Wang Ling left. She always kept her head down and didn't speak when I asked her questions.
After asking for a while, seeing that she still didn't say anything, I just let her follow me.
After all, having just experienced something like this, one is feeling very fragile. If one accidentally says something wrong and hurts someone's feelings, it would be troublesome to shed tears. When they reached the garage, Zhang Ying, who was following him, suddenly spoke up.
Thank you. That's it? You followed me all the way, and I thought something was wrong with you, but you ended up telling me this? If you have nothing else to do, please go back. I have something else to do.
Qin Hao waved at Zhang Ying, then left without looking back. But after walking for a while, Qin Hao felt something soft on his back and his cheeks were wet.
Boo!
On the cobblestone path, several young nurses passing by saw this scene, gathered together and whispered, their eyes full of envy.
How sweet!
If there was a handsome guy like this who could stand up and protect me when I was bullied, I would be willing to be done that to him 100 times.
Oh, you little slut, you were so shameless.
With your big face and fat waist, handsome guys will avoid you when they see you.
You should go back and have some sleep. There are all kinds of handsome guys in your dreams. Who are you calling a little slut? You're the same.
When you saw that handsome guy standing in front of Ying just now, your saliva almost flowed onto my hand.
A few young nurses were playing and laughing as they walked away.
Zhang Ying, who was running back with her head down, almost bumped into them. As a result, Zhang Ying, who was lowering her head, was pulled over by them and was talking about something with a laugh. Qin Hao turned around and looked at Zhang Ying, who was surrounded by several young nurses. Her face was red and she occasionally looked up at him secretly. He touched his face, shook his head and smiled. It tastes good, fragrant. Fenghuang Street, Werder Bremen, at the entrance. After Qin Hao came out of the paid parking lot, he stood at the entrance of Hyundai International and looked up at the towering building in front of him, his face full of amazement.
I'm afraid this building is almost as tall as the Tunguska Hotel. As expected of one of the top 100 shopping mall chains in the country, so arrogant. After driving out of the hospital, Qin Hao drove directly to the largest shopping mall in Donghua City, intending to buy some decent clothes. After all, my net worth is at least enough to make it onto the Forbes rich list, but I don't have many decent clothes. If I'm looked down upon when I go to high consumption places in the future, that would be asking for trouble. Come on, let's go in and pick out some clothes that fit us, and then go to Jinyu Garden to buy a decent villa. Qin Hao straightened his clothes and walked into Hyundai International.
As Qin Hao walked into Hyundai International, a young, beautiful and well-proportioned shopping guide came towards him.
Sir, how can I help you?
Although the words were polite, anyone who was not blind could see the contempt in his eyes. The man in front of me, who is wearing cheap clothes, doesn't look like someone who can afford to spend money in a high-end place like Hyundai International, where the starting price is over 10,000.
Coming out to receive him was just out of professionalism. Where are the major brand name clothing counters here? Take me to have a look.
Qin Hao could naturally see the contempt in the shopping guide's eyes, but he didn't care too much. It was hard for him to be taken seriously because of his cheap clothes. As long as it wasn't too much, he would just smile and say nothing.
All the major brand name clothing counters, are you sure?
All the major brand name counters have a starting price of 10,000 yuan. She originally wanted to just say a few words to him and then turn around and leave, but she didn't expect that the man in front of her would ask her to take him to a brand name clothing counter as soon as he opened his mouth. Moreover, judging from his tone, he even wanted to take him to various major brand name clothing counters to have a look. At first glance, he is a bumpkin who has never seen the world. If he is stupid and rich, she would be interested in taking him around and making a lot of money from him. However, looking at his appearance, he probably doesn't even have a few $100s in his pocket. It would be better to go back and get some beauty sleep than to take him around. Yes, it's the major brand name clothing counters. I don't care about other brands of clothes. Hearing Qin Hao's words, the contempt in the beautiful shopping guide's eyes became even stronger. She doesn't even bother with other clothes, and isn't afraid of getting her tongue bitten by the wind. Even non-branded clothes cost several $1,000s. It would be difficult for a worker with a slightly lower income to buy one piece of clothing like this in a month. Does this bumpkin think that the clothes sold at the Hyundai International counter are as cheap as the cabbages sold at the vegetable market, only a few dollars a head or more than $10 a bundle? However, after hearing what Qin Hao said, the beautiful shopping guide didn't want to talk to Qin Hao anymore, but based on her professional ethics, she still patiently said, "Sir, please come this way. I will take you to the brand name clothing store." But before he could finish his words, a slightly cold male voice came from the door. "Shawan, has the custom-made Armani suit I ordered arrived today?" Upon hearing the voice, the beautiful shopping guide quickly straightened her clothes and trotted over to meet him. As for professional ethics and so on, just take it as it comes. It can be used to make a living and also as money to spend. If I ignored the handsome man walking slowly towards the door with a pretty woman because of the poor guy in front of me wearing cheap clothes, then she would suffer a great loss. You have to know that the person at the door is Ma Tongsai, the young master of Hongjun Group, which ranks among the top 10 in Donghua City. He is extremely generous, and last time he made a reservation for a custom-made Armani suit that had not yet been pre-sold in the world. Even among the world's top brand clothing, it is the most luxurious limited edition. If this order is successful, the commission alone will be equivalent to her half-year's salary. Master Ma, are you still unsure about my work? I have already prepared that custom-made Armani suit for you. As she said that, the beautiful shopping guide pulled Ma Tongsai's hand with a charming smile and fell into the indescribable feeling, rubbing it gently. When Lu Mei saw that this worm man was seducing her boyfriend in front of her, her face was filled with anger and she immediately pulled Ma Tongsai out of the arms of the beautiful shopping guide. The beautiful shopping guide felt her arms empty and did nothing else. She just stood aside, looking at Lu Mei provocatively. This ugly little guy opposite is not even as good looking as himself, and his figure is very immature. I don't know why Mr. Ma would fall for such a thing. However, although the beautiful shopping guide was very disdainful of Lu Mei, she did not act coquettishly towards Ma Tongsai because of Lu Mei's petty behavior of protecting her food. After all, no matter what, Lu Mei is now Ma Tongsai's official girlfriend. Mr. Ma, please follow me. I will take you to pick up the custom-made Armani suit. The beautiful shopping guide looked at Lu Mei with disdain, bowed slightly, made way, and led the way. Ma Tongsai tidied up his suit a little, and his slightly messy suit followed Lu Mei and the beautiful shopping guide during the tussle. Lu Mei, who was looked at with disdain by the beautiful shopping guide, stood aside and felt secretly angry, one step behind Ma Tongsai. Seeing that Ma Tongsai had already left with the beautiful shopping guide, Lu Mei hurriedly trotted after them. However, after running a few steps, she paused and saw Qin Hao, who was looking at her teasingly not far away, holding his head high and said, "Hey, who was that? Isn't this our Qin Hao, the handsome Qin?" Chapter 10 Qin Hao, Let's Make Peace. Upon hearing this, Ma Tongsai, who was following the beautiful shopping guide, turned around and glanced at Qin Hao, who had a playful look on his face, with an indifferent look. Seeing Ma Tongsai stop, Lu Mei hurriedly trotted to Ma Tongsai, took his hand, and stuck to him like a proud white swan. "See? This is my boyfriend, the eldest son of Hongjun Group, Ma Tongsai, the one that poor people like you will have to look up to for the rest of your life." After saying that, he rubbed Ma Tongsai's arm affectionately. "What, toilet plunger? That's a good name. It really suits you, a piece of shit that I'm tired of playing with." Qin Hao smiled coldly when he heard Lu Mei's words. No matter whether the toilet is plugged or not, now, you have to stand aside in front of him. He is now richer than his father, yet he is still afraid of the second-generation guy with a cold poker face in front of him. "What did you say, kid?" When Ma Tongsai heard what Qin Hao said, he glared at Lu Mei, and his handsome face became as dark as if covered with coal soot. He was dating Lu Mei because she looked innocent and he thought she was still a virgin. As a result, I regretted it after I started using it. I had originally thought of throwing it away after tasting it, but seeing that she was pretty good at it, I decided to just play with it for now. Now, Jinhao's words finally touched his sore spot, and he immediately wanted to ask someone to deal with this kid.
Jinhao, you dare to scold Ma Xiao, you are dead today.
When Lu Mei saw Ma Tonsai glaring at her unhappily, she panicked and hugged Ma Tonsai tightly. But she knew how much Ma Tonsai hated her now. If she hadn't gained a lot of experience from Jinhao, she would have been kicked out by Ma Tonsai long ago.
TSK, I'm just telling the truth. You're so short-sighted and you don't admit it.
Really? Jinhao sneered, and then said to the beautiful shopping guide who was watching the show.
Hey, who is that? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and take me to the major brand name clothing counters. I've been waiting for a long time. My time is very precious. I don't have time to waste with you.
The beautiful shopping guide glanced at Ma Tonsai, whose face turned dark, and stood there without moving. He was not willing to take the risk of offending the eldest son of Hongjun Group by responding to Jinhao's words.
Ha, you're still looking at the major brand name clothing counters. You're really brave enough to say that.
Do you think the clothes in Hyundai International Mall are just random cloth sold on the street stalls, a bundle for a dozen yuan? When Lu Mei heard Jinhao's arrogant words, she felt as if she had heard a huge joke. She covered her stomach and laughed until her stomach cramped. Jinhao ignored Lu Mei, who was holding her stomach and laughing like a fool, and continued to speak to the beautiful shopping guide.
I said, you can't tolerate it, didn't you hear what I said?
She wouldn't listen when he talked to her nicely, and she had to curse at her. Ma Tonsai nodded to the beautiful shopping guide, motioning her to go over with Jinhao. He wanted to see if this boastful kid would still be as arrogant as he is now after seeing the high prices of clothes in the brand name counters. The beautiful shopping guide was relieved when she saw Ma Tonsai nod to her. She then reluctantly moved her feet and walked to Jinhao's side. She said coldly, "Follow me." Jinhao didn't care about the beautiful shopping guide's cold attitude and followed her.
Ma Tonsai and Lu Mei also followed behind, ready to laugh at Jinhao. Here we are, sir. Please choose what you want.
After saying that, the beautiful shopping guide stepped aside and looked at Jinhao coldly. There are quite a lot of clothes here.
Give me one of each.
Jinhao pointed to the men's clothing area, which was full of a wide variety of clothes.
What?
The beautiful shopping guide thought she had heard wrongly and asked for one of each item.
Could this guy afford it?
You should know that there are at least hundreds of brand name clothes of all sizes in this men's clothing area, and the minimum selling price of each piece is over 10,000 yuan.
The most expensive one, a top-level custom-made Versace model, costs millions.
If I buy one of each of these, it would cost at least tens of millions.
Is this guy kidding me? Yes, pack me one of each. I plan to give it away as a gift.
Jinhao waved his hand casually.
Okay, sir, I'll wrap it up for you right away.
The beautiful shopping guide glanced at Ma Tonsai, who was watching the show coldly and silently, and when she saw him nod slightly, she went downstairs to prepare. After all, it was Master Ma who approved bringing this kid here. If she went against Master Ma's wishes, she, a mere shopping guide, would not be able to withstand the wrath of the eldest young master of Hongjun Group. After a while, the beautiful shopping guide packed up all kinds of brand name clothes that were piled up to at least a small mountain and pushed a large shopping cart in front of Jinhao.
It's packed.
Sir, please go to the front desk to pay. Seeing the various brand name clothes that were packed up and still more than half a person's height, the people around were attracted by this pile of clothes that were obviously very valuable.
Damn, am I seeing things?
That seems to be an Armani piece that costs tens of thousands of dollars, and now it's piled up like junk.
Oh my god. I think I saw a set that was worth a limited edition Versace piece. Who is so rich? It can't be the young man standing in front of the pile of clothes. Don't be ridiculous. How can a poor guy who only has 200 yuan for a set of clothes afford to buy clothes worth at least tens of millions? I think these clothes must have been bought by the handsome guy in a suit with a beautiful girl beside the young man. Hey, I really don't understand the world of these rich people. They buy clothes in piles. Who says it's not true? If I had this much money, I would put it in the bank and I wouldn't have to worry about the interest for the rest of my life. Those people who were attracted by the pile of clothes gathered together and talked in low voices about the pile of clothes. Ha, kid, you're really good at pretending. If you can't pay later, I'll see how you end up.
Ma Tongxai, who had been watching coldly, looked at Qin Hao with mockery in his eyes.
That's right, let's see how you end it then.
Lu Mei, who was nestling in Ma Tongxai's arms, also echoed. Qin Hao ignored the two idiots and said to the beautiful salesgirl who was waiting for him to pay. Here, swipe the card.
Okay, wait a moment.
The beautiful shopping guide didn't believe that Qin Hao could afford the money, but she still had to go through the corresponding procedures. However, after a while, the beautiful shopping guide looked at the words card swiping successful on the broken driver's card and her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief.
I must be dreaming. He actually paid successfully. Are you done? I still have things to do.
Qin Hao urged the beautiful shopping guide who was in a daze not far away.
Okay, sir, here is your bank card.
In addition, since the amount of your consumption this time is huge, Yunda Shopping Mall will give you a free Supreme membership card.
With this card, you will enjoy a 50% discount at any store in Yunda International Shopping Mall.
The beautiful shopping guide respectfully placed the bank card and a gold-stamped membership card in front of Qin Hao.
What? He actually paid the money. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Ma Tongxai's face, which had been as cold as ice just now, suddenly looked uglier than if he had eaten something. You know, even for him, it is impossible to come up with tens of millions of dollars at once.
Could he be the descendant of some extremely low-key wealthy person?
It must be true, otherwise he wouldn't carry at least tens of millions of RMB with him. Ma Tongxai couldn't help but tremble in his legs when he thought about the consequences of offending such a hidden rich man. In the eyes of these hidden rich people, killing a second generation like him is easier than killing an ant. Thinking of this, Ma Tongxai hurriedly shook off Lu Mei who was clinging to his arms.
He ran to Qin Hao, bent down and bowed.
Well, Mr. Qin, I hope you don't mind what happened just now.
Oh, then I don't need to mind you stealing my girl.
Well, that Mr. Qin really can't blame me, it was that bitch Lu Mei who seduced me. If she hadn't seduced me, even if you gave me 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to compete with you for a woman. Upon hearing this, Ma Tongxai broke out in a cold sweat.
He.
Qin Hao looked at Ma Tongxai, who was frightened like a dog, and laughed without saying anything else. He turned around and looked at the pile of clothes, wondering what he was thinking. After all, if that bitch Lu Mei hadn't dumped me, I might not have been bound by the system. Now, I may also be worried about the high cost of my mother's surgery.
Lu Mei, who was thrown to the ground by Ma Tongxai, looked at Ma Tongxai, who was ready to laugh at Qin Hao, and bowed his head like a dog. Her eyes were full of shock, and her two lips trembled as if they were in pain, and she said, "No. Impossible. A few days ago, he was so poor that he couldn't even afford hundreds of thousands of dollars. How could he be able to afford these clothes now?"
Qin Hao ignored him and picked out the most expensive pieces of clothes from the pile.
The crowd around him said, "Today, I am happy. You can divide these clothes among yourself."
As he spoke, he threw these clothes, each of which was worth tens of thousands of dollars, into the crowd like garbage.
Big Boss is awesome. Thanks for the feed, big guy. Brother, I love you. The crowd around was instantly excited when they heard this.
Qin Hao threw away the clothes around him, clapped his hands, picked up the clothes in his hands and prepared to leave. But as soon as I took a step, I felt my legs go soft. Lu Mei's face was covered with snot and tears, and she screamed loudly.
Qin Hao, I was wrong. Let's make peace with each other and be like before, okay?
Seeing Qin Hao was about to leave, Lu Mei looked at him expectantly. She can't go back to Ma Tongxai now. Given Ma Tongxai's personality, he definitely wouldn't dare to risk offending Qin Hao by being with her again. Moreover, in his eyes, Qin Hao still has feelings for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried so hard to keep her on the day he broke up with her.
Do you think you are worthy of me now?
After saying that, he shook off Lu Mei and strode away.
Chapter 11 First Love.
The moon is bright, the stars are sparse, and the evening breeze is blowing gently. After coming out of Yunda Shopping Center, Qin Hao drove the Koenigsegg on the road at full speed.
I originally planned to go to Jinyu Garden to buy a decent villa after buying clothes.
Who would have thought that I would meet Lu Mei, a bad person, at Yunda Shopping Center and waste a lot of time? I have no choice but to go to Jinyu Garden to look at houses tomorrow. However, even though I wasted some time in Yunda Shopping Center to buy these few decent clothes, but it's worth it. Qin Hao drove the Koenigsegg with one hand, touching the brand name clothes in the clothing bag, with a smile on his face. With this exquisite workmanship, delicate touch and trendy design, I will definitely look super handsome when I wear it tomorrow on myself, a natural clothes hanger. Xinhao felt very happy thinking about the scene of himself wearing these trendy brands tomorrow and attracting the attention of young ladies and girls on the street. Although, with his current worth, as long as he said a word, countless beautiful young ladies would be eager to get involved with him, but the feeling of directly using his money to make those young ladies actively get involved with him and relying on his looks that make some young men feel autistic to flirt with young ladies is different. Just as Xinhao was immersed in his wonderful fantasy of being dressed in a trendy brand trench coat tomorrow, a dazzling light shone on Xinhao's face.
Fuck, who turned on the headlights to shine on me?
Xinhao narrowed his eyes, looked at the red Porsche getting closer and closer to him, stepped on the brakes suddenly, and turned the steering wheel wildly. However, when the dazzling headlights shone on Xinhao's face, the distance between the two cars was already very close, and the possibility of completely avoiding the red Porsche in front of him that was like a runaway horse was very slim. Squeak! The red Porsche sped past the Koenigsegg sideways, almost breaking its rear-view mirror. After a long while, Xinhao, who was hit and looked dazed, opened the car door and climbed out.
Hey, you must have bought your driver's license, right? The road is so wide, why did you have to hit me?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it.
A panicked female voice came into Xinhao's ears. Female driver, no wonder you drove with your headlights on.
The two cars were about to collide, but you were speeding up.
Did you mistake the accelerator for the brake?
Xinhao raised his head and glanced at the pretty woman in an OL skirt in front of him who looked flustered and somewhat familiar, and revealed an expression that said, I see.
No, why does this woman look a bit like my first love? No way, she went abroad a few years ago. It is unlikely that she will appear in Donghua City now.
However, it would be great if he was really her first love, then she would not be that poor boy with nothing now.
Now I can give her the life she wants, and I will never let anyone separate them again.
When he thought of the 3 years in high school he spent with his first love, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
First love is green and beautiful, heart-wrenching and unforgettable. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital?
Li Qian helped Xinhao up, his hair was messy and there were several scratches on his face.
She looked at Xinhao, who was grinning foolishly, and said with concern.
I'm fine, but if you don't call and have your car towed away, I'm afraid we'll both have to stay here today. Xinhao dispelled the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, waved at Li Qian, and pointed at the red Porsche that was emitting black smoke from the front of the car and was about to catch fire.
Oh, that's bad.
Li Qian followed Xinhao's gaze and saw that her red Porsche was about to catch fire. With a cry of surprise, he took out his phone, pulled Xinhao and ran away.
Hoo.
Li Qian was running while talking on the phone, and she pulled Xinhao for a long way before she stopped.
Why didn't you tell me earlier? The situation just now was so dangerous.
If the car caught fire and exploded, both of us would be gone today.
Li Qian let go of Xinhao's hand and said angrily. You still blame me. If you hadn't driven recklessly and almost hit me to death, there wouldn't have been so many problems.
Li Qian was speechless, as if it was indeed the case.
But she couldn't blame herself entirely.
She had only just gotten her driver's license not long ago, and she usually had a full-time driver, so she didn't have to drive herself at all. I just got my driver's license not long ago today, and I was just itching to get started.
I never expected something like this would happen.
Forget it, just go ahead, the car isn't seriously damaged, you don't have to pay for the repairs. Xinhao looked at Li Qian, who was speechless but still unconvinced, and said, if it weren't for this beautiful woman in an OL skirt.
She looks a bit like his first love.
Looking at the woman in front of him, it brings back some good memories of him and his first love.
He can't just let today's incident go.
No, although your car wasn't damaged, it still has a big cut on it.
I'll pay you whatever you owe me. Li Qian pointed at the Koenigsegg with a big scratch on the surface.
Although this car does not look cheap and it would probably cost a lot to repair the scratches on the car body, Li Qian is not a person who likes to take advantage of small bargains.
She will pay the amount that should be paid without any ambiguity.
What's more, it's not like she can't afford to pay the compensation, so it's even more impossible for her to take advantage of this strange man in front of her. I said no, just go.
Xinhao waved at Li Qian irritably, turned around, and was about to leave. Why is this woman so troublesome?
She said he didn't have to pay her back, but she still kept pestering him. Besides, his car only had a scratch and was not completely smashed, so he didn't need the money to repair it.
Yes.
I'll pay you whatever you deserve, and I'll also treat you to a meal as an apology.
Forget about the compensation, but I can still have a meal. I'm a little hungry right now.
Xin Hao shook off Li Chen, who was pulling him, turned around and got into the car with a determined look on his face. Li Chen wanted to say something, but seeing Xin Hao had already gotten into the car, she hurriedly got in as well. She is not someone who likes to owe favors to others.
Where are you going? Hurry up. It's getting late. Finish it soon so I can go back earlier. Let's go to the Daojier Hotel. It's closer to here.
Okay. Xin Hao turned on the navigation and roared towards the Daojier Hotel. We're here, get off the bus. Xin Hao got out of the car, opened the door, and said to Li Chen. Li Chen got out of the car, glanced at Xin Hao, who was standing aside without any gentlemanly manners, snorted, and walked towards the Jiadao Hotel. Xin Hao shrugged, looked up at the Jiadao Hotel, which was known as the Second Tunguska Hotel, and followed Li Chen in. After entering the Daojier Hotel, the two found a seat and started ordering food. This was Xin Hao's first time at the Grand Court Hotel, and he was not very familiar with the special dishes here, so the task of ordering food naturally fell on Li Chen. Judging from the skillful way she ordered the food, she was obviously a regular here. Xin Hao just watched her order food quietly. The more he watched, the more familiar the figure seemed to him. It gradually overlapped with the figure that appeared in his mind. He was a little dazed by the collision just now, and his brain hasn't reacted yet. Now the more he looks at the beautiful woman in the O-shaped skirt in front of him, the more she looks like his first love. But after thinking for a while, he felt that he was overthinking it. His first girlfriend went abroad when he was in his third year of high school. Now, he is probably still abroad and is unlikely to appear here.
It's ready. Li Chen handed the menu to the waiter and said.
Well, okay, that's it. He was not too picky about food, as long as he could eat anything. Besides, the food in this big hotel must not be too bad. Okay, then I'll. Before she could finish her words, a clear male voice came from the door, interrupting Li Chen.
Li Chen, I guessed you were here.
A young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked in from the hotel entrance. But when he saw Xin Hao next to Li Chen, his brows furrowed.
Who are you?
Xin Hao ignored the young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. After he looked at the young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he said to Li Chen with an unhappy face.
Your name is Li Chen?
Yeah,
what's wrong?
Li Chen looked at Xin Hao, who was looking at her steadily, and said. It really is her, she is really his first love, no wonder she looks so familiar.
So, do you know who I am?
Xin Hao came back to his senses and looked at Li Chen and said in a trembling voice. This time, he would never let her slip away from his hands.
He was no longer the same person he was back then. Chapter 12. Is he your fiancé? Who are you?
Li Chen turned her head and looked at Xin Hao carefully. The more she looked, the more she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Li Chen tilted her head and thought for a while, with excitement in her eyes.
You are.
But before she finished her words, the young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked quickly to Li Chen, glanced at Xin Hao imperceptibly, and said with his head held high.
Who are you and why are you with Chen Chen? He.
Xin Hao chuckled and looked at Li Chen with amusement. Li Chen, who was blocked by the man with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, pushed him away with one hand and said urgently.
Zhuan, get out of my way. It's none of your business who I'm with. Why don't you want me to care? I'm your fiancé.
When Zhuan heard this, his face darkened and he said to Li Chen.
He's your fiancé?
Xin Hao looked at Li Chen with an inquiring look.
You are my fiancé? I haven't admitted that you are my fiancé.
Li Chen saw Xin Hao looking at her and quickly denied it. He didn't want Xin Hao to misunderstand that Zhuan was his fiancé. The main reason for his return to China, besides escaping the marriage arranged by his parents, was that he couldn't let go of Xin Hao.
If Xin Hao misunderstood that she even had a fiancé, then there would be no possibility for her and Xin Hao. If I'm not your fiancé, then who is?
This is between us, but it was designated by our two families' elders.
You have to admit it even if you don't want to. They agreed. Go find them. I already have someone I like. Even if I jump off the Daojier Hotel, I will never marry you. This is not up to you. Come on, come home with me.
Zhuan looked extremely unhappy after being humiliated by Li Chen in front of outsiders. He was not an open-minded person. Li Qian's escape from marriage had already made him very embarrassed. Then, Li Qian slapped him in the face in front of an irrelevant outsider. After they got married, they would have to live like that. As he said that, Zhu Wen reached out and tried to pull Li Qian away. When Li Qian saw Zhu Wen extending his hand, she tried her best to shrink back into the sofa.
Hey, if they don't want to go with you, don't force them.
Qin Hao grabbed Zhu Wen's hand, glanced at Li Qian, whose eyes were full of help, and said lightly,
"Who are you to meddle in Zhu Wen's affairs? Who am I? Ask her."
Qin Hao glanced at Li Qian, who was curled up on the sofa, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
"Who is he?" Zhu Wen glanced at Li Qian and shouted urgently.
Although, seeing the way Li Qian secretly looked at Qin Hao just now, combined with the rumors that she was going to elope with the marriage regardless of the face of the two elders, he vaguely understood in his heart that the boy in front of him, who was dressed in rags and looked not rich at all, was most likely the person Li Qian liked.
But can this kid in front of her, who probably can't even support himself, give Li Qian the life she wants? The answer is no.
Only high-quality, elite upper-class people like myself can give Li Qian the life she wants.
He is the person I like.
Li Qian glanced at Qin Hao and lowered her head shyly. After many years, she finally said these two words to him again.
The person you like, ha, Li Qian, you are not a child anymore, don't be so naive. Do you think you can change the decision of the elders in your family by yourself? Come on, come home with me.
As for this kid, this is a card with a limit of 5 million. Take this card and disappear from Li Qian's world. I will let bygones be bygones for what happened before. Qin Hao looked at Zhu Wen with a smile and took the card in Li Qian's shocked eyes.
Ha, you're smart. Zhu Wen showed an expression that said as expected.
For a kid wearing cheap clothes, he would leave Li Qian even if he was asked to leave for 500,000, let alone 5 million. He had seen many people like this when he was dating other people's girls. Every time he spent money, they would roll as far away as possible. When Li Qian saw Qin Hao take Zhu Wen's bank card, her eyes dimmed and her heart ached. She is still the same person as before, but he is no longer the same person as before. It was a wrong choice after all. But the next scene made Li Qian's aching heart suddenly come alive, and her eyes, which had lost their luster, now sparkled.
Ha, 5 million, who are you looking down on? Just this little bit of money can make me leave my first love that I finally found. Do you think I'm as crazy as you?
After saying that, there was a snap and Qin Hao broke the bank card with one hand. You, boy, good boy, you have succeeded in irritating me. Just wait, if you can walk out of this hotel today, I will write my name upside down.
Okay, I'll wait. After all, the name Wenju suits you very well. You.
Zhu Wen pointed at Qin Hao with a red face. He was not a fool, so he naturally heard that Qin Hao was scolding him.
He.
Qin Hao just smiled coldly at Zhu Wen and was not afraid of him.
What ability can this idiot second generation have? It's nothing more than looking for parents like some kids who lost a fight outside.
He is not bragging. With his current net worth of hundreds of billions in Donghai City, even the richest man in Donghai City would have to kneel down and call him daddy.
Good boy, you are quite crazy. I like it.
I hope you can still laugh later. Zhu Wen took out his phone, dialed a number, and shouted to the other end of the line.
Uncle, your nephew was bullied in your territory, do you care?
What, Wenzi, you've been bullied, just wait there, I'll come over and beat that bastard up. After a while, a short, fat, bald young man rushed down from the upstairs with a group of men in suits and sunglasses.
Why do I say again?
Because the unlucky guy who rushed down with such momentum was Wang Gang, who forced his brother to kneel down and apologize to Zhang Ying yesterday. When Wang Gang saw Qin Hao sitting opposite Zhu Wen, who had a dark face, his legs went weak and he almost rolled down from the upstairs.
Mr. Qin, why are you here?
Wang Gang jogged all the way, running down the hill like a round ball, making a thumping sound.
Cousin-in-law, if I remember correctly, we just met a few hours ago, right? Why do you miss me so much after not seeing each other for so long? You don't like me, do you? I don't like men.
Mr. Qin,
you are joking.
I don't like men either. Wang Gang bent over, smiled awkwardly, then turned his gaze to Zhu Wen, his small eyes full of questions. Uncle, he was the one who hooked up with my fiancée first. I just. However, after hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't explain it clearly. Even if he was slow to react, he knew he had hit a wall. After all, even his uncle, a senior executive of the Daojier Hotel, bowed and scraped in front of this kid dressed in cheap clothes.
Forget it. You've been through enough. I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you cancel your engagement with Li Qian, today's incident will be over. Xu Wen clenched his fists, veins bulging. Even though he knew he was no match for the man in front of him, it was a bit too much for him to tell him in public to cancel his engagement with Li Qian. Wang Gang, who was standing by, saw that his nephew was about to go berserk, so he quickly pulled him aside and said with an apologetic smile. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll agree to this for him. Well, you have to keep your word. If I find out that you don't keep your word, you know the consequences. Xianxian, let's go. Li Qian, whose peach blossom eyes were already filled with care, whimpered like a kitten and was led out by Qin Hao's hand. Seeing Qin Hao was about to leave, Wang Gang hurriedly said to Xu Wen, whose face was as black as charcoal. What are you standing there for? Why don't you go and see Mr. Qin off? What do you mean by me? Go! Seeing that Xu Wen was still standing there in a daze, Wang Gang kicked him again. Xu Wen, whose face was distorted after being kicked, was afraid of being kicked again, so he limped after him. Where is your home? Get in the car and I'll take you back. Golden Royal Garden. Qin Hao was slightly stunned when he heard the name. What a coincidence, doesn't that mean they will be neighbors from now on? Is this what they call fate? Thinking about this, Qin Hao opened the car door and let Li Qian in. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and it turned into a red flame. Xu Wen, who had just walked to the door, happened to see Qin Hao get into the Koenigsegg and roar away, with his mouth so big that 2 fists could fit in. This seems to be the Koenigsegg 11, which is limited to 10 units worldwide. No wonder my uncle behaves like a grandson in front of him. I almost offended such a scary person just now. Xu Wen watched the red flame gradually disappear into the dark night and broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 13, Golden Royal Garden 6 Billion Villa. Early in the morning, on Fenghuang Street, Qin Hao was driving his Koenigsegg towards Jinyu Garden. Yesterday, when Qin Hao sent Li Qian home, it was almost late at night. He planned to stay at Li Qian's house for one night and then go to Jinyu Garden to buy a decent villa. Unexpectedly, the hospital called and said that my mother's condition was getting worse due to excessive shock. After hearing the news, Qin Hao was stunned. He said nothing and rushed to the hospital in a hurry despite Li Qian's attempts to keep him. After some inquiries, Qin Hao learned that not long after Qin Hao left yesterday, a man named Geng Biao, along with a group of people, suddenly rushed into his mother's ward, threatening her loudly and forcing her to repay the loan shark. Speaking of Geng Biao, Qin Hao was filled with anger. When his mother was diagnosed with stomach cancer, he had no other choice but to sell the house. Geng Biao knew that he was in urgent need of money, so he used threats and inducements to buy his house at a price 10 times lower than the market price, and finally forced him to borrow usury. Now, he is threatening his mother and forcing him to pay back the debt. This is simply unforgivable. After he collects the Jinyu Garden luxury villa from the silver treasure chest he got from signing in today, he will go and settle the score with Geng Biao. Qin Hao sat in the car thinking about these things and couldn't help but speed up. Although he had already informed the hospital, it was inevitable that Geng Biao would ignore the hospital's obstruction and harass his mother again. After all, the high-interest loans he had borrowed before had probably accumulated to millions by now. Koenigsegg sped along the road, and soon Qin Hao arrived at the Jinyu Garden. After parking the car, Qin Hao adjusted the Versace Global Custom suit he bought at Yunda International Shopping Center. Walked straight into the sales office of Jinyu Garden. Are you Mr. Qin? A sales lady wearing a professional short skirt and with exquisite curves walked towards Qin Hao. What is wrong with me? It's like this. The Binjing Huading Villa in Building A of Jinyu Garden that you purchased has been packed for you. The sales lady looked at Qin Hao, who was wearing all branded clothes, and bent over, revealing her 2 big white breasts, with a seductive look on her face. The man in front of me is so rich that he actually bought the first Villa Binjing Huading in Jinyu Garden, which is worth 6 billion renminbi, in full. Moreover, this little brother is not only rich, but also so handsome. I wonder what kind of girl he likes. Will it be someone like me? If so, then wouldn't I be? The sales lady bent over, her big watery eyes trembling slightly as she secretly looked at Qin Hao, her legs wrapped in black stockings rubbing against each other gently. Okay, take me to see it. Qin Hao looked at the sales lady, whose face was slightly red for some reason, and whose voluptuous legs were rubbing against each other in black. Apart from taking a quick glance at the luxurious Jinyu Garden villa outside Li Qian's villa last night, he had not yet seen it in its entirety. I guess the villa that dropped from the treasure chest today won't be too bad. After all, anything produced by the system must be high quality. Okay, Mr. Qin, please follow me. The sales lady slightly turned sideways and took Qin Hao to the Jinyu garden.
After many twists and turns, Qin Hao arrived at the Binjing Huoding villa building mentioned by the sales lady. When Qin Hao saw the villa for the first time, his mind went blank. This is not a villa at all, it's simply an extra-large palace. This huge villa has 10 floors in total and is surrounded by several tall walls that stretch as far as the eye can see. In the middle of the front yard, several huge fountains spewed out water columns several feet high one after another. And around several fountains, there are countless green areas, which shows that the greening in this villa is very well done. Qin Hao stared blankly at the huge luxurious villa in front of him that looked like a huge palace. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. Mr. Qin, please get in the car. I'll take you inside to see your villa. The sales lady drove a two-person sightseeing car towards the stunned Qin Hao and said, "Oh, okay." Qin Hao shook his head and followed the sales lady into Binjing Huoding. Mr. Qin, look, this is your parking lot. The sales lady pointed to a vacant lot covering at least several dozen acres. My God, you call this vacant land covering at least dozens of acres a parking lot? However, although Qin Hao was very shocked in his heart, he still looked calm, as if the parking lot in front of him, which covered at least dozens of acres, was just a small, insignificant parking lot on the street. The sales lady looked at Qin Hao's indifferent expression. Her big watery eyes were filled with charm that seemed to be about to burst into tears. Sure enough, in the eyes of a truly wealthy man like Mr. Qin, what is before him is just a small scene. Perhaps, this Binjing Huoding villa worth 6 billion yuan is just an ordinary small house in Mr. Qin's eyes. Mr. Qin, this is a swimming pool. It is equipped with a corresponding temperature control device, which can automatically adjust to a suitable temperature according to the outside temperature. The sales lady took Qin Hao to a huge swimming pool with sparkling water and explained with a smile. You call it a swimming pool, but it has no end in sight. I would believe it if you said it was a small lake. As expected, a super luxury villa worth billions is really lavish. Just the money spent on building this swimming pool that is equivalent to a small lake is enough to buy at least 10 single-family villas in a slightly inferior sales community. Mr. Qin, this is the entertainment area in the villa, and this is the office area. Qin Hao followed the sales lady around for several hours before he completely toured the Binjing Huoding villa. This villa is really too big. My mother and I will live here alone, and without someone to guide us, we will probably get lost. It seems that once I actually move in here, I'll have to find a housekeeper and some servants. Otherwise, if I and my mother were to live there alone, not only would it be easy to get lost, but it would also seem empty and deserted, and the entire villa would be like a haunted house. Qin Hao sat in the slowly moving sightseeing car, rubbed his sore legs, glanced at the sales lady with sweat on her forehead and wet hair, and thought so in his heart. Goo goo. As soon as he got out of the sightseeing bus, Qin Hao's stomach suddenly made a strange rumbling sound. Hearing this voice, Qin Hao smiled awkwardly at the sales lady. From morning till now, he had only eaten a quick meal and then walked around Binjing Huoding for a few hours, so he was already hungry. The sales lady heard Qin Hao's stomach growling and smiled. Mr. Qin, please follow me. We have prepared a special luxurious lunch for you. Good. Qin Hao didn't act pretentiously and went to have dinner with the sales lady. After eating and drinking, Qin Hao drove to the hospital. He had to hurry back as soon as possible, for he was afraid that if he got back too late, that bastard Geng Biao would come to harass his mother again. Although my mother's condition has stabilized now, she still needs to rest. If she is harassed by that bastard Geng Biao again and her condition worsens, Geng Biao, that bastard, deserves to die 10 times and never be redeemed. Chapter 14 Mr. Qin, I was wrong. Qin Hao rushed all the way and soon arrived at Donghua City First People's Hospital. As soon as he entered the ward, he saw a scene that made his eyes tear up. He saw a burly man with a face full of flesh, surrounded by a few ruffian youths, sitting beside his mother's bed and shouting, ignoring the doctors' and nurses' dissuasion. You old fool, where is your stupid son? Call him out now, or else don't blame me for being rude. I don't know. Qin Hao's mother was lying on the bed, clutching the quilt tightly with both hands, her face pale and her voice trembling. I don't know. Ha ha. I'm afraid I don't want to say it. You old fool, don't refuse my toast, drink the penalty wine, and call your stupid son out. As he spoke, a fierce light flashed in Geng Biao's eyes, and he reached out to pull Qin Hao's mother's quilt. But when he was about to touch Qin Hao's mother's quilt, a slim figure suddenly rushed out and grabbed Geng Biao's hand. Brother Biao, you can't do this. Gung Biao looked at Zhang Ying, who was holding his hand. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he shook off Zhang Ying's hand.
Who was it I thought?
It turned out to be the wife of that jerk Wang Ling.
Oh no, now I should call her ex-wife.
I heard that you divorced that jerk Gung Biao yesterday.
You? You dare to meddle in my affairs?
Not to mention you, even if it's your dead ex-husband, I wouldn't dare to meddle in my affairs even if I gave him a few more guts. After saying that, Gung Biao lowered his head to glance at Zhang Ying, who was lying on the ground, then turned around and was about to lift the quilt of Qin Hao's mother again. But just as he was about to turn around, he happened to see Qin Hao, whose eyes were red and furious. Qin Hao pulled up Zhang Ying, who was lying on the ground, and shouted angrily at Gung Biao, who was looking at him with a sneer on his face.
Gung Biao, you are going too far. Hey, isn't this our young Master Qin? Why don't you want to be a coward anymore? Master Qin, stop being a coward.
The few ruffian young men around Gung Biao looked at Qin Hao with disdain and laughed.
Gung Biao, you just want money, I'll give it to you.
Qin Hao stood between his mother and Gung Biao and smiled coldly.
Hey, where did our young Master Qin make his fortune? This outfit is quite nice, it must have cost a lot of money.
Gung Biao tugged at the Versace custom-made suit on Qin Hao, and his big eyes flashed. It seems that Wang Ling didn't lie to me, and Qin Hao, that coward, has really made a fortune recently. Although I don't know what brand this suit is, it's obviously worth a lot of money.
Keep your dirty hands off me. If you break something, you can't afford to pay for it. This is a global custom-made model by Versace, and a set costs millions.
If it is torn by a reckless man like Gung Biao, he will probably lose everything.
The kid is quite arrogant now, he dares to yell at your master.
Gung Biao's face darkened and he reached out to pull Qin Hao's collar.
Howard, get out of the way.
When Qin Hao's mother saw Gung Biao reaching out to grab Qin Hao, she was afraid that Qin Hao would get hurt, so she shouted.
The already pale face became even less bloody.
But Qin Hao was no longer the coward who dared not even breathe in front of Gung Biao a month ago.
How could he be caught by him?
Qin Hao dodged to the side and avoided Gung Biao's hand.
You're such a brave boy.
Gung Biao's hand grabbed nothing and his face became even uglier.
Boy, you're looking for death.
Seeing their boss being humiliated, the younger brothers behind Gung Biao quickly surrounded Qin Hao, wanting to help their boss teach this ignorant kid a lesson. Seeing that the young men had surrounded Qin Hao, Zhang Ying was afraid that Qin Hao would suffer a loss, so she opened her arms and stood in front of Qin Hao. The Gung Biao in front of him is not a cultured man like Wang Gang and Wang Ling, who still have some shame.
If he is pushed into a corner, he can do anything.
Although, if these young men really wanted to do something to Qin Hao and me, I would not be able to stop them by myself. But she couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart when she saw Qin Hao being humiliated in front of her.
TSK, boy, you are so lucky. How about lending such a beautiful girl to me for a little play? Yes, it's a waste to follow you, a coward, why not lend it to us brothers and have some fun with it?
Several young men looked at Zhang Ying with lustful eyes, laughed strangely, and reached out to grab Zhang Ying. If it had been in the past, they would not have dared to do this to Zhang Ying.
Although their eldest daughter looked down upon her ex-husband, she was somewhat wary of his brother.
But he is divorced now, so he doesn't have to be afraid of her anymore. Just when those young men were about to bump into Zhang Ying, Gung Biao, who had just been watching all this coldly and without saying a word, suddenly spoke.
Stop.
His main purpose of coming here today was to ask this guy for money, not to cause trouble. The threats and intimidation he had just shown to Qin Hao and her mother were just to scare them and get more money.
Boy, you said you have money, well, pay me back the 5 million you owe me first, but I only want cash.
Gung Biao pushed aside the young men surrounding Qin Hao, put his hands on his shoulders, and tilted his head. Having said that, he didn't believe that Qin Hao could come up with 5 million. The reason he said that was because it would give him more room for bargaining. He thought that if Qin Hao couldn't come up with 5 million, half of it would be enough to solve his urgent problem. After all, he owed others tens of millions of gambling debts.
If he didn't pay some of the money back today, then he...
Thinking of that man's fierce methods, Gung Biao's hands on his shoulders trembled slightly.
Okay, you want cash, right? Come with me and I'll give it to you.
Qin Hao stepped sideways past Qin Hao and walked out of the ward first. Brothers, let's go and see if our young Master Qin's wallet is bulging. Gung Biao fought back and called out to the younger brothers behind him.
Yes, boss. The young men responded and followed Gung Biao out of the ward.
The doctors and nurses who were watching nearby breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Gung Biao and his team walk out of the ward.
These ferocious plague gods finally left.
When these scoundrels first rushed into the ward, they did not stop them. The barbaric ones are afraid of the violent ones, and the violent ones are afraid of the desperate ones. These guys don't look easy to mess with at first glance, especially the burly guy in the lead who looks like a blind bear. Just looking at him makes people feel uneasy. However, in their opinion, these ruffians who looked ferocious could not do anything to Chin Hao. After all, he was a tycoon who had spent tens of millions of dollars just to invite some internationally renowned anti-cancer experts. As for these ruffians, as long as the tycoon used his money, he could subdue them with one hand. Sure enough, when they arrived at the door of a nearby bank, Gung Biao and his friends were found with blood all over their faces, and they were lying on the ground crying, holding a piece of gold that weighed several kilograms. "Master Qin, we won't dare to do it again. Please show mercy and let us go." "Yes, we won't dare to do it again, please let us go." Several younger brothers behind Gung Biao also echoed. After following Qin Hao out of the ward, they were taken to the hospital parking lot by Qin Hao. At first, they were very impatient, thinking that Qin Hao was playing tricks on them, but when they saw Qin Hao start the Koenigsegg 1-1, a hint of shock flashed in their eyes, but they still didn't take it seriously. This supercar can be rented with some money, it doesn't mean anything. But when Qin Hao brought Gung Biao and his team to the bank and they were humiliated by the gold bricks, they knew that they had hit a wall. Just the pile of gold bricks on the ground must be worth tens of millions. Qin Hao used these gold bricks to hit people. Even the richest man in Tianyan country was not so rich. "Ha, you guys want money, right? Here you go." Qin Hao looked coldly at Gung Biao and his younger brothers. "Master Qin, we were wrong. We don't want the money anymore. Please let us go." Gung Biao's eyes were black and blue, and his face was covered with tears and snot. Are you kidding? How dare they ask Qin Hao for money now? If they take his money, given his greedy personality, they will probably take it but not spend it. In that case, then get out of here. Qin Hao patted Gung Biao's face with the gold brick in his hand. "Oh, okay." After saying that, Gung Biao quickly left with his men. Chapter 15: Li Qian's birthday. Qin Hao shook the gold bricks in his hand, looked at the backs of Zhen Biao and those young men fleeing from afar, smiled coldly, threw away the gold bricks in his hand, and went back to the hospital. On the way back to the hospital, Qin Hao was worried that Gung Biao, this bastard, would not get the money and would do something to hurt his mother. Fortunately, I arrived in time and no irreversible consequences were caused. "Woo, Hao, you're finally back." Wang Jin held onto her body, grabbed Qin Hao's hand and cried bitterly. The moment Qin Hao left, her heart was in her throat, fearing that Qin Hao would suffer any loss or get hurt. "Mom, why are you crying?" "I'm fine." Qin Hao helped Wang Jin, whose pale and tearful face she was, lie back on the bed and wiped the tears from her face. "You are the only one who can do this. You must not let Mom worry about you so much in the future. If you, cough. Before he could finish his words, Wang Jin's shoulders shook and he started coughing violently. Okay, I promise you, you should have a good rest first. I know how to handle these things, so don't worry about them. Qin Hao covered his mother with the quilt and waved at her indifferently. How are you, hey? Wang Jin glanced at Qin Hao, who didn't care about what he said, shook his head, sighed, and said nothing more. She knew her son very well. He had always been very righteous since he was a child, and no matter what she said, it would be useless. Qin Hao saw that his mother's mood had stabilized a little. After chatting with her for a while, he noticed that his mother's eyelids were drooping, so he covered her with the quilt and left the ward. But when Qin Hao just walked to the door of the ward, his cell phone suddenly rang. Qin Hao took out his cell phone from his pocket, saw that it was Li Qian's number, and answered the call. Hey, Qin Hao, are you free tonight? As soon as the call was connected, Li Qian's slightly happy voice reached Qin Hao's ears. How could she not be happy that she could finally be with the person she had been thinking about for many years? Yes, what's wrong? Qin Hao said to Li Qian with a faint smile on his face. At this time, Li Qian called me, probably because of something. Sure enough, Li Qian's next sentence verified Qin Hao's guess. Today is my birthday, can you come to my birthday party? Li Qian pinched the corner of her clothes and said to Qin Hao. How can the person you love not be there on your birthday? Your birthday? Qin Hao scratched his head and asked Li Qian on the other end of the phone. No, even though they have been separated for many years, Li Qian is Qin Hao's young and regretful first love, and he always keeps her birthday in his heart. The forced separation from Li Qian in high school has always been a regret in Qin Hao's heart. When he was in college, he asked Lu Mei to be his girlfriend, but he only saw a little shadow of Li Qian in Lu Mei. Who would have thought that this bitch Lu Mei and Li Qian were such a world apart?
The naive Qin Hao was heartbroken by that slut Lu Mei. Yeah, have you forgotten?
Li Qian waved her little fist viciously, feeling a little angry.
He wouldn't have forgotten his birthday, right?
I've been thinking about him and missing him in my heart all these years.
If he dared to say that he forgot his birthday, he would.
Li Qian kept mumbling to herself for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was going on. After all, I had finally gotten back together with him, so I couldn't bear to hit or scold him.
How could that be possible? How could I forget your birthday? You have always been the most important person in my heart. The most important person.
When Li Qian heard Qin Hao's seductive words, her heart trembled slightly and her cheeks blushed. He is still the same as before, saying nice things to make himself happy. However, I just like him like this, the one who can make me happy and stand up to protect me when I am bullied. Just like that day at the Daojier Hotel when he protected himself when Zhu Wen bullied him.
Yes, I'm telling the truth. You are the most important person in my heart.
Qin Hao saw that Li Qian was a little shy on the other end of the phone and continued.
Shanqian is still the same as when we first got together.
She would be coaxed into a daze by just a few slightly cheesy words from me.
No. Stop talking. Remember to come to my birthday party at 8 o'clock in the evening.
After saying that, Li Qian was about to hang up the phone.
She's still shy, so cute.
Qin Hao shook his head and was about to hang up the phone. But at this moment, Li Qian on the other end of the phone suddenly said,
"Oh, by the way, remember to bring your birthday present."
Li Qian waved her little fist, baring her little fangs, looking fierce.
Don't worry, who do you think I am? How could I forget to bring you a gift? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first.
Qin Hao shook his head.
What did this silly girl think of him?
Even if she didn't tell him, she would not forget to bring him a gift.
Li Qian whimpered like a kitten and quickly hung up the phone. Well, as expected, I was overthinking it.
He would never forget something like this even if I didn't tell him. After hanging up the phone, Qin Hao looked at his mother who was still sleeping, tidied his clothes, and planned to go to Yunda Shopping Center while there was still time to pick out a suitable birthday gift for Li Qian.
Yunda Shopping Center, entrance. Qin Hao dusted off his shiny leather shoes and entered the Yunda Shopping Center.
As soon as I entered the Yunda Shopping Center, the beautiful shopping guide from last time came running towards me with a smile on her face.
Mr. Qin, what are you planning to buy this time?
Mr. Qin is a super rich man with inhumane wealth. Last time I did a deal with him, I not only got a commission equivalent to half a year's salary, but also with this big order, I was successfully promoted to sales manager.
It can be said that I made a lot of money. If this is another big order like the last one, or even a bigger super big order, then I dare not think about it, I dare not think about it. When I thought about such a wonderful thing, the beautiful shopping guide trembled all over, and an inexplicable warm current rushed to her lower abdomen. Oh, I plan to go to the place where I buy watches today. When he first got together with Li Qian, he saved money for a long time and bought her a top-quality Patek Philippe before her birthday. Today he planned to buy her another Patek Philippe to make up for the regrets of his youth. Mr. Qin, please come with me. Buy a watch? That would be great. Yunda Shopping Center is one of the top 100 shopping centers in China.
Everything sold here is very expensive, especially luxury goods like brand-name clothing and watches, which can easily cost tens of thousands of yuan each.
Considering Mr. Qin's generosity, he would definitely choose top-notch watches. I'm afraid I'll make a lot of money from this order. Chapter 16: Buying a Watch.
After following the beautiful shopping guide for a while, Qin Hao arrived at the luxury watch sales area of Yunda Shopping Center.
Mr. Qin, what kind of watch do you need?
The beautiful shopping guide bent down slightly, with a seductive smile on her face, and said to Qin Hao,
"Bring me a more expensive women's Patek Philippe." Okay, wait a moment.
The beautiful shopping guide twisted her waist, entered the watch area and took out a Patek Philippe with aqua green patterns. Mr. Qin, this is the Patek Philippe Moon and Star watch that was newly launched this year.
Do you like it?
Qin Hao glanced at the aqua green Patek Philippe in the beautiful shopping guide's hand and nodded. Although he didn't know much about watches, the green watch in the shopping guide's hand was really nice.
How much is it? Give me a bag.
Before he could finish his words, a coquettish female voice suddenly came from the door.
Honey, that watch is so beautiful. I want it so much.
A tall and thin young man in a suit and tie walked in with a beautiful woman with big wavy hair, which was neither too big nor too small.
Okay, I'll buy it for you. As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. But after I buy it for you, how are you going to reward me?
The tall and thin young man in a suit and tie was totally oblivious to the people around him, and his hands were restlessly wandering over the beautiful woman with big curly hair in his arms. Oh, no, there's someone next to us. The beautiful woman with big curly hair twisted in the arms of the tall and thin young man in a suit. Shinhao looked at the man and woman who were flirting with each other at the door, shook his head, and said to the beautiful shopping guide standing beside them,
"Wrap this watch for me."
He didn't have time to chat with the two idiots at the door.
He had to buy gifts and attend Li Qian's birthday party.
When the beautiful woman with big curly hair saw Shinhao packing his bag and leaving, she immediately pulled the tall, thin young man in a suit who was still walking around her and said,
"Oh, if you keep making a fuss, the watch that someone likes is about to be bought by someone else."
She had been coveting this Patek Philippe tourbillon worth tens of millions for a long time. She had finally found a rich man and planned to trick him into buying the watch for her today. She couldn't let anyone buy it under her nose.
This is the only Patek Philippe tourbillon in Yonda shopping center. If someone buys it, she will be heartbroken.
"Brother, can you please give this watch to my girlfriend?" The tall and thin young man in a suit and tie held his head high and spoke to Shinhao. In this small piece of land of Donghua City, no one has ever been able to snatch away from him anything that Wu Neng has set his eyes on.
"Ha, who are you?"
"I don't know you, why should I give you face?" Shinhao glanced at Wu Neng and sneered. Any Tom, Dick or Harry can jump in front of him. If he says to give him face, then he will give him face.
Doesn't he want face?
When Wu Neng heard Shinhao's words, his expression changed.
"Boy, what did you say?"
"I said, I don't even know you, why should I give you face?" After saying that, Shinhao turned around and was about to leave without even looking at him. Before Shinhao took a few steps, the beautiful woman with big curly hair pulled Wu Neng's sleeve and said,
"Oh, the watch that someone likes is about to be bought by someone else. I don't care. I want this watch today. If you don't buy it for me, you will have to sleep outside today."
"Stop, kid.
Do you know who I am? I'm the son of the chairman of Shintong Group.
If you offend me, I will make it impossible for you to survive in Donghua City."
Wu Neng lost face in front of his girlfriend and felt very unhappy.
This kid who came out of nowhere dared to disobey him and just turned around and left. There are not many people in Donghua City who dare to treat young Master Wu like this. You have to know that he is the eldest son of the Deep Eyes Group, the head of the top 10 groups in Donghua City. Usually, those so-called second generations dare not even breathe in front of him. Now, someone actually dares to snatch something that young Master Wu has set his eyes on. Shinhao seemed not to hear it and walked out on his own.
Is the son of the chairman of Shintong Group so awesome? He is now richer than his father, so why would he be afraid of a mere second-generation man like him?
Watching Shinhao's back getting farther and farther away, Wu Neng could hardly suppress the anger in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, he had basically had everything he wanted and had never been treated like this. Wu Neng looked at the beautiful woman with big curly hair who was nestling in his arms and acting coquettishly to him. He waved his hand and prepared to ask a few bodyguards scattered around to stop Shinhao. But at this moment, the beautiful shopping guide who had been standing aside without saying a word suddenly walked to Wu Neng and said something, then stepped aside and stopped talking. Just now when Wu Neng and Shinhao had a conflict, her palms were sweating. If these two really had something unpleasant, it would be difficult to end it. After listening to the female shopping guide's words, Wu Neng put down his hand that was raised in the air and looked at Shinhao's back with an uncertain look.
This guy might not be easy to deal with.
After all, he spent tens of millions at the Yonda shopping center yesterday. Even if he is the eldest son of Shintong Group, it is impossible for him to be as rich as that boy just now.
However, this person has never been heard of in the circle of the second generation in Donghua City. I'm afraid he is a newcomer from somewhere.
Thinking of this, Wu Neng glanced at Shinhao's back, took a deep breath, shook off the beautiful woman with big curly hair who was clinging to his arms with a reluctant look on her face, and turned away.
It's all this woman's fault.
She almost made me offend such a hidden boss. The beautiful woman with big curly hair saw Wu Neng shake her off and turned away. He was stunned for a while, then reacted and saw Wu Neng's ugly face. He realized that he had hit a wall.
Oh my god. The rich man he just hooked is the son of the richest man in Donghua City. How terrifying must someone be to make him so afraid? I actually dared to snatch the thing from his hand just now. I feel scared just thinking about it.
Fortunately, the other party didn't take it seriously, otherwise I can imagine what would have happened to me. The beautiful woman with big curly hair stood there in a daze for a while, and when she saw Wu Nang gradually walking away, she hurriedly trotted after him. This is a long-term meal ticket that I managed to get with great difficulty, I can't just throw it away like this. After walking for a while, Xin Hao turned around and looked at Wu Nang, who was gradually walking away. He smiled coldly, thinking that this kid was sensible, otherwise even his father would be of no use. Koenigsegg was speeding on the road, and Xin Hao drove towards Jinyu Garden. This was the first birthday he and she had spent together since they had reunited, so he couldn't be late, otherwise, she would blame him again. After a while, Xin Hao drove to the Jinyu Garden. After parking the car, Xin Hao walked towards the villa where Li Qian was, holding the beautifully packaged Patek Philippe. As soon as I arrived at Li Qian's house, I saw Li Qian from afar. She was wearing a gorgeous evening dress, stamping her feet, and looking around with her little head, as if she was waiting for someone.
Chapter 17 Patek Philippe worth 20 million. Li Qian.
Xin Hao held the beautifully packaged Patek Philippe gift box and waved to Li Qian, who was looking around.
Xin Hao.
Li Qian, holding her evening dress, pounced on Xin Hao.
Ouch, it's too heavy. I can't hold it.
Xin Hao held Li Qian and turned around, then put Li Qian on the ground.
You are heavy. You are heavy.
Li Qian buried her head in Xin Hao's chest and pounded it gently.
Okay, I'm heavy, there are so many people watching, let's go in quickly.
Xin Hao pinched Li Qian's face and took her hand and walked inside. Li Qian glanced at the people who were toasting each other just now, but now looked at them and Zhu Wen, who was lowering his head with an extremely unsightly expression, with different expressions. She held Xin Hao's hand tightly, leaned on his shoulder intimately, and followed Xin Hao inside. The marriage between herself and Zhu Wen was decided between the elders of the two families. She did not agree to it.
Whoever agrees can marry.
After Xin Hao walked away, Zhu Wen secretly looked up, feeling the various gazes from the crowd, and clenched his fists. After all, in their eyes, their nominal fiancé being so intimate with a strange man in front of him was tantamount to a slap in his face. But he had no choice but to watch. Even when Xin Hao and Li Qian were being intimate just now, he could only lower his head secretly. Although he was extremely unwilling to accept Li Qian's breaking off the engagement, he knew that he could not defeat Xin Hao on his own. So, he told his father about this, hoping that his father would help him get back at justice. After all, his engagement with Li Qian was known to the entire upper-class circle of Donghua City. If Xin Hao and Li Qian were to be together,
then Zhu Wen would no longer have to hang out in the upper circles of Donghua City.
Li Qian and Xin Hao held hands all the way and stopped when they arrived at her villa. As soon as she sat down, Li Qian pulled Xin Hao's hand and said crisply,
"Didn't you say you bought me a gift? Where is the gift?"
Li Qian stretched out her white little hand towards Xin Hao. She had been looking forward to what gift Xin Hao would buy her before he even arrived. After all, this was the first birthday she and he spent together since they met again.
If the gift was too perfunctory, she would be angry.
"Here, this is a birthday present I bought for you.
See if you like it."
Xin Hao took out a box containing a Patek Philippe tourbillon worth tens of millions and placed it in her hand.
Wow, just looking at this box I feel that this gift must be good. Let me see what's inside.
Li Qian opened the beautifully packaged gift box and took out the green Patek Philippe tourbillon.
Wow, so beautiful, I like it so much, Xin Hao, you were so nice. Boo.
Li Qian held the Patek Philippe tourbillon worth tens of millions, her eyes sparkling, and hugged Xin Hao and kissed him.
As long as you like it.
Well, such a beautiful watch must be very expensive. Although Li Qian recognized that the watch was from Patek Philippe, she searched her mind and couldn't remember which brand of Patek Philippe it was. After all, although she is not short of money, compared to famous watches, she prefers bags that make people happy at first sight. Therefore, she doesn't know much about these famous watches and only has a general idea about most of them. Li Qian put on the watch Xin Hao gave her and liked it no matter how she looked at it. Although, compared to famous watches, she prefers those brand-name bags that make her want to buy them at first sight, but who can blame herself for the fact that the watch on her hand is so good-looking? What's more, this watch was given to her by Xin Hao, and she couldn't get enough of looking at it. It's not expensive, just 20 million. Xin Hao waved his hand casually and spoke to Li Qian nonchalantly. It was as if the Patek Philippe worth tens of millions in his hand was like a cabbage worth a few dollars.
How much? It's only 20 million. Is it expensive?
Xin Hao looked at him puzzledly, and Li Qian said,
That can't be possible.
Li Qian's father has been worth over 100 million yuan for several years, and his current wealth has at least doubled.
He shouldn't be so surprised to see a watch worth tens of millions, right? 20 million, that's all, don't you think it's against your will?
You know, although her family was billionaires in a few years, due to poor management in recent years, the company has suffered losses year after year, so her family's situation is getting worse and worse. In order to change the family's situation, his father planned to marry her to Zhu Wen, with the help of his family's cooperative financing to reverse the company's years of losses. Given the size of Zhu Wen's company, this so-called financing is only a few hundred million. And now, Qinhao casually gave himself a Patek Philippe worth tens of millions.
How rich must Qinhao be now?
He must have suffered a lot over the years. After all, if he had not experienced hardships that ordinary people could hardly imagine, it would have been impossible for him to transform from a poor boy with nothing into a billionaire who buys world-famous watches worth tens of millions as casually as buying cabbages worth a few dollars.
Thinking of this, Li Qian's heart couldn't help but ache.
Li Qian withdrew her gaze from the Patek Philippe tourbillon and stroked his cheek with a distressed look on her face.
You must have suffered a lot to get to where you are today. Hardship? No, what kind of hardship can I endure? Why should he endure any hardship?
Everything he has now was given by the system. As long as you sign in every day, you can have as many famous watches, bags, and supercars worth tens of millions as you want. But of course he couldn't tell Li Qian all this. Even if he told her, she wouldn't believe it. On the contrary, it might get him into trouble.
You just know how to coax me.
Li Qian naturally didn't believe what Qinhao said. He said that just to make her happy.
Okay, I've given you your birthday present. If you don't have anything else to do, go get busy first.
After all, today is your birthday, and you still need to entertain some guests. Qinhao said to Li Qian, who was shyly burying her head in his arms.
You're tired of me so soon and want to kick me out.
Li Qian buried her head in Qinhao's arms with a slightly angry look in her eyes.
How could that be possible? I will never get tired of being with you for the rest of my life. How could I find you annoying? Qinhao touched Li Qian's head and said. You're lying. You just wanted to chase me away. Humph.
Li Qian pouted, her face full of disbelief.
Qinhao wanted to say something, but Li Qian put her finger on his lips. Okay, I know what you mean.
After saying that, Li Qian came out of Qinhao's arms, tidied his clothes, and prepared to leave. But before they had walked for a while, Li Qian turned back.
Why, you missed me again after just being away for a while? Qinhao said as he looked at Li Qian, who had returned. No, I just forgot to say something. What's up?
Qinhao looked at Li Qian puzzledly.
My dad said he wanted to meet you.
Li Qian pursed her lips, seeming to want to say something but stopped herself.
Your dad, okay, go ahead and do your work, I'll go see him later.
Qinhao looked at Li Qian, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, waved his hand and said.
It looks like this is definitely not a good thing. But it doesn't matter.
I am no longer the small person who could be manipulated by him. Now, I am a small wealthy man with a net worth of over 10 billion. He doesn't take people like his father seriously, who are probably worth tens of billions at most.
Chapter 18. The broken engagement is real.
Not long after Li Qian left, Qinhao strolled alone for a while, felt bored, and decided to go out for a walk. However, before he took a few steps, he felt someone pat at his shoulder. Qinhao turned around and saw a man in a suit and tie, who looked very similar to Li Qian, standing in front of him, looking at him with a scrutinizing expression. Qinhao thought about it and understood the identity of the man in front of him.
This man was probably Li Qian's father, Li Ziwen.
Looking at Li Ziwen, who was looking at him with a scrutinizing expression, Qinhao felt very uncomfortable.
What the hell? You still think I'm still the insignificant person you used to be and you can manipulate me at will? What's the matter? Qinhao looked at Li Ziwen with an unhappy expression. I want to talk to you. Li Ziwen spoke to Qinhao with a condescending look. What are you talking about? Just say it quickly. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Qinhao said to Li Ziwen with an impatient look on his face. Let's talk about you and Qianqian.
I know you have some money now, but our Qianqian is still out of your reach.
If you want to be with my Qianqian, I advise you to give up on this idea. Li Ziwen smiled coldly at Qinhao. No, what do you mean I'm marrying above my station? Didn't Zhu Wen's uncle Wang Gang tell you about me? What's your business? You spent 200 million yuan on a casual meal. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I will believe it? Li Ziwen didn't believe anything he hadn't seen with his own eyes.
If he was really that rich, I would not have forced him and Shanshan to separate.
Wang Gang said this probably because he wanted to squeeze some more benefits out of me. After all, it was he who begged to marry his daughter to the Zhu family, not the Zhu family begging his son to marry into the Li family. Believe it or not, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
Xin Hao smiled at Li Ziwen, then turned around and was about to leave. Instead of standing here and wasting time with him, I might as well go for a walk. Although Li Qian's villa is not even 1/10 the size of his Binjing Huoding, nor as luxurious as Binjing Huoding, it is small but complete and has some good features.
You. Li Ziwen pointed at Xin Hao and was so angry that he couldn't speak.
He thought that today's conversation with Xin Hao would go smoothly.
Basically, whatever he said would go.
But unexpectedly, Xin Hao looked like, whatever you want, it's up to you.
I just won't listen.
Okay, kid, very good, you are very good.
You don't listen to me, right? It doesn't matter.
Anyway, I will not agree to Shanshan being with you.
Li Ziwen panted and glared at Xin Hao. Shanshan and I don't need your consent. You can't interfere in my affairs.
Xin Hao turned around and said to Li Ziwen, who was standing there angrily.
What kind of people are these?
With his current weight, they dare to challenge him.
Are they crazy?
Putting aside other things, the nearly 10 billion renminbi in his pocket now would be enough to bring his company down just by spending the money. After learning about Li Qian and Zhu Wen's engagement yesterday, he took some time to understand the whole story. His own company was poorly managed and was about to collapse, so he could only seek help from Zhu Wen's family by marrying into his family. Now she still dares to be so arrogant in front of him.
Does she really think he is still the little person he used to be and let him bully her?
After hearing what Xin Hao said, Li Ziwen's already ugly expression became even uglier. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but at this moment, a slightly angry voice came from behind Li Ziwen.
Boss Li, I heard from my wonder that you want to cancel the marriage between the two families?
After returning home yesterday, he heard his son tell him about this. When Xu Zhang first heard the news, his face turned extremely ugly and he wanted to question Li Ziwen on the spot. The marriage between his son and his daughter was originally an attempt by the Li family to marry above their station. His daughter had repeatedly expressed her intention to refuse the marriage, which had already made the Zhu family very embarrassed. If it weren't for his son's excessive love for his daughter, the marriage between the Zhu and Li families would have been aborted long ago based on Li Ziwen's daughter's repeated rejections of marriage.
No, this is all fake. Who told you that? It's a blessing for my Shanshan to marry your wonder. How could I think of rejecting the marriage between the two families?
Li Ziwen turned around and looked at Zhu Zhang, who had a grim expression on his face, and smiled apologetically.
He had finally managed to climb up to the Zhu family, one of the top 3 wealthy families in Donghua City, and he couldn't let it in like this.
If this was the end, not only would his company be ruined, but he would also be unable to take a single step in Donghua City.
The current Li family is no longer the top wealthy family that was several times more powerful than the Zhu family a few years ago.
Due to his poor management in recent years, his Li family has become a bottom-rate family that cannot even be ranked as a second-rate wealthy family in Donghua City. Xu Zhang held his head high and nodded to Li Ziwen, who was smiling apologetically.
He didn't dare to do that. Did he really think that his Li family was the top wealthy family it was a few years ago? Now, if I am unhappy, I can destroy the Li family. Just know your limits.
I believe Mr. Li will not do anything that would be bad for both the Zhu and Li families. After saying that, Zhu Zhang patted Li Ziwen on the shoulder and turned to leave. But before he had taken a few steps, he heard a slightly unfamiliar voice coming from behind him.
Who said that the story about Li Qian and Zhu Wen breaking off their engagement was fake? I didn't say that. Xin Hao spoke loudly to Zhu Zhang. His voice was so loud that almost everyone around him heard it and talked about what Xin Hao said. Almost everyone who came to Li Qian's birthday party knew that Li Qian and Zhu Wen were engaged. The Xu family is one of the top 3 wealthy families among the 10 largest wealthy families in Donghua City today, but the Li family no longer has its former glory. Within a few years, it fell from a top-tier wealthy family to a bottom-tier wealthy family that could barely be ranked as a second-rate wealthy family. If the Li family had not once been one of the most powerful families in Donghua City, and with the support of the Zhu family, they would have been devoured without leaving a single bone. No way, now the Li family dares to break off the engagement with the Zhu family. Do they think they are not dying fast enough? That's right.
If the Zhu family hadn't helped them these years, the Li family would have been removed from the list of wealthy families in Donghua City long ago. Now they dare to slap the Zhu family in the face in public.
Are they tired of living? Who knows? Maybe Li Ziwen has found a new high-ranking wife.
After all, everyone has seen Li Ziwen's daughter.
She is as beautiful as a fairy. That's right, that's right. Li Ziwen only has one daughter to show off. Look at what he has done over the years.
Basically, he loses everything he does. The people around were looking at Wang Ziwen, who was standing aside with an extremely ugly expression, pointing and talking. The people who come here are basically either rich or noble, so naturally they are not afraid of the Li family, which is just a third-rate wealthy family now. Their main purpose of coming here was just to use this birthday party to establish a relationship with the Zhu family, which has been very popular in recent years.
Chapter 19 Son-in-law, I leave my daughter to you.
After hearing Qin Hao's words, Zhu Zhang's face darkened and he turned to look at Li Ziwen, whose expression changed rapidly.
What's going on?
Zhu Zhang suppressed his anger and questioned Li Ziwen.
Just now he had solemnly assured himself that his Li family had no intention of breaking off the engagement with the Zhu family, but now a strange young man said that his Li family was planning to break off the engagement with the Zhu family.
Isn't this a slap in the face of the Zhu family in public?
Do you really think that the Zhu family is made of clay?
No, Mr. Zhu, don't listen to his nonsense.
How could I do such a thing? Isn't this a slap in your face? Even if you give me more courage, I wouldn't dare to do it.
After saying that, Li Ziwen glared at Qin Hao and roared.
Qin Hao, stop talking nonsense. What happened between you and Qianqian is impossible. Ha, you don't need to care about what happens between Qianqian and me.
I can't just watch her marry someone she doesn't like.
Qin Hao smiled at Li Ziwen, then looked at Zhu Zhang, who was standing aside and had a gloomy expression on his face when he heard what Qin Hao said. He learned from his son that Qin Hao spent hundreds of millions of RMB just on a meal, but this was just what he heard from his son, not what he saw with his own eyes. Therefore, like Zhu Ziwen, he held a negative attitude towards some rumors about Qin Hao.
Ha, it's impossible to watch her marry someone she doesn't like. From what you said, your relationship with Li Qian is not ordinary.
It's okay, he's just her current boyfriend.
Qin Hao raised his head towards Zhu Zhang and spoke casually, as if this was just a matter of course.
Qin Hao, you are going too far.
Zhu Wen, who was originally standing in the crowd, listening to the conversation between his father and Qin Hao as well as various discussions around him, turned pale, stood in front of Qin Hao, glared at him and shouted. Yesterday, he was frightened by Qin Hao because he lacked confidence. Now that he has his father by his side to support him, he is not afraid of Qin Hao.
Qin Hao looked coldly at Zhu Wen, whose face was ashen, and smiled coldly. Why, Master Zhu, have you forgotten what happened yesterday so quickly?
Zhu Wen felt humiliated when he thought about how he was like a punching bag in front of Qin Hao yesterday. Zhu Wen was speechless for a moment. Thinking of his uncle Wangang nodding and bowing in front of Qin Hao, cold sweat ran down his face.
I was really out of my mind. How could I think that my father could definitely control Qin Hao, a super rich man who spent hundreds of millions of RMB on a casual meal?
If his father were to fall into Qin Hao's hands at that time, he would be the sinner who dragged the Zhu family into an abyss of no return. Qin Hao glanced at Zhu Wen, who was standing there motionless, sweating profusely. Li Qian, who was looking at her from the outside of the crowd with cautious eyes, waved to her.
Qianqian, come here.
Li Qian looked at Qin Hao, who waved at her, and trotted to Qin Hao's side. Qin Hao put his arm around Li Qian's waist and said to the people around him with different expressions. Today, I, Qin Hao, officially announced to everyone that the engagement between Li Qian and Zhu Wen is cancelled.
Wow! Hearing this, everyone's faces were shocked. Who is this kid? How dare he slap the Zhu and Li families in public?
Just now, he looked at the affairs between Qin Hao and the Zhu and Li families with basically a joking attitude. But when Qin Hao said this, the matter basically could not be resolved peacefully.
After all, the Zhu and Li families are both well-known figures in Donghua City.
If they just let it go after being slapped in the face in public, then the Zhu and Li families will basically have nothing to do in Donghua City.
Qianqian, come here.
When Li Ziwen saw that Li Qian actually ran into Qin Hao's arms, his face turned pale. He secretly glanced at Zhu Zhang, who was so angry that his face turned red, and Zhu Wen, who was standing there sweating coldly, and quickly rushed to Qin Hao to pull Li Qian over. But Li Qian held Qin Hao's hand and refused to let go. Seeing that Li Ziwen was about to pull Li Qian away from his arms, Qin Hao grabbed his hand and shook it violently. Li Ziwen took a few steps back and almost fell to the ground, looking at Qin Hao in disbelief.
This kid actually dared to attack me. He really thinks he is someone important.
He treated what he just said to Xu Zhang as a joke, and really thought that he could make him agree to let him and Qian be together just by talking. Qin Hao looked at Li Ziwen, who took a few steps back, put his arm around Li Qian, and smiled coldly.
You married Qian to Zhuan, wasn't it just for the Zhu family's money? I'm not saying that you don't have a good eye.
You sold Qian out for this low-end family of the Zhu family.
You're really good at that.
What did you say? Zhu Zhang was furious when he heard Qin Hao's words. This ignorant kid actually dared to say that the Zhu family, which ranked top 3 in Donghua City and had a net worth of nearly billions, was low rate.
Isn't it?
Qin Hao was not bragging. With the amount of RMB he had now, the Wu family, the richest family in Donghua City, was not even comparable to him. A small family with a net worth of only a few billion is nothing but low-class people.
I'm not bragging, any single asset under my name is more than your Zhu family's. Wow.
Qin Hao's words caused an uproar again. If they had just regarded Qin Hao as a meaningless clown, now, they completely regarded Qin Hao as a fool.
Who is this person?
He is so arrogant that he dares to say that any one of the assets under his name is more than that of the Zhu family.
Do you think you are one of the top rich young men in Kyoto?
What a joke. You're not afraid of your tongue being blown away by the wind. You think my Zhu family is one of those small, low-ranking families.
Any single asset under your name is more than our Zhu family's. I think you're still asleep. Ha, I don't know if this is enough.
Qin Hao took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and waved them in front of Zhu Zhang. The moment Qin Hao took out the key ring, some people in the audience had their pupils shrink slightly, and their faces were trembling as they looked at Qin Hao.
If I'm not mistaken, this seems to be, yes,
the key to the $6 billion Marina Bay Sands.
Oh my god, this top-notch villa that has not been sold since it was built due to the horrible price has actually been bought by someone, and it was bought by such a young guy.
Among the people present, some people had seen pictures of the items related to this luxury villa worth $6 billion and suddenly exclaimed. When Xu Zhang saw the key in his hand for the first time, his reaction was not much better than those of the onlookers. Naturally, he was familiar with the items related to the Binjing Huading Villa, which is known as the #1 villa in Donghua City. But when he saw the key to this luxurious villa in the hands of a guy who could never own such a luxurious villa, he was extremely shocked. At this time, Zhu Zhang understood why his son was silent, as if he was stupid after Qin Hao spoke just now. Such a super rich man is not someone that the Zhu family can afford to offend. When Zhu Zhang thought of the terrible consequences of offending such a super rich man, cold sweat flowed down his body.
He hurried to Qin Hao, bowed and said, Master Qin, I was wrong in the past.
I hope you can forgive me.
When you forced Qian to marry your son, did you think there would be such a day?
When Xu Zhang heard this, he choked up.
Who the hell knew about your relationship with Li Qian at that time? If Li Ziwen had told you earlier that there was a big boss like you standing behind the Li family.
Even if you gave me more courage, I would not agree to this marriage.
Alright, I don't care what happens to your Li family.
Just hand over more than half of the shares of your Zhu family company to the Li family, and I will let you go. Qin Hao looked at Zhu Zhang and his son casually and said.
This. Asking him to hand over more than half of the shares of the Zhu family's company, doesn't that mean that the Zhu family will become a vassal of the Li family from now on? Why, no.
Okay. Xu Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke tremblingly.
Okay then, go away.
Oh, yes. After saying that, Zhu Zhang dragged the stunned Zhuan away.
Li Ziwen, who had been staring at this scene in a daze just now, also reacted instantly.
This Qin Hao might be a tree thicker than the Zhu family. You have to seize the opportunity and build good relationships.
If you have a good relationship with him, you can do whatever you want in Donghua City from now on.
Thinking of this, Li Ziwen trotted to Qin Hao and put Li Qian's hand on Qin Hao's hand.
Good son-in-law, I was wrong just now. I hope you don't mind it. From now on, my daughter will be handed over to you.
Qin Hao nodded, said nothing, and walked away with the shy Li Qian. Everyone looked at Li Qian and Qin Hao's backs as they walked away, their faces filled with envy.
I'm afraid that from today onwards, the Li family will replace the Wu family and become the richest family in Donghua City. After all, the person behind the Li family is the Tycoon who bought the largest villa in Donghua City. Chapter 20 100% equity of Tunguska Hotel. Jinyu Garden, Li Qian's home.
Xin Hao looked at Li Qian, who was like a kitten in his arms, and stroked Li Qian's hair with gentle eyes. Last night, because of her inhumane behavior, Li Qian's emotions that had been pent up for a long time suddenly exploded. Everything that was supposed to happen happened, and everything happened so naturally. Li Qian, who was sleeping soundly, felt a little itchy on her head. She frowned her delicate eyebrows, murmured, and slapped away Xin Hao's hand on her head. She turned around slightly, pulled the quilt over her head, and twisted her body like a lazy kitten. Xin Hao looked at Li Qian's actions, shook his head, kissed her forehead lightly, stood up and walked out of the room. Let her sleep a little longer. She was very tired yesterday. Xin Hao walked out of the room, had breakfast at Li Qian's house, and then strolled to Binjing Huading. Seeing the sales lady from yesterday directing a group of workers to move things inside, Wei Wei nodded to her. After he left yesterday, he told her to replace some furniture that he was not satisfied with in the near future, and it seems that she is doing so. Now that the house has been bought, we have to prepare everything while my mother is still in the hospital to avoid being in a rush when the time comes. After watching for a while, they moved their things, and Xin Hao planned to go to the Tunguska Hotel to take a look. I signed in today and got a silver treasure chest in 100% equity of Tunguska Hotel.
Just thinking about it makes me excited. This is the Tunguska Hotel.
Its market value is conservatively estimated to be similar to that of his current Binjing Huating.
Another 6 billion renminbi has been received. By signing in every day, you can get something that many people dream of. It makes me happy just thinking about it. He planned to take a taxi to the Tunguska Hotel to take a look. After all, this was his first real company. Rather than those RMB that are just a string of abstract numbers. The taxi sped all the way, and soon Xin Hao arrived at the Tunguska Hotel. Looking at this hotel that stretches as far as the eye can see, Xin Hao feels a great sense of accomplishment. Such a big hotel is mine from now on, how great! Xin Hao thought so in his heart and slowly walked into the Tunguska Hotel. Last time, I came and went in a hurry and only enjoyed the manual service without taking a good look at the Tunguska Hotel. As soon as he entered the Tunguska Hotel, a good-looking waiter with a professional smile on her face walked towards Xin Hao. Sir, may I ask you? Before he could finish his words, the smile on the face of the pretty waitress suddenly stopped. You are Mr. Qin.
The waiter looked at Xin Hao with excitement on his face. Mr. Qin had spent 200 million renminbi at this Tunguska Hotel last time. That little slut Lu Mengmeng earned enough commission from this big order to earn several years' salary.
I have to treat Mr. Qin well this time. If Mr. Qin is in a good mood and spends a huge amount of money like last time, then No, it's exciting just thinking about it.
Thinking of this, the shock on the waiter's face faded, and a seductive smile appeared on her fair face.
Mr. Qin, would you like to eat or?
The waiter looked at Xin Hao and said.
Well, please get me a room.
Also, call the waiter named Lu Mengmeng from last time. Apart from anything else, the food at the Tunguska Hotel tastes really good.
The manual service is also impeccable. Last time I tried it, I felt like I felt 2 pounds lighter.
Hearing this, the waiter's face darkened.
Mr. Qin said so. This time, I guess I won't have any chance of getting that kind of big order. However, it would be nice to be able to show off in front of Mr. Qin. Who knows, maybe the next time I get a huge order like 200 million renminbi, it will be my turn. Thinking of this, the good-looking waitress slightly moved aside to make way. Okay, Mr. Qin, please follow me. Xin Hao nodded and followed her.
But not long after he left, Xin Hao vaguely heard a cry for help coming from a private room not far away. Xin Hao frowned slightly and thought about it carefully.
Why does this voice sound familiar? It seems to be Lu Mingming's voice.
Xin Hao quickly walked to the door of the private room and listened attentively.
Don't. Mr. Yan, please don't do this. I'm not that kind of person. Hey, not that kind of person, huh?
Tear.
No woo-woo.
From the private room came the sound of clothes being torn and Lu Mengmeng crying weakly.
My goodness, this is going to be a bad thing.
Although I can't say that I am very familiar with Lu Mengmeng, at least we know each other well. It is impossible for me to just watch Lu Mengmeng being abused by that beast in front of me. So, Xin Hao rushed into the box, grabbed Yen Ping and started to blow him hard. Yen Ping, who was being blown hard by Xin Hao, spoke incoherently. After punching Yen Ping a few times, Xin Hao supported himself with his hands on his legs and gasped heavily. I have to say that the Mediterranean Sea in front of us is really quite large. Yen Ping was lying in a messy private room, looking at Qin Hao with dark eyes, and yelling at him.
Boy, if you dare to hit me, you're done. Do you know who I am? He.
Qin Hao chuckled, without even looking at Yin Ping. He took off his clothes and put them on Lu Mengmeng, who was sobbing beside him.
Wow, Mr. Qin, I'm glad you came. If it weren't for you, I would have. As she spoke, Lu Mengmeng burst into tears.
Okay, it's okay. Qin Hao patted Lu Mengmeng on the shoulder and comforted her softly. Yin Ping, lying on the ground, became even angrier when he saw that Qin Hao completely ignored him. It wouldn't have taken long for him to do that, but in the end his plan was ruined.
Boy, if you dare to hit me, you're done. Today.
But before he could finish his words, the pretty waiter who had just served Qin Hao suddenly walked in, looked at Yin Ping lying on the ground, and glanced at Lu Mengmeng, who was sobbing in Qin Hao's arms, her eyes full of shock.
Manager Yin, how come you are so good at?
Before she could finish her words, Yin Ping glared at her.
The pretty waitress took a few steps back and immediately shut up.
Manager Yin is not someone I can afford to offend. Qin Hao, who was comforting Lu Mengmeng, heard the voice, turned his head to look at Yin Ping, and said coldly,
Are you the manager of the hotel? So what, kid, let me tell you, you ruined my good deeds today. If you can walk out of the Tunguska Hotel, I will write my name upside down.
Yin Ping leaned on the sofa, his small eyes full of ferocity. Qin Hao smiled coldly at Yin Ping and ignored him. He said to the waiter who was standing at the door of the private room, who was at a loss, Call your general manager over here.
Ah.
Standing at the door, the bewildered waiter had a look of confusion on his face. However, after being stunned for a while, he trotted off to find the general manager. After all, the current situation was not something she could handle. Qin Hao looked at the waiter's back as he gradually ran away, glanced at Yin Ping, who was staring at him with an unfriendly look, his face full of coldness.
It's time to clean up this hotel. We can't let all the rotten food in here. Chapter 21 Mr. Qin, please let me go.
After a while, the good-looking waiter came to the private room where Qin Hao was, bringing a middle-aged man in a suit. Mr. Qin, this is our Zhao Lin, Zhao. But before she could finish her words, Zhao Lin waved at her and came to Qin Hao with a respectful look on his face. Mr. Qin, it is because of our poor hotel management that a scum like Yin Ping appeared. Don't worry, I will definitely deal with him seriously. After saying that, he immediately shouted at Yin Ping, who was sitting on the sofa. Yin Ping, from now on, you are fired. Go to the finance department to get your salary. Get out of here.
Mr. Zhao, I. What do you mean by I? Don't you know what you did?
Fortunately, this matter has not been made a big deal. If it had been, the consequences would not only be borne by you, but also by me.
If you want to say anything else, pack up your things and get out of here. Don't force me to chase you away myself.
Yin Ping looked at Zhao Lin in shock as he said this.
He had not done anything irreparable.
Besides, what you usually do is much more excessive than what I do. Thinking of this, Yin Ping opened his mouth again, wanting to say something else. But before he could finish his words, Zhao Lin spoke first.
What else do you have to say?
You did something like this and offended the new chairman of the Tunguska Hotel, Qin Hao, Mr. Qin.
It's too late for you to say anything now.
He just received news from the head office yesterday, saying that the Tunguska Hotel had been acquired by a man named Qin Hao. Mr. Qin may come to inspect the company today, so let him prepare for the reception. After hearing this, Zhao Lin started preparing for the reception yesterday. Just when everything was ready, this bad thing happened, which scared him to death. If this is not handled properly and Mr. Qin is unhappy, his job as general manager will be over.
Chairman?
Yin Ping looked at Qin Hao in horror, his face full of disbelief. This young man turned out to be the chairman of the Tunguska Hotel.
Didn't I just treat him like that?
Just now, after hearing what Zhao Lin said, I still held on to a glimmer of hope. After all, Zhao Lin had done a lot of things that he was doing now. If he really dares to fire himself, he will reveal all the things he has done in the past and ruin his reputation. But when Yin Ping heard what Zhao Lin said, his heart was filled with despair. It was a good thing that he offended Zhao Lin, because he had the leverage over him and he didn't dare to do anything to him. But this time, I have offended the new chairman, and he has no leverage over me. Yin Ping trembled all over at the thought of the horrible consequences of being fired.
I absolutely cannot be fired.
If I really am fired, I might be handcuffed with a silver bracelet as soon as I walk out of the Tunguska Hotel and thrown into the police station for reform for a few years. After all, he had made a lot of money over the years by taking advantage of his position. Moreover, if I really went in, given how ruthless Zhao Lin is, he would try to prevent me from revealing all the bad things he had done over the years. I'm afraid that once I go in, I'll never be able to get out. Thinking of this, Yin Ping trembled even more violently.
No, I absolutely cannot go in there.
If I do, I'll be finished. Now, the only way is to seek Mr. Qin's forgiveness. As long as Mr. Qin doesn't bother with me, I still have hope. Yin Ping thought so in his heart and quickly crawled to Qin Hao's feet, crying and sobbing. Mr. Qin, oh no, Mr. Qin, I was wrong, please be magnanimous and let me go.
Let you go? How can you let me go? You don't know what you have done.
You wouldn't know what would have happened if I hadn't happened to pass by today. Qin Hao smiled coldly at Yin Ping and kicked him away.
Qin Hao felt unhappy when he thought that if he hadn't happened to pass by, Lu Mengmeng would have really been done to her by this bastard in front of him. Although I am not very familiar with Lu Mengmeng, I have a good impression of this girl who gave herself to me for the first time and has a very likable personality. If something like that really happened today, how would Lu Mengmeng, who suffered such psychological trauma, survive in the future?
Besides, such a scumbag would be a nuisance if he stayed in the hotel. Who knows, one day, the hotel's reputation would be ruined by him. Therefore, whether he wanted to vent Lu Mengmeng's anger today or for the future development of the hotel, he would never let Yin Ping go.
Boss Qin, I was really wrong, please let me go.
After hearing what Qin Hao said, Yin Ping quickly crawled back and hugged Qin Hao's legs tightly, with more tears on her face.
Boss Zhao, drag him away.
Qin Hao looked at Yin Ping with disgust and said to Zhao Lin, who was standing beside him.
Yes.
Zhao Lin bowed to Qin Hao respectfully. Then Zhao Lin grabbed Yin Ping, whose eyes were filled with fear, and dragged him out.
No. No. You can't do this. You can't do this to me.
Yin Ping suddenly broke free from Zhao Lin, ran to Qin Hao and yelled.
Boss Zhao, do you want me to do it myself?
Qin Hao dodged Yin Ping and spoke to Zhao Lin.
No need, Mr. Qin. I'll do it.
After saying that, Zhao Lin dragged the yelling Yin Ping over and walked out.
Let me go, Zhao Lin. Compared to the shit you usually do, what I did today is nothing.
At this point, Yin Ping no longer cared about anything. He was going to die today anyway, but even if he died, he had to drag someone down with him. Hearing this, Qin Hao turned his gaze to Zhao Lin, who had a terrified look on his face, with full scrutiny. When a man is about to die, his words are good. Yin Ping has reached this point now, and talking nonsense will only make his situation worse. Therefore, there is a high probability that Zhao Lin's background is not clean.
Yin Ping, you slandered me, what did I usually do?
You have used your position to do some shameful things over the years, and you still slander me.
I've called the police. With what you've done over the years, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison.
Having said that, Zhao Lin, with a look of horror on his face, pulled Yin Ping and walked out.
He didn't dare let Yin Ping say anything.
If he said anything, his position as general manager would be over. Qin Hao looked at Zhao Lin dragging Yin Ping, who was crying, away from him with a sneer on his face. This Tunguska hotel may look bright and shiny on the surface, but in fact, the interior is probably already filled with smoke and foul smells.
When I have stronger control over the Tunguska hotel, I'm afraid I'll have to do a major purge.
Otherwise, if things continue to develop in this way, the Tunguska hotel will probably collapse.
Chapter 22 Beautiful Housekeeper.
When Yin Ping's voice became almost inaudible, Qin Hao glanced at Lu Mengmeng, who was still in a daze, chuckled, and walked out. The main reason I came here was to visit my first company, and the matter of Lu Mengmeng was just something I dealt with as a side job. Since he was fine now, staying here would only add to the embarrassment. After all, when a little girl encounters such a thing, it is best to leave her alone and calm down. No matter how much verbal comfort and persuasion others give her, it may have the opposite effect. After coming out of the Tunguska hotel, Qin Hao returned to his Binjing Huading villa. Most of the things in the villa had been purchased when it was first built, so you can move in directly. Now, his mother's condition is basically stable, and it is not a problem for her to stay in the hospital all the time, so Qin Hao decided to bring his mother over to enjoy her retirement in the near future. But before that, I have to hire a housekeeper and some servants.
Otherwise, if you want to go to the toilet, you have to ride your bike for a long time.
Get started as soon as you say it, finish it as soon as possible, and bring your mother over to enjoy a peaceful life. So, Qin Hao opened his mobile phone and clicked on a relatively high-end talent recruitment app. This app is well known both at home and abroad, and it has a wide range of relevant talents. After browsing for a while, Jinhao found a few candidates that he liked. They are a 985 master's degree holder named Lin Wen and a returned overseas doctoral degree holder named Yang Na. These two candidates that Jinhao prefers, in addition to having high academic qualifications, have another thing in common, which is that they are both very beautiful. After all, a high level of education often also means high quality and high ability. Besides, he is now a wealthy man with no shortage of money, so he can have whatever he wants. As for good looks, that is naturally Jinhao's own selfish desire.
There are beautiful women to choose from. Who would want to choose an average-looking one?
Men, most of the time, are animals who think with their lower body. After hesitating for a while between the two people he liked more, he finally decided to choose a returned overseas PhD with higher comprehensive qualities. So, Jinhao sent a recruitment message to the overseas returnee PhD named Yang Na without hesitation. After a while, Jinhao received Yang Na's reply.
Mr. Qin, in addition to what you mentioned, does the position you are recruiting for require any other work?
After Yang Na received Jinhao's recruitment information, she was stunned for a while.
There are all kinds of people nowadays. There is also a mansion housekeeper recruitment.
The requirements are female, good-looking, highly educated, with a starting monthly salary of 1 million, irregular salary increases, and a year-end bonus of at least tens of millions at the end of the year.
This is not even recruiting a housekeeper.
The third-level executives of the Fortune 500 companies are probably at this level.
Moreover, the job is definitely much more tiring than that of a so-called butler.
In his imagination, the so-called mansion butler only manages some trivial matters, which is much easier than those so-called company executives.
But, this generous reward and attractive conditions seem a bit like a scam.
After all, he is just a small housekeeper in a luxury house, but his salary is comparable to the annual salary of third-level executives in some Fortune 500 companies.
It seems fake no matter how you look at it.
Jinhao saw the message sent by Yang Na and replied to her immediately.
That's all for now.
If you're interested, please call me at the number on this app when you get to Beijing Huating in Donghua City to have a face-to-face meeting.
Ding ding.
Yang Na on the other end of the phone was holding her phone and looking at the message sent by Jinhao with her eyes wide open.
My God. Beijing Huating, this is Beijing Huating, which is known as the first luxury house in Donghua City.
It would not be surprising if the owner of this villa hired a luxury housekeeper and gave such conditions. After all, anyone who can afford such a luxury house wouldn't be short of this little money. If I really get the job of housekeeper at Beijing Huating, it would not be an exaggeration to say that I will become an upper-class person in a wealthy family. Now that such an opportunity to become a wealthy and upper-class person is before me, I must not miss it.
Yang Na suppressed her inner excitement and replied to Jinhao tremblingly. Okay, Mr. Qin, when should I come to apply for the job? The sooner the better.
Jinhao thought about it and replied to Yang Na. This matter should be done as soon as possible. The sooner it is done, the sooner I can bring my mother over to enjoy a peaceful life.
Well, Mr. Qin, can I come over now?
Yang Na wanted to finalize this matter as soon as possible. She was afraid that if she was a step late, she might miss the opportunity to enter the upper class.
Okay, wait a moment, I'll be right there.
After sending the message, Yang Na packed herself up a bit, took a taxi, and rushed to Beijing Huating without stopping.
After a while,
there was an extra taxi outside Jinhao Beijing waiting, and a beautiful woman in her 20s with light makeup got out of the taxi. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of her that looked like a palace, her beautiful big eyes were full of amazement.
Wow, this Beijing Huating, the most luxurious residence in Donghua City, is indeed worthy of its reputation. Just the outer wall is endless at a glance.
After sighing for a while, Yang Na called Jinhao. Not long after, Jinhao walked out of the villa. He didn't dare go deeper into the villa for fear of getting lost, so after receiving Yang Na's call, he quickly came out. When Yang Na saw Jinhao, who was wearing trendy branded clothes and looked handsome, her eyes were filled with love.
This boy is so handsome. If I succeed in getting the job and fall in love with this young man, then it won't be a dream for me to become a wealthy wife and move in and out of high society every day.
Jinhao glanced at Yang Na and nodded with satisfaction. This girl had good looks. Besides, he is a PhD who returned from overseas, so his abilities must be good.
Come in, you're hired.
Jinhao said to Yang Na, who was looking at him like an infatuated fan.
Ah? You're hired just like that, without any tests? In her imagination, this was just a small housekeeper.
But as the housekeeper of Beijing Huating, the recruitment conditions would naturally not be as simple as those written in the recruitment information on the internet. After all, some things were not easy to write in the recruitment information. Thinking of some sexy scenes, Yang Na put her legs together and rubbed them gently.
What's wrong with you?
Xin Hao looked at Yang Na, whose face was flushed, legs pressed together and rubbing gently, and asked in confusion.
Nothing, let's go in.
Yang Na glanced at Xin Hao, who was full of confusion, and her face turned even redder. I trotted into Binjing Huoding, still thinking about some embarrassing scenes in my mind. If he wanted to do this, then the most precious thing that he had treasured for 28 years would be gone. Well, anyway, this guy is rich and handsome, so it's not a loss.
Chapter 23 My cousin is coming.
After Yang Na followed Xin Hao into Binjing Huoding, she suddenly felt that her eyes were not enough. This is not a villa, it's a super large palace. I will be working here in the future, and with a handsome guy, it makes me happy just thinking about it. Yang Na looked at the Binjing Huoding in front of her and looked around. Xin Hao followed behind Yang Na and smiled gently as he looked at Yang Na, who was looking around.
I didn't think Yang Na's appearance was embarrassing. When I first saw Binjing Huoding, weren't I shocked by its huge area and luxury?
After looking around for a while, Yang Na turned to look at Xin Hao and said,
Mr. Qin, when should I start working?
The earlier she starts working, the earlier she can earn money. After all, although she is a returned overseas PhD, she has been living paycheck to paycheck in recent years. Therefore, she basically did not save any money over the years, and even owed some money due to overspending. This is also one of the reasons why, after seeing the recruitment information posted by Xin Hao on the recruitment app, I felt that the information was a bit fake at first glance, but was willing to contact Xin Hao with the mentality of giving it a try. However, it was fortunate that I contacted Xin Hao with the mentality of giving it a try.
Otherwise, I might have missed out on this job that many people dream of.
Yang Na thought so in her heart and secretly felt relieved.
You can do it anytime.
Your first task now is to familiarize yourself with Binjing Huoding.
Xin Hao looked at Yang Na and said,
After all, Yang Na is a returned overseas doctor, this task must be an easy thing for her.
Okay, I understand, Mr. Qin. As the housekeeper of Binjing Huoding, this is her job.
Okay, go ahead and get busy. Also, I plan to hire a batch of maids for the villa these days, so keep an eye out.
Yes, I understand.
Seeing that Yang Na got into the role so quickly, Xin Hao was very satisfied. She is indeed a high-quality talent.
There is no doubt about this adaptability.
Seeing that Yang Na adapted so quickly, Xin Hao waved at her and let her go. Not long after Yang Na left, Xin Hao felt a little hungry. Even if I plan to go back to the hospital to take care of my mother, after all, my mother's illness has not yet been completely cured and she still needs someone to take care of her. But just a while after he left, Xin Hao's phone rang. Xin Hao took out his cell phone from his pocket, saw that it was his mother calling, and pressed the answer button. The call was connected, and the mother's slightly weak voice came from the other end.
Hao, where are you now? I'm on my way back to the hospital. What's wrong?
Xin Hao thought something had happened to his mother and couldn't help but quicken his pace.
My mother usually doesn't call me. Most of the time, the hospital calls me directly if there is anything going on.
After all, he is the director of Donghua City First People's Hospital, and everyone from top to bottom, from the old to the young, is obedient to him because of his money, so he deserves this treatment. Your cousin called and said that she will be back from abroad tomorrow. She hasn't found a place to live yet, so she wants to stay at our house temporarily. Xin Hao's mother hesitated when she said this, and it was obvious that she felt it was a little difficult to bring up the matter. In order to treat his disease, the son sold the only house left to him by his father. She felt that it would be a bit difficult for her son to find a place for his cousin to live, as she herself didn't even have a place to live now. So, when I said this to Xin Hao, I was a little hesitant.
Mom, leave this matter to me.
I promise to find a place that will satisfy my cousin and will never bring shame to our family.
However, if you feel embarrassed, don't force it.
After all, in order to treat my illness, you sold the house your father left you. Where is our house now, Wu? Where is there any room for your cousin to live? As she spoke, Xin Hao's mother began to sob. It's all my fault for dragging my son down. If it weren't for me, my son wouldn't have sold the house his father left him, and he wouldn't be homeless now. Thinking of this, Xin Hao's mother felt more guilty and cried even louder.
Mom, why are you crying?
Don't worry, I will handle this matter properly and will never embarrass us.
That's it, I'm hanging up now. You should get some rest.
Having said that, Xin Hao hung up the phone. He naturally knew what his mother was thinking, but there were some things that were not appropriate to tell her now. My mother's condition is now gradually stabilizing, but she still cannot be exposed to any strong stimulation. Last time, Deng Diao almost caused a relapse of his illness due to his stimulation. If I tell her now that her son is worth over 10 billion, she would be scared to death. So, after his mother woke up, he silenced everyone in the hospital and forbade anyone to tell her that he had spent tens of millions of dollars to treat her illness. After hanging up the phone, Jinhao took a taxi and rushed to Donghua City First People's Hospital. At the Donghua City First People's Hospital, Jinhao sat beside his mother's bed, comforting her sobbing mother.
Mom, I've already told you, this is not your fault.
You are my mother, the only relative I have in this world after Dad left.
I should do this. However, it's all my fault. I've dragged you down. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like this now.
If it weren't for my illness, which dragged down my son wouldn't have sold the house his father left him and become homeless. After Jinhao hung up the phone, the more Jinhao's mother thought about it, the more she blamed herself. If she hadn't dragged her son down, her son wouldn't have been forced to sell the house and lose the job that she thought was a stable job.
How can you be blamed for this? Don't think like that. The most important thing for you now is to take good care of your health.
If you don't take care of your health, then everything your son has done before will be in vain. Jinhao looked at his mother who was crying and tried to persuade her kindly. After hearing this, Jinhao's mother's crying gradually subsided. She also knows the importance of the matter, and the most important thing for her now is to take good care of her body. So, she cried for a while and then fell asleep. Seeing that his mother had fallen asleep, Jinhao tiptoed out of the ward and closed the door. After I hung up the phone just now, I originally wanted to go to Li Qian's house for dinner.
However, after hanging up the phone, I felt that something was wrong with my mother's mood.
So, I decided to go back to the hospital. Now, seeing that his mother was fine, Jinhao was relieved.
Prepare to take a taxi to Li Qian's house for dinner.
After all, Li Qian had just completed the transformation from girl to woman yesterday. After he finished his job, he ignored her and was somewhat cruel.
Chapter 24. Is this villa yours? The next day, early morning.
Jinhao looked at Li Qian, who was lying in his arms and hugging him tightly, and smiled gently. After having dinner at Li Qian's house yesterday, Jinhao stayed at her house as it was getting late. So, the two people who had tasted the sweetness of it naturally came again. After looking at Li Qian, who was still sleeping for a while, Jinhao put on his clothes and walked out of Li Qian's villa. Today, his cousin Qini is coming back from Vulture Country, and he is going to the airport to pick her up.
Donghua City, Ishan Airport.
Jinhao looked at the people walking out of the airport one after another, and looked at the photos Qini sent yesterday on his mobile phone, comparing them constantly. He and his cousin, who had followed her second uncle to settle in the Vulture Country since she was a child, usually did not have much contact and their relationship could only be considered average. However, they would send each other messages to congratulate each other during festivals. Logically speaking, given the relationship between their two families, it would be impossible for her to stay in his house. Besides, as far as he knew, his second uncle had a big business in the Vulture Country, so his daughter would not be left without a place to stay when she returned to the country. Just as Jinhao was thinking about this question, a lively female voice suddenly came to his ears.
Jinhao.
Qini was pulling a black suitcase, waved at Jinhao who was leaning on the Koenigsegg, and walked towards Jinhao with difficulty. Jinhao came to his senses, hurriedly walked towards Qini and took the suitcase.
Sister, let me help you get it.
Qini let go of the suitcase and glanced at her cousin, who was not very familiar to her, with a strange light flashing in her eyes.
It seems that this cousin is doing well now.
All his clothes seem to be famous brands.
However, this is not necessarily the case. Some of the counterfeit ones nowadays are made to be more realistic than the real ones. Jinhao pulled the suitcase to the side of the Koenigsegg, opened the hood, and put the suitcase inside. Sister, get in the car. Jinhao patted the Koenigsegg and said to Qini. Qini was slightly stunned when she saw Jinhao putting the suitcase into the Koenigsegg. This car looks like a sports car.
Although she didn't have much contact with her cousin, she had the impression that his family was not in a very good condition. I heard that her mother is seriously ill now, so how come she still has money to drive a sports car?
You're not renting it because you're afraid of losing face in front of me, right?
The more Qini thought about it, the more she felt it made sense.
After all, this car looks like it's worth at least several million, right?
Qini thought so in her mind, but her hands did not slow down. She opened the car door and was about to get in. But at this moment, she heard a sharp roar in her ears, and a blue Lamborghini did a beautiful drift amid the screams of people around, and stopped in front of Cheenhao's Koenigsegg. The car door slowly rose up, and a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came out of the car. Seeing Cheenhao next to the Koenigsegg, his eyes were full of surprise.
Cheenhao. Gucci walked quickly to Cheenhao and reached out to grab Cheenhao's hand.
Cheenhao avoided his hand, her eyes full of disgust, and hid behind Cheenhao.
Gucci, why are you here? You are returning home today. As your boyfriend, isn't it my duty to pick you up at the airport? Gucci looked at Cheenhao with a matter-of-fact expression on his face. Boyfriend? We're over it. Stop saying you're my boyfriend. I, Cheenhao, am not worthy of you.
Cheenhao felt sick when she thought of those disgusting videos about Gucci that her best friend sent her. I was so blind to fall for this scumbag who was attending such parties.
Gucci saw Cheenhao hiding behind Cheenhao and looked at Cheenhao with hostility in his eyes. Who are you? I'm her cousin.
Cheenhao glanced at Gucci, who claimed to be Cheenhao's boyfriend, and smiled lightly.
She wasn't very familiar with Cheenhao and didn't want to get involved in her affairs.
As long as this idiot in front of him doesn't interfere with his business, he doesn't care about anything else.
Cousin, why didn't I know Cheenhao had a cousin? I'm afraid it's not the wild man that bitch Cheenhao found outside.
Gucci looked at Cheenhao and shouted angrily. He had been with Cheenhao for several years, and he had never heard her mention that she had such a cousin in China.
It's just that sometimes I have too much fun and forget that I have a girlfriend. Is it necessary for Cheenhao to find a wild man to disgust me? Besides, isn't it normal to have that kind of party in Vulture Country? Who hasn't played this game while studying abroad? He.
Cheenhao smiled at Gucci and ignored this idiot. He opened the car door, said hello to Cheenhao and was about to leave.
You are not allowed to leave. If you don't explain it to me clearly today, neither of you can leave.
Just when Cheenhao and Cheenhao were about to get into the car, Gucci suddenly grabbed Cheenhao's car door.
Let go, you can't afford to pay for it if it breaks. Cheenhao said coldly to Gucci.
He doesn't care about the mess between him and Cheenhao, but if you provoke him, don't blame him for being rude. Gucci took one look at the slightly familiar Koenigsegg, stumbled, and let go of the car door. Cheenhao saw Gucci let go, glanced at Cheenhao who was looking at Gucci with disgust, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and roared away. Standing in place, watching Cheenhao's red car roaring away, a trace of unwillingness flashed across his face. He followed Cheenhao back from the Vulture Country this time because he wanted to reconcile with Cheenhao. After all, although Cheenhao's family is not doing well now.
But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how bad he is not someone a gigolo like me can afford to offend.
Thinking of this, Gucci opened the Lamborghini and followed Cheenhao.
But he can't let Cheenhao dump him like this.
If he is dumped by Cheenhao like this, he will be left with nothing. Cheenhao drove with Cheenhao to the outside of Beijing and parked the car. Cheenhao looked at the villa in front of her that looked like a palace, and she could even fit an egg in her mouth.
Is this your home? Cheenhao nodded in affirmation. This is impossible? This villa is worth at least 1 billion. How is it possible?
Cheenhao was so shocked by Cheenhao's words that she was incoherent. His family was quite wealthy and they also had a villa in the Vulture Country. But compared with the palace-like villa in front of him, his villa was just a shabby thatched hut. Just now on the road, I was still suspecting that his car was rented. If the villa in front of me is really his, then his wealth is at least as much as his family's.
Let's go, sister, don't just stand there, I'll take you in to have a look.
As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and dialed Yang Na's number.
Soon, Yang Na came out with a crowd of people. Mr. Cheen, you are back.
Yang Na, along with a group of servants, bowed 90 degrees to Cheenhao.
Cheenhao looked at Yang Na and the row of beautiful servants behind her. Nodded at her. Yang Na's ability to handle affairs is quite good, worthy of being a PhD from a prestigious university. His ability to get things done is impeccable. The task that was assigned to him yesterday was completed today.
Yang Na, help my cousin find a room here and settle down.
Yes.
Yang Na bowed slightly to Cheenhao and made a gesture of invitation to Cheenhao.
Miss Cheen, please follow me.
Oh, okay. At this time, Cheenhao seemed to come back to her senses and followed Yang Na into the villa. But at this moment, not far away, there was a sudden piercing roar.
Chapter 25, 1 billion, a few meals.
After a while, the roar came closer and closer, and a blue Lamborghini appeared in front of Qin Hao and Qin Yi. When Qin Yi saw the blue Lamborghini, her face was filled with anger.
Gucci, I've already told you that we no longer have any relationship, why are you still following me?
Gucci looked at the palace-like villa in front of him and Qin Hao standing in front of Koenigsegg, with an expression as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Just now, on the way here, after he calmed down a little, he broke out in a cold sweat. The car behind this man who claimed to be Qin Yi's cousin seemed to be the Koenigsegg 11, which was limited to 10 units worldwide. You have to know that of these Koenigsegg's, which are limited to 10 units worldwide, the other 9 that have been sold are all in the hands of some terrifying giants whose coughs can make the world tremble. This man who claims to be Qin Yi's cousin actually owns a top-notch supercar like Koenigsegg. Moreover, it seems that the luxurious villa behind him, which looks like a palace and has no end when viewed from the outside, is also his. I was disrespectful to him just now, but now I can stand here intact, probably because he didn't bother with me for Qin Yi's sake.
Thinking of this, Gucci glanced at Qin Yi, who looked disgusted, and quickly walked to Qin Hao, bowed and said to Qin Hao, "You are Qin Yi's cousin, right? I was wrong just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. Who cares if he is Qin Yi's cousin or not? As long as it doesn't affect his ability to continue living off her, it's fine.
Besides, if I could get close to such a big shot by relying on Qin Yi's relationship, then I would be able to walk around Donghua City with my own way, not to mention anything else."
What do you think?
Qin Hao glanced at Qin Yi, who was standing beside him with a look of disgust, and chuckled. After all, he and Qin Yi were not very familiar with each other, so it would not be a good idea to interfere in her affairs rashly.
Go away, we have no chance anymore.
Qin Yi glanced at Gucci, who was standing there pretending to look at her affectionately, and said coldly. Then, he followed Yang Na into the villa.
Hey, Qin Yi,
Gucci glanced at Qin Yi slowly walking away, and wanted to catch up with her. But at this moment, Qin Hao blocked his way.
My cousin doesn't want to see you right now. I advise you not to pester her.
He and Qin Yi haven't had much contact over the years, so they can't be said to be very familiar with each other, but if Qin Yi continues to be harassed by such a person, something might happen. Not only is it a slap in my face, but I also can't explain myself to my mother. Gucci glanced at Qin Hao, who was standing in front of him, and took a few steps back.
Roll.
Qin Hao glanced at Gucci, who took a few steps back and shouted.
This kind of sand sculpture is annoying to look at and disturbs people's peace.
When Gucci heard the shout, he looked embarrassed, got into the Lamborghini, stepped on the accelerator and drove away.
Let us talk about Qin Yi later. If we make this big boss unhappy, it will be more trouble than gain.
Qin Hao looked at Gucci's hurriedly fleeing back, shook his head and smiled, then walked into the villa. After entering the villa and walking outside the living room, Qin Hao saw Qin Yi sitting in the living room, looking restless, and said with a smile,
"Sister, what's wrong? Are you not used to it?"
No, I just have something I want to tell you, but I don't think it's easy to say it." Qin Yi, who was tugging at the corner of her clothes, looked up at Qin Hao, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself.
After all, although the two families have been in contact over the years, the contact is not frequent.
They only send polite messages to congratulate each other during festivals. What I want to say now is really difficult to say given the current relationship between the two families.
Sister, tell me what's going on.
Qin Hao glanced at Qin Yi, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and spoke.
Although their family and Qin Yi's family don't have much contact, their relationship cannot be said to be very close.
But compared to people like Wang Xingru who would kick someone when he's down, he's much better. He tries his best to help as much as he can. It's like this: your uncle's company has had some problems recently and needs some funds to turn around. After Qin Yi finished speaking, she quickly lowered her head, not daring to even look at Qin Hao. After all, with her company now on the verge of bankruptcy, the funds needed to revive it would be no small amount. If it only took a little money to revive, his father wouldn't have been forced by those debt collectors to send himself back to the country to hide.
How much do you need?
Qin Hao glanced at Qin Yi and said casually. He has nothing else now, but a lot of money. Today, he signed in a bronze treasure chest from the system, which dropped a primary wealth doubling card, increasing his personal wealth tenfold. He has transformed himself from a small billionaire with tens of billions into a billionaire with hundreds of billions.
1 billion RMB.
After saying that, Qin Yi didn't dare to look at Qin Hao. After all, this is 10 billion, not $10. His cousin lives in a mansion and drives a supercar, but these are just fixed assets, not liquid funds. Some of the Fortune 500 companies may be large in scale, but if you ask them to come up with 1 billion in cash, they would probably have a hard time. So, after saying this, Sheenie didn't dare to look at Chin Hao. She herself felt that this request was excessive. Although the two families were not bad, they were far from the point of borrowing 1 billion right away. 1 billion RMB, I thought that was a lot, it's just the cost of a few meals, do you want it now? I thought it was a lot of money, but it turns out it's just this small amount. Given the relationship between the two families, Chin Hao was still willing to help with this small favor. May I? Sheenie looked at Chin Hao with shock, who looked indifferent. This is 1 billion renminbi, not a single RMB that might not even be picked up if it falls on the ground. This is just the money for a few of his meals. Look, is this even human language? It's nothing, it's just a small matter, sister, if you need it urgently, I'll have someone get it for you right now. No, I'm not in a hurry. I can pick it up tomorrow. Sheenie quickly waved at Chin Hao, indicating that he could pick it up tomorrow. After getting Chin Hao's promise, Sheenie quickly stood up and left happily. After all, seeing that her cousin lived in a mansion and drove a supercar, there was no need to lie to her about such things. Looking at Sheenie, who walked out of the living room with a happy face, Chin Hao shook his head and smiled. It's only 1 billion renminbi, which is enough for a few meals. It's just a drop in the bucket for him, is it necessary to be so happy? After expressing his emotion for a while, Chin Hao walked out of the living room. Several maids who were cleaning here just now looked at Chin Hao's gradually receding back, their faces flushed and their eyes full of stars. Mr. Chin is really rich. 1 billion RMB is just the cost of a few meals for him. What does he eat? Even if it's top-notch abalone or lobster, it probably won't be that expensive if you eat until you're full. A younger maid looked at Chin Hao's gradually receding back and said, "What's wrong, little hoof? Are you moved? Don't think about your face and figure, just forget it, and besides." A slightly older maid pointed and leaned against the doorframe, looking at Chin Hao's back with affectionate eyes. Yang Na. Yes, if Mr. Chin really likes someone, he would also like someone like Butler Yang. As she said this, the little maid looked at herself, an ordinary person, and lowered her head. Chapter 26 Class Reunion. After leaving the living room, Chin Hao went straight to Li Qian's house. He has already made all the arrangements for his cousin, and his mother doesn't need him for the time being. Li Qian and I had just confirmed our relationship a few days ago, and we were already feeling sick of each other. After walking for a while, Chin Hao arrived at Li Qian's house. Seeing her sitting at the table eating breakfast, he accompanied her and ate a little. After eating, he wanted to go out for a walk with Li Qian. But Li Qian held his hand, with an expression as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Chin Hao looked at her like this, touched her head, and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Li Qian rubbed her head against Chin Hao's hand. "Just now, I saw in a group chat with my former high school classmates that the class monitor said there would be a class reunion at the Tunguska Hotel today, so I wanted to ask if you would like to go." Chin Hao took out his phone from his pocket and took a look. Sure enough, he saw Fang Xiyuan, the class monitor, frantically at ING group members in the previous class group. "Brothers, we haven't seen each other for a long time since we graduated from high school. How about I treat you today and get together at the Tunguska Hotel?" After saying this, he also attached a picture of himself at Ishan Airport, leaning against a familiar-looking Lamborghini. "Wow, squad leader, you changed your car again. Last time it was a Ferrari, this time it's a Lamborghini. You're really rich." "That's right. Don't you see who our squad leader is? Luxury cars and the like are nothing." "That's right. Don't you see who the squad leader is? His family is a major shareholder of the Jayadair Hotel." After some classmates saw the pictures posted by Fang Xuan, a string of words to please Fang Xuan instantly flooded the group. "Keep a low profile, keep a low profile." After a while, Fang Xuan sent an emoticon. "Then students, you must come." Immediately afterwards, Fang Xuan sent another message like this in the class group. "If the squad leader is hosting, we will definitely come. Of course, since the monitor is hosting, there's no reason for us not to show our support." Chin Hao read the group message and smiled. "Just tell me about this matter directly. It's not a big deal." "But, Fang Xiyuan and you." Li Qian was interrupted by Chin Hao before she could finish her words. "What happened to me? That's all in the past. How can he still snatch you away from me now?" When he was in high school, Fang Xuan took advantage of his family's wealth and openly tried to steal his girl. Fortunately, Li Qian had her eyes full of him at that time, and Qin Hao took some measures after knowing that this guy was trying to steal his girl, so he prevented him from succeeding. "Even if you chase me away, I won't leave." Li Qian hugged Qin Hao's arm tightly and leaned on Qin Hao's shoulder. "It took a lot of effort to find him back, and I can't let him slip away from my hands."
"How can I bear to send you away, huh?"
Qin Hao looked at Li Qian leaning on his shoulder and kissed her cheek.
"Hate it, you kissed me again, I want to kiss you back."
Li Qian, leaning on Qin Hao's shoulder, squinting her eyes and looking sweet, felt her cheeks moist. She stood on tiptoe and was about to kiss Qin Hao on the face.
"No."
When Qin Hao saw Li Qian approaching, he quickly jumped away.
"Don't run, kiss me back."
Li Qian rushed towards Qin Hao, who was looking at her happily, with a fierce look on her face. After playing around with Li Qian for a while, Qin Hao drove the Koenigsegg and took Li Qian to the Tunguska Hotel.
"Since I have promised Li Qian, I still have to go to this class reunion."
"It's just right, I can go to Tunguska Hotel and take another look. After all, this is his first company, and he can't let it go bankrupt for no reason. Although, with his current wealth, it wouldn't matter if the Tunguska Hotel went bankrupt, but who would complain about having too much money?" Koenigsegg sped along the road, and soon Qin Hao drove Li Qian to the Tunguska Hotel. After getting off the car, the pretty waiter who had just entered the Tunguska Hotel came up to greet me with a smile. Seeing Qin Hao holding Li Qian's arm, he was surprised and opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but Qin Hao just waved at him. The pretty waitress saw Qin Hao waving at her, her eyes darkened, and she retreated silently. It seemed that she would not be able to get that big order worth hundreds of millions of RMB. Qin Hao was just here to attend a class reunion, so there was no need to deliberately reveal his identity, otherwise he would have to be surrounded by a circle of people, which would be too troublesome. Qin Hao arrived according to the box number given by Fang Cun, and opened the door of the box with Li Qian's arm in arm. As soon as the door was opened, many classmates inside saw Qin Hao holding Li Qian's arm, and secretly glanced at Fang Cun, who was drinking with someone in a suit and tie. After all, everyone knew about these three people when they were in high school. At this time, Qin Hao appeared here with Li Qian on his arm, and the scene was somewhat awkward. Fang Cun naturally also saw Qin Hao appearing at the door of the private room with Li Qian on his arm, but he was just slightly stunned and his face darkened a little. Although the main purpose of organizing this class reunion is Li Qian, there is no need to be impatient. After all, although he had no written contact with Li Qian over the years, he would still pay special attention to news about him. But he knew that his Li family had broken off the engagement with the Zhu family for some reason. Although no one knew the reason for the divorce with the Zhu family, his family was like a fish out of water after leaving the Zhu family and would not be able to survive for long. If she wants the Li family to stay in Donghua City, she, Li Qian, must find another marriage. But for Li Qian, who just broke off the engagement with the Zhu family, how many family members would dare to take over? The Zhu family is one of the top 3 wealthy families in Donghua City. If Li Qian were to take over right after breaking off the engagement with his family, it would inevitably be seen as an embarrassment to the Zhu family. But Fang Cun is not afraid of this. His Fang family is ranked higher than the Zhu family in Donghua City. Others are afraid of the Zhu family, but he is not. Thinking of this, Fang Cun's expression looked a little better. Anyway, Li Qian would be his sooner or later, so he could just get her. Play however you want. Hey, Qin Hao, Li Qian, you two are finally here. We're the only ones missing. As he spoke, Fang Cun's face was full of smiles, and he pulled Qin Hao and Li Qian inside. When pulling Li Qian, he deliberately stretched his hand forward, obviously trying to take advantage of her. Li Qian frowned and shrank into Qin Hao's arms. Qin Hao opened Fang Cun's hand and walked in on his own. Fang Cun's face darkened when he saw Qin Hao slap his hand away. He withdrew his hand, put on a smile and went into the group of female classmates to show off his money. Qin Hao glanced at the crowd and happened to see his high school buddy Xiaoyao, who was wearing ordinary clothes and had a scruffy beard and was sitting alone in a corner. He then pulled Li Qian over. "Zaya Yaozi, why are you sitting here alone?" After Qin Hao pulled Li Qian to sit down, he hooked his arm around Xiaoyao's shoulder and patted him. Xiaoyaoben was sitting in a corner drinking with his head down. When he saw Qin Hao and Li Qian coming over, he patted himself, shuddered, shrank his head, looked up at Qin Hao and forced a smile. "Nothing, I like to be alone." The moment Xiaoyao raised his head, Qin Hao saw the bruise on his forehead and frowned slightly. "Yaozi, your head." Xiao Miao saw Qin Hao looking at the bruise on his forehead, and glanced at Fong Siyuan who was blowing the Niu coins, then smiled, and said to Qin Hao,
Nothing, I just knocked it accidentally.
Qin Hao, who had been paying attention to Xiao Miao, naturally noticed his little move of glancing at Fong Suan. After thinking for a while and looking at Fong Suan who was bragging, he understood everything.
Chapter 27 Mr. Qin, why are you here?
He and Xiao Miao were best friends for 3 years in high school and had a very close relationship.
After graduation, they went their separate ways and didn't keep in touch much.
But now that he saw Xiao Miao being bullied, given their previous friendship, he naturally wouldn't sit idly by. Besides, when he and Fong Suan were in high school, he had been causing trouble for him both openly and secretly because of Li Qian's matter.
Even if it wasn't for Xiao Miao's matter, he would not let Fong Siyuan have an easy time today. Not to mention, now Fong Siyuan has hurt his best friend in high school.
Thinking of this, Qin Hao patted Li Qian's hand and asked her to sit here and wait for him, then he stood up and walked straight towards Fong Suan who was bragging about the coins. But before Qin Hao took a few steps, his hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Qin Hao turned around and saw that it was Xiao Miao who was holding him. He looked at Xiao Miao and said,
Yaozi, what's wrong? Haozi, forget it. It's not a big deal anyway.
Xiao Miao looked at Qin Hao with a pleading expression. When Xiao Miao saw Qin Hao glance at the wound on his forehead, he walked straight towards Fong Suan and seemed to understand something. In all likelihood, Haozi understood that the injury on his head was caused by Fong Suan, and wanted to find trouble with Fong Suan.
But who is Fong Suan? His family is the major shareholder of the Jiado Hotel.
That is the Jiado Hotel, a super luxurious hotel in Donghua City second only to the Tunguska Hotel. The shareholders of such a super luxurious hotel are not people that ordinary people like him and Qin Hao can afford to offend. If Qin Hao got into trouble because of the conflict between him and Fong Siyuan, how could he be worthy of his former brother?
It's okay, I just went to talk to her and didn't do anything.
Seeing Fong Siyuan looking at him pleadingly, Qin Hao knew that he was worried that he was too impulsive and would get into trouble, so he began to explain. Xiao Miao let go of Qin Hao's hand after hearing his explanation, but still worriedly told him,
Yaozi, don't be impulsive later. If you have anything to say, just talk nicely. Don't offend Fong Suan for my sake. We are not in high school now. The Fong Suan family is the major shareholder of the Jiadair Hotel. If we offend them,
Xiao Miao was interrupted by Qin Hao before he could finish his words.
Okay, I'm just going to talk to him, I'm not going to do anything.
After saying that, Qin Hao ignored Xiao Miao and walked straight towards Fong Suan. Xiao Miao saw Qin Hao walking straight towards Fong Suan and wanted to say something. Li Qian, who had just been sitting aside and saw Qin Hao seemed to be going to cause trouble for Fong Suan, spoke up with no change on her face.
Don't worry, he'll be fine. What a joke. The Xu family, one of the top 3 wealthy families in Donghua City, is as obedient as a kitten in front of his boyfriend. What can the young master of the Fong family, who is not much different from the Xu family, do to his boyfriend? But seeing that Li Qian said so, Xiao Miao naturally didn't say anything. After all, looking at the intimacy of Li Qian and Qin Hao walking in hand just now, even a fool could tell that they were boyfriend and girlfriend, so she naturally would not harm Qin Hao. Qin Hao, holding a glass of wine in his hand, walked over to Fong Siyuan, who was being silently wiped by a group of slightly pretty female classmates, and said to him coldly, Fong Siyuan, come out for a moment. I have something I want to tell you. Fong Siyuan, who was bragging to some of his former high school classmates, heard this and his face darkened. He turned around and said coldly to Qin Hao, Just tell me what you want to say. Can't you see I'm busy? This Qin Hao is really asking for trouble. I haven't caused any trouble for him yet, but he brought it to me instead. Come here and apologize to Xiong Yao. Qin Hao spoke to Fong Siyuan in an unquestionable tone. Why? You can apologize if you want. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize to him? Fong Siyuan held his head high and sneered at Qin Hao. Who does he think he is? What he says is what he does. Besides, even if I did something wrong, there is no need to apologize to Xiong Yao. He is not qualified to ask Mr. Fong to apologize to him. Haha, why? It was you who caused the wound on Xiong Yao's forehead, right? He bumped into it accidentally, it's none of my business. Before Fong Siyuan could finish his words, he felt a huge force at the back of his neck, dragging him forward. Qin Hao, let me go. Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me, you will die a miserable death today. Fong Siyuan was dragged forward by Qin Hao like a chicken.
He struggled hard and shouted at Qin Hao. Qin Hao didn't care about him and carried Fong Cun towards him. The few women who were somewhat pretty and had just surrounded Fong Cun were frightened when they saw Qin Hao dragging Fong Cun forward like a chicken, and they pointed at Qin Hao and talked about him.
Is Qin Hao crazy? How dare he be so mean to the other party?
Mr. Fong's family is the largest shareholder of the Jiadair Hotel, second only to the Wu family, the richest family in Donghua City.
How dare he do this to Mr. Fong? Does he want to die?
This Qin Hao is too bold. He dares to be so aggressive.
Does he want to stay in Donghua City?
Qin Hao turned a deaf ear to what was said in his ear. He was not afraid of the Fong family, the major shareholder of the Jiadao Hotel, who was second only to the richest family in Donghua City. Not to mention his Fong family, now he doesn't even take the Wu family, the richest family in Donghua City, seriously. Xiao Miao, who was chatting with Li Chen, saw the commotion near Qin Hao. He panicked and turned to look at Qin Hao. Seeing Qin Hao carrying Fong Cun towards him, he quickly stood up with an anxious look on his face. Haozi, let him go quickly, if. Before he could finish his words, Qin Hao waved at Xiao Miao and threw Fong Cun at his feet. Xiao Miao looked at Fong Cun lying at his feet and quickly reached out to help him up.
But as soon as his hand touched Fong Cun, who looked angry, suddenly pushed it away.
Xiao Miao staggered and sat on the sofa beside him.
Qin Hao, I'm not done with you today.
Xiao Miao pointed at Qin Hao and took out his phone. He was sure that he could not beat Qin Hao, so he planned to contact his acquaintances in the Tunguska Hotel to give Qin Hao a lesson he would never forget. Qin Hao just looked at him coldly, still not afraid. What a joke! He has never been afraid of anyone in Donghua City. Besides, this Tunguska Hotel is his territory, so he is not afraid of any tricks he plays. After a while, the door of the private room was opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked in hurriedly. Zhao Lin just received a call from Fong Cun, saying that he was beaten and asked him to come over to deal with it. He didn't want to come, but for his father's sake, he decided to come and take care of it. But as soon as he entered the private room, he saw Qin Hao looking at Fong Cun coldly.
His legs softened immediately and he said in a trembling voice, "Director Qin, why are you here?"
Hearing the voice, Qin Hao turned around and looked at Zhao Lin with an amused expression.
"Ha, Mr. Zhao, why are you here?" Chapter 28. Don't be afraid, beat him up.
Zhao Lin looked at Qin Hao, who was looking at him with a playful expression, and hurriedly ran to Qin Hao with a panicked look, bent down and bowed. "I heard you were here, so I came to see if you needed anything."
He didn't dare say that Fong Cun asked him to come. Last time, Director Qin was a little dissatisfied with him because of Yin Ping's incident.
If he said that Fong Cun asked him to come and cause trouble for Director Qin, he, the general manager, could pack up and leave tomorrow.
Is that so? I don't have anything to do here. You can go down and do your thing first. Yes.
Zhao Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned around to leave the private room. But before he reached the door, he heard Fong Cun shouting from behind.
"Boss Zhao, why are you leaving? What you promised me."
But before he could finish his words, Zhao Lin walked out of the private room at a quick pace. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. If he stayed here, Director Qin would get upset after hearing what Fong Cun said, and he would probably have to pack up and leave immediately.
Fong Cun looked at Zhao Lin, who quickly disappeared at the door of the private room with a look of shock on his face. He stood aside at a loss as his brain had not yet reacted. He originally wanted to find Manager Zhao of the Tunguska Hotel to teach Qin Hao a lesson, but he didn't expect that Manager Zhao saw Qin Hao as if he were a mouse seeing a cat. He just said a few words to him and turned around and left. No, when Manager Zhao was talking to Qin Hao just now, he seemed to call Qin Hao Mr. Qin. What was that? This shouldn't be the case. The Tunguska Hotel has an extraordinary status in Donghua City.
Even the Wu family, the richest family in Donghua City, has to give it some face.
Really? Fong Cun couldn't help but think of a horrible possibility. A few days ago, he received a piece of news that the parent company of Tunguska Hotel, Xingtong Group, sold the hotel in full to a mysterious man named Qin. It couldn't be Qin Hao. Fong Cun shook his head and threw this horrible idea out of his mind. Qin Hao glanced at Fong Cun, who was standing aside at a loss, and said coldly, "Master Fong, I saw you took out your phone just now. You wanted to call someone, right? Where is the person?" Fong Cun looked at Qin Hao for a long time without saying anything. "Okay, I don't want you to do anything either."
Just take back the way you treated Xiaomiao just now, and let's just let this matter go. What a joke. He is in his own territory and he still wants to stir up trouble. He just does what he wants.
I don't.
When Fang Xiyuan heard Qin Hao's words, he took a few steps back. But he knew how he treated Xiaomiao before Qin Hao came. If young Master Fang did the same thing to him again, he would have no place in Donghua City.
That's not up to you.
After saying that, Qin Hao dragged Fang Xiyuan and threw him in front of Xiaomiao. This Haozi, why don't we just forget about it?
I don't have anything to do anyway.
No, you have to give back to him what he did to you just now.
Qin Hao looked at the timid Xiaomiao with an unquestionable tone.
Even though his brother has been bullied to this extent, he still looks so timid, which is heartbreaking to watch.
Qin Hao, you can't do this to me. I'm the eldest son of the Fang family. If you treat me like this,
But he was interrupted by Qin Hao before he could finish his words.
The eldest young master of the Fang family is amazing. This entire Tunguska hotel belongs to me. Let alone you, even if your father came, it would be useless. Qin Hao looked at Fang Xiyuan with disdain. Let us not talk about this second generation today.
Even if his father were here, he would still have to do what he should do.
Are you the chairman of the Tunguska Hotel? But he stopped talking halfway.
Thinking about Manager Zhao's behavior towards Qin Hao just now, and combining it with what his father said to him a few days ago, Fang Xiyuan thought of a horrible possibility. What Qin Hao said is most likely true. Otherwise, why would Manager Zhao, who even the richest man in Donghua City had to give some face to, be so respectful when he met Qin Hao?
Oh.
Fang Xiyuan turned his head and looked at Qin Hao, who was looking at him with disdain, his eyes full of fear. He could never have imagined that the ant that he could crush to death with one hand would suddenly become someone he had to look up to a few years later. But he had no time to think about it now. The most urgent task was to calm Qin Hao's anger. Otherwise, not to mention him, even his Fang family could not bear Qin Hao's anger. So Fang Xiyuan crawled to Xiaomiao and slapped himself hard.
Brother Xiong, I was wrong.
Please forgive me for my mistakes. In order to calm Qin Hao's anger, the only thing to do now is to do as he says and seek Xiaomiao's forgiveness.
Xiaomiao was shocked when he saw Fang Xiyuan crying in front of him.
He looked up at Qin Hao and said tremblingly,
Haozi, what you said is not true. Are you really the chairman of this Tunguska hotel? Combining Fang Xiyuan's performance just now, Xiaomiao thought of a horrible possibility. Yeah, what's wrong?
Qin Hao spoke to Xiaomiao casually, as if he was talking about a trivial matter.
Wow.
The whole audience was shocked when they heard Qin Hao's affirmative answer. Fuck, this Qin Hao is actually the chairman of the Tunguska Hotel.
This is the Tunguska Hotel, the only 5-star hotel in Donghua City. It's worth billions at least.
I didn't expect Qin Hao to be the chairman of this hotel.
No wonder he dares to treat Fang Xiyuan like this.
If I were the chairman of the Tunguska Hotel, I would also.
Hush, you're asking for your life.
No matter it is Qin Hao or Fang Xiyuan, we cannot afford to offend them.
If they hear this, you're done for. Oh, I just said that, I didn't mean anything else.
Qin Hao heard the discussions around him and shrugged. He's just the chairman of a 5-star hotel.
It's no big deal. Is it necessary to make such a fuss about it?
When Xiaomiao heard Qin Hao's affirmative answer, his eyes widened and he looked at Qin Hao in surprise.
Haozi, how come you are the chairman of Tunguska Hotel? This is the Tunguska Hotel.
In Donghua City, even the richest family, the Wu family, dare not offend it easily. His best friend from high school, whom he hadn't seen for several years, suddenly became the chairman of such a top hotel.
How could he not be shocked beyond words? Don't waste time. Pay back double what Fang Xiyuan did to you just now. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility.
Seeing Xiaomiao standing there in a daze, Qin Hao looked at him encouragingly. I don't know what my best friend has been through in the past few years, but it must have been quite a rough life. Otherwise, how could he change from a cheerful guy to a timid person who dares not resist when being bullied? When Xiaomiao heard Qin Hao's words, he slowly moved towards Fang Xiyuan. In the past, he was worried about Fang Xiyuan's revenge, so he endured it. Now that he has the words of a best friend, he is not afraid anymore. Naturally, he will take revenge if he has a grudge. When Fang Xiyuan saw Xiaomiao approaching him, he quickly crawled over and raised his face.
After a while, a creepy scream was heard in the private room. Chapter 29, Beast, Let Her Go.
Looking at Fong Cun lying on the ground with a bruised face and nose, Jin Hao took over his hands and supported the panting Xiaoyao and walked out of the private room. Things have come to this point, there is no need for them to stay here. Class reunions after graduation are mostly places where successful people who were once down and out but are now glorious and brilliant show off. If he hadn't wanted to take a look at whether there had been any other bad things like what happened to Lu Mengmeng a few days ago in the Tunguska store, and to find out about the latest news of some of his close high school buddies, he would not have agreed to let Li Qian attend this so-called class reunion.
After all, isn't it great to spend time with Li Qian, doing things you love, or enjoying the manual service of the maid in the villa? Tunguska Hotel, Presidential Suite.
Jin Hao hugged Li Qian and looked at Xiaoyao, who was eating voraciously in front of them. They looked at each other with complicated expressions. When he was in high school, Xiaoyao was also a sunny, handsome, and popular boy who was very popular with girls. I didn't expect that after just a few years of not seeing him, a good-looking young man has turned into a depressed uncle whose edges have been smoothed out by life. It's hard to imagine what Yaozi has gone through in just these few years to turn such a sunny and handsome guy into this.
Yaozi, you have been. Jin Hao looked at Xiaoyao, who was eating voraciously and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Ah, what? Jin Hao's mouth was filled with various foods. He shrank his head and looked at Jin Hao blankly. Jin Hao saw Xiaoyao's timid look and no longer had the fierceness he had when he hit Fong Cun just now.
It's okay, you eat first. Jin Hao waved at Xiaoyao, indicating that he should eat first. Given Xiaoyao's current condition, it would be inappropriate to ask too many questions. I will wait until later to understand what has happened over the years. Jin Hao thought so, and hugged Li Qian, just watching Xiaoyao wolfing down the food quietly. But after eating for a while, Xiaoyao suddenly stopped eating. He looked at Jin Hao, who was hugging Li Qian, his shoulders shook and tears flowed uncontrollably. Haozi, I've suffered so much these years. After saying that, he slammed the table, laid on it and cried like a baby. Jin Hao saw Xiaoyao's movement and quickly let go of Li Qian. He handed Xiaoyao a pack of tissues and comforted him.
Yaozi, what's wrong with you? Let's talk about it.
Xiaoyao looked up and took the tissue from Jin Hao, his voice choked with sobs.
Haozi, you say it's easy for me.
My parents are just farmers who work hard in the fields. They finally paid for me to go to college and they expect me to find a good job and not live a hard life like them in the future. As a result, I finally finished college, but I still haven't achieved anything. Not only that, my girlfriend, who was about to get married, ran away with someone else. Last year, I was in debt because my mother was seriously ill, and I still haven't paid it off. Xiaoyao became sadder and sadder as he spoke, and his shoulders shook even more violently. Jin Hao looked at Xiaoyao, sighed, patted him on the shoulder and said,
Hey, it's all over. From now on, you will work in my hotel. I will give you a position as a foreman. If you do well in the future, I will promote you up.
Although he owns 100% of the shares of the Tunguska Hotel, he has not had much contact with Xiaoyao over the years and does not know what his personal abilities are. Promoting him to too high a position hastily would not only harm him, but would also be irresponsible to other people in the hotel. When Xiaoyao heard Jin Hao's words, his crying gradually subsided.
Haozi, I can't do this.
When Xiaoyao heard Jin Hao say this, a hint of surprise flashed across his face, but then he felt a little embarrassed. This small foreman may mean nothing to Jin Hao, but for him who is currently living in poverty, it is like a timely help.
Why are you being so polite to me? We are friends. If you don't accept it, you are looking down on me. Jin Hao frowned and pretended to be angry. No, that's not what I meant. Xiaoyao quickly waved his hand to express his denial. That's fine, and he's just a small foreman. Even if he messes up, it's no big deal. Jin Hao waved casually at Xiaoyao. Yeah, why are you being so polite to him? Given your relationship, these are nothing.
Li Qian, who was sitting opposite Xiaoyao, saw Xiaoyao refuse and followed suit.
Well, okay then.
Seeing that Jin Hao didn't think it was a big deal, Xiaoyao had no choice but to accept it.
Anyway, he won't hurt himself. Okay, let's eat first.
Jin Hao saw that Xiaoyao's mood had stabilized, smiled, and said to him,
Okay then, it's decided. Let's eat first.
Xiaoyao nodded and continued to stuff his mouth with these delicacies that he would never dare to dream of. After dinner, Jin Hao sent Xiaoyao to the entrance of Tunguska Hotel. After giving Xiaoyao a bank card with 1 million yuan in it, he talked to him for a few words and then planned to go back. Xiaoyao looked at the bank card in his hand, which was worth an astronomical amount of money to him, and shouted to Qin Hao, who had just walked to the Koenigsegg.
Howsy, do you have time now?
He felt bad that he had accepted Qin Hao's great help so calmly. At the very least, he should invite Qin Hao to his home for a meal to express his gratitude. Although, he felt that upper-class people like Qin Hao had very busy schedules and might not have time to go to his house for dinner. But, he still couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart, so he still said that. Qin Hao glanced at Li Qian, who was following him, and when he saw Li Qian nodded, he replied,
Yes, what's the matter?
Qin Hao looked at Xiong Yao, who seemed to be hesitant to speak.
This Yaozi looks like he wants to say something but hesitates. Is there something else he hasn't told me? Well, Howsy, if you have time, can you come to my house for a meal? After all, you've helped me so much.
I would feel bad if I didn't show any appreciation.
Xiong Yao stammered and lowered his head. There's nothing I can do to help him now. I can only
treat him to a meal to express my gratitude.
Oh, sure. I thought it was something else. Wait a minute. I'll get another car and go.
After saying that, Qin Hao took out his cell phone and called Zhao Lin.
Zhao Lin had just returned to the office. Feeling uneasy, he received a call from Qin Hao and ran over happily.
He observed Qin Hao's expression and saw that Qin Hao's face was calm and he didn't look angry, so he couldn't help but feel relieved. I thought that Fong Cun had exposed me and the chairman was looking for trouble with me.
Chairman, what do you want?
Zhao Lin's face was smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum.
He bent down and spoke to Qin Hao. Find me a slightly more upscale car.
Yes. After saying that, Zhao Lin turned around and ran away. After a while, an extended version of Maybach appeared in front of Qin Hao. Qin Hao nodded to Zhao Lin, took Li Qian and Xiong Yao, and drove to Xiong Yao's house. After a bumpy ride, Qin Hao drove to the village where Xiong Yao lived. But when he was about to reach his door, he suddenly heard a shrill cry.
No! No, you beasts, let me go!
When Xiong Yao heard the cry, his breathing became heavy and his eyes turned red. He signaled Qin Hao to stop the car, then slammed the door, roared like a tiger in the forest, and rushed towards the source of the sound.
You beast, let her go! Chapter 30, Poor mountains and bad waters give rise to unruly people.
Qin Hao and Li Qian saw Xiong Yao rush out with red eyes after hearing the shrill cry. Fearing that he would suffer a loss, he got out of the car and rushed to the source of the sound. When they arrived at the source of the sound, they saw Xiong Yao, a girl whose coat was almost torn into strips, being kicked to the ground and beaten violently by a group of hooligans. You little bastard, you've grown so powerful that you even dare to interfere in your Master Chen's affairs. That's right, you are tired of living, and you even dare to meddle in Master Chen's affairs. It's a blessing for your sister that Master Chen likes her, don't be ungrateful. A few little hooligans kicked Xiong Yao and shouted at him.
Stop!
Seeing Xiong Yao being kicked to the ground and beaten hard, Qin Hao quickly stepped forward and kicked these little hooligans down one by one.
After all, these little hooligans don't have much meat on their bodies, so they can only bully malnourished people like Xiong Yao.
When facing a 1.8-meter tall strong man like Qin Hao, they are just like some toddlers showing off their teeth and claws to adults. The little hooligans who were kicked to the ground by Qin Hao cried out in pain. Just as they were about to say something, they saw a terrifying black shadow appear before their eyes. When they saw Qin Hao standing in front of them like an ancient giant beast, they swallowed their saliva. He gave Xiong Yao a resentful look and left at the speed of light. Qin Hao saw those little hooligans running away in a panic, so he helped Xiong Yao up and asked with concern.
Are you okay?
Xiong Yao took off his clothes, put them on the crying girl and shook his head.
Fine.
After saying this, he took the crying girl and walked away silently. Seeing Xiong Yao like this, Qin Hao pulled Li Qian and followed him. When he arrived at Xiong Yao's house, Qin Hao frowned. He didn't expect that Yaozi's family was in such a difficult situation. I visited his home once when I was in high school, and I didn't see how poor his family was. The whole family was squeezed into a small one-story bungalow that looked less than 70 square meters. When Xiong Yao saw Qin Hao and Li Qian coming, he called the girl who was still shrugging her shoulders and sobbing into the house and greeted her inside.
Mom, I'm back.
As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman with silver hair, leaning on a wooden stick, walked out tremblingly.
Hey, Yaozi is back. Why did you take so long? Before she finished speaking, she saw Qin Hao and Li Qian standing next to Xiong Yao and asked in confusion. Yaozi, this is
my high school classmate Qin Hao and his girlfriend Li Qian. Seeing his mother looking at Qin Hao and Li Qian with confusion, Xiong Yao hurriedly explained.
Auntie, don't you remember me? I've been here before.
After saying that, Qin Hao hurried forward to support Xiong Yao's mother. Xiong Yao's mother looked at the handsome boy who looked familiar, her eyes full of doubts.
I've been here before. When? During the summer of my second year in high school.
Qin Hao was interrupted by Xiong Yao's mother before he could finish his words.
Oh, it's you.
I remember you came here with that beautiful girl named Li Qian.
Look at my memory.
After saying that, Xiong Yao's mother raised her hand and patted her head. Qin Hao wanted to say something else, but he saw Xiong Yao beside him saying to Qin Hao,
Let's talk about it after we go inside. Let's talk about it after we go inside.
Xiong Yao caught a glimpse of the few hooligans who had been chased away by Qin Hao not far away. Behind them were a group of people, surrounding a strange middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who were rushing towards his home with a panicked look on their faces. They are not in the Tunguska Hotel. In this remote place, he and Qin Hao would probably suffer a loss. Qin Hao saw Xiong Yao pushing him, so he turned around and wanted to say something to Xiong Yao, but he saw that behind those little hooligans were a group of people, surrounding a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who were rushing towards him aggressively.
He frowned.
But she did not listen to Xiong Yao.
She just waved her hand and asked Li Qian to take Xiong Yao's mother in first. Li Qian looked at Qin Hao worriedly and took Xiong Yao's mother in.
Xiong Yao became very anxious when he saw that Qin Hao was still standing there motionless after hearing what he said.
Howsy, just listen to me and go in quickly. This isn't the first time these people have done this.
As long as we go in and close the door, they will make a fuss for a while and then leave.
Nothing will happen. If you stay here any longer, they outnumber us and we will definitely suffer.
Qin Hao glanced at Xiong Yao, who looked very anxious, and didn't say anything. He just took out his cell phone and called Zhao Lin. After a while, the call was connected and Zhao Lin's respectful voice came from the other end.
Boss Qin, what do you want to talk to me about? Do you know any underground bosses in Donghua City?
Seeing the call connected, Qin Hao said to Zhao Lin in a cold voice.
Yes, I know him. What's the matter, Mr. Qin? What happened?
Seeing that Qin Hao's tone was wrong, Zhao Lin hurriedly spoke to Qin Hao.
Why is President Qin asking this? Is it possible that some blind idiot has offended President Qin? I'm surrounded. I'll send you my location.
Please ask the leader of the underground forces nearby to bring some people over to calm the situation. Qin Hao looked at the little hooligans who were getting closer and closer to him and said to Zhao Lin.
What? Who dares to provoke Mr. Qin? Are you tired of living? Just wait, I will bring people over right now.
Hearing Qin Hao's words, Zhao Lin was shocked and planned to hang up the phone and call for help. There is actually someone in Donghua City who dares to offend Director Qin.
Is he tired of living? No, I have to take some people there immediately.
Maybe doing so can improve my favorability in Director Qin's heart.
After all, Director Qin didn't say anything about some of the things he did before.
But, if it weren't for the fact that I was still useful, I'm afraid that Director Qin would have dealt with me long ago. Just when Zhao Lin wanted to hang up the phone, Qin Hao suddenly said.
Don't bother. I'll send you the location. You can ask the boss of the underground forces nearby to come and calm the situation down. This place is quite far from the city center of Donghua City.
By the time Zhao Lin brings his men here from the city center of Donghua City, he might have been pushed to the ground and beaten. If Zhao Lin and others saw me like this, how would I be able to be the chairman in the future?
Boss Qin,
Zhao Lin wanted to say something but was interrupted by Qin Hao.
Okay, that's it.
After saying that, Qin Hao sent Zhao Lin his location and hung up the phone. Qin Hao looked at the group of hooligans surrounding the middle-aged man in a suit and tie and thought to himself. It's true that poor and remote places produce unruly people. I just taught them a little lesson, but looking at their ferocious faces, it was as if I had an irreconcilable hatred with them and they wanted to eat me alive.
Chapter 31 3 billion, Acquisition of Jincheng Group.
After a while, the group of little hooligans, surrounded by the middle-aged man in a suit and tie, rushed to Qin Hao. One of the little hooligans who was taught a lesson by Qin Hao glanced at the panicked Xiong Yao, hid behind the middle-aged man in a suit, raised his head, pointed at Qin Hao and said,
Cousin, he was the one who beat me.
Hearing the little hooligan's words, Qin Hao glanced at him and sneered. This kind of person dares to find someone to take revenge on himself. He really doesn't know how to live or die. The little gangster shrank his neck when he was glared at by him, but then he realized that there were dozens of people behind him, so he would not be afraid of the kid in front of him. Besides, seeing that this kid was wearing all branded clothes just now, he must be a wealthy man. To ensure safety, he called his cousin, who was the general manager of Jincheng Group in Guihai City. Jincheng Group is one of the largest groups in Guihai City, and is only slightly inferior to their Tunguska Hotel in Donghua City. The guy in front of him, who is probably about the same age as himself, is not as rich as his cousin, who was the general manager of Jincheng Group. Thinking of this, the little gangster glared back at Qin Hao. Just as he was about to say something harsh, he saw the middle-aged man in a suit and tie waving at him. Seeing this, the little gangster who was about to say something harsh fell silent instantly. Wu Gue glanced at Qin Hao and frowned slightly. How could this young man be so calm when seeing such a scene? Is he ignorant or is he fearless? He just looked at Qin Hao for a while, searching his mind for relevant information about the wealthy children in Donghua City and the surrounding areas, but he did not find any information about the young man in front of him. Since the young man in front of him is not a child of a wealthy family, this matter is relatively simple. With his own status and position, he can do whatever he wants to an ordinary person with no background. After thinking this through, Wu Gue no longer had any concerns about Qin Hao. He said sternly with a cold face, "Boy, I don't want you to do anything about what happened today. All you need to do is kneel down and kowtow 3 times to my cousin, and then ask the prettiest woman there to play with us brothers for a few days, and we'll be done with it." As he spoke, Wu Gue glanced past Qin Hao, who was standing opposite him, and straight at Li Chen, who was hiding in the shabby little bungalow, with an indescribable strange smile on his face. A group of younger brothers behind Wu Gue heard his words and echoed him. "Yes, boy, if you know what's best for you, just listen to me. Otherwise, if we have to do it ourselves, hee. Boy, you look so delicate and tender. It won't be that easy if we have to do it ourselves." Hearing these words, Xiong Yao looked at the group of people with ill intentions in front of him, stepped forward quickly, and said with an apologetic smile, "Brothers, we..." But before he could finish his words, Xiong Yao was pushed to the ground by Wu Gue. "Get out of here, you have no right to speak here." "Yes, you have no right to speak." When Wu Gui's cousin heard this, he stood beside Xiong Yao, who was pushed to the ground, and raised his foot to step on him. But before he touched Xiong Yao, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, his vision went black, and he flew out like a broken bag. Qin Hao kicked Wu Gui's cousin away and helped Xiong Yao up. "Boy, you..." When Wu Gue saw Qin Hao kicking his cousin away, his face instantly turned darker than charcoal. After hearing what he said, the boy in front of him not only did not offer up the beautiful woman that made him drool, but instead kicked his cousin away. This was simply a slap in his face in public. He. Qin Hao smiled at Wu Gue, took out his cell phone, looked at the location sent by Zhao Lin, and nodded. Zhao Lin is quite efficient. The people he called will probably arrive soon. "Boy, if you don't accept my toast, you will have to drink the penalty wine. Master Wu has already given you the opportunity. If you don't cherish it, don't blame Master Wu. Brothers, come on, today we will let this kid know the consequences of offending your Master Wu." The turtle waved to the group of younger brothers behind him. The group of hooligans behind Wu Gue understood and scattered, preparing to surround Qin Hao and Xiong Yao. But just as they dispersed, a sharp roar suddenly came from not far away, and a group of strong men in black riding cool motorcycles soon appeared in front of Qin Hao and the others. These sturdy men in black saw Qin Hao in the crowd, walked past the group of hooligans, and quickly surrounded Qin Hao and Xiong Yao, with a wary look on their faces. The turtle looked at the group of burly men in black who suddenly appeared and felt a little confused. How come such a large group of people suddenly appeared? And it seemed that these people were called by this kid. Did he hit a wall this time? Qin Hao glanced at the black-clad burly men surrounding him and nodded slightly, then pointed at Wu Gue, who was standing there with a confused look on his face, and said, "Bring that man to me." When that bastard glanced at Li Chen with those dirty eyes just now, he wanted to grab this ignorant bitch and give her a good beating, but due to the disparity in strength between the enemy and us, he didn't dare to go too far. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the group of sturdy men in black immediately scattered and rushed towards Wu Gue, who was surrounded by a group of timid little hooligans. Wu Gue looked at the group of black-clad strong men rushing towards him, cold sweat pouring down his face, and he said tremblingly, "You, who dares to touch me? I, Wu Gue, am the general manager of Jincheng Group. If you dare to touch me today, tomorrow I will bring people to kill you." The group of burly men in black paused and looked hesitant when they heard this. They were just ordered to come and support someone, but they never thought that this person's enemy would be the general manager of Jincheng Group. Xin Hao saw that these burly men in black looked hesitant and smiled contemptuously after hearing Wu Gui's words. He took out his cell phone and called Zhao Lin.
It's just a small Jincheng group. Can't I deal with you?
Hey, how much liquidity does the hotel have?
1 billion, what's wrong, Mr. Qin?
When Zhao Lin heard Xin Hao's words, he was slightly stunned. Then his hand holding the phone trembled slightly and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his body.
Why did Director Qin suddenly ask this? Could it be that he discovered that I had misappropriated company funds? If this is true.
When Zhao Lin thought of Yan Ping's miserable state in the police station, his hand holding the phone trembled even more violently.
1 billion. Let me ask you something. How much does it cost to acquire Jincheng Group?
Jincheng Group estimates that it will cost about 3 billion. When Zhao Lin heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief and answered truthfully.
3 billion, so cheap, okay, I'll transfer some more money to the company account and acquire it as soon as possible. Okay.
In addition, after buying the Jincheng Group, he fired the general manager named Wu Gui.
Understood, Mr. Qin.
When Zhao Lin heard what Xin Hao said, he instantly understood something.
This man named Wu Gui might have offended Director Qin, otherwise Director Qin would not suddenly ask him to do this. These rich people are really arrogant. They can easily acquire a company with assets worth billions. Wu Gui stared blankly at Xin Hao, who had a sneer on his face after finishing the phone call. Suddenly, he held his stomach and rolled on the ground laughing. Ha, boy, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Who do you think you are to say such a thing about acquiring Jincheng Group? Even if it's...
Before he could finish his words, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Wu Gui took out his cell phone and saw that it was the company's chairman calling. He glanced at Xin Hao, who was looking at him coldly. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart.
Hello, Chairman, you are looking for me.
Before he could finish his words, the person on the other end of the phone said something and hung up.
Snap.
After the chairman of Jincheng Group hung up the phone, Wu Gui was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. His cell phone fell to the ground with a click. Thinking of what Xin Hao had just said, the expression on his face gradually became terrified. His legs went soft and he crawled in front of Xin Hao, hugging his legs with tears and snot all over his face.
Boss Qin, I was wrong, please.
Before he could finish his words, Xin Hao kicked him away, waved his hand, and signaled the burly men in black to drag Wu Gui away. The sturdy men in black understood what he meant and dragged Wu Gui away.
Chapter 32 Primary Rejuvenation Technique. Howsy, you.
Looking at Wu Gui, who was being dragged away by those burly men in black with miserable cries, Xiong Yao was hesitant to speak. Xin Hao's actions really overturned his previous cognition. A multi-billion-dollar group just bought it without even frowning, as if it was just casually strolling out to buy a vegetable.
It's okay, it's just a routine operation, no need to make a fuss. Xin Hao waved casually at Xiong Yao, hooked his arm around his shoulder and walked into the house.
Li Qian and the others in the room couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Xin Hao coming in with his arm around Xiong Yao's shoulder.
Fortunately, both of them are fine. Let's cook. I'm hungry.
Xin Hao glanced at Li Qian and the others, patted Xiong Yao and said,
"Oh."
After listening to this, Xiong Yao went into the kitchen to eat alone. Her sister glanced at Xin Hao and followed Xiong Yao to the kitchen to cook. For a moment, only Li Qian, Xin Hao and Xiong Yao's mother were left in the room. Seeing that Xin Hao and Xiong Yao's mother were the only ones left in the room, she secretly glanced at Xiong Yao's mother, quietly pulled Xin Hao's hand, twisted Xin Hao's waist, her eyes full of reproach.
He was still as impulsive as before. What would she do if anything happened to him?
Xin Hao touched her head and said softly,
"Silly boy, I'm fine."
After saying that, Xin Hao leaned over and kissed Li Qian on the forehead. Li Qian was very embarrassed. She glanced at Xiong Yao's mother, who was standing beside them and looking at them with a smile, and buried her head in Qin's chest. When Xiong Yao's mother saw the young couple being affectionate, she smiled and shook her head, then she closed the door and walked out with her crutches.
For a moment, they were the only two people left in the small room.
Li Qian saw Xiong Yao's mother walk out and leave Xin Hao's chest.
Her face flushed, she pinched him and said coquettishly, "What are you doing? There are other people here. How could you, how could you? What's the matter? We are already an old married couple, why are you shy? I have seen all kinds of things in your life when we were together. You also said, after you got me, you think you can ignore my feelings and do whatever you want to me. Li Qian refused and lightly hit Qin Hao with her pink fist. How could that be? Am I that kind of person?
I just couldn't help myself just now and couldn't control myself for a moment, so. Before Qin Hao could finish his words, Li Qian covered his mouth.
You keep saying it, it's so corny. Okay, I won't say anything.
Qin Hao hugged Li Qian and said to her with a smile. Li Qian was held in Qin Hao's arms like an obedient kitten, not moving at all. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qian looked up at Qin Hao with a dazed look in her eyes. She slowly closed her eyes and her eyelashes trembled slightly.
Qin Hao, I.
Before she could finish her words, Qin Hao understood and leaned over to kiss her lips. After a long while, the two of them returned to their old ways of leaning on each other. Qin Hao looked at Li Qian, whose face was flushed in front of him, with tenderness in his eyes. Being able to hold her in his arms again was the greatest luck in his life. Li Qian, with her head buried in Qin Hao's chest, felt his gaze, looked up and looked at him, pinched Qin Hao's face, her heart filled with tenderness.
This time, I will never lose you again, never again.
Qin Hao met her gaze, his heart burning with desire to do it again. But before he could make any move, Xiong Yao's voice suddenly came from outside the door.
It's time to eat. Hearing the shout, Qin Hao took Li Qian's hand and walked out.
After dinner, under the reluctant gazes of Xiong Yao and the other two, Qin Hao and Li Qian drove on their way home. After returning home and washing up, the two of them, who were already attracted to each other, naturally did it again.
The next day, early morning.
Qin Hao saw Li Qian lying next to him with a satisfied look on her face.
It would be nice if life could continue like this. It is a great happiness to wake up every day and see the one you love sleeping beside you.
Unfortunately, even though he now has the system, money is just a string of ordinary numbers to him, and he still has a lot of things to do. For example, today I am going to pick up my mother from the hospital. Today he signed in and received a silver treasure chest, from which a special skill called primary rejuvenation appeared.
Although the name is not very impressive, its actual use is astonishing.
This elementary rejuvenation technique can actually allow the person using it to instantly gain the ability to cure all diseases in the world. If he had acquired this ability earlier, perhaps his mother's illness could have been cured faster, and she could have followed him to the big villa and enjoyed a peaceful life earlier. Thinking of this, Qin Hao slowly walked out of the room and drove towards Donghua City First People's Hospital. Arriving at the Donghua City First People's Hospital, Qin Hao took a look at his mother, who looked much better, and greeted her with a smile.
Morning, Mom.
Wang Zhen, who was lying on the hospital bed, greeted her son with a smile when she saw him.
Good morning, kid, you've been away for a few days and you didn't even come to see me. Mom, I'm busy.
Besides, you have someone to take care of you here. As Qin Hao spoke, he used the basic rejuvenation technique on his mother. Just as she was about to say something else to her son, Wang Zhen suddenly felt warm all over, and some of the sequelae from the operation seemed to have disappeared all at once. Wang Zhen felt the changes happening to herself, and hesitantly said to Qin Hao,
Hao, I feel like I'm almost recovered from this illness. It's expensive to stay in the hospital any longer. I wonder.
In her opinion, her son even sold the house left to him by his father in order to treat his illness, and he must have no money left now. Her illness is almost cured, and it would be a waste of money to stay in the hospital any longer. She wanted to talk to her son about this after the operation, but after the incident with Geng Biao a few days ago, her condition relapsed, so she didn't bring up the matter of being discharged from the hospital. Now, she felt that her illness was almost cured, so she tentatively spoke to her son.
Really? That's great. Let the doctor check it out right away. If there's nothing wrong, we'll be discharged from the hospital.
Qin Hao had a surprised expression on his face and turned around to call a doctor.
After a while, the doctor came over.
After checking, Qin Hao took his mother out of the hospital as they looked shocked.
You know, this is cancer.
Qin Hao's mother had just had surgery a few days ago. Logically, she should still be hospitalized for observation for a period of time. She can only be discharged after being confirmed that there is no danger to her life. But in just a few days, Qin Hao's mother's illness was completely cured. It has to be said that this was a miracle.
Qin Hao didn't care what these doctors thought.
He was now walking around Beijing Huading with Yang Na and his mother. Qin Hao's mother looked at the villa in front of her with a look of shock. It was much larger than the small bungalow she lived in before, and said in a trembling voice,
Hao, you said this villa is yours, you didn't lie to me, did you? This is fake, of course it's mine.
Qin Hao looked at his mother and said,
Where did you get so much money?
Although I don't know how much this villa costs, I think it will be at least tens of millions. Xinhao's mother was afraid that her son had done something bad, so she asked him this.
I'll explain this to you later. Anyway, I didn't do anything wrong. Xinhao's mother didn't say anything after hearing this.
After all, she knew her son well and he would never do anything bad. I asked this just now because I care about him too much.
Chapter 33, Shark Sound's first female anchor.
After Xinhao and his mother walked around Beijing Huoding, they looked at the time and prepared to go to Li Qian's house for dinner and let his mother meet Li Qian. After all, he and Li Qian had already come to that point, so they had to take that final step and spend their lives together. As soon as he arrived at Li Qian's house, Xinhao saw Li Ziwen, with the help of a beautiful middle-aged woman, carrying large and small bags into a motorhome several meters long. Xinhao looked at this scene and felt somewhat confused.
What is Li Ziwen planning to do with all these bags? Is he moving? That can't be possible. She also didn't hear Li Qian say that she was going to move.
Forget it, don't think too much about it, just ask and you will know. So, Xinhao looked at Li Ziwen, who was moving large and small bags into the RV, and said,
Uncle Li, what are you doing?
When Li Ziwen heard the voice, he paused and looked up at Xinhao, his face smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum.
Oh, Xinhao is here, come in and sit down. Yu Zhu, go and wake up Li Qian. It's so late and she's still sleeping in bed. How can she be so rude?
Li Ziwen welcomed Xinhao and Wang Jin in, asked them to sit at the round table in the front yard, and then said to the beautiful middle-aged woman.
When the beautiful middle-aged woman heard what Li Ziwen said, she responded and went in to call Li Qian.
Li Ziwen poured a cup of tea for Xinhao and Wang Jin, moved his lips, and wanted to say something, but couldn't find any topic for a while. After all, he had been very difficult with Li Qian before they got together. If Xinhao hadn't shown off his terrifying money ability in the end, he probably wouldn't have agreed to Xinhao and Li Qian being together. But just sitting there doesn't seem very good. So, Li Ziwen glanced at Wang Jin, who was sitting next to Xinhao, holding the cup in both hands nervously, and was about to say something. But before he could speak, Xinhao spoke first.
Uncle Li, what are you planning to do with all these bags? Are you planning to move? Moving?
No, your aunt and I are going to pack up and travel around the world.
When Li Ziwen heard what Xinhao said, he waved at him. How can he move? Even if we drive him away now, he won't leave.
It was not easy for her to get close to Xinhao, a big shot, with the help of her daughter.
He must be crazy to move away.
Oh, so that's how it is.
I thought.
Before Xinhao could finish his words, he heard an excited shout suddenly in his ear.
Xinhao! A graceful figure in pajamas threw herself into Xinhao's arms.
Xinhao held Li Qian, who was rubbing against him like a kitten, in his arms, shaking his hands and saying with a smile,
Hey, it's so heavy, get up quickly, my mother is still next to you. Your mother?
Hearing Xinhao's words, Li Qian raised her head from Xinhao's arms, glanced at Wang Jin, who was looking at her with a smile, and then she jumped up like a frightened deer, her face flushed, and she lowered her head and said to Wang Jin,
Hello, Auntie.
I'm Xinhao's girlfriend, Li Qian.
Okay, come over here, little girl.
Wang Jin looked up and down at Li Qian, who was standing there with her head down and blushing, and she liked her more and more. This girl's figure is obviously well groomed, and her face is like a fairy from heaven. In the past, she would never have dared to think that her son could find a girlfriend like this. When Li Qian heard what Wang Jin said, she sat down obediently. Xinhao glanced at Li Qian and her mother, who were sitting together and whispering something, with a smile on his face. When I greeted Li Ziwen and wanted to say something, I heard a shout from inside the villa.
It's time to eat.
After hearing this voice, Xinhao and the others went into the villa to have dinner together. After dinner, Xinhao said something to his mother and prepared to drive Li Qian to the mall. After all, apart from giving Li Qian a watch on her birthday, I had never bought her anything else. But Xinhao and Li Qian had just left the villa for a while when they heard a heart-wrenching cry faintly coming from the side of the road. Li Qian, who was sitting in the car, heard the heart-wrenching cry. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of people gathered on the curb not far away, pointing at something. Li Qian glanced at Xinhao, her eyes full of curiosity. Xinhao understood and pulled Li Qian out of the car. Just as he walked outside the crowd of onlookers, Xinhao heard all kinds of discussions. This little girl's crying is so pitiful.
It makes me want to go over and help her. Don't be ridiculous.
If you are like this, don't let others blackmail you when you are trying to help.
That's right. We should not rush forward to help.
If we fail, it won't be worth it to get ourselves involved.
Hey, why does that woman look so familiar?
It seems to be the number one female anchor of Shark Sound, Meng Bao Bao.
You know what, it seems to be her. Should we go up and help her? I advise you not to go. This woman is not a good person.
Haven't you heard that she recently sold fake goods and cheated her fans out of their money?
If you are not careful, she might blackmail you. With the few dollars in your pocket, is it enough for her to pay for it? That's right, let's forget it then.
Xin Hao listened to the discussions around him and frowned slightly.
It is difficult to be a good person in this world. If you do good things, you still have to worry about being bitten back.
Xin Hao thought so and glanced at Li Chen, his eyes full of questions.
After all, he didn't really want to get involved in this matter. If Li Chen hadn't insisted on taking a picture, he would have just driven away.
Li Chen met Xin Hao's gaze, pulled Xin Hao's arm, her eyes full of requests.
The woman in the crowd who was holding the old man lying on the ground and crying was so pitiful.
Moreover, the old man's condition didn't seem to be very good, so she might as well help him if she could. Xin Hao looked at Li Chen, whose eyes were full of pleading, and nodded. He pushed through the crowd and prepared to approach the woman who was crying heartbreakingly. The people around were thrown all over the place by Xin Hao, cursing at the same time. But Xin Hao ignored them. After all, the old man's condition didn't seem to be very good. If he wasn't treated in time, he might die. Xin Hao walked straight to the woman who was crying heartbreakingly, checked her breath, and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the old man's breath was weak, he was not completely dead yet. If he really has no breath left, even the basic rejuvenation technique will not be able to save him. Bai Yuhua looked up at the handsome man in front of her, her tearful eyes full of hope. When she was hugging her grandfather helplessly just now, no matter what she said, they had no intention of helping her.
This man might be her last hope.
Xin Hao glanced at Bai Yuhua and said to her,
"What are you standing there for? Hurry up and lend a hand. If you delay any longer, he might really die."
"Oh, okay." Bai Yuhua seemed to have just reacted and helped the old man onto Xin Hao's back. Xin Hao carried the old man on his back and quickly rushed to Koenigsegg. When they arrived in front of the Koenigsegg, Xin Hao said to Bai Yuhua behind him, "I'll take him to Donghua City First People's Hospital first, and you can take a taxi here yourself." Bai Yuhua nodded to Xin Hao to show that she understood. Seeing this, Xin Hao didn't say anything, and drove the old man to Donghua City First People's Hospital.
Chapter 34 He is my boyfriend.
Koenigsegg sped along the way, and Xin Hao soon arrived at Donghua City First People's Hospital. Xin Hao ran into the hospital and called a few nurses to carry the old man into the hospital. "Just now on the street, I wanted to use the elementary rejuvenation technique on this old man, but just as I was about to use this skill, the system panel showed me that the number of uses for today had been used up. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have to send the old man to the hospital and could have cured him on the spot."
After all, the old man's condition was not optimistic.
His breathing was weak, and if things were not handled properly, he might die on the spot.
Fortunately, the old man did not encounter any accidents on the way here.
If he had died directly due to lack of breath, he would have done something bad with good intentions. Xin Hao was sitting outside the operating room, thinking this. After walking around in the corridor of the operating room for a while, he decided to go back when he saw that the old man's family members had not arrived yet. He has already paid the relevant fees for the old man and is now just waiting for his family to come to the hospital. But before Xin Hao had taken a few steps, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the corner of the corridor. The beautiful woman that Xin Hao had just met appeared in front of Xin Hao, followed by a middle-aged man in a suit and a beautiful woman with a panicked look. When Bai Yuhua saw Xin Hao in the corridor, she hurriedly grabbed his hand, her voice full of tears.
"How is my grandpa?"
Xin Hao glanced at her and shook his head at her. When Bai Yuhua saw Xin Hao shaking his head, her face turned pale and her body fell slightly backwards.
"What? No way, Grandpa, why would you? No way."
When Bai Yuhua was about to fall, the middle-aged man in a suit and tie behind her supported her and comforted her softly.
"Yeah, no, the old man is a lucky man, he won't die so easily."
But he shook his head. When Bai Yuhua heard the words of the middle-aged man in a suit, she spoke in a crying voice and glanced at Xin Hao. Xin Hao looked at Bai Yuhua, whose face was pale and crying with a helpless look in her eyes.
"What are you thinking?"
"I just said that the old man inside is in a bad condition, but I didn't say he's dead. If he was really dead, he would have been pushed out by the doctor a long time ago." Hearing Xin Hao's words, Bai Yuhua was stunned for a moment, then raised her hand and hit Xin Hao.
Why don't you speak clearly? You are just overthinking it and blame me.
Xin Hao spread his hands helplessly.
Anyway, it's your fault.
Bai Yuiwei hummed with a nasal tone. Xin Hao wanted to say something, but the middle-aged man in a suit behind Bai Yuiwei patted Bai Yuiwei on the shoulder and said to Xin Hao with a smile.
Yeah, how can you talk to others like this?
If it weren't for this young man, the old man would have passed away.
Well, I was wrong. I apologize to you.
Before he could finish his words, an anxious male voice suddenly rang out from the corner of the corridor outside the operating room.
Yeah, how is the old man?
A young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked quickly towards Bai Yuiwei with a worried look on his face, and reached out to hold Bai Yuiwei's hand. But just when the young man with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes stretched out his hand, Bai Yuiwei quickly turned around and hid behind Xin Hao. She glanced coldly at the young man with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, her face full of disgust.
Xiaoren, don't act like you and I know each other so well. It's disgusting.
When Xiaoren heard Bai Yuiwei's words, his face darkened, but then a bright smile appeared on his face.
Yeah, how can you say that?
After all, we have been together since childhood. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Bai Yuiwei.
Shut up, that's just what you think. From childhood to adulthood, you have done so many disgusting things, openly and secretly, and you think I don't know. Yeah, I.
Xiaoren stepped forward and stretched out his hand, wanting to say something to Bai Yuiwei, but before he could get close to Bai Yuiwei
shrank behind Xin Hao again.
Xiaoren looked at Xin Hao, who was standing between him and Bai Yuiwei with a slightly cold look in his eyes.
Who are you?
Since childhood, he has regarded Bai Yuiwei as his own private property, and he would do everything he can to get rid of any man who wants to get close to her. Xin Hao glanced at Bai Yuiwei, who was hiding behind him, and wanted to explain something, but before he could open his mouth, he saw Bai Yuiwei holding her arm, leaning intimately on his shoulder, and said to Xiaoren with a proud look on her face.
Who is he? He's my boyfriend. Boyfriend? How come I don't know?
When Xiaoren heard Bai Yuiwei's words, he stared at Xin Hao and his face instantly turned dark.
When do I, Bai Yuiwei, need to report to you? Who do you think you are?
Bai Yuiwei looked at Xiaoren with disdain.
You don't regret it.
Xiaoren pointed at Bai Yuiwei, his face flushed with anger. After saying that, Xiaoren glanced coldly at the people outside the operating room corridor and strode away. If the Bai family is unkind, then don't blame the Xiao family for being unjust.
Do you really think that the Bai family is still the most powerful family in Guihai City?
Bai Yuiwei watched Xiaoren leave angrily, then glanced at Xin Hao, who was staring at her, and smiled awkwardly.
This, that. How long are you going to hold my hand?
Xin Hao glanced at Bai Yuiwei, who was holding his hand, and said expressionlessly. It's really annoying to be used as a shield for no reason. Although, the feeling of this girl leaning on him was very memorable. But he is not a bachelor now, he has a girlfriend.
We can't eat both meat and vegetables like before.
When Bai Yuiwei heard Xin Hao's words, she glanced at his parents, who were looking at him with a smile on their face, and quickly let go of Xin Hao.
If there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
Seeing that the old man's family members had all arrived, Xin Hao decided to go back, as there was nothing for him to do here any longer. After all, he was just accompanying Li Qian to go shopping in the mall, and encountering this incident was purely accidental. After saying that, Xin Hao raised his foot and prepared to leave. But just when Xin Hao was about to leave, the operating room suddenly opened. Several nurses came out, pushing a pale old man. Bai Yuiwei saw the nurses pushing the old man out, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked,
Doctor, how is my grandpa?
A pretty nurse glanced at Bai Yuiwei and replied with a smile. The patient is basically out of danger, but he still needs to be hospitalized for observation for a period of time to see what happens next. Hearing this, Bai Yuiwei and the middle-aged man in a suit and the beautiful woman behind her all breathed a sigh of relief.
I knew that grandpa would be fine. Bai Yuiwei patted his bulging chest and let out a sigh of relief.
Xin Hao heard the sound of the operating room opening, turned around to look at the old man lying on the bed, whose complexion had obviously improved a lot, then turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Bai Yuiwei's voice suddenly came from behind him.
Stop, I have something to tell you.
Hearing the voice, Xin Hao stopped and looked back in confusion. Seeing Xin Hao stop, Bai Yuiwei trotted up to Xin Hao, stood on tiptoe, leaned over and said something in Xin Hao's ear. Xin Hao felt the warm breath beside his ears and his eyes suddenly widened.
Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
But Bai Yuiwei ignored Xin Hao and walked away on her own.
Chapter 35 Xiao Ren's Test. Xin Hao looked at Bai Yue, who was gradually walking away, and was speechless. He just helped her out of sympathy, but she still relied on him. She actually wanted him to be her boyfriend. What was she thinking? How could such a good thing exist? How could a handsome guy like her, a little girl who only knew how to cry, be worthy of him? So when Xin Hao heard Bai Yue's request, he righteously rejected her. But it seemed to be of no use. Even after he clearly refused, the silly girl did not show any disappointment on her face. She just walked away as if she didn't care. Xin Hao looked for a while, followed the middle-aged man in a suit and the beautiful woman, and pushed Bai Yue, who was still unconscious on the hospital bed, and gradually disappeared at the corner of the corridor. He shrugged, turned around and left. Anyway, he had already clearly rejected her. What she thinks is her own business. He is now married and has a lovely wife at home waiting for him to love her. How could he have the time to care about her trivial matters? Bai Yue, who was pushing the old man, turned back and looked at Xin Hao deeply when she was about to walk out of the corridor, with a trace of guilt on her face. "I'm sorry, I have no choice. I hope you don't blame me." Just now, although she looked like she was not afraid of what Xiao Ren would do to her, she was very clear about the current situation of the Bai family. Although the Bai family is still the richest family in Guihai City, the control of the Bai family over its subsidiaries has been weakening since his grandfather's health deteriorated. Now, if it weren't for her father relying on her grandfather's past prestige, she would be struggling to support herself. I'm afraid that the Bai family, which was once the richest family in Guihai City, has long since fallen apart and been swallowed up by others without leaving anything behind. Now, the only way to help the Bai family get out of this predicament is to seek external assistance. Bai Yue recognized Xin Hao the first time she saw him helping her grandfather into the car. As long as he wanted, he would be able to help the Bai family out of their predicament. After all, no one who can drive one of the 10 limited edition Koenigsegg 11s in the world has an easy life. What's more, since he can drive a world-class supercar at such a young age, his identity must be extraordinary. Who knows, he could be a descendant of a mysterious family in Kyoto. Some mysterious families in Kyoto, even the top 10 wealthy families of the almighty Tianyan kingdom, have to give way to them. Bai Yue was thinking about this in her mind. After Xin Hao's figure completely disappeared in the corridor, she turned around and continued to push the old man forward. She had done what she should have done. She had just behaved like that with Xin Hao in front of Xiao Ren. With Xiao Ren's almost pathological possessiveness of her, he must have hated Xin Hao in his heart. She knew with her toes what Xiao Ren would do. After leaving the hospital, Xin Hao called Li Chen and drove to pick her up. After all, I had already promised to accompany her shopping in the mall. If I don't keep my word, I will have to sleep on the sofa with a blanket in my arms at night. After a while, Xin Hao saw Li Chen standing there waiting for him on the street. After seeing Xin Hao's car, Li Chen trotted over. "How is it? Is the old man okay?" Li Chen got into the car, held Xin Hao's hand, shook it, and said. Feeling the softness of her arms and shoulders, Xin Hao habitually touched Li Chen's head and said with a smile. "The rescue was timely and he is out of danger." "That's good." Li Chen let out a sigh of relief, looking relieved. Seeing her like this, Xin Hao just smiled and said nothing. When Li Chen was looked at by Xin Hao, her eyes suddenly darkened. She pulled Xin Hao's hand, looking as if she had done something wrong. "I'm sorry. I was wrong just now. I was too compassionate. I didn't expect that if the old man, if he was in the car, then." As she was talking, Li Chen couldn't continue and looked like she was admitting her mistake and accepting the punishment. Xin Hao looked at Li Chen, who looked like she had done something wrong. He rolled his eyes and said with a straight face, "Since you know you are wrong, you must accept the punishment. I will punish you, punish you." As he spoke, Xin Hao leaned over and whispered something into Li Chen's ear. After hearing what Xin Hao said, Li Chen's face flushed. She pinched the soft flesh on his waist and said coquettishly, "You, don't even think about it. I won't do anything like that. It's so dirty." Li Chen's face turned even redder when she thought of what Xin Hao had just said. He actually let me do such a thing. It's really abominable." Thinking of this, Li Chen pinched Xin Hao. Xin Hao cried out in pain, looking aggrieved. "I'm just talking. I can't bear to do that to you." Seeing that Li Chen disagreed, Xin Hao did not force her. Snort. Li Chen snorted and ignored Xin Hao. Xin Hao looked at Li Chen's expression and just smiled without saying anything. He drove towards Yunda Shopping Center. Yonda Shopping Center, entrance.
After Qin Hao and Li Qian parked the car, they walked hand in hand towards the Yonda Shopping Center. But before they had walked for a while, they were stopped by a group of men in black. Qin Hao looked at the group of men in black in front of him with a slightly cold look in his eyes. He took out his cell phone and prepared to call someone. In Donghua City, even the Wu family, the richest family, has to give him some face. Who is this fool who dares to send people to stop him? Does he really think he is made of clay? The group of men in black looked at Qin Hao unfriendly when they saw him take out his phone. His eyes were filled with disdain. Did this kid really want to call for help? In this Donghua City, is there anyone stronger than the one behind him? Boy, if you know what's best for you, come with me and don't force us to do anything. The leading man in black raised his head and spoke to Qin Hao. Oh? What if I don't go? Qin Hao looked at the group of men in black, dialed the phone, and said something with cold eyes. Then I will. Before he could finish his words, a sharp roar suddenly came from not far away. Dozens of cool motorcycles came towards them at high speed and rushed into the group of men in black. Caught off guard, the group of men in black were knocked to the ground. Ahem, wait a minute, kid. The leading man in black was helped up from the ground by his younger brothers. He glanced at Qin Hao, who was surrounded by dozens of motorcycles and looking down at him. After saying something harsh, he waved to the group of younger brothers behind him and turned around to leave. They just took money to do the job, and they didn't know the identity of the person in front of them beforehand. If I had known that this person could call so many people in such a short time, I would not have taken the job no matter how much money he offered. Qin Hao saw that the group of men in black saw that the situation was not good and turned to leave, and said coldly. Why, you're leaving now? Did I allow you to go? The leading man in black paused and his face darkened when he heard the voice. What else do you want? Well, since we are here, we should leave something behind. How about this, everyone breaks a leg and then you can leave. After saying that, Qin Hao waved to the burly men in suits and ties sitting on the motorcycles behind him. The burly men in suits understood and surrounded the retreating group of men in black with grim smiles on their faces. You, don't go too far. Do you know who I am? But before he could finish his words, his leg was broken. Seeing that the matter was almost over, Qin Hao glanced at the group of men in black lying on the ground, waved his hand at the burly men in suits and asked them to disperse. Then, he took Li Qian's arm and walked into the Yonda Shopping Center. The leading man in black took out his phone when he saw Qin Hao leaving. Mr. Xiao, this guy is not easy to deal with. I am screwed. New. Xiaorun, who was standing on the top floor of the office building opposite the Yonda Shopping Center, was shaking his red wine glass. He looked at the group of men in black lying on the ground and wailing. He said something lightly and then hung up the phone. This so-called boyfriend of Bai Yueyue is probably not simple. After all, not everyone can call so many people to calm the situation within a few minutes. But, so what? Anyone who dares to touch Bai Yueyue must die. When Xiaorun thought of Bai Yueyue leaning intimately against Qin Hao, he could hardly suppress the anger in his heart. Chapter 36 Bai Yueyue's phone call. After Qin Hao and Li Qian entered the Yonda Shopping Center, they went straight to the brand-name clothing sales area. After all, neither of them is short of money, especially Qin Hao, who is now a wealthy man with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Not to mention buying a few pieces of clothes in the Yonda Shopping Center. Even if he bought the Yonda Shopping Center, it would be just a trivial matter for him. Li Qian held Qin Hao's hand and looked at the dazzling array of beautiful clothes in front of her, her eyes sparkling. She pulled Qin Hao and quickly walked to a Chanel brand clothing area. Holding a white dress, she turned around, her eyes full of questions. Qin Hao, do you think I'll look good in this dress? You look good in anything you wear. Qin Hao looked at Li Qian with a serious expression. What about this one? Li Qian put down the white Chanel dress in her hand, picked up a black evening dress next to it and asked again. They all look good. They all look good. Qin Hao glanced at Li Qian and said casually. What else could he say except this answer? If he said it was not pretty, Li Qian would definitely hit him on the head. After all, girls, especially those in love, are particularly concerned about their own beauty and ugliness. Humph, you're just trying to fool me. Li Qian rolled her eyes at Qin Hao and said coquettishly. They all look good, which is not the same as saying nothing. However, when he asked her whether these clothes looked good, he was not asking for his opinion. His aesthetics are unreliable most of the time. Thinking of the ugly little gifts Qin Hao had given her in high school, Li Qian pinched him lightly and ignored him, going to pick out clothes for herself. Xin Hao touched his nose as he watched Li Qian, who was flitting around the brand-name clothing sales areas like a butterfly, picking out clothes. Why is he still angry? In his eyes, these clothes are all the same. Xin Hao thought about it for a while, but couldn't understand why Li Qian was angry, so he stopped thinking about this bad thing.
As long as she is happy, anything is fine.
Thinking of this, Xin Hao looked at Li Qian with gentle eyes.
Here, hold it for me. Li Qian breathed slightly, glanced at Xin Hao, and threw the bags in her hands to Xin Hao.
Xin Hao shook his head, came back to his senses, and looked at the bags of clothes in his hands with a bitter look on his face.
However, he did not complain to Li Qian. He took the clothes and went to pay.
Xin Hao came out of Yunda shopping center and saw Li Qian, who was sitting in the car with contentment. He just smiled and drove the car to take Li Qian back.
The next day, early morning.
Xin Hao was sitting in the front yard of Li Qian's house, watching Li Ziwen moving large and small bags onto the dozens-meter-long RV with the help of the beautiful middle-aged woman.
Uncle Li, you're leaving now. Why don't you stay home and stay with Qianqian for a few more days?
Li Ziwen and Li Qian's mother Su Yuzhu had originally planned to travel around the world a few days ago, but because of Xin Hao, they stayed at home for a few more days.
Why should I accompany her?
She's already this old girl, and she can't take care of herself. Besides, I still have you.
Li Ziwen waved at Xin Hao and said indifferently.
Okay then, be careful and call me if you have any questions.
Li Ziwen responded and drove away in the RV with Su Yuzhu.
Xin Hao watched the two of them leave, then turned around and prepared to return to the villa. But before I had gone far, the phone in my pocket rang. Xin Hao took out his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He frowned and answered the call.
Hello, who is this? I am Bai Yue.
Bai Yue, who are you? You must have called the wrong number.
I don't know you.
After hearing this, Xin Hao was about to hang up the phone.
Although the voice sounded familiar, he was sure that there was no one named Bai Yue among those he knew. We just met in the hospital yesterday.
I didn't expect you to forget it so quickly, you scumbag. Bai Yue listened to Xin Hao's words with a resentful tone, like an abandoned woman who was abandoned by her husband. Xin Hao thought for a while before he remembered who the woman who called him was.
It's you.
If you have something to say, just say it.
If not, I'm hanging up now.
He wasn't very familiar with this woman, so there was no need to waste time with her.
Don't hang up. I want to ask if you have time now. My dad wants to treat you to a meal.
Eat?
No time.
After saying that, Xin Hao hung up the phone.
Beep, beep, beep.
In Guihai City, Bai Yue was lying in her room, listening to the busy tone on the phone, her delicate eyebrows wrinkled.
How could this guy be like this?
He hung up the phone before he could even finish his words. Bai Yue has lived for more than 20 years and has never been treated like this. If she didn't really have something to ask him, she wouldn't call him. Thinking of this, Bai Yue called Xin Hao again. Xin Hao, who had just walked into Li Qian's villa, heard Bai Yue calling again.
His tone gradually became impatient and he answered the phone. I already told you I wasn't going, so why did you call me?
Bai Yue listened to Xin Hao's impatient words, suppressed her unhappiness, and spoke to Xin Hao in a calm tone.
Were you surrounded by a group of men in black yesterday?
Xin Hao was stunned when he heard Bai Yue's words.
How did she know this? Were those men in black not sent by her?
Thinking of this, Xin Hao said coldly to Bai Yue.
You didn't send those people, did you? How could that be?
Those people were sent by Xiao Ren.
Xiao Ren is not a good person. Because of what happened between you and me, he will definitely attack you again. Upon hearing this, Bai Yue smiled and said to Xin Hao. Xiao Ren, is that the guy who was dressed like a human being in the hospital yesterday?
When Xin Hao heard Bai Yue's words, his eyes turned slightly cold. When those men in black appeared yesterday, he guessed that these people were most likely sent by Xiao Ren. After all, he had just left the hospital when these men in black showed up. Xin Hao doesn't cause trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble either. If Xiao Ren still doesn't know how to live or die and comes to provoke him again, he will let him see the power of money and iron fist.
That guy, you don't know that guy.
Xin Hao hung up the phone before Bai Yue finished speaking. He didn't have time to listen to this woman's nonsense.
Guihai City, in Bai Yue's room.
Bai Yue saw Xin Hao hang up the phone again, but she was not angry this time. He called Xin Hao just to tell him that Xiao Ren had hired someone to surround him. Now that her goal had been achieved, it didn't matter that Qin Hao hung up the phone on her. After Qin Hao hung up the phone with Bai Yuiwei, he glanced at Li Qian, who was still sleeping with the quilt in her arms, gently closed the door, and walked towards Binjing Huoding. These days, he basically stayed at Li Qian's house overnight and rarely went back to his own home. After all, his villa and Li Qian's villa are not far apart, and can be reached in a few steps.
Chapter 37 Xiaorun, you're so brave.
Slowly, Qin Hao returned to Binjing Huoding. Seeing his mother lying in the front yard basking in the sun with her eyes squinting while being served by Yang Na and other maids, Qin Hao smiled, walked over to his mother, and patted her legs.
Mom, are you used to living here?
When Wang Jin heard this, she opened her eyes and looked at her son, who was massaging her legs. She glanced at Yang Na and several maids standing beside her and said hesitantly, "There's nothing else I'm not used to, except that I'm not used to having someone to serve me for everything."
It's nothing, Mom. These are their responsibilities. You don't have to worry about it.
Hearing this, Qin Hao said to his mother with a smile,
"That's okay."
Wang Jin also knew that Yang Na and the others were doing all this as part of their job in this villa. She was just talking to her son, not trying to change anything. Qin Hao felt relieved when he saw that his mother didn't say anything after hearing what he said. After he moved his mother to live in the villa, he was always worried that his mother would not be able to adapt to her current life. After all, my mother had also suffered a lot in the past. After resolving a major worry in his heart, Qin Hao chatted with his mother for a while and then prepared to go out for a walk.
He is now worth over 100 billion yuan.
Money is just a string of ordinary numbers to him. For the rest of his life, he just needs to enjoy the beauty of life. But before he walked out of Binjing Huating, his cell phone rang again. Qin Hao took out his cell phone and saw that it was his cousin Qin Yi calling, so he pressed the answer button.
"Hey, what's wrong, sis?"
His cousin had been missing since yesterday and he thought she had left. After all, she was just staying at his house temporarily.
"Hey, Qin Hao, where are you now?"
On the other end of the phone, Qin Yi seemed a little uncomfortable speaking and lowered her voice a little.
"I'm at home, what's wrong?" I'm in box 520 at the Aurora bar right now. I'm in some trouble. Can you come over?"
Before he could finish his words, something unexpected happened to Qin Yi. Her cell phone fell to the ground with a clang, and then a loud shouting and cursing reached Qin Hao's ears. "You stinky bitch, it's your blessing that my young master has taken a fancy to you, and you still dare to call for help."
Bang! Whoa, I won't go, let me go.
Qin Yi seemed to be slapped in the face and started crying.
"No, it's not up to you. Yes, follow us."
After that, Qin Yi's crying became quieter and quieter, as if she was being taken somewhere hostage. When Qin Hao heard the noise on the other end of the phone, his face darkened, with rage suppressed in his eyes. He quickly walked towards the Koenigsegg parked in the garage and roared towards the direction of the blue light bar.
Anyone who dares to touch his people on his territory is simply courting death. He wanted to see who was so reckless and bold as to do such a thing. Koenigsegg was speeding on the road, and soon Qin Hao arrived at the Blu-ray bar. Qin Hao parked the car on the side of the road and walked into the blue light bar with a gloomy face.
After going around in circles, Qin Hao arrived outside the 520 box that Qin Yi mentioned.
Qin Hao turned the doorknob, but couldn't open it.
He took a deep breath and kicked the door of the box hard.
Bang!
Under this huge force, the door of the box opened and Qin Hao walked slowly into it. Qin Hao glanced into the box and saw Qin Yi's face full of tears, with messy clothes huddled in a corner of the sofa. He glanced coldly at the people in the box who were staring at him with unfriendly faces, and said to Qin Yi, "Sister, come here." Qin Yi saw Qin Hao standing at the door, her red eyes full of surprise. Grabbing the corner of his clothes, he was about to walk towards Qin Hao. But before she took a few steps, Qin Yi's hand was grabbed tightly by someone.
"Wait, did I allow you to go?"
Sitting on the sofa, Wengue, with a sickly flush on his face, grabbed Qin Yi's hand and spoke sternly. "He came to the bar with Xiao Xiao from Guihai City today. He took a fancy to this good-looking woman and wanted to have some fun with her. Who would have thought that when the good thing was about to happen, it was ruined by an unknown boy? He was already extremely unhappy in his heart, and if this stranger boy snatched the person away from him, he, Wengue, would lose all his face." Seeing Wengue grabbing her hand, Qin Yi shook it off with all her strength, quickly broke free from Wengue's restraints, and trotted behind Qin Hao. When Wengue saw Qin Yi shake off his hand, his face instantly became extremely ugly. He looked up at Qin Hao and said coldly,
Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise.
But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Hao.
Ha, what else?
Qin Hao glanced at Wengue, whose face had a sickly blush, and sneered. He's not bragging, he has never been afraid of anyone in Donghua City. As long as he wants, the richest man in Donghua City will have to call him dad. The guy in front of him is just a second-generation rich man with a little money, yet he dares to jump in front of him. He really doesn't know how to live or die.
Boy, you have the guts, I.
Before he could finish his words, a drunken male voice came from outside the box.
Mr. One, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Did that woman hurt you because she was too aggressive?
Xiaorun, drunk and intoxicated, walked out of the box, staggered to Wengue, hooked his shoulder, and spoke to him with a smile. When Wengue heard what Xiaorun said, he slapped his hand off his shoulder and said nothing. Seeing that Wengue ignored him, Xiaorun shook his head and wanted to say something, but suddenly he saw Qin Hao looking at him coldly at the door of the box.
Xiaorun supported himself with his hands, staggered to Qin Hao, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with a breath of alcohol, "Brother, you look familiar to me. Have we met before somewhere?"
Qin Hao looked at the drunken Xiaorun in front of him and pushed his hand away with a slightly cold look in his eyes.
"Xiaorun, you are so bold, you dare to touch my sister. Well, brother, your voice."
When Xiaorun heard this, his face changed drastically, and the smell of alcohol on his body disappeared instantly. He looked at Qin Hao seriously, his eyes full of anger. "Okay, I was wondering why you looked so familiar, it turns out to be you, Qin Hao. You stole my woman, and I haven't even come to settle the score with you yet, but you came to me on your own. Yesterday, after the black-clad men he sent had their legs broken by Qin Hao, he planned to find another way to deal with Qin Hao. After all, Qin Hao stole the woman that Xiaorun liked. If he let him go like that, Xiaorun would not be able to swallow this humiliation. But he didn't expect that before he even went to cause trouble for Qin Hao, he would actually dare to take the initiative to come and cause trouble for him." Qin Hao listened to what Xiaorun said, glanced at Xiaorun who was full of anger, and at Wengue who was sitting on the sofa with an ugly face, then crossed his arms and said in a cold voice,
"Why, what else do you want to do to me?" Xiaorun sent people to block him yesterday, and he was extremely angry with Xiaorun.
Now this kid not only dared to touch his cousin, but also dared to speak to him like that.
Did he really think that Qin Hao was a small fry whom he could do whatever he wanted? Chapter 38 Xiaorun's Regret. You.
When Xiaorun heard Qin Hao's words, the expression on his face became even uglier. The boy acted as if he didn't take him seriously, but he slapped him hard in the face.
As the eldest son of the Xiao family, he can get whatever he wants in Guihai City.
Even the Bai family, which is known as the richest family in Guihai City, is not taken seriously by Xiaorun.
After all, the Bai family has gradually declined after the health of the old man, the helmsman of the Bai family, deteriorated day by day. Compared with the Xiao family, which is now in its heyday, it is nothing. If he hadn't been afraid that the Bai family, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, still had a backup plan, his Bai family would have been swallowed up by the Xiao family long ago. How could there have been a day when Bai Yuyue, with a look of disdain on her face, openly got intimate with Qin Hao in front of him? He.
Qin Hao glanced at Xiaorun, who had an unhappy expression, and chuckled.
He didn't take him seriously.
Today, Xiaorun and the man sitting on the sofa with a sick look on his face dared to touch his sister on his territory.
This matter would definitely not end well.
If today's incident was just lightly covered up, it would be like tearing Qin Hao's face off and throwing it on the ground and stomping on it.
He is not the timid person he used to be. How could he let such a thing happen?
Seeing that Qin Hao didn't take him seriously at all, Xiaorun's self-esteem was greatly hit and his face turned red with anger. He glanced at Wengue, who was sitting on the sofa with an equally grim expression, and tilted his head to signal the several burly men in black beside him. The several burly men in black beside Wengue saw Xiaorun tilting his head to signal them, and looked at Wengue with questioning eyes. After all, their master is Wengue, not Xiaorun. If they act rashly without Wengue's permission, it would seem like they are not taking Wengue seriously.
Wengue saw the burly men in black looking at him inquiringly and nodded. He had long been annoyed with this arrogant boy.
If he had not been interrupted by Xiaorun just now, given the boy's small body, he would have knelt down and begged for mercy. When the burly men in black heard Wengue's words, they grinned grimly and walked towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked at the burly men in black who were slowly approaching him, his eyes not changing much. He dared to come alone to rescue Qin Hao today, he must have something to rely on. He wondered if these tall and strong men in black in front of him could withstand his punch. After all, I got the maximum level of fighting skills by signing in today. That is a top-level fighting technique, a true killing technique, and it is not comparable to those things that sound scary but are actually just fancy moves. The burly men in black looked nonchalant when they saw them approaching. They looked at each other and hesitated.
Does this kid really have some abilities?
However, this thought only flashed through their minds. This kid looks skinny and doesn't seem to have any real kung fu skills. So, these burly men in black just paused for a moment and continued to approach Qin Hao.
The entire box was this big.
Qin Hao stood at the door, not far from Xiaoran and Wengue. The burly men in black came in front of Qin Hao in a flash, and without giving Qin Hao time to react, they punched him in the face with their casserole-sized fists.
Qin Hao, be careful.
Qin Yi looked at the fist that was getting closer and closer to Qin Hao and exclaimed to Qin Hao. Just now, when these burly men in black were slowly approaching Qin Hao, Qin Yi pulled him and asked him to retreat temporarily. But Qin Hao didn't listen to her and stood there motionless. Qin Hao listened to Qin Yi's words, looked back at her, smiled gently, and in the horrified gazes of the burly men in black, he clenched their fists, pulled them back suddenly, and threw them out of the box.
Bang!
After being thrown out of the box by Qin Hao, the burly men in black smashed the fence in the aisle and rolled into the crowd outside who were swaying and roaring in the dance floor. The men and women who were swaying and screaming to the dynamic music on the dance floor suddenly became chaotic and scattered screaming when they saw several strong men in black rolling down from the upstairs. A few burly men with tattoos who were in charge of maintaining order looked at the muscular man in black lying on the ground wailing, glanced at box 520, and called the boss over. After all, the rich young men in that box were not people they could afford to offend. Xiaoran and Wengue swallowed their saliva involuntarily and kept backing away when they saw Qin Hao throwing away several tall and strong men in black as if they were chickens.
Is this still a human being?
Qin Hao looked at Xiaoran and Wengue who were retreating continuously, his expression gradually turned cold, and he slowly approached them.
These are the so-called second generation.
They bully the weak and fear the strong. Once they lose their support, they are no different from a shaved pig. Just when Qin Hao was about to walk in front of Xiaoran and Wengue, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the box. After a while, a tall and thin young man walked in quickly. When he saw Xiaoran and Wengue huddled in the corner like bullied wives, with flattering smiles on their faces. "Master Xiao, Master Wen, you guys." But before he could finish his words, he saw Qin Hao, who was standing next to Xiaoran and Wengue, and his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something terrible.
"Boss Qin, why are you here? Oh my god. Who did he see? Why was the chairman of the Tunguska Hotel here?"
And it seemed that he had a conflict with Xiao Xiao and Wen Xiao. This suddenly made him feel a little embarrassed.
Should he go up and persuade them to reconcile?
Hearing this, Qin Hao turned around and glanced at the tall and thin young man behind him, his eyes full of confusion.
"Who are you?" "I'm your high school classmate. You don't remember the last class reunion?"
The tall and thin young man bent down and said to Qin Hao.
"Oh."
Qin Hao responded indifferently, then ignored him and continued to coldly approach Xiaoran and Wengue who were huddled in the corner.
He didn't have much impression of this person.
At the last class reunion, he only stayed for a short while and then left. Seeing that Qin Hao seemed to be about to do something bad to Wengue and Xiaoran who were shivering in the corner, the tall and thin young man hurried forward to stop Qin Hao.
"Boss Qin, let's talk. Let's talk."
After thinking it over again and again, he still couldn't let these big guys cause any trouble in his place. Qin Hao glanced at the tall and thin young man with cold eyes.
"Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?"
The tall and thin man was stunned when he heard this, then he smiled brightly and said to Qin Hao. I dare not, but if something bad happens here today, it will not be good for the Tunguska Hotel and the Xiao and Wen families."
"Boss Qin, I was wrong, please let me go." "Boss Qin, I'm blind, please let me go."
Xiaoran and Wengue listened to the conversation between the tall and thin man and Qin Hao, and huge waves rose in their hearts, and a huge feeling of regret swept over their bodies. This Qin Hao is actually the chairman of the Tunguska Hotel. They really want to die before they dare to provoke him. This Tunguska Hotel was acquired by the giant Jincheng Group not long ago. Qin Hao glanced at Xiaoran and Wengue lying on the ground like dogs, and immediately felt bored. He said coldly, "After today, there will no longer be any Xiao or Wen families." He pulled Qin Yi and walked out of the box, leaving Wengue and Xiaoran, who were lying on the ground with dazed looks on their faces.
Chapter 39 Li Ziwen is missing.
Langye Road, Shanhua Street, Qin Hao was driving fast on the road. Qin Yi, sitting in the car, glanced at Qin Hao through the rearview mirror, her face full of shame. She had only been back for a few days, but she had already caused Qin Hao a lot of trouble. Last time, when her scumbag boyfriend kept pestering her, it was Qin Hao who helped her deal with it. This time when she encountered such a thing in the bar, he resolutely protected her.
If it weren't for him, I might have.
When she thought about how miserable she would be if Qin Hao hadn't come today and been bullied by those beasts, Qin felt even more guilty towards Qin Hao. Although her family and Qin Hao's family have had some interactions over the years, they only sent messages to congratulate each other on important holidays. If you really want to be picky, the relationship between her and Qin Hao is just that of a familiar stranger. Qin thought so in her heart, bit her thin lips tightly, pinched the corner of her clothes, and opened her red lips slightly.
Qin.
But after saying just one word, she suddenly stopped. Qin Hao helped her time and again when she was in trouble, regardless of the gains and losses. She felt endless shame in her heart and really didn't know what to say to him. Qin Hao is no longer the good-for-nothing down-and-out guy he used to be. He is now a super rich man who can easily spend 10 billion renminbi.
His family can no longer help him with RMB. In fact, compared with Qin Hao, their family is just an ordinary family with a little money.
So, just as she was about to say something to thank Qin Hao, she suddenly stopped. Saying things that have no practical meaning, for someone of Qin Hao's level, must be just some useless nonsense. Thinking of this, Qin lowered her head, tightened her hands around the corner of her clothes, and felt even more guilty towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao, who was driving the car, heard Qin Yi's words, looked at Qin Yi through the rearview mirror, and asked with concern.
What's wrong, sis?
Just now, when Qin Yi was secretly glancing at him through the rearview mirror, he was also secretly observing her. After all, when a girl encounters such a thing, the psychological trauma far exceeds the physical trauma. Fortunately, he arrived in time and rescued the two beasts, Xiaoran and Wengue, before they could do anything to Qin Yi. Otherwise, if something really happened, Qin Yi might not survive. After all, voluntary and forced are two different things. Although his cousin grew up in the vulture country and has a relatively open mind, she would probably not be able to accept being forced into group sex. When Qin Yi heard what Qin Hao said, she suddenly woke up and looked up at Qin Hao, whose face was full of guilt.
Qin Hao, yeah. I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble again.
After saying that, Qin Yi lowered her head again, pinching the corner of her clothes, her face full of shame. Although I feel that saying these things is meaningless to Qin Hao, it would be worse if I don't say them.
Hey, I thought it was something else, it's just this, don't take it to heart. You are unfamiliar with the country. Since you are living in my house now, you are my guest. How can I allow you to be bullied on my territory? Qin Hao waved his hand casually at Qin Yi and said nonchalantly.
He thought that Qin Yi had been psychologically traumatized by this incident and became ill. After hearing what Qin Hao said, the guilt on Qin Yi's face increased instead of diminishing.
She felt even more guilty after hearing what he said.
He opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Hao.
Sister, don't take this matter to heart, just leave it at that. Qin Hao said to Qin Yi in a domineering manner.
To him, it was just a trivial matter and was not worth Qin Hao's attention. Besides, he helped Qin Yi not only to help her vent her anger, but also because Xiao Ren's ingratitude had angered him again. Qin Yi glanced at Qin Hao, who looked domineering, and wanted to say something, but at this moment, Qin Hao's cell phone rang. Qin Hao glanced at Qin Yi, who seemed to be hesitant to speak, and without saying anything, he answered the phone.
Hey, Xian, what's wrong? Qin Hao asked with some confusion.
After they were together, Qin Hao was very familiar with Li Qian's daily routine. Usually, she would sleep until the sun was high in the sky before getting up reluctantly.
But it wasn't even noon yet, why did she suddenly call him? Qin Hao, where are you now?
On the other end of the phone, Li Qian spoke to Qin Hao in a trembling voice.
What's wrong? Xian, what happened? Don't cry, tell me slowly if you have anything to say.
Qin Hao listened to Li Qian's trembling voice with tears in her eyes, his heart tightened, his face changed instantly, and he sped up the car suddenly. Li Qian must have encountered some difficult situation, otherwise she wouldn't have become like this. Although Li Qian acts as obedient as a kitten in front of Qin Hao, she is not like this in front of other people. Otherwise, when Li Ziwen wanted to marry her to Zhuwen, she would not have resolutely run away from the marriage. Li Qian felt inexplicably relieved when she heard Qin Hao's words of comfort, but when she thought of the news she had just received, she became anxious again.
Just now, my mother called me and said that my father suddenly disappeared in Guihai City this morning.
Li Qian's heart tightened when she thought of the helplessness her mother had when she called her just now.
Have you sent anyone to look for it?
Qin Hao was stunned when he heard Li Qian's words.
The Li family is now one of the top wealthy families in Donghai City.
Logically speaking, even if Li Ziwen and his wife travel around the world, they would have arranged everything clearly.
If Li Ziwen disappeared, they would immediately organize people to look for him. He went missing this morning.
Normally, he should have been found by now.
I looked for it, but I couldn't find it after searching for a long time. It's been so long, but Dad hasn't been found yet. Could it be? Li Qian thought of some bad plots in the movie and cried even harder. Qian, don't cry. Just stay at home and don't go anywhere.
I'll go to Guihai City to take a look.
Don't worry, I will definitely find your father back.
Qin Hao heard Li Qian crying and hurried to comfort her. After hearing what Li Qian said, Qin Hao knew that things might not be that simple. Not wanting to put Li Qian in danger, he planned to go to Guihai City alone to check out the situation.
Well, be careful then.
Hearing Qin Hao's words, Li Qian snorted twice and spoke softly to Qin Hao. When Qin Hao said this, she naturally understood what he meant. She is not a woman who does not know the importance of things, and she will not make things difficult for Qin Hao.
Well, that's it, just wait for my news at home. Qin Hao said something to Li Qian and hung up the phone.
Qin Yi, who was sitting in the car, saw that Qin Hao didn't look very good and knew that he had encountered trouble that needed to be dealt with urgently. He opened his thin lips and said to Qin Hao, "If you have something to do, I can go back by myself."
Ah? How can that be possible? We are almost home now, how can I let you go back alone?
When Qin Hao heard this, he waved his hand at Qin Yi, denying her words. It doesn't matter if I send her back for a while. Besides, given Qin Yi's current condition, it would be troublesome if she encountered any problems again. When Qin Yi heard Qin Hao say this, she didn't say anything else and let him go. Anyway, with his overbearing personality, it would be useless for me to refuse. Thinking of this, Qin Yi glanced at Qin Hao, who looked domineering, pinched the corner of her clothes, and lowered her head.
Chapter 40 Hand over Li Ziwen. On the Donghua Expressway, Qin Hao drove towards Guihai City.
After sending Qin Yi home, Qin Hao called Bai Yue and immediately set off for Guihai City.
Li Ziwen disappeared in Guihai City for no apparent reason.
After Qin Hao hung up the phone with Li Qian, he thought about it carefully and felt that this matter might be more complicated than he had imagined.
Li Ziwen is not an unknown little figure in Donghua City. A few years ago, the Donghua Li family was the top wealthy family in Donghua City.
Even though the Li family has declined rapidly in recent years due to some reasons, most people do not dare to have any bad thoughts about him.
However, some things are unpredictable.
Some people don't care who you are and will just mess with you if they don't like you. Maybe Li Ziwen accidentally offended someone and was taken away somewhere to be taught a lesson. After all, with Li Ziwen's eyes on the sky, anything can happen. Thinking about this in his mind, Qin Hao drove the Koenigsegg towards Bai Yue's house.
According to Bai Yue, her Bai family is the richest family in Guihai City.
If that's the case, she should be very familiar with the relevant forces in Guihai City. After all, although he acquired the Jincheng Group, the Jincheng Group was only the bottom of the top 10 wealthy families in Guihai City. Compared with the number 1 wealthy family in Guihai City, it was not even a little bit behind. In order to find Li Ziwen in a short period of time, we must rely on the power of the Bai family. After all, Li Ziwen's life or death is uncertain now.
The longer it delays, the more danger he will be in.
Thinking about this, Qin Hao drove faster and faster, and after a while, Qin Hao arrived at Bai Yue's house. Bai Yue stood at the door, looking at Qin Hao coming out of the car, with a smile on her face. She hugged Qin Hao's arm and said sweetly, "You're here." Qin Hao felt the softness on his arm, shook her hand off, frowned slightly. We are not familiar with each other, there is no need to do this. He is already in a relationship, and it would be a bit unfair to Li Qian if he continues to accept everyone who comes to him like before. Bai Yue looked at Qin Hao in front of her with a look of disgust. Her expression changed slightly, but then she grabbed Qin Hao's hand and smiled sweetly. If you keep in touch, you'll become familiar with each other. As she spoke, Bai Yue's 2 plump and soft breasts wrapped around Qin Hao's hands. Qin Hao looked at Bai Yue, who looked a little abnormal, pulled his hand away, and said to her,
"Have you found the person I asked you to look for?"
On the way here, Qin Hao sent Li Ziwen's photo to Bai Yue and asked her to help find him. When Bai Yue heard Qin Hao's words, the expression on her face returned to normal. She no longer pretended to be seductive to him like she did before. After all, she knew that it was this man in front of her who almost destroyed the Xiao family, which was second only to the Bai family.
If they really anger him, the Bai family might end up like the Xiao family. I found it, but. After hearing what Qin Hao said, Bai Yuiwei hesitated to speak. Just what? Isn't the Bai family the most powerful family in Guihai City? It will be easy once we find the person. Why are you still looking so embarrassed?
Qin Hao followed Bai Yuiwei in confusion.
Of course my Bai family is the most powerful family in Guihai City, but we have encountered some difficulties recently, so there are some things that we cannot intervene in. When Bai Yuiwei heard what Qin Hao said, she stiffened her neck and said to Qin Hao. Her Bai family is of course the richest family in Guihai City.
Although its status has been shaken a bit after her grandfather had health problems and her father was incompetent, the Xiao family is now almost crippled and there are very few forces that pose a threat to her Bai family. Coincidentally, the White Tiger Hall that captured Qin Hao was one of the forces that posed a threat to her Bai family. The White Tiger Hall is the largest underground force in Tianyan country. Even at its peak, the Bai family had to give them some face, not to mention that now the Bai family's strength has declined significantly. Therefore, even though Bai Yuiwei found the people, they still did not dare to act rashly.
I see. Wherever the person is, I'll go and bring him back myself.
Qin Hao glanced at Bai Yuiwei, who was obviously embarrassed, and didn't say anything more.
He just asked the Bai family to find someone.
Now that the person has been found, if the Bai family won't bring him back, then he can bring him back himself.
The person is being held in the White Tiger Hall. It's a bit tricky. Maybe.
Before he could finish his words, Qin Hao left without caring about Bai Yuiwei and walked away on his own. Seeing that Qin Hao seemed not to hear her words and walked away on his own, she quickly stepped forward and stopped Qin Hao. That's the White Tiger Hall, the headquarters of the Red-Green Society, the largest underground force in Tianyan country, in Guihai City.
Can you bring the person back just like that?
Although Qin Hao almost destroyed the Xiao family with a wave of his hand, the White Tiger Hall is not comparable to the Xiao family.
What happened to the White Tiger Hall? Is it that powerful? Qin Hao looked at Bai Yuiwei with disdain.
What number one underground force is nothing in front of absolute financial power, not to mention that the White Tiger Hall is just a subordinate hall of the Red-Green Society.
You.
Bai Yuiwei pointed at Qin Hao, who had a look of disdain on his face, not knowing what to say.
Is he really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? He looks like he doesn't take Bai Hutang seriously.
Qin Hao glanced at Bai Yuiwei, who looked very angry, pushed her fingers away, got into the car, and sped towards the White Tiger Hall.
Although the White Tiger Hall is a subsidiary of the Red Youth Society, it is not a pure social organization that does not engage in legitimate business as shown in some movies.
Therefore, the headquarters of the White Tiger Hall is easy to find. Qin Hao sped all the way and soon arrived at the White Tiger Hall headquarters. But as soon as he got out of the car, a red Maserati stopped next to Qin Hao. Bai Yuiwei got out of the car and pointed at Qin Hao angrily.
You are really trying to save your life by coming to the White Tiger Hall alone to ask for someone.
Qin Hao glanced at her and ignored her. Walking to the entrance of the White Tiger Hall headquarters, he said to the strong men in black standing on both sides. Ask your boss to come out and tell him that Qin Hao, the chairman of Tunguska Hotel, wants to see him. The two burly men in black looked at each other, nodded to Qin Hao, and went in to call for help.
After all, this is in the White Tiger Hall.
In Guihai City, no one has the courage to stroke the tiger's whiskers of the White Tiger Hall.
After a while, the burly man in black came out with a tall and sturdy bald man. Oh, Mr. Qin, I am sorry for not welcoming you.
Please forgive me, please forgive me. Zhouque said to Qin Hao with a smile on his face.
Hand over Li Ziwen.
Qin Hao didn't respond to him, but just spoke coldly to the bald man in front of him.
This.
When Zhouque heard Qin Hao's words, the smile on his face froze.
How much do you want? Name your price.
He had made this preparation before coming here. After all, it was impossible for someone else to let him go without any reason in their place.
This. Mr. Qin is not about money. What Li Ziwen did is really.
Zhouque glanced at Qin Hao and seemed to be hesitant to speak.
If you have any requests, please ask.
Qin Hao thought that the bald guy wanted to raise the price, so he spoke to him without hesitation.
After all, anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. This. Mr. Qin.
Zhouque glanced at Qin Hao with a conflicted look on his face. After thinking for a while, he whispered something into Qin Hao's ear. After listening to this, Qin Hao frowned slightly.
The situation was a bit tricky. Chapter 41 Underground Auction.
After listening to the bald man's words, Xinhao was silent for a while, then looked up at him. You said that Li Ziwen is not in your hands now, but in the hands of the so-called Su Xiao. Yes, Mr. Qin, there is no need for me, Zhou Qua, to lie about this matter. I am just doing things for others. There is no need for me to lie to you, Mr. Qin, about this matter. Zhou Qua looked at Xinhao with a smile on his face. Logically speaking, his status is equal to that of the chairman of the Tunguska Hotel. One is the chairman of the Atom subsidiary of Shengtong Group, one of the leading large groups in Tianyan country. One is a subordinate branch of the Red-Green Society, the #1 underground force in Tianyan country.
But things are different now.
The Tunguska Hotel has been acquired by a young man who looks to be in his early 20s.
This is the Tunguska Hotel, one of the more important subsidiaries of the Shengtong Group.
It is not on the verge of bankruptcy, so how could it be sold to someone else for no reason? The only possibility is that the young man in front of him has a transcendent status or offered a price that the Shengtong Group could not refuse, so they sold the Tunguska Hotel to him. But no matter which possibility it was, the young man in front of him was not someone Zhou Qua could afford to offend. He was just the leader of a branch of the Red and Green Society.
This terrifying giant could probably kill him with ease.
He also said that he would not let Li Ziwen go unless he found what he wanted.
Yes, Mr. Qin.
Zhou Qua looked at Xinhao and responded again. After hearing this, Xinhao rubbed his brows and a trace of worry appeared on his face.
This so-called Mr. Su is not a simple person.
According to Zhou Qua, this young Master Su's real name is Su Jiang. He is the eldest son of the Su family, one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto, and holds an extraordinary status. Since the Su family is ranked among the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto, they are certainly not ordinary people. Its business is spread all over the world, with hundreds of subsidiaries of various types, including dozens of listed companies.
Xinhao can't afford to offend such a behemoth now. But the conditions proposed by Su Jiang were too absurd.
He would not release Li Ziwen until someone found the so-called golden ambergris.
What the hell is this golden ambergris? He has never heard of it, so where can he find it?
Besides, Su Jiang was so sure that Li Ziwen's family could find the golden ambergris that even young Master Su found so hard to find.
Wasn't this a joke? However, although Su Jiang's conditions are a bit unbelievable, Li Ziwen still has to be found for Li Qian.
Otherwise, Xinhao would feel heartbroken when thinking of Li Qian's tearful face. Thinking of this, Xinhao decided not to waste time here and decided to find a place to stay before making further plans.
Since Su Jiang said so, Li Ziwen is not in any danger for the time being.
Xinhao glanced at the smiling face and said nothing more.
He turned around and walked out.
But before they had walked for a while, they ran into Bai Yuiwei, who was walking towards them. Bai Yuiwei looked at Xinhao in front of her with a face full of anger. This Xinhao really doesn't know what's good for him. This is the White Tiger Hall, and he dares to go in alone and cause trouble for others. Although she was not very familiar with Xinhao, Xinhao did save her grandfather's life after all. Given the Bai family's current situation, saving her grandfather's life is equivalent to saving the Bai family. If something bad happened to Xinhao in Guihai City, Bai Yuiwei would feel bad. Xinhao glanced at Bai Yuiwei, then walked away without saying anything to her.
This woman asked her to find out some information, but he got it wrong. She even acted like he owed her money. She is really sick.
Bai Yuiwei looked at Xinhao, who seemed to not even notice her, and became even angrier. She shouted at Xinhao.
Xinhao, stop right there. What's wrong?
Xinhao stopped and looked back at Bai Yuiwei.
Do you know what this White Tiger Hall is? If you go looking for trouble by yourself, and if anything happens,
When Bai Yuiwei said this, he suddenly stopped. Her relationship with Xinhao had not reached that stage, and it was obviously inappropriate for her to suddenly say such caring words.
What's wrong with the White Tiger Hall? Are you so awesome? I came out intact.
Xinhao shrugged with a look of disdain. Although he is now no match for the Su family, one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto, he does not take the Red and Green Society, the so-called #1 underground force in Tianyan country, seriously.
This is not the era of decades ago when the major states were rampant and tyrannical.
Not to mention this small White Tiger Hall, even the so-called Red and Green Society is not taken seriously by him. After all, after some rectification, most of the underground forces that were extremely powerful decades ago were severely damaged. Nowadays, most of them work for some truly rich people. This so-called #1 underground force in Tianyan country is probably just a handy tool in the hands of one of the top wealthy families in the country.
You
Seeing Qin Hao acting like he didn't take the White Tiger Hall seriously at all, Bai Yuiwei was so angry that she was speechless. But then her mind calmed down again, and she looked at Qin Hao seriously, feeling hesitant. Qin Hao looked so relaxed and casual, as if he really didn't take the White Tiger Hall seriously. Moreover, although she was quite far away just now, she didn't hear clearly what Qin Hao said to the White Tiger Hall master. But looking at the White Tiger Hall master, he had a smiling face and it seemed that what he said was not false. So, Bai Yuiwei just looked at Qin Hao steadily and said nothing more. He walked towards his red Maserati, but before he had walked for a while, he was stopped by Qin Hao.
Wait a minute, let me ask you something.
Qin Hao thought for a while and decided that instead of looking for the golden ambergris like a headless fly, he might as well ask Bai Yuiwei. Although he felt that Bai Yuiwei was a little unreliable, after all, the Bai family was one of the most powerful families in Guihai City, and their connections and information network were much stronger than his.
What is it?
Bai Yuiwei turned around, looking confused.
Have you ever heard of ambergris? Golden ambergris, what is that?
Bai Yuiwei listened to Qin Hao's words, thought for a while, and replied.
Oh, nothing.
Seeing that Bai Yuiwei didn't know either, Qin Hao pondered for a while and didn't ask her anything.
Is this thing important to you? If you really want it, you can try your luck at an underground auction. Underground auction? Yes, it's an underground auction.
I'll tell you the details when I get home.
Well, that's fine. With that, the two drove away.
Zhou stood at the gate of Baihu Hall, looking at Qin Hao and Bai Yuiwei who were driven there.
He hesitated for a moment and took out his phone.
Young master, I have already told Qin Hao what you said.
Okay, got it.
A magnetic male voice came from the other end of the phone, speaking casually.
Then I will. After hearing this, Zhou hesitated to speak. No need, just do your own thing.
The magnetic male voice seemed to know what Zhou wanted to say and spoke to him.
Yes.
After saying that, Zhou hung up the phone.
In a mansion somewhere in Kyoto.
A handsome man put down the phone with a faint smile on his face.
Qin Hao, I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 42, Auction of Golden Ambergris.
After returning to Bai Yuiwei's home and finishing his meal, Qin Hao repeated to Bai Yuiwei what Zhou had said. After all, if you want to use other people's network to find out relevant information, there is no need to hide some things from her. After hearing what Qin Hao said, Bai Yuiwei was in a daze and didn't speak for a long time. This amount of information is quite large.
The Su family, one of the top wealthy families in Kyoto, is actually involved in Li Ziwen's disappearance. What kind of existence is the Su family? How could Qin Hao find something that even the Su family couldn't find? Qin Hao looked at the stunned Bai Yuiwei and said nothing.
He also knew that the amount of information was a bit too much, and it was normal for Bai Yuiwei to be like this.
After a long while, Bai Yuiwei came back to her senses.
She glanced at Qin Hao who was staring at her face hesitant, and she gritted her teeth as if she had made a difficult decision.
There is an underground auction in Guihai City tonight. My Bai family has a few spots.
I'll take you there to try your luck. Originally, after hearing what Qin Hao said, she didn't want to get involved in this matter. After all, this matter involved the Su family, one of the top wealthy families in Kyoto. If she was not careful, the Bai family would fall into an abyss from which there was no escape. But Qin Hao had saved her grandfather after all, and she had promised to help him find someone to repay him a favor, but in the end it could be said that she was of no help at all.
This made Bai Yuiwei feel very guilty.
After much hesitation, she decided to help Qin Hao again.
Okay, call me when the time comes. I'm going to bed first. Qin Hao didn't have much expectation for this so-called underground auction.
After all, the golden ambergris was so easy to find.
With the power of the Su family in Kyoto, they would have found it long ago. Why would they kidnap Li Ziwen for no reason and ask Qin Hao to find him? After saying that, Qin Hao turned around and left without paying any attention to Bai Yuiwei. Bai Yuiwei looked at Qin Hao's gradually receding back, said nothing, and went about her own business. His Bai family also needs to exchange some things at that underground auction, so they have to prepare early. Guihai City, in front of Minji Wexuan. Qin Hao and Bai Yuiwei got out of the car, followed two men in suits and sunglasses, and entered Minji Wexuan. Qin Hao took a look at this famous antique shop in Guihai City, his eyes full of surprise. This so-called underground auction is quite good at choosing a location. The environment here is quite nice and has that kind of atmosphere. On the way here, Bai Yuiwei told her about the underground auction.
In Minjiwexuan, some wealthy or noble figures hold underground auctions at irregular intervals almost every year to sell things that are not available on the market or are difficult to sell, but meet the needs of certain people. Due to the special nature of this underground auction, the items auctioned at this auction are almost all strange and bizarre, but rare and precious.
But Shinhao had almost no hope of getting the golden ambergris that even the Su family in Kyoto couldn't find at this underground auction.
He came to this auction just to try his luck. After following two men in suits and sunglasses into Minjiwexuan, Shinhao and Bai Yuiwei were taken to a luxuriously decorated large box. Through the glass wall on one side of the box, they looked at the huge exhibition stand and waited for the auction to begin. After waiting for a while, Shinhao saw a curvy young woman walking up to the huge exhibition stand gracefully. The curvaceous young woman just walked onto the huge booth, glanced at the boxes, said some polite words, and then directly announced the start of the auction. After all, those who can come here are either rich or noble, and don't have that much time to waste on meaningless things. The first item to be auctioned is a piece of porcelain that is said to be comparable to the treasures in some national museums, with a starting price of 100 million renminbi. The starting price was not expensive for someone who could walk in those boxes, so the porcelain was quickly sold at a price slightly higher than the starting price. The second item to be auctioned was a rare painting or calligraphy by an ancient master. Because it is out of print, the starting price of this calligraphy and painting is twice that of the first item, which is 200 million renminbi. Bai Yuiwei, who was sitting next to Qinhao, saw the calligraphy and paintings on the booth, glanced at Qinhao who looked uninterested, and pressed the red button on her side to prepare for the bid. Her grandfather likes things like calligraphy and paintings by ancient masters, so she plans to take a picture of them and give them to her grandfather. After several twists and turns and a round of fierce bidding, Bai Yuiwei bought this out-of-print painting and calligraphy by an ancient master for 320 million renminbi. Bai Yuiwei looked at the carefully wrapped out-of-print calligraphy and painting by ancient masters in her hands, with a look of joy on her face. Shinhao looked at Bai Yuiwei, who was holding the calligraphy and painting in her hand, with no expression on her face. His main purpose for coming to this underground auction this time was for the golden ambergris, and he was not interested in other things. Bai Yuiwei glanced at the expressionless Qinhao, and the happy expression on her face gradually faded. She said to Qinhao in a comforting tone,
"This auction has just begun. Don't be too pessimistic. Maybe you'll find what you need next."
Qinhao responded casually and ignored Bai Yuiwei. He came here just to try his luck.
If he could find it, that would be the best. If not, that would be fine too.
Anyway, Li Ziwen will not be in any danger for the time being, and he still has time to find the golden ambergris. Bai Yuiwei glanced at Qinhao, sighed, and said nothing. After all, that was something that even the Su family in Kyoto hadn't found, so how could Qinhao possibly come across it? Thinking of this, Bai Yuiwei ignored Qinhao and focused on the bidding. Until the auction was nearing its end, Bai Yuiwei only bid for a few items she liked at the beginning and then stopped participating in the auction. Qinhao saw that the auction was almost over, and he didn't see any golden ambergris on the booth. He no longer had any expectations for the auction. After sitting for a while, he said something to Bai Yuiwei and prepared to leave. But before Qinhao walked out of the box, he suddenly heard the sweet voice of the curvy young woman coming from the huge booth. The last item to be auctioned is a medicinal herb called golden ambergris, and the starting price is 50 million renminbi. After talking for a while, the whole place was silent and no one was bidding. The curvaceous young woman, seeing the situation, was about to take away the golden ambergris and announce the end of the auction when a string of numbers suddenly appeared on the auction display screen next to her.
Box 14 is offering 200 million renminbi. Is there anything higher than this?
The curvy young woman's expression changed slightly when she saw the string of numbers appearing on the auction display screen. I thought the item was going to fail to sell, but I didn't expect the first bid to be as high as 200 million renminbi. Qinhao, who was about to turn around and leave, sat down again when he saw the golden ambergris appear on the huge exhibition stand.
But before he could make a bid, someone else beat him to the finish line.
Qinhao glanced at box number 14, frowned slightly, said nothing, and just stretched out 3 fingers towards Bai Yuiwei. Bai Yuiwei nodded, entered a string of numbers on the bidding device, and pressed the bidding button. After Bai Yuiwei pressed the bidding button, Qinhao sat back on the sofa, waiting for the curvy young woman to announce the bid. He was determined to get this golden ambergris, no matter how high the price was.
Chapter 43 Gold Ambergris Obtained.
A moment after Bai Yuiwei pressed the bidding button, the numbers on the bidding display screen changed instantly. When the curvy young woman saw the number on the auction display screen instantly change from 200 million renminbi to 300 million renminbi, a bright smile bloomed on her pretty face.
Box number 27 is offering 300 million renminbi. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price?
But after a long while, the numbers on the auction display screen still did not change. Seeing this, the curvy young woman still had a bright smile on her face and spoke again. Since there is no higher price than 300 million renminbi, then 300 million renminbi once, 300 million renminbi twice, 300 million renminbi. But before she could finish her words, the numbers on the auction display screen suddenly changed. The curvy young woman looked at the suddenly changing numbers on the auction display screen, and her smile grew wider. After all, the higher the price of the item, the more commission she gets.
Box number 14 is offering 350 million renminbi. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price?
Xinhao looked at the numbers on the auction display screen, glanced at box number 14, frowned, entered a string of numbers on the auction display, and pressed the auction button again. After Xinhao pressed the auction display button, the numbers on the auction display screen changed again.
Box number 27 offers 1 billion renminbi. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price?
Seeing the numbers on the auction display screen, the curvaceous young woman couldn't help but get excited.
Who is the big shot in box number 27? He actually offered 1 billion renminbi to buy golden ambergris.
It's really too generous. You know, at this auction, the item with the highest bid was only 2 billion renminbi. The price of the golden ambergris, which seemed quite worthless in her eyes, had risen to 1 billion renminbi in such a short period of time.
How could she not be excited?
The number on the auction display screen instantly changed to 1 billion renminbi. Not only was the curvaceous young woman excited, but even the people in the other boxes who did not participate in the auction were moved. This underground auction in Guihai City was just a small-scale informal gathering organized by some slightly respectable families in Guihai City, or some business and political leaders.
Although Guihai City's economy is slightly stronger than Donghua City, it is only a second-tier city.
The highest transaction amount of 2 billion renminbi in this auction is already the highest in history. But in the eyes of these people, ambergris, which is just a relatively useless medicinal material, has reached a high price of 1 billion renminbi after several price increases. And it seems that if there are still people bidding, given the arrogance of the mysterious figure in box 27, this 1 billion renminbi may not be the final transaction price. Even if it exceeds the highest price of this auction, 2 billion renminbi is not impossible. But they thought about it carefully and it was unlikely. In their opinion, the price of 1 billion renminbi for the golden ambergris was a premium. How could it be possible? But just as they had this thought, the numbers on the auction display screen changed again.
Box number 14 is offering 1.5 billion renminbi. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price?
The curvaceous young woman saw the numbers on the auction display screen change again, her pretty face flushed, and she spoke excitedly to the people in each box.
Wow!
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Everyone was guessing which big shot was in box number 14. Xinhao watched the numbers on the auction display screen change again, glanced at box number 14, and said nothing. He just pressed a string of numbers on the auction display screen again and made another bid. No matter what, he must get this golden ambergris today. Besides, the bidding price was only 1.5 billion renminbi, which was just the cost of a few meals for him.
Box number 27 offers 2 billion renminbi. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price?
After Xinhao bid again, the number on the auction display changed almost instantly. The curvaceous young woman was so excited that she could hardly speak clearly after seeing the long string of numbers on the auction display. As for the people in the other boxes who did not bid, after seeing the bidding price change almost instantly, they were so shocked that words could not describe it. It has only been a short time, and the golden ambergris, which is quite useless in their eyes, has already reached a high auction price of 2 billion renminbi.
This is 2 billion renminbi, not 20 yuan.
Although they can also come up with the 2 billion renminbi, they will never do it as easily and casually as the boss in box number 27.
However, the big guy in box number 14 is not simple either.
He dares to follow the big guy in box number 27 in raising the price by leaps and bounds. I wonder if the big guy in box number 14 will follow suit after the big guy in box number 27 bid 2 billion renminbi. Those spectators who did not participate in the auction thought so in their minds. But after Xinhao raised the price by 2 billion renminbi, the people in box number 14 seemed to give up and did not raise the price again for a long time. The curvy young woman, seeing the boss in box 27 raising the price by 2 billion renminbi, glanced at box 14 and felt a little disappointed. She was still thinking that if the big guy in box 14 and the big guy in box 27 bid a few more times, then she. However, 2 billion renminbi has already exceeded her psychological expectations. In her eyes, the golden ambergris was just a useless item with a high probability of failing to sell. Thinking of this, the curvaceous young woman slightly opened her red lips.
Is there a higher price?
If there is no higher price, 2 billion renminbi for 1 time, 20 renminbi for 2 times, 20 renminbi for 3 times. Before he could finish his words, the numbers on the auction display screen suddenly changed.
Box number 14 offers 2.5 billion renminbi. Is there a higher price?
Before he finished speaking, the numbers on the auction display screen changed again.
This, box number 27 is offering 50 renminbi, and, is there a higher price?
The curvaceous young woman saw the number on the auction display screen instantly change to 5 billion renminbi within a few seconds. She became so excited that her face turned red and her legs went weak. Who is the big shot in box number 27 who was so generous and directly raises the price to 5 billion renminbi?
He is really inhumane.
The rest of the onlookers were stunned when they saw the number on the display screen suddenly change to 5 billion renminbi in a few seconds. In the blink of an eye, the price of the golden ambergris, which was almost worthless in their eyes, soared to a sky-high price of 5 billion renminbi.
The big guy in box number 27 simply doesn't take money seriously. This is 5 billion renminbi.
Xinhao put down the bidding machine and sat on the sofa with a calm face. He looked at the curvy young woman with a flushed face of excitement on the huge booth.
He just smiled and said nothing. It's only 5 billion renminbi. What's the big deal?
It seems that the standard of this auction is not that high. Bai Yue, who was sitting aside and watching Xinhao raise the price by billions, couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard what Xinhao said.
Is this human language? It's just 5 billion renminbi. Do you really think these 5 billion renminbi are useless waste paper?
Even if her Bai family had to pay 5 billion renminbi at once, it wouldn't be a huge loss, but it would still be difficult. Bai Yue rolled her eyes and looked at Xinhao as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she said nothing. She just looked at the curvaceous young woman on the huge booth again.
Forget it, these 5 billion renminbi are really nothing in his eyes.
After all, this was a big shot who almost overthrew the Xiao family with ease. The curvaceous young woman looked at box number 14 after Xinhao raised the price to 5 billion renminbi. She looked there for a long time, but there was no movement in box number 14. They had no choice but to announce that the golden ambergris was finally sold at a sky-high price of 5 billion renminbi. Seeing that he had obtained the golden ambergris, Xinhao glanced at Bai Yue and walked out of the box. The golden ambergris is now in hand, and the conditions of Su Jiang, the eldest son of the Su family in Kyoto, have been met.
It is time to rescue Li Ziwen.
However, before that, some preparations need to be made.
Chapter 44. Let Su Jiang come to see me.
After the auction, Xinhao and Bai Yue returned to the Bai family, preparing to go to Su Jiang to ask for the person tomorrow. After all, Xinhao's current power is not enough to compete with the Su family, one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto. He can only hope that the rewards from the rich man's treasure chest that he signed in tomorrow would qualify him to have an equal dialogue with the Su family.
The next day, early morning.
After having breakfast at Bai Yue's house, Xinhao prepared to go find Zhou to ask for someone. Zhou said last time that he was only working for Su Jiang, so he should know where Su Jiang is. But before he walked out of Bai Yue's house, he saw a row of valuable luxury cars parked in front of her house. A group of men in sunglasses surrounded a middle-aged man with a mustache and were talking to Bai Yue. However, judging from Bai Yue's furrowed brows, their conversation didn't seem very pleasant. Xinhao was puzzled.
After all, the Bai family was the richest family in Guihai City.
Although it was a little declining now, it was not possible that just any Tom, Dick or Harry would dare to block the door of their house, right? With this doubt, Xinhao quickly walked to Bai Yue's side and said to her with concern.
What's wrong? Who are they?
When Bai Yue heard this, she looked back at Xinhao and said with an unhappy look. They are from the Shangshalin family. They were the ones who bid with you for the golden ambergris yesterday.
They came to me today to ask if I can sell the golden ambergris to them. I don't want to keep pestering here if I agree.
Oh, so that's the case. Then you go back and I'll take care of this matter. After understanding the whole story, Xinhao planned to let Bai Yue go back. This matter has nothing to do with her, he will deal with it himself. Bai Yue glanced at Xinhao without saying anything, then turned around and went back.
Although the Changshalan family is quite powerful, the Bai family is no pushover either. If his Lan family goes too far, the Bai family will not be inferior to them.
Besides, Qin Hao's strength is more than enough to deal with 10 members of the Bai family, so he is not afraid of the Lan family getting angry and using violence. You must be Mr. Qin, I am Lan Yan, the current head of the Lan family. Lan Yan smiled and stretched out his hand towards Qin Hao. During the conversation with Bai Yuiwa just now, Lan Yan knew that the young man in front of him was Qin Hao, Mr. Qin, who had bought the golden ambergris for a sky-high price of 5 billion renminbi at an underground auction yesterday. Qin Hao glanced at Lan Yan's outstretched hand, but did not make any move. He just said to him coldly, I won't sell this golden ambergris, so don't waste your time. After saying that, Qin Hao turned and left. Are you kidding? This golden ambergris is an important bargaining chip to redeem Li Ziwen. How can I sell it to others? But before Qin Hao had taken a few steps, he was stopped by several men in sunglasses. Qin Hao looked at the men in sunglasses blocking his way and frowned slightly. A terrifying aura burst out from his body and he stared directly at the men in sunglasses in front of him. These few insignificant little characters dare to stop me, a man with full-level fighting skills. I guess they are tired of living. The men in sunglasses broke out in cold sweats when Qin Hao stared at them. They looked terrified and took a few steps back. When Lan Yan saw that Qin Hao was about to leave, he wanted to stop Qin Hao and talk to him in detail. However, seeing Qin Hao's murderous look, he could only wave his hand and let the men in sunglasses retreat. He trotted up to Qin Hao with a bright smile on his face. Mr. Qin, please don't leave just yet. As long as you agree to sell me the golden ambergris, the price can be negotiated. Not for sale. Qin Hao refused without thinking and continued walking forward. But before he had taken a few steps, he heard a shrill cry coming from behind him. Mr. Qin, please have mercy on me and sell me the golden ambergris. My son is still in someone else's hands. If I hadn't used this golden ambergris to exchange for him today, my son might have been. When she thought of this possibility, Lan Yan cried even louder. When Qin Hao heard Lan Yan's words, he stopped and thought of a possibility. Your son is in the hands of someone else. Is he in the hands of the Su family in Kyoto? How do you know? Lan Yan stopped crying and looked at Qin Hao in shock. Like you, I also have an important person in the Su family's hands, and the conditions for redeeming him are the same as yours. Qin Hao glanced at Lan Yan, whose face was covered with snot and tears, and spoke calmly. The Su family in Kyoto used such an dishonorable method to threaten some people to collect the golden ambergris in large quantities. It must be that an important person in the family has some special disease and needs the golden ambergris to treat it. He had this guess in his mind after he learned about the function of golden ambergris yesterday, but because there was too little information, he was not sure. Now, after hearing Lan Yan's answer, this guess became more certain. Same, then. When Lan Yan heard Qin Hao's words, his face darkened. He originally thought that if Qin Hao bought the golden ambergris just out of curiosity, then he would buy it even if it meant losing everything he had. But Qin Hao also has someone in the Su family's hands, so the possibility of buying back the golden ambergris from Qin Hao with money is very slim. After all, looking at how arrogant Qin Hao was at the underground auction yesterday, his Changshalan family might not even be able to match Qin Hao's little finger. Qin Hao saw Lan Yan's look and patted him on the shoulder. I can't possibly sell you this golden ambergris, but leave your son's matter to me. After saying that, he left Lan Yan in a daze and drove to Baihu Hall. It's not easy for Lan Yan either. Anyway, he has already had a feud with the Su family, so it's no big deal to help him out. What's more, he has a trump card in his hand that can counter the Su family, so he is even less afraid of the Su family. White Tiger Hall, at the entrance. Qin Hao got out of the car and went straight to Zhoukuo's office. Zhoukuo looked at Qin Hao with a smile on his face. Director Qin, we found the thing. Of course, where is Su Jiang? I want to see him. Pa. Qin Hao slapped the golden ambergris on the table, held his head high, and said to Zhoukuo. He is not afraid of the Su family, one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto. If the Su family knew that he had god-level medical skills, they would probably bow down and serve him. Sukuo looked at the golden ambergris on the table, his face broke into a smile, and he took out his phone. After a while, Zhoukuo said to Qin Hao. Boss Qin, I'm sorry, Master Su has something to do in Kyoto and can't leave, so... Before Zhoukuo could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Hao. If he doesn't want that important figure of the Su family to die, he must come to Guihai City to see me today. No more waiting after this time. After saying that, Xin Hao left without even looking at Zhou. He has already said so if Su Jiang is not stupid, he should know what to do. Zhou saw Xin Hao striding away, his pupils shrank slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he dialed Su Jiang's number.
Chapter 45 by Yo Yue's Pursuer.
After coming out of the White Tiger Hall, Xin Hao went straight back to the Bai family. Although, there is no need to worry about Li Ziwen's personal safety now. But after all, Su Jiang had not yet handed Li Ziwen over to him. It would be difficult to explain to Li Chen if I go back like this now.
Therefore, he decided to stay in the Bai family for a few more days, waiting for Su Jiang to officially hand Li Ziwen over to him, and then he would take Li Ziwen back to Donghua City. Xin Hao returned to the Bai family, took a look around the house, and seeing that Bai Yuyue didn't seem to be at home, he planned to go out for a walk by himself. I've been busy with Li Ziwen's affairs these days and haven't had a good time strolling around Guihai City. Guihai City is the ancient capital of several dynasties.
It has a profound historical and cultural heritage and many famous tourist attractions. His current wealth ranks among the top on the world's richest list, and all he needs to do from now on is enjoy life. But just as Xin Hao walked to the door of the Bai family villa, he heard a sharp roar coming from not far away. A red Maserati slowly stopped in front of Xin Hao. Bai Yuyue got off the red Maserati and looked at Xin Hao standing in front of her, smiling.
Is it settled? That's about right.
Xin Hao took a look at Bai Yuyue, who was wearing a slim-fitting outfit that showed off her graceful figure. Bai Yuyue felt Xin Hao's gaze scanning her back and forth, and her pretty face blushed slightly. She thought he had no interest in her at all. After all, she was so proactive last time when he first came to Guihai City, but he pushed her away with a cold face, as if he had no interest in her at all. Humph, it turns out that all men are the same.
No matter how cool and arrogant you are, you have to bow down at my feet.
Thinking this in her heart, Bai Yuyue glanced at Xin Hao with a proud expression on her face. Xin Hao looked at Bai Yuyue, who was standing in front of him, and suddenly showed a proud and arrogant expression on her face. He took a deep look at her, turned around and left without saying anything.
This woman must be a fool. Why did she suddenly speak with such a proud expression on her face? It's so weird.
However, this has nothing to do with him, let her do whatever she wants. When Xin Hao had walked quite a distance, Bai Yuyue looked at Xin Hao, who was getting farther and farther away from her, shook her head, and hurriedly trotted to catch up with him, stopped in front of him, and hurriedly said to Xin Hao,
"Don't leave yet, I have something to ask you." "What is it?" Xin Hao looked at Bai Yuyue puzzledly. "My grandpa wants to see you, and.
Before she finished speaking, Bai Yuyue glanced at Xin Hao, and a layer of blush appeared on her fair and tender face. Bai Yuyue felt very shy when she thought of what her grandfather said to her before she came here. Boys should take the initiative in this kind of thing.
How can a girl like her say that out loud?
After hearing this, Xin Hao glanced at Bai Yuyue, whose face was blushing, and felt a little confused.
What else? Why does this person only speak half of his words? It makes me so anxious. Nothing, my grandpa wants to see you, do you want to go?
When Bai Yuyue heard what Xin Hao said, she stamped her feet and said to Xin Hao,
"Okay, since there's nothing else to do, let's go meet him."
I originally planned to check in at the famous attractions in Guihai City, but I was just bored. Now, the old man of the Bai family wants to see him, so let's go and meet him. Besides, Mingnan Mansion, where the old man of the Bai family rests, is not far from here. At the speed of his top supercar, he can get there in 10 minutes at most. Moreover, Bai Yuyue put in a lot of effort in finding the golden ambergris this time.
Well, then you follow me and I'll take you there.
After saying that, Bai Yuyue got into the red Maserati. Seeing this, Xin Hao didn't say anything, but just drove the Koenigsegg and followed behind.
Two red top-of-the-line supercars were speeding on the road. After a while, Xin Hao and Bai Yuyue arrived at the place where the old man of the Bai family was recuperating. After parking the car, Xin Hao and Bai Yuyue got out one after another and walked towards Mingnan Mansion. Bai Luyuan, sitting in a wheelchair, looked at Xin Hao and Bai Yuyue walking towards him at the door, and waved to Bai Yuyue with a smile. Yeah, come here."
When Bai Yuyue heard this, she quickly quickened her pace, walked to Bai Luyuan's side, and called him affectionately,
"Grandfather." Bai Luyuan touched Bai Yoyue's head and said to her with a smile, "Grandpa, have you told him what I told you?"
When Bai Yuyue heard Bai Luyuan's words, she blushed and glanced at Xin Hao, then gently hit him a few times.
What's going on? How can a girl be the first to speak about something like that?
Bai Luyuan chuckled, glanced at Bai Yuyue, and said nothing. Instead, he showed a kind smile on his face, looked up at Qin Hao standing in front of him and said,
Mr. Qin, I want to thank you for saving my life last time.
If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died there.
It's nothing.
What happened last time was just a piece of cake.
Don't take it to heart. Qin Hao waved at Bai Lu Yuan and said nonchalantly, Mr. Qin, you.
Before he could finish his words, a sharp roar was heard outside Mingnan Mansion. After a while, several top supercars such as Maserati, Lamborghini, Ferrari, etc. appeared outside Mingnan Mansion. A young Mediterranean man, surrounded by a group of men wearing sunglasses, slowly walked towards them with a handful of stars in his hand. Bai Yue looked at the Mediterranean young man who was slowly walking towards them, her eyebrows slightly frowned, her eyes full of disgust.
Pang Tao, I've told you very clearly that there is no possibility between us, why are you still here?
Pang Tao was not angry when he heard Bai Yue's words. Instead, he put on a flattering smile, walked quickly to Bai Yue, knelt on one knee, held the stars in his hand, and said to Bai Yue sincerely,
Yeah, I am sincere to you, just marry me.
Bai Yue listened to what Pang Tao said, looked at Pang Tao who was holding the baby's breath, and said to him coldly without changing his expression,
It's impossible between us. I already have someone I like.
As she spoke, Bai Yue's face flushed with shame.
She glanced at Qin Hao shyly and prepared to push Bai Lu Yuan back.
But before he took a few steps, Pang Tao's angry shout came from behind him.
Wait a minute, the person Bai Yue likes is this guy.
Yes, so what? Bai Yue turned around and gave Pang Tao a disdainful sneer.
What can this kid give you? Can he buy you a diamond ring as big as a pigeon egg?
After saying that, Pang Tao clapped his hands at the men in sunglasses following him.
The men in sunglasses understood and took out an exquisite fist-sized gift box from the car and handed it to Pang Tao.
Pang Tao opened the exquisite gift box, revealing a huge diamond ring shining brightly inside. Bai Yue glanced at the diamond ring, smiled and said nothing.
Pang Tao looked at Bai Yue's disdainful expression, and his face turned red as if he was greatly stimulated.
Bai Yue, you. Before he finished speaking, Qin Hao, who had been watching the show, glanced at Bai Yue and Pang Tao and said indifferently,
No, you are treating me like air by doing this in front of me? Chapter 46 Shuzhen, Kyoto.
When Pang Tao heard Qin Hao's words, his eyes were full of contempt.
Why, boy, do you think you have a say here?
Although the boy in front of him was wearing trendy branded clothes, he searched in his mind but could not find such a person among the second-generation circle in Guihai City.
He was probably just a small boss with a little money.
He had no right to speak when he was talking to Bai Yue.
He. Qin Hao just smiled at Pang Tao and didn't say anything.
He glanced at Bai Yue, who looked a little panicked, opened his mouth, looked at her playfully, and wanted to say something. But before Qin Hao could say anything, a pretty figure flashed before his eyes, and a warm and sweet taste came from his lips.
Qin Hao looked at Bai Yue who was hugging him very devotedly.
His eyes suddenly widened, his mind went blank, and he didn't know what to say for a moment.
He was actually kissed by a girl in public.
This was a little hard for Qin Hao to accept. Qin Hao has been hanging around in the world of women for more than 20 years. He has always been the one taking advantage of others, and has never been taken advantage of by others. Besides, he has a girlfriend now and can't be as dissolute as before. So, Qin Hao pushed Bai Yue away while she looked incredulous. He also spat on the ground to express his disgust. Bai Yue looked at Qin Hao, who was spitting on the ground with a look of disgust on his face, and a trace of shame and anger flashed across her face. If she hadn't been afraid that Qin Hao would say something bad and let Pang Tao see their true relationship, she wouldn't have done that. Although the Xiao family was easily destroyed by Qin Hao, as the Bai family has been on a downward trend over the years, some families that were similar to the Xiao family have actually surpassed them in some aspects.
Even though the Bai family is still nominally the richest family in Guihai City, it is actually just a fancy family.
If they fail to handle it properly, the Peng family, which the Bai family used to look down upon, will be in big trouble. After Qin Hao spat on the ground, he glanced at Bai Yue, whose face was filled with shame and anger, and was about to say something. He heard a roar filled with anger.
Bai Yue, do you really think I'm afraid of your Bai family?
Seeing the goddess he had been pursuing so hard throwing herself at this guy who, in his opinion, was inferior to him in every way, Pang Tao could no longer bear it. He thought that after the Xiao family fell into decline, his former biggest rival Xiaorun would no longer be an obstacle in his pursuit of the goddess of his heart. But what he didn't expect was that when he was full of confidence in pursuing the goddess of his heart, he suffered such blows one after another.
How could he not be angry?
When Bai Yuiwei heard what Peng Tao said, she looked at him with disdain, walked quickly forward, hugged Qin Hao, snorted at him coldly, and said nothing. As long as she holds Qin Hao's thighs tightly, the Bai family will not have to be afraid of this so-called Peng family. After all, Qin Hao is a ruthless man who can easily destroy the Xiao family.
What can the Peng family, which is at most on par with the Xiao family, do to Qin Hao?
Qin Hao looked at Bai Yuiwei, who was hugging his arm and instinctively wanted to break free, but Bai Yuiwei gently twisted the soft flesh around his waist and hugged him tighter. Qin Hao glanced at Bai Yuiwei, who was hugging him tightly and looked pitiful. He smiled helplessly and said nothing. Forget it, just let her go, as a way of repaying the favor she did last time. Peng Tao looked at Bai Yuiwei, who was nestling in Qin Hao's arms like a little bird, and his expression became even uglier. Just when he was about to say something, a loud rumble suddenly came from outside Mingnan Mansion. A helicopter, creating a huge wave of air, slowly landed on the open space outside Mingnan Mansion. A handsome young man walked out quickly, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. After hearing the loud roar of the helicopter, Peng Tao saw the handsome young man for the first time. The unhappiness on his face instantly disappeared, and he said to the handsome young man with fear and trepidation,
Master Su, how could you? Although he is not in the Beijing circle, Su Jiang still recognizes him as the eldest son of the Su family. How come he is here?
But before he could finish his words, Su Jiang waved his hand at him, signaling him to shut up. When Peng Tao saw Su Jiang signaling him to shut up, he didn't dare to say anything, but just cautiously stepped aside. After Su Jiang glanced at the people present, he saw Qin Hao looking at him calmly, and walked up quickly with a smile on his face.
Mr. Qin, I have offended you in the past. I hope you don't take it to heart.
As he spoke, Su Jiang stretched out his hand towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked at Su Jiang in front of him, who was smiling and wanted to shake hands with him, but he did not extend his hand. He just said coldly,
Has Li Ziwen been released?
Yes, he has been released.
I have sent someone to send him home. Su Jiang bent down and said to Qin Hao.
Before, he had offended Qin Hao for some reasons, which led to him being so passive when he needed help from Qin Hao.
If this makes him unhappy again, his Su family in Kyoto would probably be removed from Kyoto from now on.
After all, due to some reasons, the Su family is now less powerful than before. This Qin Hao might be the last hope of his Su family.
Yeah, well done. Qin Hao nodded at Su Jiang. This boy is quite sensible. In that case, Mr. Qin, can I ask you for a favor?
Su Jiang glanced at Qin Hao, who nodded slightly, and asked tentatively. When Su Jiang thought of what Zhou Kuokuo said on the phone yesterday, his attitude towards Qin Hao became even better.
Some things are top secret in the Su family. How could an outsider like Qin Hao know them?
This left Su Jiang puzzled. After much thought, he felt that only Qin Hao had found a way to solve the problem. After all, he had people secretly collect the crystal ambergris just to cover up his tracks.
Sure. Qin Hao waved at Su Jiang nonchalantly. Can Mr. Qin please go to Kyoto with me?
Su Jiang looked at Qin Hao with hope on his face and said that as long as Qin Hao agreed to let him go to Kyoto, the problem would basically be half solved.
Okay, wait for me to get ready, and then I'll go to Kyoto with you. Li Ziwen has been rescued, and he has an explanation with Li Qian.
Since he has nothing to do anyway, there is nothing wrong with going to Kyoto with him to have some fun.
Okay, Mr. Qin, please make some preparations first.
I'll wait for you. When Su Jiang heard Qin Hao's words, he couldn't help but feel relieved. He originally thought that it would be difficult to persuade Qin Hao to go to Kyoto this time, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth. Qin Hao nodded at him, turned around and prepared to leave. But before he had taken a few steps, Qin Hao looked back and saw Peng Tao, who was standing aside and trembling with fear, saying to Su Jiang,
Deal with this person.
This idiot actually dared to provoke him, so he will know the consequences of provoking him. Su Jiang smiled at Qin Hao, waved his hand and asked the bodyguards behind him to drag Peng Tao away. Seeing this, Qin Hao left without looking back.
Chapter 47 What do you think of my granddaughter?
In the Mingnan mansion, Qin Hao, Bai Yuiwei and her grandfather sat opposite each other and ate their meal being served by a group of servants. Bai Yuiwei shoveled rice into the bowl in small sips, occasionally looking up and glancing at Qin Hao. Just now when Su Jiang arrived at Mingnan mansion by helicopter, she looked at Qin Hao with nervousness in her eyes. She was very clear about the affairs between Su Jiang, the eldest son of the Su family, one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto, and Qin Hao. It was definitely not a good thing that Su Jiang suddenly came to Guihai City. She was planning to secretly find a way to help Qin Hao. Who would have thought that when Su Jiang saw Qin Hao, he bent down and bowed humbly like a dog?
This is the Su family, one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto.
Although I heard that the Su family has a hard time in the circle of top wealthy families in Kyoto for some reason.
But a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. No matter what, the Su family is still one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto.
In her opinion, with Qin Hao's strength, it would be no problem for him to run rampant in Guihai City, but compared with the Su family in Kyoto, it was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Thinking about this in her mind, Bai Yuiwei stole glances at Qin Hao more and more frequently. Qin Hao, who was stuffing delicious food into his mouth, felt Bai Yuiwei's occasional stealing glances at him. He glanced at Bai Yuiwei, with a smile on his face, and said to Bai Yuiwei with a hint of sarcasm.
Just eat, why do you keep stealing glances at me? Are you obsessed with my beauty and can't extricate yourself?
Bai Yuiwei had just kissed him passionately in public. While eating, I would sneak glances at him from time to time. It seems that he is addicted to playing.
Thinking of putting him in a sack on a dark and windy night and forcing him to do it again?
If that's the case, he would never obey. He is now in a relationship and is no longer the romantic and handsome guy he used to be. Qin Hao thought so in his heart when he glanced at Bai Yuiwei, who had a red face, clenched chopsticks in both hands, and was breathing heavily after hearing his words. Bai Yuiwei looked at Qin Hao, who was smiling in front of her, her eyes full of shame and anger.
How could this man be so narcissistic and still obsessed with his beauty?
He thought, Bai Yuiwei glanced at the smiling Qin Hao and didn't want to talk anymore. To be honest, Qin Hao is indeed very handsome. It may be a bit shameless for him to say so, but such a person with super high looks and rich abilities is indeed a fatal temptation to a girl like Bai Yuiwei, who is obsessed with looks. Thinking of this, Bai Yuiwei looked at Qin Hao, her breathing gradually calmed down, her face became redder, her round legs wrapped in white silk rubbed gently, her pretty eyes were full of watery waves. Qin Hao, who was looking at Bai Yuiwei with a grin on his face, looked weird when he saw her like this.
You.
He hasn't said anything yet, but the girl already felt it.
How thirsty must she be?
When Bai Yuiwei heard Qin Hao's voice, she suddenly came to her senses, her face flushed red, she shook her head, glanced at her grandfather who was smiling at them, said nothing, and just went back to eating. I was so embarrassed just now, why did I suddenly behave like this in front of him? He must have thought she was that kind of shameless woman. Seeing the shy Bai Yuiwei, Qin Hao shrugged his shoulders and continued to eat.
There's nothing you can do about him being too handsome. Even before he does anything, a girl like Bai Yuiwei has already fallen for his stunning beauty and can't help herself. After a while, Qin Hao, Bai Yuiwei and others finished their meal and took a walk in the front yard of Mingnan Mansion to digest the food. Although he agreed to go to Kyoto with Su Jiang, he was just bored and wanted to go to Kyoto for fun, so he was not in a hurry. If anyone is really anxious, it should be Su Jiang.
Judging from Su Jiang's attitude towards him, perhaps he has guessed something. Now, just leave him alone and he won't dare to do anything. So, Qin Hao strolled around Mingnan Mansion for a long time before he decided to call the number Su Jiang had left for him. But before he could get through with the call, Su Jiang and a group of men wearing sunglasses appeared at the entrance of Mingnan Mansion. Su Jiang waited in the helicopter for a while, and seeing that Qin Hao had not arrived yet, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. The current situation of the Su family in Kyoto is not optimistic, ever since the pillar of the family suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. The Su family, one of the so-called top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto, is declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. After all, although the Su family is one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto, family members know their own business. Compared with other top wealthy families, the Su family is just a wealthy upstart, and its family foundation is far inferior to that of other top wealthy families. Most of the family members are good for nothings, and we have to find a way to curb the decline of the family. The Su family might be removed from the list of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto. Thinking of this horrible consequence, Su Jiang walked towards Qin Hao faster. When Qin Hao saw Su Jiang walking towards him quickly, he didn't say anything. He just stood there and looked at him calmly. Su Jiang walked up to Qin Hao, bowed, smiled apologetically and said to Qin Hao, "Mr. Qin, are you ready? If you are, then." Having said this, Su Jiang suddenly stopped, looked at Qin Hao and hesitated to speak, fearing that his tone would be too harsh and make Qin Hao unhappy.
"Yeah, almost." Qin Hao nodded to Su Jiang and prepared to leave with Su Jiang.
But before he had taken a few steps, Qin Hao heard Bai Luyuan's voice suddenly calling from behind him.
"Mr. Qin, wait a moment."
Qin Hao stopped when he heard Bai Luyuan's call, turned around and said to him,
"What's wrong, Mr. Bai? Is there anything wrong?" Bai Lu Yuan nodded and then said to Qin Hao, "Can I waste a little of your time? I have something I want to tell you."
After saying that, Bai Lu Yuan glanced at Bai Yuyue, who was standing aside, pinching the corner of her clothes and stealing glances at Qin Hao from time to time.
"Okay, tell me what you want to say."
Qin Hao walked up to Bai Lu Yuan and spoke to him.
"Mr. Qin, do you have a girlfriend now? What do you think of my granddaughter?"
Qin Hao was stunned when he heard this.
Why did Mr. Bai suddenly talk about this?
However, after taking a look at the shy Bai Yuyue, Qin Hao suddenly understood something.
Today, Mr. Bai invited him to dinner in a fake way.
His real purpose was probably to match him up with Bai Yuyue. However, although Bai Yuyue has an attractive figure and good looks, she is still not a good match for him. Only Li Qian, the woman he loves, can be worthy of such a handsome guy like him. So, Qin Hao glanced at Bai Yuyue, who was pinching the corner of her clothes, looking nervous and stealing glances at him from time to time, and said without hesitation,
"Mr. Bai, I."
But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Bai Lu Yuan.
"Don't rush to answer.
It won't be too late to give an answer after you come back from Kyoto and get in touch with Ye again." In his opinion, it didn't matter even if Qin Hao had a girlfriend, since they were not married. With the charm of his granddaughter, Qin Hao will sooner or later become a member of his Bai family.
Qin Hao didn't say anything about this.
Even if Mr. Bai wanted to match him and Bai Yuyue, he would not agree.
After all, a pheasant is no match for a phoenix.
Thinking of this, Qin Hao glanced at Bai Yuyue, who looked nervous, nodded to Old Man Bai, and followed Su Jiang and the others.
Chapter 48. Su Hu, come here. Kyoto, Zhengyang Mountain.
A helicopter slowly landed on the open space, and a group of men in sunglasses walked out of the helicopter, surrounding Qin Hao and Su Jiang.
"Mr. Qin, we have arrived at Zhengyang Mountain, the gathering place of our Su family."
Su Jiang looked at Qin Hao with a smile on his face as he was looking around after coming out of the helicopter.
"The whole mountain belongs to your Su family?"
"Yes." Su Jiang's face was full of pride. He held his head high and said to Qin Hao, "Although the Su family has declined a bit, it is still one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto.
This Zhengyang Mountain is just an insignificant industry under the Su family."
"Yeah, it's pretty big. That is, my Su family." Before he could finish his words, Qin Hao left without paying any attention to Su Jiang, who was about to brag about his coins. Su Jiang looked at Qin Hao, who was gradually walking away, and a trace of helplessness flashed across his face.
"There is no way out. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head."
Now, he needs Qin Hao's help, and he has to endure whatever Qin Hao does to him. What's more, he had offended Qin Hao before, so he didn't dare to do anything to Qin Hao. Thinking of this, Su Jiang wiped his face, put a bright smile on his face again, and trotted after Qin Hao.
"Mr. Qin, slow down.
I'll take you to the Su family's ancestral home.
After I finish what you promised, I will invite you to have fun in Kyoto."
Su Jiang caught up with Qin Hao and spoke to him respectfully.
"Well, okay, lead the way."
If only Su Jiang's problem could be solved as soon as possible, he could have a good time here in Kyoto. Kyoto is a famous city throughout the ages with a much deeper historical heritage than Guihai City, and some of its famous attractions are well worth a visit.
"Mr. Qin, please follow me."
After listening to Qin Hao's words, Su Jiang walked to the front to lead the way for Qin Hao.
Qin Hao nodded and followed Su Jiang.
After walking for a while, Qin Hao followed Su Jiang to a huge villa that was no smaller than Binjing Huading and stopped. Su Jiang made a gesture of invitation to Qin Hao, preparing to welcome Qin Hao into the main house of the Su family. But before Su Jiang could make any move, not far away, a group of young people with colorful hair surrounded a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and walked towards Qin Hao and the others, laughing.
"Hey, isn't this Su Jiang? How come you, such a busy man, have time to return to the ancestral home?"
The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked at Su Jiang with a hint of disdain.
"Ha, I can't compare to you, Su Hu. You have a noble status.
Even if you do nothing, you still get a monthly allowance.
This is something that a bastard like me can't compare to."
Su Jiang listened to Su Hu's words and looked at him with a hint of sarcasm.
There is a clear distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children within the Su family.
Generally speaking, illegitimate children are just dispensable existence in the family. If it weren't for Su Jiang's outstanding abilities in the Su family's current predicament, the head of the Su family would have gone against the majority's opinion and allowed Su Jiang to take over most of the Su family's industries. However, even so, there were many people in this family who were very dissatisfied with the fact that Su Jiang took over most of the Su family's industries as a bastard. However, the patriarch of the Su family had great power and they did not dare to openly oppose the patriarch's decision, so they could only hinder him secretly. Xin Hao looked at Su Jiang and Su Hu, who were speaking in a sarcastic tone, with an interested expression on his face. It seems that Su Jiang is not having an easy time in the Su family. Moreover, it seems that the Su family is not as powerful as the outside world says. This Su Hu and the group of playboys behind him are probably the only ones who can ask their families for money. But these have nothing to do with Xin Hao. Whether the Su family is a group of elites or a group of good-for-nothings has little to do with him. The Su family now needs his help, and they dare not do anything to him. But just when Xin Hao was thinking this, Su Hu seemed to have just seen Xin Hao. He raised his head and said to Xin Hao, "Where did this bumpkin come from?" When Xin Hao heard what Su Hu said, he glanced at Su Jiang, turned around and left without saying anything. If Su Jiang had not done anything to Li Ziwen, and if he had not been in no way inferior to the Su family, one of the so-called top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto, he would not have come to the Su family's ancestral home. After all, his relationship with Su Jiang was not very good before. Now, Su Hu's attitude is so bad that Xin Hao can't stand it. He clearly needs help from others, but he still acts so superior. Who is he trying to disgust? Seeing Xin Hao turning around and leaving, Su Jiang panicked and hurriedly stopped Xin Hao. His face darkened and he shouted at Su Hu. "Su Hu, why don't you apologize to young Master Qin?" Then he quickly put on a smile, bowed to Xin Hao and said, "Mr. Qin, Su Hu has a mental problem. Don't bother with him. Xin Hao might be the key figure who can save his Su family, but he can't be driven away by Su Hu, a useless person who only eats and waits to die." When Su Hu heard what Su Jiang said, his face was filled with anger. Who the hell does he think he is? He even wants me, the eldest son of the Su family, to apologize to him. Don't say it's him, even if it's... Before he could finish his words, Su Jiang took a quick step and slapped Su Hu to the ground. Su Hu covered his face, his eyes blazing with fire, and looked up at Su Jiang in disbelief. Su Jiang, this lowly bastard, actually dared to hit him, even though he is the legitimate son of the Su family. The young people with colorful hair who had just surrounded Su Hu saw Su Hu fall to the ground after being slapped by Su Jiang. They were horrified and hurriedly helped Su Hu up. Su Hu's face was darker than coal. He looked at Su Jiang with resentment and opened his mouth to say something to Su Jiang. But Su Jiang seemed to sense something, and turned around to look at Su Hu with cold eyes. Su Hu was frightened by the cold look and his eyes wandered. Seeing this, Su Jiang turned back, the coldness in his eyes disappeared, and instantly turned into flattery and fawning as he looked at Xin Hao and said, "Mr. Qin, for my sake, please take a look at this matter, or just let it go. Your face, Su Jiang, you really have a lot of face. Now, it is your Su family that needs me, not me, Xin Hao, who needs you. Your Su family still acts so high and mighty, who are you trying to disgust? Disgusted with your father?" Xin Hao patted Su Jiang's face and said coldly, "This, Mr. Qin, how can I calm down? As long as I, Su Jiang, can do it, I, Su Jiang, will never say no." "Oh, really? Then let that Su Hu crawl over to me." Xin Hao glanced at Su Jiang, then said to Su Hu, who was looking down with an angry expression, "This." Su Jiang took a look and saw Su Hu, who looked angry and hesitated a little. This Su Hu is the eldest son of the Su family. He just slapped Su Hu in the face. Considering his status in the Su family, it was no big deal. But if Su Hu were allowed to crawl in front of Xin Hao like a dog in public, it would be a severe slap in the face of the Su family. If the elders in the family knew about this, Su Jiang would be in big trouble. However, Su Jiang only hesitated for a few seconds, gritted his teeth, and shouted at Su Hu. "Su Hu, get over here." Chapter 49. Mr. Qin, please calm down. Su Jiang, you. Su Hu, who was standing aside with an already grim expression on his face, looked even uglier after hearing Su Jiang's harsh shout. He was already humiliated by being slapped to the ground by Su Jiang just now. If he had not been afraid of the person standing behind Su Jiang, he would never have allowed Su Jiang to be so arrogant. If he really listened to Su Jiang and crawled in front of that kid like a dog, then he, Su Hu, would have no need to stay in the Su family. What are you talking about? Crawl over here. Su Jiang shouted loudly, stepped forward quickly and kicked Su Hu to the ground. Su Jiang, how dare you? When those young men with colorfully dyed hair saw that Su Jiang dared to treat Su Hu like this, their faces were full of disbelief. This Su Jiang is just like them, just a bastard son of the Su family. If it weren't for the current lack of successors, internal and external troubles, and the appreciation of the clan leader, otherwise, how could he, Su Jiang, have such power now? But before they could finish their words, Su Jiang glared at them coldly, and the young men swallowed back their words. Although Su Jiang is just a bastard son like them, he is now in a high position and has great power, and they are not people they can afford to offend.
Su Jiang looked at Su Hu, who was lying on the ground and glaring at him with resentment.
He suddenly became determined and shouted at him again.
What are you standing there for? Crawl!
He couldn't care less about so many things now, even if it meant offending Su Hu to death. After all, Xin Hao might be the key figure who can save the Su family from collapse.
Su Jiang, I.
But before he could finish his words, Su Jiang kicked Su Hu hard again.
Stop talking and get down here.
After saying this, he gave a flattering look at Xin Hao, who was standing not far away with an impatient look on his face.
Mr. Qin, please wait a moment.
Xin Hao just glanced coldly at Su Hu, who was lying on the ground with resentment in his eyes, and said nothing.
He is no longer the loser who could be bullied by anyone. How could he tolerate such bullying?
If Su Jiang doesn't give him a satisfactory explanation today, he might not be able to complete what he promised to the Su family. Seeing Xin Hao's face full of coldness, Su Jiang became more and more frightened.
If this can't satisfy young Master Qin, then he will be the sinner of the Su family.
Thinking of this, Su Jiang's face turned cold and he raised his foot to kick Su Hu again. If it weren't for this loser, things wouldn't have gotten to this point.
But before Su Jiang could make contact with Su Hu, an angry shout came from behind him. Stop! As soon as the words fell,
an overly plump lady ran towards Su Jiang with great force. Behind her, a middle-aged man with a grim expression was walking quickly towards Su Jiang. When Su Jiang heard the voice and saw the noble lady running towards him with anger on her face, and the middle-aged man with an unpleasant expression behind her, he paused and frowned. When Su Hu saw the angry lady and the ugly middle-aged man, he ran to the lady as if he had seen a savior, hugged her legs and cried loudly.
Mom, you have to make the decision for me. Su Jiang is going too far.
He actually wants me to crawl in front of that guy like a dog. When Lu Ji heard this, she pulled up the crying Su Hu and buried him in her majestic arms, her face full of heartache. Tiger, don't be afraid, Mom is here, Mom will take care of it for you. As she spoke, the noble lady patted Su Hu on the back as if she was coaxing a child, and then said to Su Jiang with cold eyes. Su Jiang, you are so courageous that you dare to help an outsider to bully my whore.
Do you really think that the Su family is under your control?
Hearing this, Su Jiang's face changed slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Xin Hao standing behind him say coldly. Su Jiang, it seems that your Su family doesn't welcome me very much, so there is no need for me to stay here. Also, I, Xin Hao, will remember what happened today, and I will repay you 100-fold in the future. After saying that, Xin Hao turned around and left without waiting for Su Jiang to react. But before he had taken a few steps, he was stopped by Su Jiang.
Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation today.
Upper-class people like them care a lot about their own face. Su Hu's slightly sarcastic words just now were tearing Xin Hao's face off and throwing it on the ground and stomping on it. It was understandable that Xin Hao was so angry. Besides, he needs Xin Hao's help now. If he lets Xin Hao go like this, all his previous efforts will be in vain. Xin Hao looked at Su Jiang, who was standing in front of him, bending over and bowing with a pleading look on his face. He snorted coldly and stopped.
At first, he came to Kyoto just for sightseeing, and helping Su Jiang was just a side job. After all, although he and Su Jiang and Li Ziwen had a grudge against each other, it was not a life-and-death feud. But when he saw the Su family's sprawling villa complex on Zhongyang Mountain, an idea came to his mind. Having money but no power is just a pig waiting to be slaughtered.
If you have money and power, you are a ferocious tiger. His current situation is just like a poor man who has suddenly become rich. It seems to be a glorious time, but in fact he is just a balloon that is getting bigger and bigger. Possessing huge wealth but without the corresponding social status, the slightest external stimulation and oppression may lead him into an abyss from which there is no escape. This time, his main purpose of coming to the Su family was to use the power of the Su family to initially lay out in Kyoto, and then rely on the rewards he received from signing into the system to build a wealthy family of his own. Create a top-notch family that surpasses the #1 family in Kyoto and even the #1 family in the world. When Su Jiang saw Xin Hao stop, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Finally, this gentleman didn't just leave like that.
He glanced at the angry Luji family and was about to say something when he heard Qin Hao next to him speak coldly to the noble lady and the middle-aged man standing beside him with an ugly face. I, Qin Hao, was invited by Su Jiang to rescue a certain important person in your Su family. I am not here to suffer the humiliation of these scumbags in your Su family. If you don't give me an explanation today, then if the Su family suffers any consequences because of your precious son's willfulness, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. You. After hearing what Qin Hao said, Lu Shi pointed his finger and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the middle-aged man standing next to him with a slightly changed expression. My dear little brother, I, Su Long, have not taught my son well and have offended you. I hope you can forgive my fault and not take it to heart. After hearing Qin Hao's words, Su Long's face changed slightly. He stopped Lu Ji, who wanted to say something, and spoke to Qin Hao with a smile on his face. The Su family kept the news of a big shot in the family being seriously ill strictly secret. Even Su Jiang secretly asked people to look for the golden ambergris just to cover up the truth. After all, although the golden ambergris is very effective in treating some strange diseases, those diseases are not terminal illnesses. Now, judging from the boy's tone, it seemed as if he knew the Su family's top secret information, so he had no choice but to be cautious. Chapter 50 Miraculous Doctor. After Qin Hao heard Su Long's words, his expression did not change. He just said to Su Long coldly, "Ha, you want to let this matter go with just a few words like this? Don't you think I'm serious? How could that be? Mr. Qin is a guest invited by my Su family after all. How could he just let it go when he was wronged by my Su family?" After saying that, Su Long's face turned serious, and he turned to Su Hua, who was buried in the huge majesty of Lu Ji, and said, "Su Hu, come here and apologize to Mr. Qin. Su Long has always been unhappy with his useless son who only knows how to eat, drink, play, and cause trouble all day long. He is the legitimate son of the Su family. Logically, a considerable portion of the Su family's assets should be handed over to him in the future. But his son is really a hopeless piece of trash, otherwise, the family would not let Su Jiang, a lowly bastard, take over most of the Su family's assets." After hearing Su Long's words, Su Hu was slightly stunned. He looked up at Su Long, who had a grim expression on his face, and then buried his head in Lu Ji's huge majesty. When Su Long saw this scene, his face turned red and he gasped heavily. His son has been spoiled by his mother since he was young, and sometimes he is helpless with this son. When Lu Ji saw that her son was bullied, her husband not only did not help her son vent his anger, but also helped an outsider to teach his son a lesson. She was very angry. "You useless thing, my son was bullied, not only did you not help him vent his anger, but you also helped an outsider to bully my son. How could I be so blind to fall for a coward like you?" Lu Ji hugged Su Hu tightly, who was buried in her huge body, and sobbed to Su Long. When Su Long heard Lu Ji's sobbing, his face became even uglier. "Shut up, if you hadn't spoiled him all day, he would have become like this." As he said that, Su Long quickly stepped forward and pulled Su Hu out of Lu Ji's huge majesty, and carried him in front of Qin Hao. When Lu Ji saw his son being taken away, he was slightly stunned, and then he wanted to snatch Su Hu back from Su Long, but after being glanced at coldly by Su Long, he stood there motionless. After Su Long brought Su Hu in front of Qin Hao, he said to Qin Hao with a smile on his face, "As long as you don't kill him, I'll take your advice on how to deal with him." Qin Hao looked at Su Long in front of him and smiled. "Ha, I don't want you to do anything. Just slap me 10 times and get back where you are." Qin Hao stretched out his hand and pointed at the ancient tree dozens of meters away, and said lightly. Although, if he wanted to build his own wealthy family in Kyoto, he needed the help of the Su family, but Su Hu had offended him, and he couldn't just let it go. Otherwise, if this matter got out, Qin Hao would have no chance to stay in Kyoto. This. Su Long glanced at Su Hu in his hand with an embarrassed look on his face. This request was really a bit excessive. It could be said that it was tearing off the face of his Su family and throwing it on the ground and stomping on it. But if he didn't do as he asked and offended Mr. Qin, leading to irreversible consequences, he, Su Long, couldn't afford it. So Su Long gritted his teeth, dragged Su Hu to the ancient tree, and shouted, "Kneel down and crawl over." Su Hu glanced at his father, who had a grim look on his face, and shuddered all over. He knelt down and crawled towards Qin Hao. After a while, he crawled in front of Qin Hao with a look of humiliation. Qin Hao looked at Su Hu, whose eyes were full of humiliation, patted his face, smiled coldly, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the Su family's ancestral home. Su Jiang, who had been watching the show on the side, saw Qin Hao turn around and walk towards the ancestral home, and hurriedly trotted after him. After Qin Hao and Su Jiang entered the Su family's ancestral home, they went straight to a quiet courtyard. Su Jiang stood beside Qin Hao and said to him in a flattering manner,
Mr. Qin, I invited you here this time to ask you to treat my ancestor's illness. I wonder. Su Jiang looked at Qin Hao and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Okay, take me in. Qin Hao waved his hand casually at Su Jiang and spoke to him nonchalantly.
Long before coming to Kyoto, he had anticipated what Su Jiang would want.
Okay, please follow me. Hearing this, Su Jiang tiptoed with Qin Hao into the quiet courtyard. Qin Hao opened the gate and followed Su Jiang in.
As soon as he walked into the door, Qin Hao smelled a strong and pungent smell of medicine. Qin Hao covered his nose slightly with his hand and followed Su Jiang to a white-bearded old man who was dressed in gorgeous clothes, had a pale face and closed eyes. Su Jiang bowed slightly and said to Qin Hao respectfully, Please, young Master Qin, help me heal my ancestor.
Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded, waved his hand, and asked Su Jiang to leave.
Seeing this, Su Jiang looked hesitant and glanced at Qin Hao, wanting to say something.
This is the pillar of their Su family. Qin Hao is an outsider after all. If he is left here alone, Su Jiang is somewhat worried.
Qin Hao frowned slightly when he saw that Su Jiang hadn't left for a long time.
Why, are you still afraid that I might harm your ancestor? No. No, I'll be out right now.
Su Jiang thought for a while, then closed the door and walked out. Anyway, this is the Su family's territory, and Qin Hao would not be so stupid as to do something that would harm others and benefit himself. Qin Hao saw Su Jiang close the door and go out, then he glanced at the white-bearded old man lying on the bed, and secretly used the elementary rejuvenation technique to massage the white-bearded old man. After a while, under the effect of primary rejuvenation, hot steam came out of Qin Hao's hands and fine beads of sweat appeared on his face. But the white-bearded old man lying on the bed still had his eyes closed, with no sign of waking up. Seeing this scene, Qin Hao looked at the white-bearded old man lying on the bed and frowned slightly. Things seemed to be more complicated than he had imagined. Logically speaking, this elementary rejuvenation technique could cure almost all diseases in the world, but why didn't the white-bearded old man wake up yet? Could it be that this old man's illness cannot be cured by this elementary rejuvenation technique? When Qin Hao was thinking this, a ball of black gas suddenly emerged from the body of the white-bearded old man and rushed towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked at the black gas that suddenly burst out from the white-bearded old man in front of him and was shocked. But before Qin Hao could react, the black gas penetrated into Qin Hao's body and disappeared without a trace. When Qin Hao saw the black air entering his body, his face suddenly changed. But after a long while, Qin Hao only felt that there was an almost imperceptible change in the skill display bar of the elementary rejuvenation technique. He seemed to have nothing to do, so he ignored it. Anyway, he has the basic rejuvenation technique and is immune to all diseases, so there is nothing he should be afraid of. When Qin Hao was about to go out and call Su Jiang, he heard a soft call from behind. Who are you? Before he could finish his words, the doorframe was pushed open by someone outside. Su Jiang, with a look of joy on his face, rushed in quickly, looked at the white-bearded old man on the bed who had opened his eyes and was looking at Qin Hao, and exclaimed, Master Qin, you are truly a miraculous doctor. I, the Su family, will never forget your kindness. After Su Jiang left the room just now, he was still worried about Qin Hao, so he kept waiting outside the door, but after a while, he heard the soft call. Chapter 51 Su Family Banquet. Qin Hao looked at the ecstatic Su Jiang in front of him, his expression did not change much, he just smiled faintly and said to Su Jiang, It's just a small matter, don't take it to heart. Treating the Su family's ancestor was just a piece of cake for him and not a big deal. What's more, he didn't help the Su family's ancestor to treat his illness for free. His main purpose in doing so was just to use Su Jiang's power to plan his layout in Kyoto and build his own wealthy family. When Su Jiang heard Qin Hao's words, his respect for Qin Hao deepened. This disease, which could not be cured even by famous doctors around the world, seemed not worth mentioning in Qin Hao's eyes. Fortunately, he did not offend Qin Hao to death before, otherwise the ancestor of the Su family would have to rely on medicine to barely prolong his life in this life. If the ancestor of the Su family can only rely on medicine to survive, then the destruction of his Su family is probably not far away. You know, Su Jiang doesn't have as deep a foundation as the other wealthy families. It was only under the leadership of this ancestor of the Su family that the Su family became one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto. If the ancestor of the Su family is no longer capable, then with the Su family's current lack of successors, it is likely that the family will be swallowed up by the other top wealthy families without leaving anything behind. When Su Jiang thought of the horrible consequences, his gratitude towards Qin Hao deepened. Qin Hao is the savior of his Su family. His Su family will definitely do their best to repay this kindness. So, Su Jiang said respectfully to Qin Hao, who had a calm expression.
Mr. Qin, you.
But before he could finish his words, a strange noise was heard in the relatively quiet room.
Goo goo. Hearing this strange sound, Qin Hao touched his stomach embarrassedly and said to Su Jiang, "Please prepare something to eat for me. I'm hungry."
When Su Jiang heard what Qin Hao said, he bowed slightly and said to Qin Hao,
"Mr. Qin, could you please wait for a moment?
I want to hold a large banquet to celebrate the recovery of my Su family's ancestor from a serious illness."
During the banquet, you can. Before Su Jiang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Hao. Then go quickly, I'm almost starving.
The use of the elementary rejuvenation technique just now had consumed a lot of his energy. Now he was almost starving, so he had no time to listen to Su Jiang's nagging nonsense.
Okay, Mr. Qin, please wait a moment.
After saying that, Su Jiang closed the door and walked out.
Qin Hao watched Su Jiang walk out of the room. He touched his flat stomach and planned to go out as well. He came here mainly to treat the illness of the Su family's ancestor.
Now that the illness has been cured, there is no need for him to stay here. Thinking of this, Qin Hao raised his leg and walked out. After leaving the somewhat quiet courtyard, Qin Hao strolled around Zhongyang Mountain and was then sent by Su Jiang to attend a banquet. The Su family's banquet was held in a super large reception room, and almost all the respectable families in Kyoto were invited to the banquet. Therefore, even though the Su family's reception room was very spacious, at a glance it was filled with crowds of people. After being brought to the reception room, Qin Hao glanced at the crowded hall with no expression on his face. After all, the Su family is one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto. It is not surprising that they hold a large banquet of such a scale. The more important thing now is to find a way to fill their stomachs. Thinking of this, Qin Hao took the plate and went to find something to eat. Qin Hao walked around the huge reception room for a while. Looking at the plate full of delicious food, he had a very satisfied look on his face and stuffed the food into his mouth in big mouthfuls. But before Qin Hao had finished eating for a while, he heard a burst of laughter coming from not far away. When Qin Hao heard the laughter, he turned his head in confusion. Then he saw a girl in a black evening dress, covering her mouth, giggling as she watched him wolf down the food.
He. Seeing this, Qin Hao just laughed and didn't say anything.
He doesn't care what others think of him.
In his opinion, if you are hungry, you have to eat.
As for the way one eats, he doesn't care too much. Besides, he didn't know the girl, so he didn't care what she thought of him. So Qin Hao actively started eating again. But before Qin Hao could put a piece of food in his mouth, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. Qin Hao felt that the light in front of him suddenly dimmed. He looked up at the girl in a black evening dress in front of him and asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" He was eating. Why did this girl, who had just looked at him wolfing down her food, suddenly come to his side? Su Jiao looked at Qin Hao, who had a few grains of rice on the corners of his mouth, and she covered her mouth and burst out laughing. "Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you." As she spoke, Su Jiao took out a tissue and wanted to help Qin Hao wipe away the rice grains from the corners of his mouth. But before she could touch Qin Hao, she felt her hands were empty. Qin Hao snatched the tissue from Su Jiao's hand, wiped the corners of his mouth carelessly, and said to Su Jiao, "Thank you, I can do it myself." She was not familiar with the girl in the black evening dress, and her sudden intimate action made Qin Hao a little uncomfortable. Su Jiao glanced at her empty palms, then looked at Qin Hao, who was wiping the corner of his mouth, with a look of shock on her face. This was the first time since he was a child that someone treated him like this. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family, and has had everything she wanted from a young age. She has never done such a thing for anyone else. It has always been others who serve her, and she has never served others. I didn't expect that the first time I did something like this for someone else, I would be rejected by that person. Where would Miss Su put her face? Thinking of this, the expression on Su Jiao's face gradually changed from shock to shame and anger, and she looked at Qin Hao with a rather unfriendly look. Qin Hao, who was wiping the corner of his mouth, felt the unfriendly gaze and glanced at Su Jiao and said, "No, miss, I didn't provoke you, why do you look like you want to eat me?" Hearing this, the unfriendly look on Su Jiao's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a bright smile. No. Su Jiao thought about what her brother had told her before coming here, and Su Jiao could only suppress the shame and anger in her heart. After all, judging from what her brother said, if nothing unexpected happens, Qin Hao might be the person she wants to spend her life with. Thinking of this, Su Jiao looked at Qin Hao deeply, and her fair face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hearing this, Qin Hao glanced at Su Jiao, whose pretty face was blushing, shook his head, and continued to wolf down the food. After eating for a while, Qin Hao felt full and planned to go back. After all, there was no point in staying in such a big reception room where he didn't know many people. But before Qin Hao could walk far, a pleasant female voice came from behind him.
Wait a minute, can I ask you a favor?
Hearing this, Qin Hao paused and looked at Su Jiao with a puzzled look. Seeing this, Su Jiao trotted to Qin Hao, whispered something in his ear.
No, I don't know how to do this. Aren't you making things difficult for me?
Qin Hao looked conflicted when he heard Su Jiao's words.
It's okay, I'll teach you.
As she spoke, Su Jiao smiled seductively, grabbed Qin Hao and ran to the dance floor in the center of the hall.
Chapter 52. Who are you? Hey, slow down. I really don't know how to do this. You're making things difficult for me. The girl in the black evening dress pulled him to the dance floor before he could react. This was really embarrassing as he didn't know how to dance. It's okay. I'll teach you. Besides, we're just doing ballroom dancing. Just follow me and do what I say. Su Jiao said to Qin Hao nonchalantly.
If her brother had not told her something in advance, Miss Su would not have taken the initiative to invite a man she was not very familiar with to dance. This was the first time she had danced with a man since she was a child, and he looked reluctant.
What did that mean? Although she thought so in her heart, Su Jiao's expression was still one of indifference.
After all, if nothing unexpected happens, Qin Hao might be the marriage partner that the family has designated for her.
I can't just give him the cold shoulder as soon as we meet.
Qin Hao wanted to say something when a melodious piece of music suddenly sounded in the huge reception room. Before Qin Hao could react, Su Jiao pulled him onto the dance floor and started dancing to the melodious music. But Qin Hao had never learned to dance seriously since he was a child, so at the beginning, he always made mistakes and even stepped on Su Jiao a few times. After being stepped on several times by Qin Hao, Su Jiao endured the pain and danced with Qin Hao for another while. Originally he thought that Qin Hao would step on him several times, but unexpectedly, after following him for a while, Qin Hao actually danced quite well. You know, just now, she clearly felt that Qin Hao had no dancing foundation at all. But it's only been a short while, how come he can dance so well? Could it be that he was lying to me when he said he couldn't dance? Did he simply not want to dance with me? When she thought of this possibility, Su Jiao's face turned very ugly. Miss Su has never been despised like this since she was a child. From childhood to adulthood, she was the only one who looked down on others, and no one else had the right to look down on him, not even the fiancé designated for her by her family. Thinking of this, Su Jiao glanced at Qin Hao, who had a look of enjoyment on his face, and stepped hard on him.
Ouch! What are you doing?
Qin Hao smiled and jumped up and down and said to Su Jiao. He finally found the feeling of dancing by relying on the powerful body coordination ability of the full-level fighting skills. Before long, he was woken up by Su Jiao's kick.
Snort! You are allowed to step on me, but I am not allowed to step on you?
Su Jiao snorted coldly and spoke to Qin Hao in a proud manner.
Okay, whatever you say is what's going on.
Qin Hao was too lazy to argue with her and continued dancing by holding her soft waist.
Hearing Qin Hao's words, Su Jiao didn't say anything and continued to dance gracefully to the music along with Qin Hao.
After the dance, Qin Hao and Su Jiao both had a thin layer of sweat on their faces. Su Jiao raised her head and looked up at Qin Hao, whose face was covered with sweat. She took out a few tissues from her bag, her face flushed, and carefully helped Qin Hao wipe the sweat from his forehead. Seeing this, Qin Hao did not stop it. After all, some physical contact was inevitable when we were dancing just now. Even when completing some dance moves, they may touch places that should not be touched. Physical contact like wiping his sweat is nothing. However, after Su Jiao helped her wipe for a while, Qin Hao snatched the tissue from her hand.
This girl is polishing shoes here with such great force that the skin is almost broken.
When Su Jiao saw Qin Hao snatch the tissue from her hand, she was stunned for a moment, and then her face showed a little anger. This was the second time she treated her like this. She just wanted to help him do something to improve their intimacy. How could he treat her like this? Su Jiao took a deep breath, looked at Qin Hao and wanted to say something, then she heard a familiar voice behind her.
Su Jiao, can I ask you to dance with me?
A handsome guy who was slightly less handsome than Qin Hao said to Su Jiao with a smile. When Su Jiao heard the voice, she turned slightly and looked at the smiling handsome guy with a cold expression.
No, I already have a partner.
As she said that, Su Jiao hugged Qin Hao's hand. Qin Hao felt the softness in his arms and was slightly stunned.
Doesn't this guy have the buff of a protagonist? Why do all women like to use him as a shield? Is being handsome a sin?
When Guozi heard Su Jiao's words and looked at Su Jiao with two balls trapped in Qin Hao's arms, his face suddenly turned dark. He has been pursuing Su Jiao for a long time, but has never touched her even a finger. But now he is actively sticking to an unknown guy who, in his opinion, is far inferior to him.
This is equivalent to slapping him in the face in public.
After all, everyone in Beijing knew that he, the second son of the Guo family, one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto, was pursuing Su Jiao, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Seeing Guozi's unhappy expression, Su Jiao smiled coldly.
Guozi, I advise you to give up that idea. I, Su Jiao, will not marry you. I already have someone I like.
As she said that, Su Jiao hugged Qin Hao tightly.
Hearing this, Guozi's face turned as black as charcoal. Su Jiao, don't be shameless.
Others are afraid of your brother Su Jiang, but I am not.
You are in front of me today and you are like that bunny boy.
Before he could finish his words, a disdainful male voice came to Guozi's ears.
Really, Guozi, tell me what you just said. Su Jiang walked towards Qin Hao quickly with disdain on his face.
As soon as Su Jiang said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone in the Beijing circle knows that although the Su family and the Guo family do not get along, they are only fighting in secret and there is no conflict overtly.
Does Su Jiang's words indicate something?
After saying this, Su Jiang ignored everyone's reactions and walked straight towards Qin Hao with a respectful look on his face. Mr. Qin, it's my fault for not treating you well enough. You were disgusted by this rubbish.
I'll help you deal with it right now.
Hearing this, he glanced at Su Jiao who was hugging his arms tightly, nodded, and said nothing.
This idiot's mouth is really a bit rude. What the hell is this rabbit? I am a sunny and strong young man, and you said I was a rabbit. You are really blinding your titanium dog eyes.
Seeing this, Su Jiang said to Guozi, who looked grim.
Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to Mr. Qin like that? Do you really think my Su family is easy to bully?
If it were in the past, before the ancestors' health had recovered, Su Jiang would still be a little afraid of Guozi. But now, the old ancestors' health has recovered. How dare these guys, who are at the bottom of the top 10 wealthy families, bark in front of him?
Are they tired of living? Guozi wanted to say something but was interrupted by Su Jiang. What's the point of wasting time? Go away. If you dare to offend young Master Qin again next time, I'm afraid your Guo family will.
Su Jiang did not finish his words, but smiled coldly at Guozi. After hearing this, Guozi felt extremely upset, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he walked away in shame. After all, the ancestor of the Su family is in good health. Now, his Guo family can't afford to offend the Su family. The reason why he said that just now was just to satisfy his desire to talk. The rest of the onlookers looked at Guozi who walked away in disgrace, then glanced at Qin Hao who stood beside Su Jiang with a nonchalant look on his face, and the shock on their faces grew. Who on earth is this unfamiliar boy that he deserves such treatment from the Su family?
Chapter 53 The night is seductive.
Seeing that Guozi, the coward, left in disgrace after hearing what he said, Su Jiang walked up to Qin Hao with a smile on his face and said to him respectfully, Mr. Qin, it's my fault for not treating you well enough that you encountered such a mess here. I want to apologize to you here. As he spoke, Su Jiang took 3 glasses of white wine from the plate beside him and drank them in one gulp. Qin Hao was the benefactor who saved the Su family. He felt very guilty when something like this happened on his territory. After drinking 3 glasses of white wine in one gulp, Su Jiang still wanted to say something. After all, he felt that Qin Hao had been bullied in his territory, and that mere verbal consolation was far from being as real as the actual benefits.
Mr. Qin,
But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Hao. Qin Hao saw that Su Jiang wanted to say something, so he waved his hand at him and said,
If you're being polite, then there's no need to say more. I wasn't hurt by that idiot. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
After saying that, Qin Hao didn't care about Su Jiang who seemed to be hesitant to talk. He pulled his hand out of Su Jiao's and walked away on his own. He came here mainly to fill his stomach. As for using this banquet to build relationships with major forces in Kyoto and set up plans in Kyoto, there was no rush for that. Today, Su Jiang's assistant slapping Guozi in the face created a lot of momentum for Qin Hao.
After this incident, I'm sure all the major forces in Kyoto would have some speculation about his identity. Just let them guess for themselves first, and when the time is right, you can make your presence felt.
When Su Jiang saw Qin Hao finish his words and turn away without waiting for him to say anything, he quickly winked at Su Jiao, who was standing there in a daze. Su Jiao stood there in a daze, looking at her empty palms, her mind going blank. This was the nth time today that he had rejected me. Even a beautiful and fragrant girl like me had treated him like this. He just walked away like that without looking back.
Is he still a man?
According to his imagination, the eldest daughter of the Su family was taking the initiative to throw herself at him.
Shouldn't he look honored and throw himself at her feet?
Seeing that his sister remained indifferent after he had winked at her several times, Su Jiang looked at Qin Hao, who was about to reach the door, and became very anxious. He walked up to her and patted her little head with an expression of disappointment.
What are you still standing there for? Young Master Qin is about to leave. Have you forgotten what I told you? Ouch, it hurts.
Su Jiao covered her head with her hands and looked painful. But when she thought of what her brother had said to her, she reluctantly trotted to catch up with Qin Hao. Su Jiang looked at Su Jiao, who was not his biological sister but was better than his sister, and saw her running away, and sighed helplessly.
The marriages of wealthy children like them are extremely unfree.
For the prosperity and development of their family, most of them will marry with children from the same level of family. Su Jiao is already grown up, and in a few years she will have to choose a rich man to marry. However, most of the younger generations among the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto are people like Guozi who are not worthy of being in the spotlight. The top young talent among the top 10 wealthy families might not like Su Jiao, so Su Jiang deliberately tried to match Qin Hao and Su Jiao. Although I don't know how strong Qin Hao's background is, at least his character is guaranteed.
Su Jiao will not be bullied after being with him. As for Qin Hao's girlfriend named Li Chen, Su Jiang didn't take her seriously.
To put it bluntly, the marriages of these wealthy children are just a game of equal exchange. The help that Li Chen provides to Qin Hao now is almost negligible. If Qin Hao was not stupid, he would know how to choose. Thinking of this, Li Ziwen looked deeply at the backs of Qin Hao and Su Jiao, then went to chat with them. After all, the purpose of holding this banquet today is to show off one's muscles to the various families in Kyoto. Qin Hao looked back at Su Jiao, who was following him closely, and said with a look of disdain,
"Stay away from me, don't follow me."
Qin Hao was very unhappy when he was being used as a shield again for no reason while having a good meal today. Although Guozi left in disgrace in the end, if it weren't for this woman, so many problems would not have happened.
Who followed you? I was just passing by."
Su Jiao looked at Qin Hao, who had a look of disgust on his face, with a slightly annoyed look in her eyes, and said with her neck stiff, "What a guy, he doesn't know what's good for him. Miss Su has taken the initiative to pay for him, but he still looks disgusted."
What does he mean?
If it weren't for what her brother told her, she wouldn't have followed her.
Do you really think that no one wants her, Miss Su? As long as she spread the word, the people who came to propose marriage would line up from Tianyan Kingdom to Vulture Kingdom.
Hearing Su Jiao's obviously hypocritical words, Qin Hao just shrugged his shoulders, said nothing, and continued walking forward.
Let her follow you if she wants, just ignore her.
Seeing Qin Hao continue to move forward, Su Jiao hurriedly trotted after him. After walking for a while, Qin Hao saw Su Jiao still following him, so he paused and stopped where he was.
"Hey, what are you doing?"
When Su Jiao saw Qin Hao stopped, she failed to brake and bumped into his back. Qin Hao took a look, covered his head with his hands, looked at his Su Jiao angrily, and said casually,
"Is there anything fun in Kyoto?
I heard that Kyoto has a rich nightlife.
It would be a pity if you don't experience it when you come to Kyoto. A fun place?"
Su Jiao tilted her head and thought for a while. Her beautiful big eyes rolled around and suddenly lit up. She said to Qin Hao,
"There are fun places. We have a place in Kyoto called Night Seduction. It's awesome. I'll take you there."
Having said that, he took Qin Hao's hand and ran towards the foot of Zhengyang Mountain. Qin Hao's face lit up with joy when he heard Su Jiao's words. The name Night is Flirting is nice, and it looks like a serious place at first glance. It suits the taste of a serious person like him. Therefore, Qin Hao didn't care about Su Jiao's behavior of pulling him and taking advantage of him. Let him pull me down to the foot of Zhengyang Mountain. Su Jiao pulled Qin Hao and jogged all the way out of Zhengyang Mountain. Then she drove the car with Qin Hao and sped away. After driving for a while, Su Jiao drove Qin Hao to a slightly quiet place. After getting out of the car, Qin Hao glanced at the huge sign above his head that read Seductive Night and looked at Su Jiao with resentment, who looked proud. "I have a sentence in my mind, but I don't know whether I should say it or not.
Damn, what was the owner of this place thinking, giving such a place such a misleading name? Isn't this bullying honest people?
Su Jiao seemed not to feel Qin Hao's resentment and still had a proud expression on her face.
How about it? This night scene is quite seductive, isn't it?
After hearing this, Qin Hao ignored him and turned away. He felt as if he had suffered 1,000 critical hits in his heart, and he wanted to go back to heal his wounded little heart.
Hey, don't leave. Now that you're here, come in and have some fun. It's my treat.
Seeing Qin Hao was about to leave, Su Jiao grabbed him and walked inside. Chapter 54, The Young Master of the Guo Family. Qin Hao stood in this amusement park called Night Seduction, looking at the excited Su Jiao with a speechless face.
Damn it, she looks quite old. Why does she still like to come to this place where kids hang out?
If he had known that this place called Night Seduction was such an amusement park, he would not have come even if Su Jiao dragged him here. After all, even if you can't really do it, it's nice to find a nightclub and enjoy some manual service.
Just tell me what you want to play.
Today, I'll treat you. Su Jiao looked at the brightly lit amusement park, which was still crowded with people even at night, patted her bulge and said to Qin Hao. This nighttime amusement park is one of her favorite places to visit because she thinks there are many fun rides here. Every time she comes to play, she can play for a long time. So when Qin Hao asked him where there were fun places, she thought for a while and chose this place.
If Miss Su finds a place fun, others will definitely find it fun too.
It has always been like this since she was a child. No matter what she says, others will agree with her.
I'm playing with you.
Qin Hao stopped talking before he could finish his words. After thinking about it, I decided to just play with her since I was already here. So, Qin Hao changed his words in time.
I'll just play some of the things you usually play when you come here. Well, then follow me and I'll take you there.
After hearing what Qin Hao said, Su Jiao's face was full of joy.
This is the first time in my life that someone has come here to play with me.
She always came here alone before, as her brothers were too busy with work to accompany her.
Moreover, this person could possibly be her future fiancé, which made Su Jiao even happier.
Thinking of this, Su Jiao secretly glanced at Qin Hao again. Even though this guy can be quite annoying sometimes, he's really handsome and isn't a bad person by nature.
He's much better than those playboys in Kyoto.
It wouldn't be a bad idea to choose him as your future husband. As Su Jiao thought about this, her pretty face turned slightly red.
Oh, what am I thinking about? He doesn't even like me now. Why am I acting like a fangirl? It's so embarrassing.
Thinking about these messy things in her mind, Su Jiao pulled Qin Hao to a huge Ferris wheel and pointed at it and said,
"Let's play this."
Having said that, he pulled Qin Hao towards the Ferris wheel without further ado. Qin Hao raised his head and glanced at the Ferris wheel that was at least 10 meters high and swallowed quietly. But it was not easy to tell Su Jiao that we should go do something else, so I went there anyway. After getting off the Ferris wheel, Qin Hao supported Su Jiao, whose eyes were sparkling, and retched.
This girl doesn't look like a brave person. Why does she look like she's not satisfied yet?
Su Jiao looked at Qin Hao, who was supporting her while she retched, with a hint of cunning in her eyes.
Hee, I asked you to be mean to me.
Now you know how powerful I am.
Su Jiao,
Qin Hao supported Su Jiao, his face pale, and wanted to say something. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Jiao.
Qin Hao, that roller coaster is so fun, let's go ride it. Without waiting for Qin Hao to say anything, Su Jiao pulled him towards the roller coaster.
Qin Hao was pulled by Su Jiao. He looked at the roller coaster that was taller than the Ferris wheel and his face turned even paler.
But he didn't say anything. After all, a man can't say no.
After playing around for a while, Qin Hao felt exhausted. He held Su Jiao and breathed heavily. Although beads of sweat appeared on Su Jiao's face, her little face was flushed and she looked like she hadn't had enough fun yet.
Qin Hao,
Su Jiao looked at Qin Hao, who was holding her and breathing heavily, and seemed to want to say something but stopped herself.
She was really happy.
Today was the first time someone had come here with her, and she wanted to play. But before Su Jiao could finish her words, Qin Hao waved at her.
No more playing, no more playing.
If you play again, I will have to explain myself here. Qin Hao's legs went weak and his face turned pale as he spoke to Su Jiao.
Damn, are we still playing? Su Jiao is not saying this to get revenge on me, right?
Qin Hao took a look and when he heard what he said, Su Jiao, who looked a little proud, frowned slightly.
Okay, let's go back then.
Su Jiao's face was full of pride, and she held her head high, looking like she had avenged herself. But before she had gone far, she suddenly covered her head and cried out in pain.
Ouch, that hurts, you can't walk long.
Su Jiao raised her head, covered her head and cried out in pain. But before she could finish her words, when she saw the person in front of her, her eyes were filled with fear. She trotted behind Qin Hao, poking her little head out to take a peek. A young man biting a lollipop looked at Su Jiao hiding behind Qin Hao and shook his head and smiled.
Miss Su, why are you hiding?
I don't eat people. When Su Jiao heard this, she shrank her head, but then she poked her head out from behind Qin Hao and said with her neck stiff.
I'm not hiding.
I, Su Jiao, am not afraid of you, Guo Wen.
He. Guo Wen smiled at Su Jiao and stopped looking at him.
Instead, he looked at Qin Hao with interest.
Mr. Qin, do you have time? Let's chat.
Qin Hao glanced at this idiot-looking fellow and smiled coldly.
No time.
Having said that, Qin Hao took Su Jiao and left. Su Jiao held Qin Hao's arm, waved her little fist and bared her little fangs at Guo Wen, who was a little dazed after hearing Qin Hao's words.
Wait, Mr. Qin, I just want to chat with you, it won't take much time. Guo Wen stepped forward quickly and grabbed Qin Hao's shoulders.
Qin Hao felt the huge force coming from his shoulder, frowning, and shook off Guo Wen's hand on his shoulder. Guo Wen was thrown violently by Qin Hao and staggered back a few steps, but his expression did not change.
Just smiled faintly at Qin Hao. Since young Master Qin doesn't have time, forget it.
After saying that, before Qin Hao could react, he walked away while biting the lollipop. Qin Hao looked at Guo Wen slowly walking away with a puzzled look on his face.
It's inexplicable. When Su Jiao heard what Qin Hao said, she nodded in agreement.
But then she seemed to have thought of something bad. Looking at the back of Guo Wen, the eldest son of the Guo family, her pretty little face was full of fear.
Guo Wen of the Guo family is a very scary person.
People who commit crimes against him usually don't have a good ending. What you did just now may have made him a little angry.
You should be more careful next time. What are you afraid of? Are you, the Su family, afraid of the Guo family?
Given his current relationship with the Su family, if the Guo family wants to make a move on him, the Su family will definitely not stand idly by. Besides, even if the Su family doesn't help him, Qin Hao is no match for them. He signed a remarkable thing from the system today, and he would still be afraid of his small Guo family. When Su Jiao heard Qin Hao's words, she raised her head proudly.
That's right. My Su family is not afraid of his Guo family. Only.
But before he could finish his words, Qin Hao pulled him away.
Chapter 55. Why are you here?
After Qin Hao and Su Jiao left the night scene, they sped all the way back to the foot of Zhongyang Mountain. Su Jiao got out of the car, pulled Qin Hao, and ran all the way to Zhongyang Mountain.
She had a lot of fun today. In the past, she always went to the amusement park alone.
There are 2 of us today, and if nothing unexpected happens, there will still be 2 of us in the future. After all, Qin Hao was the fiancé designated for her by the clan. Su Jiao felt a little sweet in her heart when she thought about how she and Qin Hao would hold hands again after their marriage and go out into the night to reminisce about the good old days. Humph, even though he sometimes bullies her, she really likes him. Su Jiao stole a glance at Qin Hao's handsome profile, thinking about all these messy things in her mind, and a layer of blush appeared on her fair face. Qin Hao saw Su Jiao's face suddenly turned red, scratched his head, and said with concern.
What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?
Su Jiao was fine just now, how come her face turned so red in just a moment?
Could it be that she caught a cold while playing just now?
Qin Hao thought to himself as he looked at Su Jiao's flushed face. After hearing what Qin Hao said, Su Jiao shook his head like a frightened deer and said in panic.
Nothing.
After saying that, he ignored Qin Hao and ran away. After running for a distance, Su Jiao looked back at Qin Hao, who was standing there in a daze, stroked her bulging belly, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, he didn't notice anything.
If he knew that she was thinking about such shameless things, he would probably laugh at her. Although, after Qin Hao played with her for a while, her favorability towards Qin Hao increased a lot.
She was no longer so averse to Qin Hao, the fiancé designated by her family.
But it would not do to let him know the shameless thing she had just thought about in her mind. After all, no matter how satisfied you are with him, you can't show it on your face so quickly. She licked his face so quickly and acted like a nympho, and he thought he was a very casual woman. Thinking of this, Su Jiao glanced at Qin Hao, who was still standing there in a daze, looking at her blankly, and ran away without even turning her head back. Qin Hao looked at Su Jiao's back as she ran away, with a confused look on his face. Why is this girl running away for no reason? I really don't understand. However, Qin Hao did not worry too much about these things. After thinking for a while and still unable to figure it out, he also slowly walked towards Mount Zhongyang. I went for a walk today, although I didn't experience what the human service in Kyoto was like. But overall, it's still very good. Although he met the strange man Guowen while playing with the childish Su Jiao in the amusement park late at night, which disturbed his fun a little, Qin Hao did not take it to heart. After all, Guowen didn't do anything to him. After strolling along the way, Qin Hao returned to the Su family's ancestral home in Zhongyang Mountain. He had just walked a short distance when he saw Su Jiang standing at the door, looking at him with a smile. How's it going, Mr. Qin? Are you having a great time? After saying that, Su Jiao also glanced at Su Jiao, who was lowering her head with a slightly red face. When he saw this girl running back in panic just now, he thought something had happened to her. But he stopped Su Jiao and asked her for a while, but she just lowered her head, her face slightly red, and said nothing. Seeing Su Jiao's look, Su Jiang thought for a while and didn't say anything else. He roughly guessed what happened to Su Jiao and Qin Hao when they went out. After all, they were a single man and a single woman, playing until so late at night and coming back only late. After coming back, Su Jiao looked like that shy little woman again. What else is there besides doing what you love to do? When Qin Hao heard what Su Jiang said, he glanced at Su Jiao, who was standing beside him with a shy face, and said with a smile, "It's okay. Kyoto is worthy of being the capital of Tianyan Kingdom. There are many fun places." That's good. I was worried that Su Jiao would act up and make you unhappy. After hearing what Qin Hao said, Su Jiang responded with a smile. He. Hearing this, Qin Hao glanced at Su Jiao, smiled, and said nothing. Although, overall, I had a lot of fun this time. But he still felt a little resentful towards Su Jiao for tricking him into accompanying her to have fun in the amusement park. Especially after Su Jiao had played those exercises with him, which made his legs weak just thinking about it now, and then she looked at his embarrassing situation with a smug look on her face. Qin Hao's resentment deepened. When Su Jiang saw Qin Hao glance at Su Jiao, he chuckled. He knew that Qin Hao was just being polite to him just now, and the real situation was probably not as simple as he thought. Thinking of this, Su Jiang secretly glared at Su Jiao, whose face was slightly red, and then said to Qin Hao with a smile. Well, Mr. Qin, it's getting late. You should get some rest. Staying up late is not good for your health. After saying that, Su Jiang also pulled Su Jiao, who was standing beside him with a slightly red face, and said, What are you doing here? Why don't you take young Master Qin down to rest? Oh, okay, Qin Hao, follow me. Su Jiao, who was standing aside with a slightly red face, seemed to come to her senses after hearing Su Jiang's words. After saying something to Qin Hao, he entered the Su family's ancestral home. After hearing Su Jiao's words, Qin Hao didn't say anything. After nodding to Su Jiang, he followed Su Jiao into the Su family's ancestral home. After many twists and turns, Qin Hao followed Su Jiao and arrived at a magnificent villa. You can stay here today. If you have any problems, tell me. After saying that, Su Jiao glanced at Qin Hao, and it was unknown what she thought of. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she walked away. Qin Hao looked at Su Jiao, who was walking away, and said nothing. Slowly walked into this magnificent villa. He sweated a little today, so he planned to take a shower. After Su Jiao settled Qin Hao, she was thinking about all sorts of things. She trotted all the way and wanted to go back to her residence to calm down. But before he had walked far, he saw Su Jian with a smile on his face. Jiao Jiao, how are you getting along with Qin Hao? Su Jian looked at Su Jiao, whose face turned slightly red, and said. Although he had already determined in his heart that something unspeakable had happened between Su Jiao and Qin Hao. But this was just Su Jian's own guess. He would not feel at ease until he heard Su Jiao admit it herself. After all, after Qin Hao cured the ancestor, he sent people to investigate Qin Hao. He discovered that Qin Hao might not be as simple as he imagined, otherwise he would not have let Su Jiao take the initiative to pay for him. It's okay. Su Jiao glanced at Su Jiang and spoke hesitantly. What do you mean by okay? Has it developed to that stage? No. When Su Jiao heard Su Jiang's words, she hurriedly denied it. What is this brother thinking? She is not that kind of casual person. If she really wants to do that, she has to wait until they get married.
No? Su Jiang frowned, then whispered something in Su Jiao's ear.
After hearing this, Su Jiao's face turned even redder and she quickly waved her hands.
No, I won't go. Go quickly.
When Su Jiang heard what Su Jiao said, his face darkened. Looking at Su Jiang with an unhappy expression, Su Jiao had no choice but to leave with a grieved look on her face. Xinhao, who was just about to take a bath, looked at Su Jiao, who was soaking in the bathtub with only her little head exposed, and was shocked.
Why are you here?
Su Jiao looked at Xinhao, who was horrified, with a look of aggrieved expression on her face.
It's all because of that bastard brother. How could he send his sister away like that?
It made her seem like an ugly girl that no one wanted.
Chapter 56, A Small Matter.
Xinhao looked at Su Jiao in front of him with his eyes almost popping out. Just as he was about to take a shower, he found Su Jiao soaking in the bathtub with only her little head sticking out.
This gave him a big shock.
Su Jiao looked at Xinhao, who was terrified and hesitated, unable to explain for a long time. If I tell him the truth, it was his bastard brother who offered his sister to him.
She is not so shameless.
She is just a little girl who knows nothing. She would never have done such a thing if her bastard brother hadn't forced her to do so. Xinhao glanced at Su Jiao, who was hesitating and unable to explain for a long time, and quickly turned his back and shouted at her.
What are you standing there for? Get out now. This girl is so bold.
She actually did such a thing while he was preparing to take a shower. No matter what she wants to do, Xinhao is not a casual person.
But
Su Jiao looked at Xinhao, who had his back to her and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Xinhao.
What do you mean by I? Do you want me to ask you to leave personally?
After saying this, he moved his body slightly, as if he was about to turn around.
Su Jiao looked at Xinhao, who seemed to be about to turn around.
She was already reluctant, so she quickly said to Xinhao,
No, I'll go out by myself.
After saying that, he wrapped himself up and ran away with a red face. Xinhao looked at Su Jiao, who was stumbling out, shook his head, and continued to do his own thing.
The next day, the morning light was just breaking.
Xinhao was doing morning exercises in the yard, thinking about the huge rewards that came out of the treasure chest he got yesterday by signing into the system. Yesterday, he obtained the controlling stake of Qianhu Group by signing in through the system, and he was thinking about how to make use of this huge reward.
The Qianhu Group is no ordinary small company.
It is one of the core industries of the Jiang family, which is ranked among the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto. The market value is probably close to 1 trillion, which is not comparable to the Guo family, which is at the bottom of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto. Therefore, when Xinhao faced Guo Wen's provocation yesterday, he was not at all afraid of him. After all, with the current size of the Guo family, let alone competing with the Su family, even I can easily defeat them. However, although he obtained the controlling stake of Qianhu Group, his influence in Kyoto is still somewhat weak. It is still difficult to realize the idea in his mind.
How can he use the resources he has now to realize the idea in his mind?
Xinhao was secretly calculating in his heart that with Su Jiang's assists yesterday, he had gained some fame in the celebrity circle of Kyoto.
But these alone are far from enough to complete his layout in Kyoto.
Just as Xinhao was thinking about this, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him.
It's time to eat.
After saying this, Su Jiao didn't care about Xinhao and ran away quickly. Xinhao looked at Su Jiao's back, shook his head, and said nothing. I guess Su Jiao feels a little embarrassed to see him now.
After all, that's what happened yesterday. However, he cannot be blamed for this.
She caused this herself. Thinking about this in his mind, Xinhao strolled to the Su family's living room where they had meals. Mr. Qin is here, come and have dinner. As soon as Xinhao came into the living room, Su Jiang, with a slightly worried look on his face, immediately spoke to Xinhao enthusiastically. Xinhao saw that Su Jiang seemed to be in trouble, and asked with concern.
What's wrong with you? Are you in any trouble?
After all, if he wants to complete his layout in Kyoto, he still needs the help of the Su family. If the Su family collapsed for some reason, it would be troublesome.
Su Jiang looked at Xinhao, who was concerned, and hesitated to speak. If it's inconvenient to say it, forget it.
Seeing that Su Jiang seemed to be hesitant to speak, Xinhao decided not to ask more questions. His relationship with Su Jiang was not close, so it was natural that some things were inconvenient to talk about. No, it's just that the company ran into some trouble, it's a bit tricky. After hearing what Xinhao said, Su Jiang hurriedly spoke to Xinhao.
It's not a secret at all.
Just now he looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated because he didn't want to disturb Qin Hao's good mood because of these troubles.
What's the matter? Tell me, maybe I can help.
After listening to Su Zhang's words, Qin Hao spoke to him casually. Well, the group is going to conduct a very important bidding, and money may be a bit tight.
After hearing what Qin Hao said, Su Jiang looked embarrassed. Although the Su family's network of relationships has resumed operation now that the ancestor has recovered.
But during the period when my ancestor was ill, he was suppressed so badly that he hasn't recovered yet.
However, as long as this bidding is completed, the Su family's chess game can come alive. Hey, I didn't think it was a big deal. It's just money, no big deal.
Qin Hao looked at Su Jiang, who looked embarrassed, and said nonchalantly. Seeing Su Zhang's gloomy face, he thought the Su family was finished.
So it's just that you're short of money. Is it necessary to be so worried?
He doesn't have much else now but a lot of money, and RMB is just a string of ordinary numbers to him.
This. Young Master Qin. Su Jiang looked at Qin Hao and wanted to say something.
Although he intended to bring Qin Hao and Su Jiao together, nothing had been decided yet. Qin Hao's nonchalant attitude made him somewhat at a loss. Nothing, I'm not helping you for free, just promise me something afterwards.
Qin Hao looked at Su Jiang and patted his shoulder nonchalantly. Then, thank you very much, Mr. Qin.
Su Jiang looked at Qin Hao with gratitude on his face.
It's all right. When does the bidding start? Just tell me when you start.
Qin Hao looked at Su Jiang and asked.
I understand, Mr. Qin. Well, fine, let's eat.
After saying this, Qin Hao started eating actively without waiting for Su Jiang and Su Jiao beside him to react.
Kyoto, Fukiai Building. Qin Hao, Su Jiang and Su Jiao got out of the car and walked quickly inside.
Mr. Qin, today we are bidding for a piece of land in Furuan Mountain.
As long as we can get this piece of land, my Su family will be very grateful. Su Jiang said to Qin Hao as he rushed to Fujing Building. Got it. I will definitely help you get this piece of land.
But when the time comes, don't forget what you promised me. After listening to Su Jiang's words, Qin Hao waved his hand indifferently.
How could that be? I, Su Jiang, always keep my word. Su Jiang patted the bear's mouth and assured Qin Hao. Okay, then stop talking nonsense and go in quickly.
After saying that, Qin Hao ignored Su Jiang and Su Jiao, who was slightly behind them, and entered Fujing Building first.
Chapter 57 Bidding for Furuan Mountain.
Seeing Qin Hao enter the Fujing Building first, Su Jiang and Su Jiao did not hesitate any longer and followed Qin Hao in. After entering the Fujing Building, Qin Hao found the Su family's exclusive area under the guidance of relevant personnel and sat down.
Soon afterwards, Su Jiao and Su Jiang also walked over quickly.
Not long after they sat down, Qin Hao glanced at the row of people crowded in the bidding hall.
He casually said to Su Jiang,
This Furuan Mountain seems to be a good place.
So many people are bidding for it.
When Su Jiang heard Qin Hao's words, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Mr. Qin, you don't know that this Furuan Mountain is essentially just a barren mountain.
Its actual value is not very great.
If the Su family didn't need a lot of land for the related project, we wouldn't have bid for Furuan Mountain. I originally thought that with the financial resources of my Su family, it was a sure thing to win the bidding for Furuan Mountain, but for some reason, some unrelated families also participated in the bidding this time. Some of these families, with the current financial resources of my Su family, are really. Having said that, Su Jiang stopped talking, and the helplessness on his face became even more intense. He thought it was a sure thing, but unexpectedly such a change happened.
Su Jiang was also helpless.
If this bidding was not of vital importance to the Su family, he would never have come to participate in the bidding after seeing the current situation. After all, even several of the more powerful families among the top 10 wealthy families participated in the bidding.
Given the current situation of the Su family, the possibility of winning this bid is very slim. Well, there's no need to say anything else. Since I've agreed to help you win this bid, you don't need to worry about anything else.
Qin Hao heard Su Jiang's words and replied indifferently. Although, after listening to Su Jiang's words, I felt that this bidding was a little unusual. After all, judging from what the Su family said, those unrelated families suddenly participated in the bidding for some unknown reason.
However, Qin Hao didn't say much about this.
Even if there are some secrets that he doesn't know, he will have to wait until he wins the bid to find out.
After hearing Qin Hao's nonchalant words, Su Jiang's face showed even more gratitude.
If it weren't for Qin Hao's help, his Su family might not have had a chance to participate in this bidding. If the Su family misses this bidding and the related industries cannot operate normally, then his Su family may have no place to stand in this capital. This is the second time that Qin Hao has helped the Su family.
How could Su Jiang not be grateful to Qin Hao?
Thinking of this, Su Jiang touched Su Jiao, who was sitting aside and constantly stealing glances at Qin Hao.
The meaning in the eyes is self-evident.
Su Jiao, who was secretly glancing at Qin Hao, felt her brother's unspoken gaze. Her face turned slightly red and she moved to Qin Hao's side. Qin Hao glanced at Su Jiao, who moved to his side, just chuckled and didn't say anything. Su Jiao did such a thing yesterday, so it is obvious what her purpose is towards him. But Qin Hao is not such a casual person, so just let her help. Su Jiao moved to Qin Hao's side, looked up at Qin Hao, and was about to say something to Qin Hao. At the booth in the bidding hall, a pretty young woman walked up to the booth behind a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. As soon as the middle-aged man stood at the booth, the bidding hall, which had been a little noisy, suddenly became silent. After all, the moment the middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked onto the booth, it indicated that the bidding conference had officially begun. The middle-aged man in a suit and tie stood at the booth, glanced around at the people who came to participate in the bidding, said some meaningless polite words, nodded to the pretty young woman, and walked down the booth. After the middle-aged man walked down the booth, the pretty young woman glanced at the people in the audience and opened her red lips slightly. The bidding for the Furinchin project has officially started, and the initial bid price is 30 million renminbi.
As soon as the words fell, a voice rang out from the audience. 35 million.
A bald middle-aged man with a big belly held up the price tag and spoke to the pretty young woman. After hearing what the bald middle-aged man with a big belly said, the pretty young woman looked at him charmingly and said in a tender voice.
Liufu Group's chairman Wei offered 35 million. Is there a higher price? 45 million.
As soon as the pretty young woman finished speaking, a slightly sharp voice rang out.
Director Sher of Runsher Group offered 45 million. Is there any higher offer?
When the pretty young woman heard this, she glanced at the tall and thin man who held up the bid sign and spoke again.
60 million.
Shortly after the tall and thin man made his bid, another person raised his bid card and made another bid. Qin Hao looked at those who made bids one after another, but remained indifferent and did not make a bid at all. Most of those who made bids at the beginning were small fry who were not worthy of being on the stage, and the real big guys have not yet appeared. If this bidding was really like this with only a few big and small cats, Su Jiang wouldn't have to worry so much. Although the Su family declined rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye during the period when the ancestor of the Su family was bedridden. But considering the size of the Su family, it is not impossible that they cannot come up with even this little money. Qin Hao thought about this in his mind and continued to watch those people bid.
Now is not the time for him to make a bid. His opponents are those top wealthy families that can compete with the Su family or even surpass the Su family. After a round of bidding, the bid price for Furuan Mountain has soared from the initial 30 million renminbi to 200 million renminbi. But even so, there are still many people competing to bid. It was not until a slightly cold voice was heard in the noisy bidding hall that the bidding hall gradually became quiet. 1 billion.
A handsome man in casual clothes glanced disdainfully at those who had been bidding fiercely just now, and raised his bid card high. The pretty young woman looked at the handsome man in formal attire who was holding up the bid sign, and said in a coquettish voice.
The Zhao family in Kyoto offers 1 billion renminbi. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price?
As soon as the pretty young woman finished speaking, those who were bidding fiercely just now fell silent. After all, the Zhao family in Kyoto is one of the top 10 wealthy families.
Small companies like theirs don't have the financial resources to compete with him.
Besides, if they accidentally offended the Zhao family during the bidding, their small companies would be destroyed by the Zhao family in an instant. After the pretty young woman saw the handsome man bid, no one else bid for a long time. She opened her red lips and was about to announce the end of the bidding when a casual voice suddenly sounded.
2 billion.
Qin Hao held up the price tag and said casually to the pretty young woman.
Chapter 58 Spending 50 billion.
The pretty young woman was startled when she heard this, then turned to look at Qin Hao. His expression returned to normal when he saw Su Jiang sitting next to Qin Hao. It turns out that he is from the Su family in Kyoto. No wonder he dared to bid with the Zhao family.
The Su family in Kyoto offered 2 billion renminbi. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price?
Zhao Biao glanced at Qin Hao, who was holding up the bid, and his face darkened. They thought that this bidding would be as easy as taking something out of a bag for the Zhao family. But unexpectedly, he was stopped by people from the Su family on the way.
Logically speaking, although the ancestor of the Su family has recovered, the Su family has shown a trend of gradual revival.
But during the time when the ancestor of the Su family was bedridden, the Su family had gradually declined and had no financial resources to bid with the Zhao family.
How come they suddenly placed a bid?
However, although Zhao Gao had doubts in his heart, he did not hesitate for too long.
Hold up the bid card and bid again. 2.5 billion.
No matter what, the Zhao family must win this bid. After all, this is something that the ancestor of our family has personally instructed us to do, and we must not mess it up. Xin Hao glanced at Zhao Gao, who was holding up the bid card indifferently, and said nothing. I was about to bid with the bid card in my hand when a familiar voice sounded behind Xin Hao.
3 billion.
As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Hao and Zhao Gao looked at Guo Wen, who was holding up the bid card with a faint smile on his face, and frowned slightly. This originally unimportant bidding even saw 2 of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto participate in the bidding. There's something unusual about it no matter how you look at it. The small bidding event actually resulted in several top families in Kyoto participating in the bidding. This matter was definitely not as simple as he had thought before. But Xin Hao only thought about it for a while and stopped thinking about these troubles. No matter how unusual he is, as long as I help the Su family win the bid, it will be fine. As for the rest, we'll talk about it after the bidding is over. So Xin Hao held up the bid card and prepared to bid. But before Xin Hao could finish his words, several voices rang out one after another after Guo Wen made his bid.
3.5 billion. 4 billion.
A round-faced man and a man with light freckles raised their bid cards and made bids one after another.
Wow.
After the 2 of them made their bids in succession, a buzz of discussion suddenly broke out in the originally quiet bidding hall. Oh my god, I didn't see it wrong, the people who made bids just now seem to be the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto. Yes, the bidders are from the Zhao family, the Su family, the Guo family, the Jin family, and the Zhao family.
These are all some of the most powerful families in Kyoto. Who said it wasn't?
I didn't expect that this small bidding meeting would actually allow these top wealthy families in Kyoto to personally participate.
Is there some secret in this bidding that we don't know about?
Maybe, but this is not something we can control.
These top giants have all come out in person. Even if there are any benefits, we will not get any.
Xin Hao listened to the buzz of discussions, frowned, and glanced at Su Jiang, who was sitting next to him. Su Jiang seemed to know what Xin Hao wanted to ask, and when Xin Hao's eyes rested on him, he shook his head. Seeing this, Xin Hao didn't say anything, but just raised the bid board and bid again.
5 billion.
The pretty young woman looked charming when she saw Xin Hao offer 5 billion.
The Su family offered 5 billion renminbi. Is there a higher price? 6 billion. As soon as the pretty young woman finished speaking, Zhao Gao narrowed his eyes, glanced at Xin Hao, and followed suit to make a bid. 7 billion.
The Zhao family offered 7 billion, and before he finished speaking, the round-faced man and the man with light freckles made bids again.
8 billion. 9 billion.
The Zhao family offered 9 billion.
Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 15 billion. Guo Wen held up the price tag and said to the pretty young woman,
he must win this bid today, as it concerns the future status of his Guo family among the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto.
20 billion.
After Guo Wen made his bid, Xin Hao also raised his bid card and made his bid.
He doesn't have much else but a lot of money. Even the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto probably don't have as much liquid funds as he does.
So, after several other top families in Kyoto made their bids one after another, he followed closely. And after Xin Hao made his bid for a while, the bidding hall, which had been a little noisy, returned to silence again. The buzzing crowd all looked at him in shock. Wow, they raised the price to 20 billion in one go, this top wealthy family is really rich. After Xin Hao offered 20 billion, Guo Wen was stunned for a while, then said to Xin Hao,
Mr. Qin, why are you so bad?
You are not a member of the Su family, so there is no need to help the Su family like this.
Why not let my Guo family win this bidding? I will definitely be rewarded handsomely in the future.
In response, Xin Hao just smiled coldly at Guo Wen. It's not your turn to point fingers at what I, Xin Hao, do. After saying that, he ignored Guo Wen, whose face was gloomy.
The Su family offered 20 billion. Is there a higher price? The pretty young woman's face turned red with excitement after hearing Xin Hao's bid. After this bidding, he will be able to get a lot of commission. 30 billion. After Xin Hao made his bid, Zhao Gao followed suit and made another astonishing bid. 50 billion.
After hearing this, Qin Hao's face remained calm and he directly offered 50 billion. After Qin Hao made this bid, the other wealthy families looked at Qin Hao deeply and then all fell silent. The Su family offered 50 billion.
Is there a higher offer?
After waiting for a long time, no one bid. In the end, the pretty young woman could only announce that the Su family won the bid. After the pretty young woman announced the bidding result, the other top wealthy families all looked at Qin Hao with unpleasant expressions and left quickly.
Qin Hao sneered at this.
He liked to see these people who were usually high and mighty, acting as if they had no way to deal with him at all.
If you have the ability, use your own money to win the bid. If you don't even bother.
Seeing that Qin Hao won the bidding, Su Jiang looked at Qin Hao with gratitude and wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, Qin Hao waved his hand at him and said,
"You don't need to say thank you. I'm not helping you for free. Just remember what I told you. Understood, Mr. Qin?"
Hearing this, Qin Hao nodded at him and walked out slowly. When Su Jiang and Su Jiao saw Qin Hao walking out, they followed him and left the Fujing building. But as soon as Qin Hao came out of Fujing building, he saw Gui Wen and the people from one of the top 10 wealthy families blocking the entrance of Fujing building. Qin Hao looked at the people blocking the door with an ugly expression. Chapter 59: The Secret of Furuan Mountain. Qin Hao looked at Gui Wen and several other people from the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto who were blocking the door, and his eyes narrowed slightly.
"Move aside, you're blocking my way."
Qin Hao looked for a while and reached out to push Gui Wen and others who were blocking the entrance of Fujing building away. But when Qin Hao touched them, he didn't push them. Seeing this, Qin Hao couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands. This time, Qin Hao used the full-level fighting skills to push Gui Wen and others who were blocking in front of him. Gui Wen and several other young men from wealthy families staggered back a few steps, and were able to push away those who were blocking the door, their eyes full of surprise. You know, most of these children from wealthy families are definitely not ordinary people. Their families control enormous wealth, and therefore have access to a world that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. In the world that they come into contact with that is difficult for ordinary people to understand, although their strength is weaker, it is still unmatched by ordinary people. With their current strength, they cannot withstand medium and large-scale thermal weapons. But some conventional and small thermal weapons can hardly cause fatal damage to them. Qin Hao could push them away seemingly casually, which meant that his strength was above theirs. But after searching in their minds, they did not find a person named Qin Hao in the circle they were familiar with. However, after Guo Wen looked at the other young men from wealthy families, he couldn't help but think of a possibility. Could this Qin Hao be a descendant of some ancient family who went out to gain experience? After all, when they investigated Qin Hao's background, they knew that not long ago Qin Hao was just a small person struggling at the bottom of society. Recently, for some reason, it suddenly appeared in their field of vision. This is consistent with the way some powerful and ancient families train their offspring. As far as they know, some powerful families with ancient heritage will use a method that is almost like raising insects to train a group of extremely talented children. Thinking of this, the way Guo Wen and others looked at Qin Hao was different from before. After all, they had previously regarded Qin Hao as just an ordinary person who didn't know anything. Now, they have regarded Qin Hao as a fellow who was much stronger than them. Guo Wen looked at Qin Hao, who was about to leave after looking at them with disdain, and suddenly stepped forward to stop Qin Hao. Although he had some guesses about Qin Hao's identity, when he thought of some things the ancestor had told him before this bidding, he had to stop Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked at Guo Wen who was blocking his way and his face turned cold. Guo Wen blocked his way several times, thinking that Qin Hao was made of clay. So Qin Hao raised his hand to teach Guo Wen a lesson. But before Qin Hao could make any move, Guo Wen spoke first. Guo Wen looked at Qin Hao with a smile on his face and his eyes were cold, and said, "Mr. Qin, we have no intention of offending you, but we have something to discuss with you."
"Oh, what is it?"
Qin Hao looked at Guo Wen, who was smiling, with a puzzled look in his eyes. He thought Guo Wen stopped him and was going to cause trouble for him. Unexpectedly, Guo Wen looked at him with a smile on his face and said something that surprised him. After all, Guo Zi was severely slapped in the face by him at the last Su family dinner. "This is not the place to talk, please, Mr. Qin." But before he could finish his words, he saw Su Jiang walking towards them quickly with an angry look on his face.
"Guo Wen, what do you mean? You failed to win the bid, so you are blocking me here. Do you really think my Su family is easy to bully?" Su Jiang protected Qin Hao and looked at Guo Wen and the other young men from wealthy families with an angry face. He had just come out of Fujing building with Su Jiao when he saw this scene. How could he not be angry?
If it weren't for Qin Hao, his Su family would not have won the bid.
Moreover, the family ancestor just called and told Su Jiang some secrets about Furuan Mountain.
After listening to what the ancestor said about the secrets of Furuan Mountain, Su Jiang felt even more grateful to Qin Hao. He didn't expect that this was just an ordinary bidding, but it actually hid such a big secret.
Su Jiang, don't get me wrong. I just want to discuss something with young Master Qin. I have no ill intentions.
Guo Wen looked at Su Jiang, whose face was filled with anger, and hurriedly explained. Hearing Guo Wen's words, the several wealthy young men behind him nodded hurriedly.
You.
Su Jiang looked at Guo Wen and several other young men from wealthy families behind him and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Hao.
It's okay. They didn't do anything to me. Besides, I want to see what they are up to.
Qin Hao waved his hand nonchalantly at Su Jiang, who had an angry look on his face. He wanted to see why Guo Wen's attitude towards him changed drastically. Logically speaking, their relationship was not good.
Seeing Qin Hao waving his hands nonchalantly, Su Jiang didn't know what to say.
Judging from the expressions of Guo Wen and the others, they were most likely looking for Qin Hao to discuss the matter of Furuan Mountain. When Guo Wen heard what Qin Hao said, he smiled and made a gesture to Qin Hao to come in. In that case, let's talk somewhere else without further delay. After saying that, Guo Wen drove the car and led the way.
Kyoto, Jinjuexuan.
Qin Hao sat in this famous elegant place in Kyoto, listening to Guo Wen talking about some things about Furuan Mountain. His pupils shrank slightly.
Everything Guo Wen said now really overturned his previous understanding.
He thought he was blessed by God, and after being bound to the system, some of the rewards he received could not be explained by science. But after listening to what Guo Wen said, he realized that compared with the people in the magical world that Guo Wen mentioned,
he is just a special one among ordinary people. That's probably what happened. What do you think, Mr. Qin?
After saying that, Guo Wen looked at Qin Hao with hope. This incident at Furuan Mountain concerns the division of some interests of his Guo family in that world.
And its ranking among the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto.
It's not that this matter cannot be discussed, but you can't let me help you for nothing.
How is that possible? Young Master Qin, feel free to ask for anything you want. As long as the Guo family can do it, we will do it without hesitation. So do we.
After hearing what Guo Wen said, several other young men from wealthy families also spoke up.
Well, that's fine. Since you said so, I won't be polite. The Qianhu group is mine. I want to use it to do something in Kyoto. I wonder.
Before he finished speaking, Guo Wen said to Qin Hao with a bright smile on his face.
From now on, Qianhu group's affairs are our affairs. As long as my Guo family is still here, just ask for whatever you need. Guo Wen patted the bear's mouth and assured Qin Hao. It's the same for us.
If Qianhu group needs anything in the future, please feel free to ask. Several other young men from wealthy families also spoke up to make the promise. After listening to what Guo Wen and others said, Qin Hao nodded.
In that case, then let's do this. I agree to this.
Although, in the world described by Guo Wen, these so-called wealthy families are just playthings in the hands of some powerful forces. But now these are a bit far away from him. He should first complete the first small goal and build the world's #1 giant. Besides, what Guo Wen said was just a piece of cake.
Aren't there just a few places? If I give them the quota, will they be able to beat me?
He got something incredible today by signing in, which was not bad for them.
Chapter 60 Envoys from the 5 Surnames and 7 Clans.
After discussing the matter about Furuan Mountain, Qin Hao and Su Jiang returned to the Su family. After returning to the Su family, Su Jiang looked at Qin Hao and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Qin Hao looked at him like this and said to him with a smile.
Just say whatever you want to say. What's the point of being so hesitant? This. Young Master Qin, you gave the Guo family and the other families the quota to enter the Furuan Mountain ruins, right?
Before he finished speaking, Su Jiang stopped talking. After all, it was Qin Hao who won the bid for Furuan Mountain. He didn't know in advance that the Furintian bid would involve such an important matter. If he had known, he would have won the bid himself even at the cost of severely damaging the Su family's vitality.
That's all. It's nothing. Even if we give them a quota, it's nothing.
Besides, they didn't get many places, and your Su family still has many places.
Besides, even if we give them a few places, can we guarantee that they will gain something from the Furuan Mountain ruins?
After saying that, Qin Hao seemed to have thought of something and did not speak for a long time. The rules made by the people in that world are a bit strange. Those who succeed in the bidding will be allocated a place to enter the Furuin Mountain ruins.
What is their purpose in doing this is really unclear.
In their eyes, the wealthy families in this world are just playthings.
What can this bidding prove?
Thinking of this, Shinhao became more and more curious about the world that Guo-wen mentioned.
This. Young Master Qin, that's what I said, but.
Su-wen hesitated for a long time but couldn't explain it clearly. When Shinhao heard Su-jong's words and saw his expression, he came back to his senses from his thoughts.
Don't say but. Didn't Guo-wen say that the envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans would come in the afternoon? Hurry and get ready. Okay, I'll go down and get ready. After hearing what Shinhao said, Su-jong didn't say anything else.
They had already taken great advantage of Shinhao in this bidding, and it would be ungrateful to say anything more. Judging from Guo-wen's attitude towards Shinhao, Su-jong had a vague guess about Shinhao's identity. Guo-wen usually looks nonchalant and looks down on everyone, but today he is extremely respectful to Shinhao, which is obviously unusual. After much thought, there is only one possibility, that Shinhao is most likely also from that world.
Moreover, the strength may be very strong.
After all, he even cured his own ancestor's illness, so his strength couldn't be that bad.
He knew why his ancestor became like that. How could the person who could be cured so easily be simple?
Thinking of this in their hearts, the Su family slowly walked out and became more and more respectful to Shinhao. Shinhao watched Su-jong's back gradually disappearing, thinking about the Furuin Mountain bidding, playing with the life-enhancing pill obtained by signing into the system, and swallowed it in one gulp. Just a moment after swallowing the life-enhancing pill, he felt the vigorous vitality and explosive power in his body. Shinhao shook his whole body, shaking off the impurities discharged from his body, touched the storage ring he got from the system sign-in, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
In the ancient martial arts world, are you the envoy from the 5 surnames and 7 clans? I became more and more looking forward to it.
I wondered if it was as Guo-wen said, that they possessed extraordinary powers and ordinary people were as fragile as ants in front of them. Thinking of this in his mind, Shinhao casually punched the air. Listening to the pleasant sonic boom, people became more and more excited about the so-called envoy from the 5 surnames and 7 clans. I wonder if an ordinary person like me is as fragile as an ant in their eyes.
Kyoto, Zhongyang Mountain.
Shinhao, Su-jong, and the young men of various wealthy families who participated in the Furuin Mountain ruins stood outside the villa, ready to welcome the envoys sent by the so-called 5 surnames and 7 clans. Shinhao stood beside Su-jong, looking at Guo-wen who was biting a lollipop and chatting with some rich kids, his expression slightly unhappy. This time at the Furuin Mountain ruins, not only the several wealthy families that participated in the bidding that day came, but also several other wealthy families that did not participate in the bidding that day for some reason. Logically speaking, since even the Guo family knows some of the secrets of Furuin Mountain, those top wealthy families whose strength far exceeds that of the Guo family should not be unaware of this.
Why didn't we see them during the bidding?
But when the people sent by the 5 surnames and 7 clans were about to arrive, they came. He did not agree to give the remaining places to the wealthy families that did not participate in the bidding, and those wealthy families did not make any relevant exchanges with him. Thinking of this, Shinhao waved to Guo-wen who was greeting some young men from wealthy families.
Guo-wen, come here for a moment.
Guo-wen, who was having a great conversation with some rich kids, was slightly startled when he heard this. Then he walked towards Shinhao with a smile, biting his lollipop.
What's wrong, Mr. Qin?
Shinhao glanced at Guo-wen who was biting a lollipop, and his expression looked a little ugly. I only promised to give places to the wealthy families who were in Jinji-Wexuan that day. Why are the other wealthy families here too? Guo-wen was slightly stunned when he heard what Shinhao said, then he explained with a smile.
Mr. Qin, you don't know something.
The top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto are divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower.
This time, the bidding for Furuin Mountain is between the middle 3 and the lower 3. Due to their special status, those 3 families automatically obtained the qualification to enter the Furuin Mountain ruins. Hearing Guo-wen's explanation, Shinhao chuckled. So that's how it is. It's really interesting. These 5 surnames and 7 clans really know how to have fun.
You really don't take the wealthy families in Kyoto seriously.
You can do whatever you want.
Before he could finish his words, a disdainful voice came from not far away.
Ha, kid, it's not your turn to point fingers at us, the 5 surnames and 7 sects.
A middle-aged man with a rat-like face walked towards Shinhao with disdain on his face. When the rest of the people heard this, they looked at the middle-aged man with a look of disdain and a rat-like face with a respectful expression.
Greetings to the envoy.
After hearing this, the middle-aged man with a rat-like face just nodded slightly to those people with respectful expressions. Without even looking at those people, he walked towards Qin Hao with a bad look. Qin Hao looked at the middle-aged man with unfriendly eyes and a rat-like face, smiled, ignored him, and turned away. He thought that the people in the ancient martial arts world were some kind of gods, but when he saw them, he was greatly disappointed. This miniature man with a rat-like face and rat-like eyes is obviously not a good person.
He is the envoy of the 5 surnames and 7 clans.
It seems that the so-called 5 surnames and 7 clans are not that good either. Seeing that Qin Hao seemed not to have heard what he said, Chao Ji turned and walked away with anger in his eyes. He didn't expect that in this small secular world, someone would dare to ignore him like this. If he let this kid go like this today, it would undoubtedly be a disgrace to all the 5 surnames and 7 clans. So Chao Ji quickly stepped forward and punched Qin Hao. If a normal person was hit hard by his punch, he would either die or be disabled. But what he didn't expect was that before he touched Qin Hao actually grabbed his fist with one hand.
Chapter 61, Furuan Mountain Ruins.
Qin Hao clenched the fist of the so-called envoy of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, his face full of disdain. He just objectively commented on some of the actions of these 5 surnames and 7 clans. The envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans were about to kill him. If Qin Hao were an ordinary person, he would be either dead or disabled if he was hit hard by this tiny man with a rat-like face. The people in the so-called ancient martial arts world really regard ordinary people as ants, just as Guo Wen said, and they are playthings that they can beat, kill, and manipulate at will. Chao Ji looked at Qin Hao, who had a look of disdain on his face and clenched his fist with one hand, his eyes full of shock. He didn't expect that in this secular world he would meet someone stronger than him. Although his strength is not that strong, only bronze 6 stars, but not everyone can contend with him. How could he not be shocked that this boy, who didn't look very old, could catch his punch so easily? When Gui Wen and others saw that Qin Hao seemingly calmly took the punch from the leader of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, their eyes almost popped out. This is the envoy of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, and his strength is only stronger than that of their patriarchs. Qin Hao could actually take a punch from the leader of the 5 surnames and 7 clans.
How terrifying must his strength be?
However, after the shock, they looked at Qin Hao and the envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans who were stuck in a stalemate and were obviously at a loss. It was obviously not a good idea for Qin Hao and the envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans to continue to be in such a stalemate. But they did not dare to go up and persuade them, because neither Qin Hao nor the envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans were people they could not afford to offend. Qin Hao has such terrifying strength at such a young age, his background must be far more complicated than they imagined. After all, only some powerful forces can cultivate people with such powerful strength. Chao Ji looked at Qin Hao, who was clenching his fist and not moving, and pulled hard. But his fist seemed to be embedded in Qin Hao's palm and did not move at all.
You let go.
Chao Ji felt the hotness on his face as he felt the gazes from all around him.
He was just an ordinary disciple among the 5 surnames and 7 sects.
Otherwise, the 5 surnames and 7 clans would not have sent him to preside over the Furuan mountain ruins. After hearing the words of the middle-aged man with a rat-like face, Qin Hao just laughed and said nothing. Seeing that Qin Hao remained unmoved after hearing his words, Chao Ji's face became even uglier. The hand that was not held by Qin Hao suddenly clenched into a fist and rushed towards Qin Hao at a rapid speed. But before Chao Ji could touch Qin Hao suddenly loosened his fist. Chao Ji, whose balance was unstable, almost fell to the ground.
Chao Ji staggered back a few steps and finally managed to steady himself.
He looked at Qin Hao with an extremely ugly expression. But after he steadied himself, he did not move forward again to do anything to Qin Hao. Instead, he had a gloomy face and lowered his head in deep thought, as if he was thinking about something. After pondering for a while, Chao Ji glanced at Qin Hao, snorted coldly, and passed by Qin Hao. Obviously, he thought of something and felt wary of Qin Hao. After all, at Qin Hao's age, those who have such strength are not ordinary people. There must be a powerful force behind it. As the saying goes, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts.
The resources needed to train a super powerful martial artist are unimaginable for ordinary people.
Qin Hao looked at Chao Ji, who passed by him, and didn't say anything.
He didn't suffer any loss just now, so there was no need to condemn all the leaders of the 5 surnames and 7 clans to death. He also wanted to go to the Furuan mountain ruins to see what they were like.
As long as the so-called envoy of the 5 surnames and 7 clans knows that Qin Hao is not an ant that can be bullied by him, just don't let him be a cannon fodder when exploring the ruins. Chao Ji walked to a slightly empty space, stopped, turned around and said to the people with different expressions.
Is everyone here? Everyone is here. Hearing this, a group of wealthy young men in Kyoto responded.
The envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans suffered a defeat at the hands of Qin Hao.
But they are not someone they can mess with.
After all, they don't have Qin Hao's super strength and mysterious background. If you offend the envoys of the 5 surnames and 7 clans and they get unhappy, you can be crushed to death at will.
No one will stand up for them.
Now that everyone is here, let's head to Furuan Mountain without further delay. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the foot of Zhongyang Mountain without caring about Qin Hao and the other young men from wealthy families. When the young men from wealthy families saw the envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans, after he finished speaking, they ignored them and turned around to walk down Mount Zhongyang. Without further hesitation, they walked down the mountain in 2s and 3s. Seeing this, Qin Hao followed Su Jiang and the others and walked towards the foot of Zhongyang Mountain.
Kyoto, Mount Furuan.
After Qin Hao and his party came out of Zhongyang Mountain, they galloped all the way and soon arrived at Furuan Mountain. Chao Ji looked at these wealthy children from Kyoto who got off the car with an extremely disdainful expression. A group of country bumpkins who have never seen the world, if it weren't for some special restrictions in these ruins. If silver-level masters can't enter, how can they have a place? Thinking of this, the disdain on Chao Ji's face became even stronger. Among these people, except for that kid whose background is unknown, he is the strongest.
As long as they enter the ruins, these people must do as they please if they want to survive. Even that kid with an unknown background is the same.
These ruins are extremely dangerous and you can lose your life if you are not careful. After all, it is rumored that there are some treasures in the ruins here that have attracted the attention of some big names in the ancient martial arts world. If not for this, the 5 surnames and 7 clans would not have organized this bidding to select some people to enter the Furuan Mountain ruins.
Okay, now that we're here, I won't waste any more time. Come here and I'll take you into the ruins.
Chao Ji said as he looked at the wealthy children who were gathered together and talking in low voices. Seeing that everyone who should have come had arrived, Chao Ji did not waste any time. As he spoke, Chao Ji took out a ball from his pocket, threw it into the sky, and injected a stream of light green true energy into the ball. Then, a round hole large enough to accommodate several people at the same time appeared in front of them. Except for Qin Hao, the other young men from wealthy families showed no change in their expressions after seeing the scene. Obviously, this was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Qin Hao looked at this scene which seemed to go against common sense to the extreme, and an expression of surprise that was difficult for others to detect appeared on his face. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. After Chao Ji saw the circular hole appear, he glanced at it and said to Qin Hao and the others.
After entering the ruins, do not act alone without my order. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences if anything happens.
After saying that, Chao Ji glanced at Qin Hao and the others, and deliberately stayed on Qin Hao for a few seconds with a cold look in his eyes.
Once you enter the ruins, anything could happen.
If Qin Hao doesn't obey orders and something unexpected happens, even the forces behind him can't say anything. After hearing this, the young men from the wealthy families responded in unison.
Understood. After saying that, he followed Chao Ji into the Furuan Mountain ruins. Chapter 62, Into Danger. The ruins of Furuan Mountain, a barren mountain.
Qin Hao, Su Jiang and his group leaned against a tiger in front of them that had half of its head cut off and was already dead, gasping for breath. After following Chao Ji to explore for a while but finding nothing, they planned to find a place to rest. But for some reason, a white light suddenly flashed before their eyes. After the white light disappeared, Su Jiang, Qin Hao, and several other young men from wealthy families suddenly appeared in this strange place.
Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly.
Not long after they suddenly appeared in this strange place, when everyone was feeling confused, they encountered this vicious tiger that was several times bigger than a normal tiger. It took them a lot of effort to kill the vicious tiger. However, after killing the vicious tiger, their physical strength was almost exhausted.
What to do next?
Su Jian looked at Qin Hao, who was leaning on the vicious tiger and breathing slightly, with a questioning look on his face. If Qin Hao had not dealt the vicious tiger a fatal blow at the critical moment, all of them would have died here.
How should I know? This is my first time entering this ruins too. But now it's best to find a way to fill your stomach.
Qin Hao touched his flat belly and said. After listening to Qin Hao's words, Su Jiang glanced at the evil tiger that had died long ago, his eyes full of meaning. After eating and drinking, Xinhao, Su Jiang and others planned to explore the Furuan mountain ruins while looking for Chao Ji and others. After all, if they want to get out, they can't do it without Chao Ji. But after Xinhao and his companions walked for a while, apart from finding some things that were very valuable in the outside world, they didn't even find the shadow of Chao Ji and his companions. Su Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and saw Xinhao walking in front of him, just slightly out of breath, and said with a gasp,
Xinhao, why don't we take a break first? Anyway, this ruins won't be closed for a while.
Rest for a while first, it won't be too late to go find the envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans later.
All right.
Xinhao glanced at Su Jiang and the others who were already tired and sweating behind him, nodded and said. Before entering the Furuan mountain ruins, he had learned relevant information about the Furuan mountain ruins from Su Jiang. The Furuan mountain ruins will not be closed for a while, so we don't mind taking this little bit of time. Besides, even if that idiot Chao Ji is not here, as long as they don't do stupid things, it won't be a problem for them to get out of the ruins alive. After hearing Xinhao's words, Su Jiang breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand, asking the people behind him to rest where they were. But before they could make any move, a deafening roar came from the sky not far away. Xinhao looked up at the sky, and as he saw the small black dot gradually becoming clearer in his pupil, an expression of horror appeared on his originally calm face. He saw something. It seemed like a pterosaur that had long been extinct. What should they do? Although they are as strong as ordinary people now, they are no match for the overlord of the sky.
As huge as an ant and an elephant.
But at this time, Xinhao had no time to think.
After discovering them, the pterosaur pounced towards them quickly.
Xinhao saw the pterosaur rushing towards them, and quickly turned to Su Jiang and the others behind him and said, "Quick!" But before he could finish his words, Xinhao saw Su Jiang and the others behind him were already running for their lives with all their might. Seeing this, Xinhao was stunned for a moment, then he opened fire and ran backwards at full speed. If the pterosaur caught this, it would bite him to pieces and turn him into a pile of dragon poop. But their speed was as slow as a turtle in the eyes of the pterosaur, the overlord of the sky. In a blink of an eye, the distance between Xinhao and the others and the pterosaur was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But for some reason, when the pterosaur was about to touch Xinhao and the others, it seemed to have seen something horrible, turned sharply, and flew away with a sharp roar. Xinhao looked at the pterosaur that was gradually disappearing into the sky, his face full of confusion. Why did this pterosaur suddenly turn around and run away? After thinking for a while and unable to figure it out, Xinhao stopped thinking about it. After all, no matter what the reason is, it is good enough to be able to save his life. Xinhao saw that the pterosaur had gradually turned into a black dot and disappeared from his sight.
Xinhao, who was already exhausted, slumped on the ground, gasping for breath.
I said, "How are you guys? Are you okay?" Just now, when the pterosaur pounced towards them rapidly, Xinhao had no time to think so much, and he followed Su Jiang and the others and ran for his life. But after a long while, there was deathly silence behind Xinhao. Xinhao, who was slumped on the ground, turned his head and looked behind him, but saw that Su Jiang and the others were not there. Seeing this scene, combined with the scene of the pterosaur flying away rapidly just now, Xinhao thought about it for a while and couldn't help swallowing.
Could it be that he had stumbled into the territory of some terrifying being and was seeking his own death?
After all, the Furuan mountain ruins even have long extinct creatures like pterosaurs, so it is inevitable that there are no creatures more terrifying than these pterosaurs. Just when Xinhao was thinking about these things, he suddenly felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and he knew nothing. An unknown amount of time had passed, but in a daze, Xinhao only felt sore all over, as if his body was tied up by something and he couldn't move. Xinhao opened his eyes with great effort, but the scene in front of him left him stunned for a long time. He, Su Jiang and the others, even Chao Ji who had been separated long ago, were all wrapped tightly in something like spider silk and hung in a cave that was flashing a hazy white light. A spider as big as several wash basins was spitting out spider silk and seemed to be eating something. Xinhao looked at the big spider that was eating, swallowed his saliva, and struggled. Everything he saw today in the Furuan mountain ruins was more exciting than anything he had seen in the past 20 years. There are ancient creatures that have long disappeared, including spiders as big as several wash basins. These creatures, which should not exist, appear in the Furuan mountain ruins. I thought that this so-called ancient martial arts world was just a world of superhumans whose martial arts skills were slightly higher than those of ordinary people. But after seeing how Chao Ji entered the Furuan mountain ruins, Xinhao realized that his original idea was so simple and naive. This so-called ancient martial arts world was already close to the immortal heroes or even the fantasy world in some of the silly novels he had read before. But at this moment, Xinhao had no time to think about these messy things.
The big spider was eating.
Hearing the strange noise coming from Xinhao's side, it slowly crawled towards Xinhao. Xinhao looked at the giant spider that was getting closer and closer to him with fear in his eyes and struggled hard. But this spider silk was like a soul-demanding chain. The more one struggled, the tighter it became. Just as the basin-sized spider was about to crawl in front of Xinhao, it stopped for some reason.
Chapter 63. I have a lot of this stuff.
Xinhao looked at the huge spider not far away, which was as big as several wash basins and drooling with fishy saliva. His heart almost jumped into his throat. This big spider is most likely the reason why the pterosaur turned back so quickly. The pterosaur was at least several times larger than the giant spider. When it was about to enter the giant spider's territory, it turned back quickly like a mouse seeing a cat.
This spider, which is as big as several wash basins, must not be as simple as it seems.
When he thought of this, Xinhao became more and more desperate.
If he encountered the pterosaur, he could only run away.
Not to mention that he is now trapped in a giant spider's nest, which even the pterosaurs would quickly turn back to when they see it. If nothing unexpected happened today, he, Su Jiang and the others would become food for this giant spider. Just when Xinhao was thinking about these messy things in his mind, the big spider that had stopped crawling for some reason just now suddenly crawled towards Xinhao again. Xinhao looked at the big spider slowly crawling towards him, and just looked at it quietly without struggling anymore. No matter how hard he struggled, it was in vain. Even if he broke free from the spider silk that bound him, he could not escape the spider's mouth. After a while, the big spider, which was not far from Xinhao, slowly crawled in front of Xinhao. Xinhao looked at the giant spider drooling with foul-smelling saliva, closed his eyes, and showed a resigned expression.
Eat it raw or cut it into pieces, it's up to you.
But Xinhao waited for a long time, but did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt the spider's silk binding him suddenly loosen. Before Xinhao could react, he fell to the ground with a thud. Xinhao groaned, opened his eyes, and looked at the giant spider that was so close to him, his face full of confusion.
What did it mean that the big spider didn't eat him but let him go instead? Did it want to play some pre-meal games with him?
Just as Xinhao was looking at the giant spider with a puzzled look on his face, he suddenly heard a cry of pain from above his head. Chao Ji, who was originally hanging above the cave and in a coma, has woken up for some reason. After waking up and looking around, Chao Ji saw that he was wrapped tightly and hanging above the cave. He could not help but struggle hard. But after struggling for a while, the spider silk only became tighter and tighter, and there was no hope of breaking free. Hearing the cry of pain, Xinhao turned around to look at Chao Ji, who was struggling hard, and then stopped looking at him. His life is hanging by a thread now, so he has no time to care about this idiot Chao Ji. After struggling for a while, Chao Ji, who had given up struggling, saw Xinhao, who seemed to be about to die, in the spider's mouth. There was a pause on his face, and then a cruel smile appeared. "Ha, kid, although today both you and I will inevitably die in the spider's mouth. However, seeing you being devoured bit by this beast right in front of me can be considered as revenge for the punch I gave you." Chao Ji, who was brought to the lair by the giant spider earlier than Xinhao, saw Xinhao, who in his opinion had long been buried somewhere unknown. Seeing that I was about to be swallowed by the big spider bit by bit, I felt very happy. Originally, I planned to find a way to make Xinhao disappear naturally after entering the Furuan mountain ruins. But unexpectedly, after a flash of dazzling white light, Xinhao, Su Jiang and others disappeared in front of him out of thin air. This made Chao Ji feel a little regretful, as he had originally wanted to give Xinhao a good beating after entering the ruins. Now he could see Xinhao, who had been so arrogant in front of him, dying painfully in front of him. How could he not feel happy? After hearing what the idiot said, Xinhao ignored him and just looked quietly at the big spider in front of him. Just as Xinhao was quietly looking at the big spider in front of him, the big spider suddenly spit out a ball of sticky spider silk towards Xinhao. Xinhao looked at the spider silk that was getting closer and closer to him, but did not move. Although he obtained a magical storage space and many bottles of life-improving pills by signing into the system, the pills only gave him extraordinary abilities far beyond those of ordinary people and increased his lifespan after the first dose. There was no obvious effect when he took them again. Before, Xinhao thought that this life-enhancing pill was extremely powerful. But after entering the Furuan mountain ruins and witnessing all kinds of extraordinary life forms, Xinhao suddenly felt that this life-enhancing pill was quite useless. If taking this life-enhancing pill continuously can produce a cumulative effect, I can kill this giant spider in front of me with one punch. The big spider was not far away from Xinhao, and the sticky spider silk soon attached to Xinhao's body. Xin Hao felt the sticky touch on his body, closed his eyes, and waited for the pain to come. But after a long while, Xin Hao just felt his arms were empty, and nothing happened. Xin Hao quietly opened his eyes and was slightly stunned when he saw the big spider fiddling with the small porcelain bottle in front of him.
This guy let him down just for the life-improving pill in his arms?
This made Xin Hao feel very puzzled. Although this life-improving pill had some special features, it would not be worthy of the attention of this giant spider. After all, this life-improving pill was just a reward Xin Hao got for signing in from the silver treasure chest, and it wasn't that good.
Bang!
Just as Xin Hao was looking at the big spider in confusion, the big spider had already used its sharp claws to cut the small porcelain bottle into pieces. As soon as the porcelain bottle broke, several emerald green life-enhancing pills rolled out from the broken parts of the bottle. A refreshing fragrance immediately wafted through the cave. Xiao Ji, who was originally waiting for Xin Hao to be devoured bit by bit by the giant spider, suddenly widened his eyes when he smelled the refreshing fragrance of the life-enhancing pill.
What is this thing? How can it have such vigorous vitality?
Xiao Ji was shocked when he looked at the life-improving pills on the ground. Those pills on the ground actually contain such vigorous vitality, they must be magical objects that can increase lifespan. His main purpose of entering the Furuan Mountain ruins this time was to find this kind of sacred object for some important figures. After all, their strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. But even if one's strength reaches a level that can shake the world, one's lifespan is only relatively longer than that of an ordinary person.
It is far from reaching the point of living as long as heaven and earth.
Xin Hao did not respond to Xiao Ji's stupid words, but looked at the big spider that was eating a life-repairing pill in one mouthful with flickering eyes. It seemed like the giant spider in front of him was far more interested in the life-enhancing elixir than in him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of putting him down and searching for his life-enhancing pills. He still has a lot of these life-repairing pills. If he can use them to make the giant spider work for him in the Furuan Mountain ruins, then... Thinking of this, Xin Hao took out another bottle of life-repairing pill from the storage ring and said to the big spider,
"Is it delicious? Do you want more? I have plenty more here."
The big spider, which had almost finished the bottle of life-replenishing pills, looked at the life-replenishing pills in Xin Hao's hand with its eyes glowing green. With drooling mouth, he slowly crawled towards Xin Hao. Xin Hao looked at the big spider slowly crawling towards him and quickly gestured to it to stop. He didn't dare let the big spider get close to him, otherwise it would eat him.
Chapter 64 Li Qian is critically ill.
Xin Hao looked at the big spider that stopped where it was and stared at him motionlessly after hearing his words. He nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the big spider could understand what he said.
That made things easy. If you still want to eat it, as long as you listen to me, I will give you as much of it as you want in the future.
Xin Hao tossed the small porcelain bottle in his hand and spoke casually to the big spider. The big spider stared at the small porcelain bottle in Xin Hao's hand with its big green eyes, motionless, as if it didn't understand what Xin Hao said. Xin Hao looked at the big spider that was just staring at the small porcelain bottle in his hand without making any movement. Xin Hao was slightly stunned, then looked at the big spider and said, "If you understand, just crawl forward a few steps." But after Xin Hao finished speaking, the big spider seemed not to understand and stood there motionless. Seeing this, Xin Hao couldn't help but sigh slightly.
The IQ of this thing is too low. But it's better this way, it's easier to fool people if they are a little stupid.
Just when Xin Hao was thinking about this, the big spider, which seemed not to understand what he said just now, suddenly crawled forward a few steps, then stopped and continued to stare at Xin Hao. Xin Hao looked at the big spider that was looking at him eagerly, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. He didn't expect that the big spider could understand what he said. This is great. Although it is easier to fool people if they are a little stupid, sometimes being too stupid can also be troublesome. Thinking of this, Xin Hao looked at the big spider and said,
"Put them all down quickly."
Since there is no danger now, after putting Su Jiang and the others down, it's time to go for a walk outside. Now he is no longer the idiot who had just entered the Furuan Mountain ruins and tried to run away when he saw any slightly stronger creature in the ruins. He now has a powerful fighter like the big spider, and even the ancient creatures that should have died have to retreat away from him. Presumably, there isn't much in Furuan Mountain that can pose a threat to his existence. After hearing Xin Hao's words, the big spider put Su Jiang and the others down in no time. After being put down, Su Jiang and those young men from wealthy families still did not wake up for some reason. After being put down and adapting himself to the situation, Xiao Ji looked at Xin Hao with a smile on his face, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Xin Hao looked at Chao Ji, who was very arrogant just now but now looked timid, and his face did not look very good. This idiot was just mocking him, if it weren't for the fact that Chao Ji was needed to excavate the Furuan mountain ruins. He didn't care about his life or death. Did he really think he was deaf and didn't hear Chao Ji's disgusting words just now? Chao Ji looked at Xin Hao, whose face was not very happy, and felt very regretful. If he had known that Xin Hao actually had the magical object that could increase longevity, he would never have offended Xin Hao no matter what. After all, if he could find some magical objects that could prolong his life this time, the generous rewards from those big shots would greatly enhance his strength. However, even though the relationship between Xin Hao and him is not so harmonious now, Chao Ji is still unwilling to give up the idea of getting the longevity artifact from Xin Hao. After all, the rewards from those big guys are too tempting. So, Chao Ji looked at Xin Hao, who looked unhappy, and said with a smile, "Mr. Qin, I wonder if the elixir in your porcelain bottle." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xin Hao. "Don't even think about it. Although he still has a lot of these life-improving pills, not everyone can give them to them. What's more, his relationship with Chao Ji is so bad, it is even less likely that he would give it to Chao Ji for no reason." When Chao Ji heard Xin Hao's words, the smile on his face froze, and then he said to Xin Hao, "Mr. Qin, I don't know if you are selling this elixir. If you are, just tell me what you want. Even if it's something I don't have, I will report it to the sect and find a way to get it for you." Xin Hao was stunned when he heard what Chao Ji said. He didn't expect that his life-cultivating pills, which he had so many of them that he could eat them like candy beans, would be so popular. However, Xin Hao rejected Chao Ji after thinking for a while. "I won't sell this pill, so don't think too much about it." After saying that, without paying any attention to Chao Ji standing beside him, he led Su Jiang and the others who had woken up one after another, and walked out of the cave. Chao Ji looked at Xin Hao, who was walking out with his men as if he didn't want to pay any attention to him, and smiled awkwardly. Without saying anything, he followed him out. After Xin Hao and his companions left the giant spider's lair, they followed the giant spider around the Furuan mountain ruins. After finding some interesting things, they planned to leave. So Xin Hao waved to Chao Ji, who was in the crowd. "Chao Ji, come here for a moment." When Chao Ji heard Xin Hao's words, he hurried over at a trot. The wealthy young men around were no longer surprised by Chao Ji's behavior of licking Xin Hao. Although he didn't understand why the envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans, who were previously so arrogant, were now as humble as a dog in front of Xin Hao. But they were not so reckless as to gossip. The envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans were as humble as dogs in front of Xin Hao, but killing them would not be much more difficult than crushing an ant. "Mr. Qin, what can I do for you?" Chao Ji said to Xin Hao with a flattering look on his face. "I've been around the Furuan mountain ruins for a while now, but I haven't found anything good. Is it time to leave?" "Understood. Please wait a moment." Anyway, although he did not find the magical object that could prolong life in the Furuan mountain ruins this time, he found something better from Xin Hao. "You won't be punished if you go back like this. Come here, get ready to go out," Chao Ji said to those rich kids with a stern face. Although he was as humble as a dog in front of Xin Hao, he was still the envoy of the 5 surnames and 7 clans in front of these wealthy children of Kyoto. After hearing what Chao Ji said, those young men from wealthy families gathered together and prepared to follow Chao Ji out. They glanced at Xin Hao standing in the front row, their faces full of admiration and gratitude. If it weren't for Xin Hao, many of them would have been buried in Furuan Mountain. Moreover, after they came out of the cave, they followed Xin Hao and picked up a lot of treasures that were extremely useful to them. Seeing that everyone was present, Chao Ji looked at Xin Hao, then took out the ball, threw it into the air, and after inputting a stream of green true energy, the round hole that was large enough to accommodate several people appeared in front of Xin Hao again. Seeing this, Xin Hao and the others walked into the round hole at once. Coming out of the Furuan mountain ruins, Xin Hao looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar scenery in front of him, as if he was in another world. In the short time since entering the Furinshan ruins, his experience was more exciting than anything he had experienced in the previous 20 years. While Xin Hao was standing there in a daze, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Xin Hao took out his cell phone and saw that it was Li Ziwen calling, so he pressed the answer button. But before Xin Hao could say anything, he heard Li Ziwen's anxious voice on the other end of the phone. "Xin Hao, where are you? I'm afraid Chanxian is dying." "What?" Xin Hao was slightly surprised when he heard Li Ziwen's incoherent words. He had only been away from Donghua City for a few days, and from what Li Ziwen said, Li Chen was about to die.
Shanqian is now in the intensive care unit of the First People's Hospital of Donghua City. I'm afraid she won't survive tonight. He wants to see you one last time. Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After listening to Li Ziwen's words, Qin Hao ignored Su Jiang and the others and drove quickly towards Donghua City. No matter what, he couldn't let Li Chen leave him like this. Chapter 65, Arrogant Zhu Wen. Qin Hao drove all the way at full speed and arrived at Donghua City First People's Hospital several hours later. As soon as he entered the hospital, Qin Hao quickly rushed to the ward where Li Chen was according to the ward number given by Li Ziwen. Qian. When he saw the pale and skinny Li Chen, Qin Hao grabbed Li Chen's hand with a look of heartache on his face. Li Chen looked at Qin Hao, whose face was full of heartache. She forced a smile on her pale face and said in a weak voice, You're here, I. But before she could finish her words, she started coughing violently. Ahem, Qin Hao, I. A sickly blush appeared on Li Chen's face, and she looked at Qin Hao and wanted to say something. But before Li Chen could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qin Hao. Don't talk for now. Just have a good sleep. When you wake up, nothing will happen again. While Qin Hao used the elementary rejuvenation technique to treat Li Chen, he spoke to Li Chen with gentle eyes. After listening to Qin Hao's words, Li Chen somehow felt a huge sense of fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Li Chen falling into a deep sleep, Qin Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at Li Ziwen and his wife, and then walked out of the ward. Li Ziwen gave Su Yuzhu some instructions, glanced at Li Chen who was soundly asleep, and followed Qin Hao out of the ward. Even if Qian can't survive tonight, I believe she will have no regrets in her heart. After all, even in this final moment, the most important person in her heart is still by her side, which makes her very satisfied. What on earth is going on? Why did Qian become like this? Qin Hao walked to a deserted grove outside the hospital, then stopped and turned to ask Li Ziwen who was following him. It had only been a few days and Li Chen had suddenly become so critically ill. Something must have happened that he didn't know about. I don't know either. A few days ago, after Zhu Wen came to our house and made a big fuss, Qian suddenly became like this. After hearing what Qin Hao said, Li Ziwen stuttered and spoke to Qin Hao. Zhu Wen, I understand. When Qin Hao heard Li Ziwen's answer, he chuckled and his eyes turned slightly cold. The reason why Li Chen has become like this now must be related to Zhu Wen. The Shu family had been half crippled by Qin Hao at Li Chen's last birthday party. In Donghua City, they have completely fallen into the bottom of the list of wealthy families. How dare they still have the guts to cause trouble for the Li family? However, no matter what the reason is, since Zhu Wen dared to do such a thing to Li Chen, there is no need for his Zhu family to exist. Li Chen is Qin Hao's Achilles heel. Whoever dares to hurt Li Chen, Qin Hao will not let him go. Li Ziwen glanced at Qin Hao, who had a slightly cold look in his eyes and a very ugly expression, and moved his lips and said in a low voice. Qian may not survive tonight. The most important thing now is to accompany her well during this last period of time. Since returning from Kyoto, he has gotten to know his future son-in-law a little better. This was the person who was able to rescue him from the Su family in Kyoto. He was far more extraordinary than he had previously imagined. Therefore, he became more careful when talking to Qin Hao. Qian might not survive tonight. After Qian is gone, the most important thing now is how to rely on Qin Hao to allow the Li family to continue to maintain its dominant position in Donghua City. After hearing what Li Ziwen said, Qin Hao came back to his senses and said casually to Li Ziwen, who looked cautious. Qian is fine now, don't worry, go back and take good care of her, I'll go out and take care of some things first. After saying that, Li Ziwen, who looked dazed after hearing Qin Hao's words, walked out of the hospital. After receiving the primary rejuvenation treatment, Li Qian's illness is no longer serious. Now that he already knew that the reason Li Qian became like this was most likely Zhu Wen's fault, he should have a good talk with Zhu Wen. Let us see why Zhu Wen had the courage to do such a thing to Li Qian. Donghua City, Zhu family. Qin Hao stood at the door of Zhu Wen's house, looked at the vast and luxuriously decorated villa in front of him, smiled coldly, and walked in. But before he had gone far, two men in suits and sunglasses stopped Qin Hao. Stop, who are you? Do you have an appointment? The Shu family is not the former wealthy and low-ranking family that was almost crippled by the suppression of the Li family. The Shu family is now one of the most popular and wealthy families in Donghua City. Even the richest man in Donghua City has to give some face to the Shu family. He. Qin Hao looked at the man in sunglasses who was blocking his way and laughed, then threw them both out.
He was already furious because of Li Qian's matter, and now these two idiots dared to block his way. They really didn't know how to live or die. After dealing with the two men in sunglasses, Qin Hao walked straight into the Zhu family villa. Not long after walking, Qin Hao met Zhuan, who was humming a little tune with a faint smile on his face. After seeing Qin Hao, Zhuan was slightly stunned, and then said to Qin Hao arrogantly, "Oh, who was it?" It turns out to be Li Qian's boyfriend.
Is Li Qian dying?
According to the date, the poison that the adult had used on Li Qian would soon take effect.
Looking at the arrogant Zhuan, Qin Hao gave him a look as if he was looking at a dead man.
Without saying anything, he quickly stepped forward and reached out to grab Zhuan. But before Qin Hao could touch Zhuan, he seemed to have predicted it and quickly retreated. Seeing this, Qin Hao was slightly stunned. Although he just grabbed it casually just now, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to dodge it. Zhuan looked at the stunned Qin Hao with disdain on his face.
"Ha, Qin Hao, do you think I'm still that ant you can manipulate? I have superpowers now.
If you know what's best for you, kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, I might show mercy and let you go." After saying this, a wisp of light green chi appeared in Zhuan's hand, and he looked proud.
"See, this."
But before he could finish his words, Qin Hao punched him in the face. Zhuan, who was looking at Qin Hao with pride, looked at the fist whose pupils were gradually getting bigger, his face became panicked, and he turned sideways to dodge. But Qin Hao is now someone who can pin the envoys of the 5 surnames and 7 clans to the ground and beat them.
With Zhuan's low strength, how could he possibly escape? Bang!
Zhuan, with blood all over his face, was punched into the outer wall of the villa by Qin Hao.
Ahem, how is that possible?
Zhuan, with blood all over his face, looked at Qin Hao in shock, his face full of disbelief. In his opinion, he had obtained superpowers from that adult, and an ordinary person like Qin Hao could not be his opponent. Who would have thought that Qin Hao would punch him into the wall?
Chapter 66, The Fall of the Zhu Family.
Qin Hao stepped forward quickly, looked at Zhuan, whose face was full of disbelief and blood, pinching his neck, and said coldly,
"Where's the person behind you?"
When seeing the wisp of light green true energy emerging from Zhuan's hand, Qin Hao knew that Li Qian's transformation might be related to the people in the ancient martial arts world. After all, Zhuan was just an ordinary person before, and it was impossible for him to turn Li Qian into that kind of person in a short period of time. Zhuan looked at Qin Hao with cold eyes, his face full of horror. He thought that after gaining superpowers, he would be able to make Qin Hao, who once regarded him as an ant, kneel down at his feet. But reality slapped him mercilessly in the face. He thought he was on the 5th floor, but he didn't expect that he was still just an ant on the 1st floor. And Qin Hao was still standing on a high place, overlooking his powerful existence.
"You won't tell me, right? Then I will."
Before Qin Hao could finish his words, Zhuan, with a look of horror on his face, grabbed Qin Hao's leg and said, I said, that gentleman is now on the top floor of my Zhu family's Tianjing hotel, begging young Master Qin to spare my life." Qin Hao looked at Zhuan, who was grabbing his leg with disgust, and smiled coldly.
"Ha, you are sensible.
But even so, there is no need for your Zhu family to exist." After saying that, Qin Hao shook off Zhuan, who was holding his leg, and walked out of the villa. After hearing this, Zhuan was stunned for a while, then he rolled over and crawled to grab Qin Hao's legs again and cried,
"Qin!
Young Master Qin, it was that master's idea that Li Qian became like that.
My Zhu family was forced to do that." Bang!
Before Zhuan could finish his words, Qin Hao just casually glanced at the howling Zhuan, then kicked him hard, embedding Zhuan back into the wall. Zhuan, who was embedded in the wall like a large pendant, had a face full of despair. If that adult is defeated by Qin Hao and his Zhu family this time, they will probably be expelled from Donghua City. In Donghua City, at the entrance of Tianjing Hotel, Qin Hao walked into the hotel quickly with a stern face. What Zhuan said was most likely true. After all, there was no benefit in lying to him about this matter. Then the reason why Li Qian was in such a critical condition was because of the adult he mentioned. He wanted to see who the adult Zhuan was talking about was. However, I don't think he would be a presentable character. At most, he is the same kind of person as Chao Ji, the supreme envoy of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. After all, he learned from Chao Jikong that there were only some minor characters who were not worthy of being on the stage. People with a little bit of strength in the ancient martial arts world rarely move around in the secular world. The hotel waitress looked at Qin Hao, who was walking in quickly with a sullen face. With a professional smile on his face, he twisted his waist and wanted to say something to Qin Hao. But after being glared at by Qin Hao, he just stood there with a resentful look on his face. Xin Hao glared at the hotel waitress who tried to stop him and say something to him, then quickly walked to the top floor of Tianjing Hotel. Looking through the glass door, when Xin Hao saw the extremely ugly dwarf man smiling among a group of pretty young ladies, he pushed open the glass door in front of him and walked quickly towards the dwarf man. There is no one else here except these beautiful young ladies. This extremely ugly dwarf must be the one who made Xin Hao look like he was on the verge of death. When Xin Hao was walking quickly towards the dwarf man, he was still laughing among a group of beautiful young ladies, not knowing whether he didn't see Xin Hao or didn't care at all. Xin Hao walked up to the dwarf with a cold face, pushed away the pretty young ladies surrounding the extremely ugly dwarf, and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab him. Diada, who was having a great time playing among a group of pretty young ladies, saw that the pretty young ladies who were originally surrounding him were suddenly pushed aside, and he dodged Xin Hao's hand that was grabbing him by the side. His face darkened and he shouted at Xin Hao.
Who are you? Can't you see that your master is having a great time? If you don't want to die, get out of here.
Originally, he thought that this unfamiliar-looking boy was sent by Zhu Wen to take him to experience manual service. When Diada thought of the manual services Zhu Wen had given her a few days ago, she felt as if her bones had lightened. Xin Hao saw the dwarf man and dodged his sudden attack by moving sideways. He looked at him with a deadly gaze and said,
Li Chen became like that because of you.
Although I already know that the dwarf man in front of me is the culprit who caused Li Chen to suffer like that, even if he dies, he must die knowingly.
Li Chen. Diada was slightly stunned after hearing what Xin Hao said, and then he seemed to have just reacted. He looked at Xin Hao with disdain and said, so what if it was me?
It's her blessing that Master Diao likes her.
She actually dared to reject Master Diao.
She deserves what happened. Before he could finish his words, Xin Hao suddenly punched the dwarf man. When the dwarf man saw that Xin Hao dared to attack him, his slanted eyes flashed with rage. He didn't expect that in this small secular world, ordinary people who were as insignificant as ants in his eyes would dare to attack him.
Diao saw Xin Hao's punch coming at him without fear.
He hit back casually with disdain on his face. Today he would let this ignorant kid know that there were some people whom a lowly ant like him could not afford to offend. But just when he touched Xin Hao's fist, he suddenly felt a piercing pain coming from the place where he had hit Xin Hao.
Boom!
The dwarf man was knocked far away by Xin Hao's punch and hit the outer wall of the hotel.
Puff!
You! The dwarf man spat out some blood mixed with his internal organs and pointed at Xin Hao with a face that looked uglier than if he had eaten shit. The seemingly ordinary boy actually knocked him away with one punch. You know, although he is just a small-time character in the ancient martial arts world, not just anyone can make him so embarrassed. Xin Hao looked at the dwarf man whose face was uglier than if he had eaten shit, and walked towards the dwarf man leisurely amid the screams of a group of panicked young ladies.
You, don't come over here.
Diada looked at Xin Hao, who was slowly walking towards him with horror in his eyes, and kept backing away. Just now, when Xin Hao punched him and sent him flying far away, he knew that the strength of the boy in front of him was far superior to his. If this falls into the hands of this kid, he will be completely dead. But how could this dwarf man escape from Xin Hao, who was full of anger? Before he could retreat far, he was picked up by Xin Hao. Diada, who was held in Xin Hao's hand, danced around in his hand like a fat carrot that had grown crooked.
Let me go.
If you dare to do anything to me, Li Chen will definitely not survive this night. He didn't believe that Xin Hao really dared to do anything to him. After all, he is the only one who can cure Li Chen's illness. But after hearing his words, Xin Hao smiled cruelly at him.
Chapter 67: Buying a Car.
The next day, at Li Chen's house. Xin Hao looked at Li Chen beside him, his eyes full of tenderness. Yesterday, after curing Li Chen's illness with a basic rejuvenation technique, Xin Hao went to the hospital for a checkup and confirmed that there was nothing serious, so he and Li Chen returned home. Li Chen, who had just returned home and recovered her health, could not hide her joy in her eyes when she saw her lover, whom she thought would be separated from her forever.
Then everything just happened naturally.
Although she had been with Xin Hao for some time and her heart was full of him, Li Chen was just an ordinary person.
How could he possibly be a match for Xin Hao, whose body functions have become extraordinary after swallowing the life-enhancing pill?
So, Li Chen once again turned into a docile kitten and lay in Xin Hao's arms.
Xin Hao looked for a while, then looked at Li Chen, who was sleeping like a lazy kitten, kissed her forehead lightly, and walked out of the room. When Xin Hao came to the living room and saw Li Ziwen and Su Yuzhu having breakfast, he smiled and greeted them. Uncle Li, Aunt Su, good morning. Good morning, Li Chen hasn't gotten up yet?
When Li Ziwen saw Xin Hao coming out of the room, he greeted him with a smile. Li Ziwen looked at his future son-in-law and was satisfied no matter how he looked at him. He is capable and knows how to care for others, so they can rest assured that Li Chen will marry him. He is countless times stronger than Zhu Wen from the Zhu family, whom he had previously found for Li Chen. I was so blind before that I actually wanted Qian to marry him. Thinking of Li Qian's dying state before Qin Hao came back, Li Ziwen felt even more regretful. Fortunately, Qian did not marry Zhu Wen in the end, otherwise, given Zhu Wen's temper, Qian's future life would have been very difficult. He is also a father. He wanted to marry Li Qian to Zhu Wen not only because the Zhu family could help his Li family out of trouble. The most important reason is that Zhu Wen has a good character, and Qian will be happy following him in the future. Who would have thought that Zhu Wen was a beast in human form but a beast at heart? Thinking of this in his mind, Li Ziwen watched the smile on Qin Hao's face grow brighter. After hearing what Li Ziwen said, Qin Hao looked at Li Ziwen, whose smile was getting brighter and brighter, and said with a smile, "She hasn't gotten up yet. Let her sleep a little longer since she just recovered from a serious illness." "That won't do. The doctor has checked her and she's fine. How can she always sleep so late? Besides, didn't she say yesterday that she wanted to go buy a car with you? You can't sleep like this all the time." Su Yuzhu, who was standing by, looked slightly unhappy after hearing Qin Hao's words. She stood up and was about to walk towards Li Qian's room. But just as she stood up, a pretty girl rubbing her eyes appeared in front of Qin Hao and the others. "Mom, what are you talking about? It's so noisy." Li Qian came to the living room, rubbed her eyes, yawned, and spoke to Su Yuzhu, who had just stood up from the dining table. "What are you talking about? You lazy idiot, didn't you insist on buying a car yesterday? Look at the time yourself. You're still lying." Su Yuzhu looked at Li Qian, who was rubbing her eyes and yawning, and poked her forehead. She was very troubled by this troublesome daughter. It would have been fine if she had run away from the marriage before, but now it seems fortunate that she did not marry that beastly Zhu Wen. But now she has done everything she should do with Qin Hao, and if nothing unexpected happens, she will marry Qin Hao in the future. He still looks lazy and slack, which makes Su Yuzhu feel headache. If she still acts lazy after marrying Qin Hao and her in-laws don't like her, she will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Su Yuzhu looked at Li Qian, who was rubbing her forehead, and reached out to poke her again. Seeing that Su Yuzhu was about to poke her again, Li Qian rubbed her forehead, trotted all the way and hid in Qin Hao's arms, feeling aggrieved. "It hurts." Qin Hao looked at Li Qian, who was rubbing her forehead in his arms with a look of grievance on her face. His eyes softened. He pushed her hand away and lowered his head to blow gently. "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Li Qian felt the slight heat on her forehead, thinking about the mess that happened last night. Her face was buried in Qin Hao's arms, her face red. Qin Hao looked at Li Qian, whose pretty face was slightly blushing and whose face was buried in his arms. He smiled gently and pulled her to sit at the dining table. After breakfast, Qin Hao drove to the Porsche 4S store. Li Qian has rarely had any car encounters since the car accident she had with Qin Hao the last time she met him. After all, given her family background, it doesn't matter if she can't drive. But after returning from the hospital yesterday, she asked Qin Hao to buy her a car. Qin Hao didn't say anything about this and agreed to take her to buy a car today. Anyway, he was not short of money now. Koenigsegg sped all the way, and Qin Hao soon drove to the Porsche 4S store. Qin Hao and Li Qian got out of the car, took a look at the Porsche 4S store, and walked in quickly. As soon as I entered the Porsche 4S store, a slim young lady in professional attire and with a bright smile on her face came towards me. "Sir, do you want to buy a car or?" Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Hao. "Buying a car? Which is the most expensive Porsche you have? Take us to see it." When the saleswoman heard Qin Hao's words, the smile on her face became even brighter. Today I met a big customer, and the first thing he asked was where the most expensive car in the store was. If I succeed in making this order, I will get half a year's salary. Thinking of this, the saleswoman hurriedly made way and said to Qin Hao with a bright smile on her face, "Sir, please follow me and I will take you there right away." After saying that, the saleswoman turned slightly sideways and led the way. Seeing this, Qin Hao took Li Qian's hand and followed the saleswoman. "Sir, this is the most expensive Porsche 911 in our store, worth 7 million renminbi." The waitress said to Qin Hao with a smile on her face. "The handsome guy in front of me is wearing trendy branded clothes and looks like a rich man. If nothing goes wrong, this deal will most likely be successful." Thinking of the tempting commission after closing this big deal, the saleswoman smiled even sweeter as she looked at Qin Hao. After hearing what the saleswoman said, Qin Hao glanced at Li Qian, who was buried in his arms, and asked softly,
"How is it? Do you like it?" "I like it. I like everything you give me."
Li Qian buried her face in Qin Hao's arms and smiled sweetly.
"That's good, then this one, I."
Before he finished speaking, an arrogant male voice came from behind Qin Hao.
"Which is the most expensive car you have? I'll buy it."
A fat bald man with a big gold chain and a small watch, dressed like a nouveau riche, walked in with his arm around a curvaceous, heavily made-up woman, with a look of arrogance on his face. When Qin Hao heard the voice, he looked at the fat bald man dressed like a nouveau riche with a faint smile on his face.
Chapter 68 I'm going to hit you.
After saying this, the fat bald man with a big gold chain and a small watch came over with his arm around the woman with seductive curves and heavy makeup. After hearing this, the saleswoman looked at the fat bald man with a big gold chain and a small watch with an embarrassed look on her face, wanting to say something but stopping herself.
"Sir, I'm afraid this is not a good idea." "After all, it is."
But before the saleswoman could finish her words, she was interrupted by the fat bald man with a big gold chain and a small watch.
"Don't talk nonsense, just tell me how much it is, I have plenty of money."
As he spoke, the fat bald man with a big gold chain and a small watch took out a wad of money from his briefcase and threw it in front of the waitress. The waitress looked at the stack of money on the ground, turned to look at Qin Hao, her expression changed slightly. Although the stack of money on the ground was very tempting, he still glanced at Qin Hao out of professional ethics. Qin Hao saw the waitress looking at him and chuckled. Without even looking at the fat bald man with a big gold chain and a small watch, he said to the saleswoman,
"Go pay there, take me to pay."
What a joke! Even the richest man in Donghua City is nothing in his eyes. This idiot with a big gold chain and a small watch dares to act so arrogant in front of him.
"Boy, what did you say?"
This car was the one Zhang Shan had set his eyes on first. This guy actually dared to snatch things from him.
Is he tired of living? He.
Qin Hao just smiled at him and ignored him.
He still held Li Qian's hand and looked at the saleswoman.
The saleswoman looked at Qin Hao, who smiled, and said to Zhang Shan, who was wearing a big gold chain and a small watch, with an apologetic look on her face,
"Sir, I'm sorry, this."
But before she finished her words, Zhang Shan raised his head and said to the saleswoman,
"How much is this car?" "I'll pay double the price."
After hearing this, the woman in Zhang Shan's arms snuggled in his arms and said in a tender voice,
"Mr. Zhang, you are so rich. I like you so much."
As she spoke, the heavily made-up woman rubbed her big breasts against Zhang Shan's arms. Zhang Shan felt the soft touch in his arms, and his heart was moved.
"That's right, don't you see who I am?"
After saying that, he looked at Qin Hao provocatively. After hearing what Zhang Shan said, the saleswoman was slightly stunned, then turned to look at Qin Hao. Qin Hao glanced at Zhang Shan, who looked provocative. "Except for this most expensive car in your store, give me a few of the other less expensive models." After saying that, Qin Hao squeezed Li Qian's hand. "There are not enough cars in my garage, so I'd like to buy a few more to fill up the garage."
"Well, I'll do as you say."
Li Qian listened to Qin Hao's words and nodded. Anyway, they have plenty of money, so he can buy as much as he wants. When the saleswoman heard what Qin Hao said, a slight smile appeared on her face. Apart from the most expensive car in their store, the other slightly lower-priced models are also not cheap. If you buy several of each model, it will be much more expensive than 2 Porsche 911s.
"Okay, sir, please follow me and I'll take you to pay."
After saying that, as if Qin Hao had changed his mind, he took Qin Hao to pay with a smile on his face.
"Stop."
Zhang Shan looked at Qin Hao, who was following the saleswoman, his face flushed with anger.
This kid actually dared to ignore him.
If he let him leave like that, it would be like a slap in Zhang Shan's face.
"Oh? Why, do you have anything else to do?" Qin Hao looked at Zhang Shan with a playful expression and said. This idiot provoked him again and again. Did he really think he had no temper? Donghua City is his territory. It would be too easy for him to kill such a fool with just a flick of his wrist on this small piece of land. "Boy, do you know who I am? How dare you steal something I like?" "I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing."
After saying that, Qin Hao ignored this idiot and continued to follow the sales lady with Li Qian, intending to pay.
"You, good, very good. Today, if you can walk out of here, I will take your surname."
As he spoke, Zhang Shan took out his phone from his pocket and prepared to call someone. Qin Hao sneered when he heard Zhang Shan's words.
You don't need to take my last name. I don't have a son like you. Ha, kid, I hope you can still be so arrogant later.
Zhang Shan looked at Qin Hao with disdain and smiled coldly.
Hearing this, Qin Hao didn't say anything, but continued to follow the saleswoman, preparing to pay.
Instead of wasting time with this idiot, it would be better to buy a car and go home early to do something we love with Li Qian.
Sir, would you like to pay by card or transfer?
The saleswoman took Qin Hao to the payment place and looked at him with a smile on her face.
Swipe the card. Qin Hao handed a bank card to the saleswoman. Okay.
The saleswoman smiled and took the bank card from Qin Hao's hand.
Drop.
After the saleswoman operated the broken phone for some time, she returned the bank card to Qin Hao.
Sir, the payment has been completed. Please follow me to go through the relevant procedures. Qin Hao nodded, took Li Qian's hand, and followed the saleswoman.
But before he had taken a few steps, a commotion came from behind Qin Hao. Cousin, if that blind man dares to bully you, tell me, and I will help you beat him up. A tall and thin young man brought a group of people to Zhang Shan, who was looking at Qin Hao coldly. He had just been having dinner with a few of his brothers in a nearby hotel. When he heard that his cousin, with whom he had been very close since childhood, was bullied, he immediately brought his men to help him.
That's my cousin, the guy holding the pretty girl's hand.
Zhang Shan pointed at Qin Hao, who was about to go through the relevant procedures with the saleswoman, and said sternly. Wu Nang looked in the direction Zhang Shan pointed, and was slightly stunned when he saw the slightly familiar figure.
Why does this person look so familiar? Could it be?
However, Wu Nang immediately drove out the terrifying thought from his mind.
It's impossible to be so unlucky. It's only been a few days and I've met that big guy again.
Thinking of this, Wu Nang shouted at Qin Hao.
Stop, kid. You are the one who is bullying me. But before he finished speaking, Qin Hao, who was listening to the sound, turned around and looked at Wu Nang casually and said. It's me, what's wrong? I'm fine. Mr. Qin, you go ahead and do your work.
Wu Nang looked at Qin Hao, who had a casual expression on his face, and said with a forced smile. He didn't expect that just a few days later, he would meet this big guy again, who made him feel scared just by thinking about him.
Well, that's fine, but your cousin was very arrogant just now. You know what to do, right?
Qin Hao glanced at Wu Nang, who was smiling apologetically, and smiled faintly.
I know. Don't worry, I will definitely teach him a lesson for you.
Having said that, Wu Nang slapped Zhang Shan, who was staring at the scene in a daze.
Cousin, you.
He didn't understand why his cousin, who had just said he would help him teach that ignorant boy a lesson, suddenly hit him.
What do you mean by you? I'm going to hit you.
As he said that, Wu Nang called on several of his younger brothers behind him to punch and kick Zhang Shan.
Cousin, don't hit me, woo-woo.
Before he could finish his words, they turned into intermittent whimpers. Qin Hao listened to the increasingly intermittent humming sound behind him, chuckled, and pulled Li Qian away.
Such a small character is not worth his personal involvement. Chapter 69 Impossible, this is absolutely impossible.
After Qin Hao and Li Qian came out of the Porsche 4S store, they planned to go home directly. However, halfway through the journey, Li Qian suddenly said that she felt a little hungry. After hearing this, Qin Hao turned the car around and planned to take Li Qian to Tunguska Hotel for dinner. Qin Hao drove to the Tunguska Hotel, took a look at the Tunguska Hotel, which was still luxuriously decorated, took Li Qian's hand and entered the hotel.
As soon as he entered the hotel, a smiling waitress walked quickly towards Qin Hao.
Sir, may I ask you? Before he could finish his words, the waitress suddenly covered her mouth and looked at Qin Hao in shock.
You are Mr. Qin?
Not long ago, during a staff meeting, the manager pointed to a photo of a handsome young man and told them that the man in the photo was the chairman of the Tunguska Hotel.
Let them not neglect him when they meet in the hotel next time.
When the manager pointed to the photo of the handsome young man and told them that this was the chairman of the Tunguska Hotel, the girls around her were immediately excited. They were whispering to each other and all dreaming of meeting this handsome and wealthy chairman by chance one day and becoming a phoenix. What the waitress didn't expect was that her luck was so good that she actually met this handsome and wealthy chairman today.
How could she not be excited?
If this handsome and wealthy chairman fell in love with me, wouldn't I be? The pretty waitress glanced at Qin Hao, her eyes slightly open, and she was fantasizing about some blushing and heart-pounding classic scenes from novels about overbearing CEOs. However, the waitress who was fantasizing about the classic scene of a blushing and heart-pounding domineering CEO in her heart lowered her head slightly and her eyes dimmed when she stole a glance at Li Qian, who was leaning sweetly in Qin Hao's arms. The woman next to the chairman, who is as beautiful as a fairy from heaven, must be the chairman's girlfriend. She is so beautiful, and only someone like her is worthy of the chairman.
It's me. Find me a better box, and then.
Having said this, Xin Hao suddenly stopped talking. Xin Hao turned his head with a gentle look and asked Li Qian softly.
Shanqian, what do you like to eat? I'll ask them to make it. I listen to you.
I'll eat whatever you say. Li Qian had a sweet look on her face and leaned in Xin Hao's arms and spoke in a soft voice. Well, then let's try all the hotel's signature dishes. Xin Hao looked at Li Qian lovingly, then turned to the waitress who was looking envious and said, Understood, Chairman, please follow me. After saying that, the waitress concealed the envious look on her face and made a gesture of invitation with a smile. Then he led the way in front. When she saw Li Qian nestled in Xin Hao's arms, she knew in her heart that some people were not within her reach, and the beautiful love between Cinderella and the prince was just a fairy tale.
In reality, there are not so many stories of Cinderella being favored by princes and becoming phoenixes. After listening, Xin Hao nodded to the waitress, took Li Qian's hand and followed the waitress. But before he had walked for long, Xin Hao heard a heart-wrenching cry coming from a box not far away. Hearing this voice, Xin Hao's face darkened and his brows furrowed. Ever since what happened to Lu Mengmeng last time, he told Zhao Lin that any such incidents that happened in the hotel in the future would be dealt with strictly. How could something like this happen again just a few days later? If this matter were to be exposed, it would be a huge loss to the hotel's reputation. Thinking of this, Xin Hao glanced at Li Qian, who looked worried, and said to her, Shanqian, go eat with her first.
I'll go take care of something. It's better not to let her see some bad things, so as not to dirty her eyes. Li Qian looked at Xin Hao with a worried look on her face, then followed the waitress who seemed to be hesitant to say something. After Li Qian left, Xin Hao walked towards the box where the heart-wrenching cries came from with a dark face. He wanted to see which fearless idiot dared to cause trouble in his territory. When they reached the door of the box, Xin Hao kicked the door open with a dark face.
Bang!
When everyone in the box heard the sound, they suddenly fell silent and looked at Xin Hao, who was standing outside the door with a gloomy face.
Who are you, kid? How dare you ruin your Tiger Master's good deeds? Are you tired of living?
A bald muscular man looked at Xin Hao standing at the door with an unpleasant expression. After hearing this, Xin Hao ignored him. After taking a quick look in the box, he found Zhao Lin huddled in the corner with a bruised face. He frowned and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes.
What's going on? Zhao Lin is a well-known figure in Donghua City.
Even the richest man in Donghua City has to give him some face. Who dares to treat him like this?
Boss Qin, you have to make the decision for me.
These people didn't pay for their meals and tried to force our waiter to do that kind of thing. I came over to persuade them, but they beat and kicked me without any reason. Zhao Lin, who was hiding in the corner, saw Xin Hao appear at the door. He crawled to Xin Hao as if he saw a savior and cried like a baby in confinement. The waitress, who was sitting on the sofa with disheveled clothes and eyes swollen like peaches, after hearing what Zhao Lin said, she hurriedly trotted and hid behind Xin Hao, her face full of grievance. If the chairman had not arrived in time, the most precious thing I had kept for more than 20 years would have been lost. Xin Hao glanced at Zhao Lin, whose face was covered in tears and snot, and the waitress, who looked aggrieved, then looked at the arrogant bald man with cold eyes.
I'm asking you a question, are you deaf?
When the bald strong man saw that Xin Hao didn't reply for a long time, the expression on his face became even uglier. Han Hu didn't expect that in this small secular world, someone would dare to ignore him like this.
He.
Xin Hao smiled at the bald strong man and walked towards him quickly. Han Hu sneered at Xin Hao, who was walking towards him quickly. This kid still wants to fight with him.
He's not bragging. Even if he lets him use one hand, this kid will be pinned to the ground and rubbed.
After all, in his opinion, Xin Hao is just an ordinary person who could be killed with ease, so how could he be a match for a noble ancient warrior? But what happened next made his eyes suddenly widen. Before Han Hu could react, Xin Hao suddenly punched him in the face. Han Hu saw Xin Hao suddenly punching him in the face, with disdain on his face. He wanted to crush Xin Hao to death, but was knocked into the wall by Xin Hao's punch.
Puff. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible.
Han Hu spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Xin Hao in shock. He didn't feel any true energy from the boy in front of him, so how could he knock him away with just one punch? You have to know that he is a bronze 6-star strongman and is not comparable to any ordinary small fry.
Chapter 70, Faceless Man.
Xin Hao looked at the bald man who was embedded in the wall with his eyes as big as cowbells, grinned, and walked towards him quickly. After exchanging fistfights with the bald strong man, he knew that this bald strong man was not an ordinary person and was most likely from the ancient martial arts world. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have been turned into a bloody mess and unrecognizable form after being hit by his punch. How could it be possible that this bald strong man just spit out blood and looked like nothing was wrong?
However, what does it matter if they are from the ancient martial arts world?
Just one punch from him can defeat them. This idiot dared to cause trouble in his territory, so he would not let him go so easily. He must be taught a lesson he will never forget, otherwise he won't be able to run this hotel anymore.
You, don't come over here. I, Han Hu, am not someone you can easily mess with.
Han Hu looked at Xin Hao who was walking towards him quickly, his face full of fear, and he huddled in the corner, trembling. After fighting with this kid just now, he knew that the kid in front of him was far from his match. Although I didn't feel any true energy from this kid, his strength is probably close to that of a bronze 8-star powerhouse, or even higher. Otherwise, it would be impossible to knock him away with just one punch. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape from Xin Hao's grasp. Xin Hao stepped forward quickly, glanced at the shivering Han Hu, sneered, and raised his leg to step towards Han Hu. But before he could touch Han Hu, he felt a huge force on his legs. Xin Hao was forced to stagger back a few steps by the sudden force. Xin Hao looked at the man in black robe who suddenly appeared in front of him and his face was very ugly. The man in black robe stood not far from Xin Hao, his left leg trembling slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. She didn't expect that this not-so-old boy in front of her was much stronger than she had imagined. She was not trash like Han Hu, who was blasted into the wall with just one punch. But after fighting with this kid, he only forced him to stagger back a few steps. Xin Hao glanced at the black-robed man who suddenly appeared not far away and smiled coldly.
Why, do you still want to save him? After hearing what Xin Hao said, the man in black robe didn't say anything.
He just turned to Han Hu, who was huddled in the corner and shivering, and said coldly,
"Where is the thing? Handing it over might save your life." "Things, what are they?"
Han Hu looked at the man in black robe with a blank expression and flickering eyes, as if he didn't know what the man in black robe was saying. The man in black robe glanced at Han Hu who was pretending to be dead, turned around and left without saying anything. But before she had taken a few steps, Han Hu started crying and tried to hug her legs to stop her from leaving. Han Hu was horrified when he saw the man in black robe was about to leave. Just now, when the man in black robe opened his mouth, he knew what she was talking about. After all, if it weren't for that thing, he wouldn't have fled from the ancient martial arts world to the secular world. The reason why he pretended to be confused after hearing what the man in black robe said was that he was afraid that after he gave the thing to the man in black robe, the man in black robe would just leave. If that was really the case, seeing that kid looked like he wanted to eat someone, Han Hu was afraid that he would not be able to leave the hotel safely today. After hearing Han Hu's words, the man in black robe paused and said to him, "Bring it here." Seeing this, Han Hu quickly took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms and threw it to her. The man in black robe took a look at the small porcelain bottle, put it in his pocket, and waved at Han Hu. As if Han Hu was pardoned, he would leave with his followers. But before he reached the door, a cold voice rang out in the relatively quiet box. "Wait, who allowed you to leave?" Xin Hao looked at Han Hu, who was running towards the door with a group of his younger brothers, with cold eyes. Han Hu wanted to leave the Tunguska Hotel without his permission, as if he was just air. Hearing this, Han Hu paused and looked at the man in black who was pouring a pill from the small porcelain bottle and swallowing it. The man in black robe was able to force back the guy with a punch that could have sent him flying.
"What happened to me letting him go?"
The man in black robe swallowed the pill, adjusted his breathing, then looked at Xin Hao with indifferent eyes and said,
"Who do you think you are?
How dare you meddle in my Xin Hao's affairs?" After Xin Hao finished speaking, he punched the man in black robe. The man in black robe was not afraid at all and punched Xin Hao.
Bang!
The two of them collided with each other, creating a huge air wave, and everything within a few feet was torn to pieces. Zhao Lin and the waitress, who had been hiding far away when Xin Hao and Han Hu were fighting, watched this scene that was beyond ordinary people's cognition. Their eyes suddenly widened and their mouths opened so wide that they were afraid they could squeeze in a faint smile.
This chairman must be a Superman. Can a normal person unleash such terrifying power?
Xin Hao's face flushed and he staggered back a few steps. Looking at the black-robed man who was spitting blood and looking at him as if he were a monster, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. This man in black robe is the strongest person he has encountered since he came into contact with the ancient martial arts world. In the past, those self-righteous people in the ancient martial arts world were no match for his punch.
He didn't expect that the man in black could force him to this point.
Xin Hao was shocked, and the man in black robe was even more shocked than him. After she swallowed the pill that Han Hu gave her, her strength recovered a lot. What shocked her was that the boy who had just been forced to stagger back a few steps by her could actually catch her punch. After the blush on Xin Hao's face gradually faded away, he took out a handful of life-improving pills from the storage ring and swallowed them. Although this life-repairing pill is not as effective as the first time it was swallowed, it is still a good healing pill at this time. When Han Hu and the man in black robe saw Xin Hao take out a handful of life-enhancing pills and swallow them like candy beans, they looked at each other with different expressions. The rich vitality emanating from this elixir reminded them of the rumors that had been circulating in the ancient martial arts world recently. Rumor has it that in the secular world, a mysterious person has a large number of magical items that increase longevity that many big names in the ancient martial arts world are attracted to.
Could it be this guy in front of me?
Thinking of this, the man in black robe had a faint smile in his eyes and wanted to say something to Xin Hao. After all, in order to restore all of his cultivation, the magical object that increases longevity in this kid's hand is indispensable. Her main purpose of coming to the secular world this time was to find the mysterious man and obtain this magical object that could increase longevity. But before she could say anything, Xin Hao, with a calm expression, punched her. The man in black robe looked at Xin Hao's sudden punch, moved his body, and dodged Xin Hao's fist by turning sideways.
Well, between us.
Before the man in black robe could finish his words, Xin Hao changed his fist into a claw and grabbed the man in black robe who dodged his punch by turning sideways. Caught off guard, Xin Hao pulled off the black veil covering the black-robed man's face. The black veil fluttered down, and the man in black robe was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly picked up the black veil that fell on the ground, glanced at Xin Hao, and left quickly. Since this person doesn't want to talk to her properly now, she will find another opportunity. As for Han Hu, he doesn't care whether he is dead or alive.
Why is this person a faceless person?
Xin Hao stared blankly at the black-robed man who was rapidly going away, his mind going blank. However, after a while, Xin Hao came back to his senses. In the ruins of Furuan Mountain, he had even seen the ancient creatures that had long disappeared, let alone a faceless man with only a pair of eyes.
Stop, where do you want to go?
Xin Hao glanced at Han Hu, who was about to walk to the door, with a playful look. Before he could finish his words, Han Hu was picked up by Xin Hao.
Chapter 71 All Men are Pigs.
Coming out of the box, Xin Hao looked at Zhao Lin who was following behind him and said calmly,
"Do you know how to deal with today's incident?"
Although he had closed the door of the box just now, the noise of his fight with Han Hu and the faceless man in black robe was quite loud. If it is not handled properly, it will cause some losses to the hotel. However, Xin Hao had no choice but to do this. The people in the ancient martial arts world viewed ordinary people as ants that could be manipulated at will. Even if he used official power to deal with them, the casualties would be difficult to estimate. Besides, even if those people from the ancient martial arts world were finally subdued, what happened in the Tunguska Hotel would be exposed, which would not be good for the Tunguska Hotel.
I understand. I know how to handle it. Don't worry, Mr. Qin.
Zhao Lin smiled, bent down and spoke to Xin Hao. Although he witnessed Mr. Qin's inhuman ability in the box, no one who could reach his position was a fool.
Sometimes you have to learn to be blind in front of a big boss.
Otherwise, if you talk too much, you won't know how you died. After listening to Zhao Lin's words, Xin Hao nodded slightly. He wasn't worried that Zhao Lin would tell others what happened today.
Anyone who can reach his position is extremely smart.
There are some things that he knows how to deal with even if he doesn't tell him. Thinking of this, Xin Hao glanced at Zhao Lin, who was smiling, and walked towards the box where Li Qian was. After all, he came to the Tunguska Hotel to have dinner with Li Qian.
The incident between Han Hu and the man in black robe was just a small episode.
When he arrived at the door of the box where Li Qian was, he opened the door and saw that although the table was full of dishes, it seemed that they had never been touched. Xin Hao supported his little head with both hands, looked at Li Qian at the door, and smiled slightly.
"Qian, didn't you say you were hungry? Why don't you eat?"
Li Qian propped up her little head and looked at the door. She saw the light flashing in Xin Hao's beautiful eyes and flew towards Xin Hao. "I don't have much appetite when you're not around." Li Qian hugged Xin Hao, buried her little head in his arms, and rubbed him affectionately. When Xin Hao left just now, he looked very unhappy. Even though Li Qian looked at the delicious dishes on the table, she had no appetite as she was thinking about him all the time.
"Okay, now I'm back, let's eat."
Feeling the softness in his arms, Xin Hao touched Li Qian's head and pulled her to sit at the table. Li Qian rubbed her palm against Xin Hao's and nodded obediently. Xin Hao looked at Li Qian, who was eating in small bites, his eyes full of tenderness. Being able to meet her again and hold her in his arms again is the greatest luck in his life. Since he separated from Li Qian in high school, Xin Hao's biggest regret is that he was not brave enough to keep her. Now that he could be with her again, how could he not be doubly compassionate to her? You eat too, why don't you eat? After eating for a while, Li Qian looked up at him, picked up a big lobster and wanted to put it into Xin Hao's mouth. Xin Hao looked at the big lobster next to his mouth, glanced at Li Qian with a smile, and ate the lobster in one bite, while sucking Li Qian's greasy hand. Oh, it's so dirty. Li Qian pulled her hand out of Xin Hao's mouth, her pretty face slightly annoyed. What's the big deal? You're an old married couple, but you're still as shy as a little girl. Xin Hao rubbed Li Qian's hair and a faint smile appeared on his face. Huh, you mean, after being with me for a long time, you can do whatever you want to me without considering my feelings? After hearing what Xin Hao said, Li Qian wiped her hands with a tissue, her pretty little face full of unhappiness. After hearing this, Xin Hao was slightly stunned, and then quickly spoke to Li Qian. How could that be? I didn't say that. He didn't mean that. He couldn't bear to let Li Qian suffer any injustice. You didn't say that, but you meant it. Li Qian glanced at Xin Hao, who was a little flustered, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. After hearing this, Xin Hao glanced at Li Qian and wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Li Qian. Poochie, okay, I know you don't mean that, I was just teasing you. Xin Hao glanced at Xin Hao, who was about to say something, grabbed his hand, and burst out laughing. Okay, you tease me, look at the tickle. Xin Hao grabbed Li Qian, who was laughing, and tickled her with both hands. Ha 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 ha. I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Li Qian huddled in Xin Hao's arms, laughing like a silver bell and twisting her body around. If you know you are wrong, you must accept the punishment, so I will punish you. After hearing what Li Qian said, Xin Hao stopped tickling her and whispered something in her ear. Li Qian felt the warmth beside her ears, listened to Xin Hao's blushing and heart-pounding words, and gently hit him. I just keep thinking about these embarrassing things, Xin Hao interrupted Li Qian before she could finish her words. Don't want to? Then I will, hee hee. Xin Hao chuckled and pretended to tickle her again. When Li Qian saw Xin Hao extending his hand, she dodged to the side. I promise you. Just now you said you wouldn't do whatever you want to me without considering my feelings, but now you're doing this. Sure enough, all men are pigs. Snort. Li Qian turned her head away and snorted softly, her little mouth pouting so much that you could hang a bottle of oil on it. Okay, I was just teasing you. How could I bear to do something like that to you? Xin Hao touched Li Qian's head and said with a smile. If you want, it's not impossible. Anyway, I'm yours for the rest of my life. Li Qian glanced at Xin Hao, who had a smile on his face, and said with a slightly blushing face. Although what he just said made people blush and their hearts beat fast just by listening to it, it was not impossible for him to do so if he really wanted to. Anyway, she will rely on him for the rest of her life. After hearing Li Qian's words, Xin Hao's face lit up with joy and he reached out to hug her in his arms. Really, Qian, I love you so much. Come on, smell it. Get up and eat first. I'm so hungry. Li Qian opened the hand Xin Hao extended to her and started eating in small bites. Okay, let's eat first. After hearing what Li Qian said, Xin Hao smiled and watched Li Qian eat. You eat too. I'm not hungry. When Xin Hao thought about what Li Qian had promised him, he no longer had the heart to eat. He still remembers the refreshing feeling he had last time. Even if you're not hungry, you have to give me food. After saying that, Li Qian stuffed an unpeeled hairy crab into Xin Hao's mouth. Although she had already promised him that, she felt a little angry when she thought about the way he bullied her just now. He just knew how to bully such a delicate little girl. Xin Hao, with a foreign object in his mouth, was unable to speak. Chapter 72, The Abandoned Disciple of the Fong Family. After having dinner with Li Qian at the Tunguska Hotel, Xin Hao planned to drive home with Li Qian. But halfway through the journey, Xin Hao felt something was wrong. He seemed to be being followed. Xin Hao thought for a while, but couldn't figure out who was following him. After all, he has offended quite a few people these days. Although some idiots don't dare to do anything to him openly, they will inevitably use some disgusting methods in secret. Although he was afraid that those idiots would do something to him, he still had Li Chen by his side.
If anything happens and hurts Li Chen, those idiots will never be redeemed.
Thinking of this, Qinhao glanced at Li Chen, who was sitting in the car, putting on beautiful makeup. She looked as usual, and drove towards Li Chen's home. Koenigsegg sped all the way, and soon Qinhao arrived at Li Chen's house.
Xian, go home first.
I have some things to take care of. I'll be back later. Now that she is home, with the security of the Li family villa, ordinary people can no longer threaten Li Qian's safety. Qinhao planned to go and see who was the idiot who dared to follow him.
Ah? What do you want,
Before Li Qian could finish her words, a man covered in blood rolled in front of her.
Ah! Qinhao, save me!
Li Qian looked at the uncomfortable scene in front of her, her face turned pale, and she screamed and hid behind Qinhao. Qinhao protected Li Qian behind him and looked at the man wrapped in a black robe, covered in blood, who looked slightly familiar, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. The man lying on the ground, covered in blood, seemed to be the faceless man in black robe who had just escaped from the box.
If he doesn't take the medicine, there will be people who can fight him on equal terms. How come it became like this in just a short while?
However, no matter why the faceless man in black robe became like this, it had nothing to do with him. Thinking about this, Qinhao pulled Li Qian and prepared to leave. But before he had gone far, a faint voice suddenly came from behind Qinhao.
Ahem!
Fang Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood with some internal organs in it, and looked at Qinhao with a pleading look on her face.
Save me!
After saying this, Fang Xiao seemed to have used up all her strength and collapsed to the ground, barely breathing.
Li Chen, who was holding Qinhao's hand, heard Fang Xiao's words and turned around to look at Fang Xiao, who was barely breathing. He tugged at Qinhao's clothes, a trace of pity flashed across his face. Although she was frightened by the black-robed man who suddenly fell in front of her, covered in blood. But it just happened so suddenly that she was not mentally prepared at all. But now, seeing that the man in black robe looked like he was about to die, she, being kind-hearted, could not bear to see such a thing happen in front of her. Qinhao, who was about to leave, glanced at Li Qian who was pulling his clothes, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. The person who could turn this faceless man in black robe into this must be no simple person. It is unwise to offend such an unknown force for someone you are not very familiar with, or even someone you were hostile to not long ago. Therefore, Qinhao decided to ignore the faceless man in black robe who seemed to be about to die. Li Qian didn't say anything when she saw that Qinhao didn't save the black-robed man covered in blood. She was just overwhelmed with sympathy at the moment, and now she feels a little regretful when she thinks back on it. The man in black robe rolled in front of her covered in blood. Something terrifying must have happened. If Qinhao got into endless trouble because of her momentary overflow of sympathy, she would never forgive herself. After Li Qian took one last look at the dying man in black robe, she followed Qinhao. Bai Xiao looked at Qinhao and Li Qian who were gradually walking away, her eyes full of despair. Qinhao is the last person who can help her. If he just leaves like this, she will definitely die today.
Qinhao held Li Qian's hand and planned to go home with her to do what they loved. But before he took a few steps, a group of strong men in standard ancient costumes blocked Qinhao. Qinhao frowned and looked at the person blocking his way, his face slightly dark. The bearded man in the lead looked at Bai Xiao, who was lying on the ground and barely breathing, and raised his head and said to Qinhao, "Hand that thing over, kid." When he led his men to chase this woman just now, he did not feel what they were looking for, and this woman had been following this boy despite being seriously injured. This makes people suspect that this guy is an accomplice of that woman. However, this kid doesn't have a trace of true energy in his body and looks like an ordinary person. How could that woman be his accomplice? But with the mentality of preferring to kill someone by mistake rather than let him go, he did not intend to let Qinhao go. After all, that thing is really too important. Fang Xiao, who was lying on the ground, barely breathing, was slightly stunned when she heard the words of the bearded man. But then Fang Xiao's eyes turned slightly, and she shouted at Qinhao with all her strength. "Go quickly, don't worry about me, don't let that thing fall into their hands." After hearing this, Qinhao was stunned for a moment, protecting Li Qian behind him, and didn't have time to say anything. The bearded man's eyes lit up, and he shouted at the people behind him. "Sure enough, that thing is on this kid. Brothers, come together and grab that thing." After saying that, the bearded man and the group of people behind him rushed towards Qinhao. Seeing this, Qinhao didn't care about anything else. He pushed Li Qian away, walked quickly forward, and faced the bearded man. The bearded man looked at Qinhao who was walking quickly towards him, his face full of disdain. It seems that this kid who doesn't have any true energy dares to confront me head on. I'm afraid he is tired of living. Thinking of this, the bearded man sneered and casually swung his fist at Chin Hao, who was walking forward quickly. In his opinion, it would be tantamount to seeking death for this kid to confront him head on. But when his fists collided with Chin Hao's, the smile on his face suddenly froze, and then flew out like a broken bag. The big men in standard ancient costumes behind the bearded man who were about to attack Chin Hao were shocked when they saw the bearded man flying out like a broken bag, and they all stopped in their tracks. Their boss's strength was extremely terrifying, but this kid actually knocked his boss away with just one punch.
How terrifying must his strength be?
The bearded man who was knocked away by Chin Hao's punch lay on the ground coughing up blood, with shock in his eyes. This guy obviously looks like an ordinary person, but he can knock me away with one punch.
Could it be?
The bearded man glanced at Chin Hao with a look of horror as he thought of a possibility that made him tremble all over.
In the ancient martial arts world, some big figures with extremely high cultivation levels also look like ordinary people. This kid can't be.
Thinking of this possibility, the bearded man shouted at Chin Hao.
Boy, how dare you save the abandoned disciple of the Fong family?
Wait for our Fong family's revenge. Then, regardless of Chin Hao's response, he ran away crawling with a group of strong men in standard ancient costumes. This matter is not something he can handle, so he should let the bigwigs in the clan handle it.
Chapter 73 Ancient Martial Arts Family.
Chin Hao looked at the group of big men in classical costumes who were running away, and then looked at the faceless man in black robe who was lying on the ground and looking at him eagerly. A trace of doubt flashed across his face.
How could these worthless people seriously injure this faceless man in black robe?
After thinking for a while, Chin Hao felt that this was nothing short of a fantasy. This faceless man in black robe is able to fight with him in normal state. These scum who can't even take one punch from him can't possibly make this faceless man in black robe look like this. There must be someone else who could have made this faceless man in black robe into this state. While Chin Hao was thinking about this, Fang Xiao looked at Chin Hao and said to him weakly,
"Save me."
Chin Hao, who was thinking about some messy questions, frowned slightly when he heard Bai Xiao's words. Just as he was about to say something, Li Chen beside him tugged at his clothes. Just now, when Chin Hao was fighting with the bearded man, Li Chen's heart was in her throat.
It was obvious that those people were not easy to deal with. How could Chin Hao possibly beat them?
But what he didn't expect was that his boyfriend actually knocked the vicious-looking bearded man away with just one punch. But even though Chin Hao knocked the bearded man away with one punch, looking at the look on that man's face when he left, he would definitely not give up. Thinking about this in her mind, Li Chen wanted to say something to Chin Hao after pulling his clothes. But before she could say anything, she was interrupted by Chin Hao.
"I know what to do."
After saying that, he took out a red pill from his arms and walked towards Bai Xiao.
"This pill is one of the rewards for signing in today.
It has the effect of healing wounds and nourishing the spirit. It is just right for treating Fang Xiao, who is now seriously injured and dying." Fang Xiao looked at Chin Hao, who was slowly walking towards him, and a hint of joy flashed across her face.
"It looks like she is saved."
Chin Hao walked to Fang Xiao, helped her up, handed her the red pill, and said expressionlessly,
"If you want to live, swallow it yourself."
Fang Xiao took the red pill that Chin Hao handed over and swallowed it without hesitation.
She has become like this.
If Chin Hao wanted to kill her, there was no need to go to the trouble of using poison pills to harm her. After swallowing the scarlet pill, Fang Xiao felt the injuries in her body recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. She stared at Chin Hao in a daze, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "I thought it was extremely rare for this kid in front of me to possess the magical item that could increase longevity, but I didn't expect that he also had this enviable healing elixir."
Chin Hao looked at Fang Xiao, who was staring at him blankly, and said coldly, "Why are you standing there? Now that everything is alright, come with us and leave here."
Although the group of big men in standard ancient costumes were driven away by his punch, judging from the way they looked when they left, they would definitely not give up. They would not stay here and wait for those idiots to bring people to block him.
"Oh, okay."
After hearing Chin Hao's words, Fang Xiao felt that although her strength had not fully recovered, her body was not seriously injured, so she quickly got up from the ground. Seeing this, he took Li Qian's hand and walked towards her villa. When Fang Xiao saw Chin Hao leaving, she hurriedly followed him.
After walking for a while, Chin Hao and Li Qian drove Fang Xiao, who was still wrapped in a black robe, back home. After returning home, Chin Hao and Li Qian explained some things to Li Ziwen and Su Yuzhu, who were talking in the hall, and then took Fang Xiao to the guest room. Li Qian's parents are ordinary people, and if they knew some things, it would only add to their troubles.
Fang Xiao followed behind Qin Hao, looking up at him from time to time. Her strength has not yet fully recovered. If she meets the people from the Feng family who are outside again, she will most likely die. After all, before she escaped from the Feng family, she stole an extremely important thing from the Feng family, causing the Feng family to fall into great chaos. Now that the Feng family has recovered, even if she returns the thing, it will not end well. Before her strength recovers to its peak, she can only rely on the person in front of her to save her life. Thinking of this, Fang Xiao looked at Qin Hao deeply with a conflicted expression. Before, when those people from the Feng family were chasing her, she did some bad things to Qin Hao. If it weren't for her, Qin Hao might not have become enemies with the Feng family. It is not easy to ask him to save her life at this time. After all, if the girl next to him hadn't pulled him back, he wouldn't have planned to save her. Perhaps something had to give in order for him to keep her alive. Thinking of this, Fang Xiao gritted her teeth, looked up at Qin Hao again, and seemed to have made a difficult decision. Qin Hao brought Fang Xiao, who was thinking about all sorts of things, to the guest room. After everyone sat down, Qin Hao looked at the faceless man in black robe in front of him, his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. But before Qin Hao could say anything, Fang Xiao suddenly did something that shocked him. Fang Xiao tore off the faceless human skin mask that was stuck on her face, revealing her beautiful face, and looked at Qin Hao with a smile on her lips.
What's wrong? You don't really think I was born with no face or appearance, do you?
Qin Hao came back to his senses after hearing Fang Xiao's words, and then said to Fang Xiao, "Whether you were born faceless or you are like this now, it has little to do with me.
Let's talk about why you were hunted by those people."
The main reason why he saved the beautiful woman in front of him was that he wanted to know from her what the Feng family that the bearded man mentioned was like. After all, only by knowing both yourself and your enemy can you calmly deal with the so-called Feng family. It would not be wise to confront the bearded man head-on if you know nothing about the Feng family.
Fang Xiao was slightly stunned after hearing Qin Hao's words. This is different from what she had thought before.
In the past, any normal man would be fascinated by her beautiful face. Otherwise, she would not have been able to steal the extremely important sacred object from the Feng family. However, after being stunned for a while, Fang Xiao returned to normal. The most important thing now is to let Qin Hao save her life.
This is a long story, this. Fang Xiao's beautiful eyes turned slightly and she said to Qin Hao.
But before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Qin Hao.
Then I'll make it short.
Qin Hao glanced at Fang Xiao, who was deliberately keeping the secret, with a look of impatience. It's already this late, and this stupid woman is still trying to play tricks on him.
Isn't it because he's afraid that she'll be abandoned after getting the information she needs?
If he really had this in mind, he wouldn't have bothered to save her, and he could have used other methods to get the information he needed.
Fang Xiao looked at Qin Hao, who was impatient and hesitant. However, she finally told what she knew.
After listening to Fang Xiao's words, a subtle smile passed across Qin Hao's face.
Guwu Feng family. 5 surnames and 7 clans. I didn't expect that they were old acquaintances. Chapter 74 Boy, you are crazy.
From Fang Xiao, Qin Hao learned what the so-called Feng family was like. The last time he met the envoy of the 5 surnames and 7 sects, he thought that the 5 surnames and 7 sects were an ancient martial arts sect.
Unexpectedly, the 5 surnames and 7 sects are just a collective name for several ancient martial arts families and sects. The Feng family mentioned by the bearded man is one of the 5 surnames and 7 clans.
Although these 5 surnames and 7 clans are not the top forces in the ancient martial arts world, they should definitely not be underestimated. Thinking of this, Qin Hao looked at Fang Xiao, who looked at him anxiously after he finished speaking, with her thick brows slightly wrinkled.
Things seem to be a little tricky.
According to what this woman said, although the 5 surnames and 7 clans are not the top forces in the ancient martial arts world, they are not small and insignificant forces that can be manipulated at will. Among the 5 surnames and 7 clans, the Feng family is probably above average.
But even so, the Feng family is not someone Qin Hao can contend with now.
Moreover, he learned from Fang Xiao the strength ranking of the ancient martial arts world. The woman in front of him was probably at the level of bronze 9 stars at her peak, and Qin Hao could fight her on equal terms without taking drugs. The people in the Feng family were not the strongest, but if they were slightly weaker, even if Qin Hao took drugs, it would not be their match. Fang Xiao looked at Qin Hao, whose brows were furrowed and whose expression was apprehensive. He had had this expression ever since she told him about the Feng family's situation. He wasn't afraid that the Feng family wanted to hand him over directly, and then. Thinking of this, Bai Xiao looked at Qin Hao with his frown on his face, and the worry in her eyes became even more intense. If this is really the case, she really has no way to survive. So Fang Xiao glanced at Qin Hao, wanting to say something but stopping herself. But in the end, after thinking for a while, he said nothing. After thinking about it carefully, I seem to be worrying too much. Even if Qin Hao handed her over now, the Fang family would not let him go given their tyranny. After hearing what Bai Xiao said about the Fang family's situation, Qin Hao pondered for a while. Looking at Fang Xiao's changing expression, he said,
"How many people are there in the Fang family? Who is the strongest one?"
Although after hearing Fang Xiao talk about the Fang family's situation, he felt that things were a bit tricky. But now is not the time to dwell on these things.
There aren't many people from the Fang family here. In addition to the people I met before, there are probably dozens of people. The strongest one is probably about the same as me at my peak.
After all, for some reason, people who are too strong can't come here. If not for this, she wouldn't have escaped from the ancient martial arts world to here.
Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Fang Xiao's words.
He thought that the person from the Fang family who was chasing Fang Xiao was an extremely powerful person. After all, Fang Xiao's previous appearance of being seriously injured and dying made people think too much. I didn't expect that the most powerful person in the Fang family is a bronze 9-star. In this case, there is nothing to worry about. Before taking the medicine, he could fight Fang Xiao on equal terms. Now that the medicine is taken, he will not fight against the people of the Fang family. Thinking about this, Qin Hao stood up, told Fang Xiao to have a good rest, and then went out.
Fang Xiao looked at Qin Hao, who was walking away from the room without saying anything. Her strength hasn't fully recovered yet, so there's not much she can do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chased here by the bearded man whom he never even looked at in the eye in the past. After walking out of the guest room, Qin Hao planned to look for Li Qian. But before he had gone far, he heard a chaotic noise coming from the door of the villa.
"Sir, this is a private villa, you can't.
Get out of the way. How dare you stand in Master Fang's way?"
Immediately afterwards, a shrill scream reached Qin Hao's ears.
"Ah!"
Hearing this voice, Qin Hao frowned slightly and walked quickly towards the door. But just as he walked to the front yard, Qin Hao ran into Li Qian and Li Ziwen, a couple who were also preparing to rush to the door. Seeing this, Qin Hao was slightly stunned, then he winked at Li Qian, indicating Li Qian to take Li Ziwen and the others back. This is not a matter they can get involved in. Judging from the noise, it seems that the Fang family is outside causing trouble. These people in the ancient martial arts world regard ordinary people as ants, although he is not afraid of the so-called Fang family. But when he was confronting the Fang family, if Li Qian and the others were nearby, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen and he would not be able to protect them. When Li Qian saw Qin Hao giving her a wink, she immediately understood. After looking at Qin Hao with a worried look, he pulled Li Ziwen and the others back. When Qin Hao saw Li Qian taking Li Ziwen and the others back, he hurried to the door. When Qin Hao rushed to the door, he saw the bearded man who had just fled, surrounded by a greasy-haired young man who was arrogantly punching and kicking the man in a suit and sunglasses who was hiding in the corner. His face darkened and he quickly stepped forward and grabbed his hand.
"Stop!"
The bearded man sneered when he saw Qin Hao holding his hand.
"Ah, kid, you are really here. Where is that thing? Hand it over quickly. Maybe Master Fang will show mercy and let you go."
After saying that, the bearded man suddenly shook off Qin Hao's hand and retreated behind the greasy-haired young man.
"What? I don't know what you are talking about."
Qin Hao was puzzled when he heard what the bearded man said. Before, the bearded man asked a similar question and then punched him. However, Qin Hao then thought of what Fang Xiao had said before and vaguely understood what he was saying. The reason why that woman was hunted by the Fang family was probably because she stole something from them.
Fang Ming glanced at Qin Hao, who was looking puzzled, and raised his head with contempt in his eyes. "Boy, are you pretending to be stupid? Don't refuse my toast and drink the penalty wine. If..."
Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Hao.
"What if? What are you going to do to me if I don't hand that thing over?"
Qin Hao looked at Fang Ming with disdain and said in a cold voice.
"Boy, you are quite crazy."
"Okay, very good." After hearing Qin Hao's words, Fang Ming's face darkened, his aura suddenly changed, he stepped forward quickly, and suddenly punched Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked at the fist that was gradually getting bigger in his eyes, stood still, and casually swung his fist towards Fang Ming's fist.
Boom!
The collision of their fists created an extremely terrifying airwave.
Puff!
After a moment, the airwave dissipated, and Qin Hao still stood there motionless. However, Fong Ming sprayed out a dazzling line of blood in the air and shot backwards.
Mr. Fong.
When the bearded man saw Fong Ming suddenly shot backwards after exchanging punches with Qin Hao, he quickly stepped forward to catch Fong Ming. Qin Hao glanced at Fong Ming, who was spitting blood from his mouth, and frowned slightly.
How come this idiot with greasy hair and powdered face is so weak?
He seems to be only slightly stronger than that big man with whiskers.
Chapter 75. Don't come over here. Boy, how dare you treat Master Fong like this, you are done.
The bearded man held Fong Ming, whose mouth was bleeding, and yelled at Qin Hao.
This is the second young master of the Fong family.
His status among the younger generation of the Fong family is second only to the eldest young master, who was known as the Fong family's Qilin son. The second young master and the eldest young master are brothers from the same mother, and because of this blood relationship, the two brothers have a very good relationship.
Normally, he relies on his relationship as the eldest young master in the clan and can get whatever he wants. This kid in front of me actually dares to treat Mr. Fong like this. Isn't he afraid of revenge from the Fong family?
After hearing what the bearded man said, Qin Hao just laughed and said nothing. Instead, he looked unfriendly and walked quickly towards the bearded man. The bearded man looked at Qin Hao, who was walking forward with a look of fear in his eyes. He picked up Fong Ming, who had a bloody mouth, and called the group of strong men in standard ancient costumes who were retreating and looking at Qin Hao with the same look of fear in their eyes.
He shouted,
"Stop him, I'll take young Master Fong away first." After saying that, he hugged Fong Ming, who had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and ran away. After hearing what the bearded man said, those sturdy men in standard ancient costumes looked at each other, gritted their teeth, stopped where they were, and prepared to block Qin Hao. Although, with their strength, to stop Qin Hao is tantamount to using soft power in time. But if they just ran away like that, and let young Master Fong fall into this brat's hands, they would all suffer a bad ending.
This is the second young master of the Fong family, the younger brother of the Qiliner of the Fong family. If something unexpected happens here, one can imagine what will happen to them.
Qin Hao glanced at the greasy-haired young man with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and the bearded man running wildly, and sneered. Even these garbage in front of him wanted to stop him. It must be said that the bearded man was too naive. Qin Hao glanced at the group of big men in standard ancient costumes who were standing firmly in front of him despite their fear.
He moved slightly and kept shuttling among them.
After a while, this group of men in standard ancient costumes were lying on the ground wailing. After dealing with these annoying little shrimps, Qin Hao looked at the bearded man who was about to get into an orange Ferrari to escape after running for some distance, and smiled coldly. His body moved slightly, making a sound of breaking through the air, and he chased after the bearded man like a bullet. The bearded man heard the sound of breaking air behind him and looked back. When he saw Qin Hao approaching him rapidly, he was shocked. Although he didn't expect those men in standard ancient costumes to be able to stop Qin Hao, he didn't expect that Qin Hao could deal with that group of well-trained men in standard ancient costumes so quickly. You know, he put a lot of effort into training these men in standard ancient costumes.
Although their fighting power is not as good as those of the Fong family's real elite, not everyone can knock them down easily.
I didn't expect that this kid could knock down these big men in standard ancient costumes in such a short time. How could this big man with a curly beard not be shocked? But there is no point in worrying about these things at this time.
The most important thing now is how to escape from this kid.
If something unexpected happened to the second young master here, he would definitely not survive. Thinking of this, the bearded man walked even faster. But he and Qin Hao were both extremely powerful, and no matter how fast they ran, they could not outrun Qin Hao, who was running at full speed. After a while, the bearded man was caught up by Qin Hao and his way was blocked.
You don't come over here.
The bearded man looked at Qin Hao, who was standing in front of him, and kept backing away while holding Fong Ming. Looking at Qin Hao standing in front of him at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He shouldn't have been so rash as to instigate the second young master to cause trouble for Qin Hao. Although the second young master's strength is far superior to his, he is still far behind the eldest young master. If the young master was here today, perhaps the result would be different. But at this time, it was obviously too late to regret. After hearing what the bearded man said, Qin Hao glanced at the greasy-haired and powdered man in his arms, with a faint smile on his face, and slowly walked towards the bearded man who was retreating. Things between him and the Fong family have become so bad that they can no longer be resolved peacefully. Instead of begging for forgiveness from the Fong family in a servile manner, it would be better to give them a painful blow once and for all so that they would be afraid of him and would not dare to attack him easily. Besides, according to Fong Xiao, for some reason people who are too strong cannot come here, so he is even less afraid of the Fong family. Xin Hao slowly walked up to the bearded man, looked at him who was retreating with fear on his face, and raised his hand. After a moment, Xin Hao glanced at the bearded man wailing on the ground and the even paler man with greasy hair and powdered face, wiped the blood off his hands and turned away. After a while, Xin Hao returned to the door of Li Qian's villa and glanced at the big men in standard ancient costumes lying on the ground wailing, and winked at several men in suits and sunglasses hiding nearby.
Clean this up.
The men in sunglasses understood and quickly carried the men in standard ancient costumes who were lying on the ground wailing to another place. Seeing this, Xin Hao nodded and walked into Li Qian's villa. As soon as he arrived at the front yard, Xin Hao saw Li Qian leaning against the door, looking forward to something.
Qian. Xin Hao smiled and waved to her. Xin Hao.
When Li Qian heard Xin Hao's call, she hurriedly trotted towards Xin Hao. Xin Hao caught Li Qian who was flying towards him and touched her hair.
I'm sorry for making you worry. It's okay, I'm glad you're back.
Li Qian buried herself in Xin Hao's arms, rubbed him, and said gently. Just now when Xin Hao asked her to bring her parents back, she had a vague guess in her heart that those people at the door were most likely the group that chased the woman in black yesterday. Those people are not easy to deal with, even though they were beaten away by Xin Hao yesterday.
But since they dared to cause trouble today, they must be well prepared. What would she do if anything happened to Xin Hao?
Fortunately, Xin Hao came back safe and sound.
Well, let's go in.
After Xin Hao and Li Qian spent some time together, they prepared to go back. But before Xin Hao took a few steps, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Xin Hao took out his cell phone and saw that the caller ID was by Yue. He glanced at Li Qian, who was lying in his arms with a sweet look on her face, and hung up the phone.
But after a while, the phone rang again.
Xin Hao frowned and prepared to hang up the phone. At this moment, Li Qian saw Xin Hao preparing to take charge of the phone call again, and said to Xin Hao in a cute voice.
Why don't you answer the phone? What if they have something important to say? It's nothing, just a harassing call.
Xin Hao glanced at Li Qian with a somewhat flustered look in his eyes. Li Qian looked at Xin Hao suspiciously and snatched the phone from him when he wasn't paying attention.
If it's a harassing call, why do you have that expression? Let me see who's calling. Chapter 76 by Family Birthday Banquet.
When Xin Hao saw that his phone was snatched away by Li Qian, his expression changed slightly. When he raised his hand to grab it back, Li Qian pressed the answer button. Seeing this, Xin Hao wiped his face and stopped what he was doing. He knew very well what Bai Yue was thinking of him. If he said something bad to Li Qian on the phone, he would probably have a bad day today.
Hey, what do you want to do with Xin Hao?
After answering the phone, Li Qian spoke to Bai Yue in a slightly cold voice. After snatching the phone from Xin Hao, his expression turned slightly unhappy when he saw that the caller ID clearly showed a woman's name. However, she just looked at Xin Hao with a little dissatisfaction and said nothing more. She believed that Xin Hao would not do anything to let her down, but even though she thought so in her heart, she still felt a little uncomfortable after hearing the female voice on the other end of the phone. Xin Hao can only be hers, and no one can take him away from her.
You must be Li Qian, right? I have to thank you for saving my grandfather on the street last time.
After hearing Li Qian's voice, Bai Yue was stunned for a while and said to Li Qian. After hearing Li Qian's voice, Bai Yue thought for a while and guessed that the woman on the other end of the phone was most likely Xin Hao's girlfriend.
However, he did not say anything bad to Li Qian in a sarcastic way.
Although she likes Xin Hao obviously cares more about Li Qian now. If she gets jealous of Li Qian and causes trouble for Xin Hao, it will only make Xin Hao hate her more and more. She is not a fool and will not do such a thing that harms others and does not benefit herself.
Last time on the street? Oh, it's you. What do you want to talk to Xin Hao about?
After listening to Bai You's words, Li Qian was stunned for a while before she remembered who was calling her.
It's like this, today is my grandfather's 60th birthday, I want to invite Xin Hao to attend my grandfather's birthday party.
After hearing what Li Qian said, Bai Yue said to Li Qian with a smile. This time she called Xin Hao not to talk to him about private matters. So when Li Qian asked her, she thought for a while and then told Li Qian the reason why she called Xin Hao this time.
Is that so? Then I'll ask him if he has time.
After saying that, Li Qian looked at Xin Hao, who looked a little nervous.
That woman named Bai Yue said that today is her grandfather's 60th birthday. Do you want to go?
After hearing Li Qian's words, Xin Hao observed her expression and found nothing unusual.
He said casually. It's up to you.
After hearing what Li Qian said, to be honest, Xin Hao didn't really want to attend Mr. Bai's birthday party. The reason for this was not that he had any opinion about Mr. Bai. After all, judging from the last contact with Mr. Bai, he is a good person. But Bai Yuiwei had that kind of feeling for him if he came to her at this time. It would be bad if Bai Yuiwei did the same thing to him again like last time, and he lost control and did something to let Li Chen down. Well, okay, since you said so, then go ahead. Li Chen glanced at Qin Hao, who looked casual, and said to him nonchalantly. What did you say? Qin Hao thought Li Chen would not let him go, but he didn't expect her to agree. What? Are you surprised? Do you think I won't let you go? Am I such a stingy person? Snort. Li Chen looked at Qin Hao, who was surprised after hearing her words. She is not such a stingy person. She has great confidence in Qin Hao. No matter how charming the vixen outside is, he will never leave her. Thinking of this, Li Chen said something to Bai Yuiwei on the other end of the phone and hung up. Qin Hao stared at Li Chen blankly and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he was interrupted by Li Chen before he could finish his words. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and get ready. If you go too late, others will be unhappy. Oh, well, then you. Qin Hao glanced at Li Chen, who looked like she was urging him, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. If Li Chen went with him, then it would make sense for her to magnanimously agree to let Bai Yuiwei attend her grandfather's birthday party. Otherwise, if Li Chen didn't go and he went alone, he would inevitably feel a little nervous. After all, women often say one thing and mean another. They may say no, but in their hearts they hope that you can see through their arrogance. I won't go, you go. I'm not very familiar with Bai Yuiwei, so there won't be much to talk about if I go there. Besides, they only invited you to go on the phone, but didn't invite me. Qin Hao looked at Li Chen, who looked nonchalant, and wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, Li Chen pushed him out. Go quickly, or people will say something if you go too late. After saying that, Li Chen didn't even look at Qin Hao and went back on her own. Qin Hao glanced at Li Chen's back, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You say one thing and mean another. You clearly don't want me to attend Bai Yuiwei's grandfather's birthday party, but you still pretend to be magnanimous. Qin Hao stood at the door of Li Chen's villa, watched Li Chen's back gradually disappear from his sight, then turned and left. After walking for a while, Li Chen suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Hao's back as he walked out. Her red lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she just looked at Qin Hao's gradually walking away back for a while and said nothing. She suddenly felt a little regretful that she had so generously agreed to Qin Hao's invitation to attend Bai Yuiwei's grandfather's birthday party. Bai Yuiwei is a very beautiful woman, and her figure is even fuller than hers. If that slut took the initiative to seduce Qin Hao and Qin Hao couldn't control himself, then she would be considered a fool who was trying to cheat on him. However, the words had already been spoken, and she couldn't call Qin Hao back at this time. If she called Qin Hao back at this time, wouldn't that mean she was a stingy and bad woman? After doing this, although Qin Hao would not say anything, he would definitely be unhappy in his heart. After all, in front of outsiders, men hope that their women will be obedient and docile to them. Calling Qin Hao back at this time is obviously telling others that Qin Hao is just a neglected person at home. She couldn't bear to see others looking at him in such a strange way. Thinking of this, Li Chen looked at Qin Hao deeply, then turned around and went back to the villa. After being pushed out of the villa by Li Chen, Qin Hao drove his Koenigsegg all the way to Naguihai City. Chapter 77 Uninvited Guests. Qin Hao was driving on Guihai Expressway, and he couldn't help laughing when thinking about Li Chen's magnanimous attitude just now. She was obviously not very willing for him to attend Bai Yuiwei's grandfather's birthday party, but she pretended to be magnanimous and pushed him out. How cute. Thinking of this, Qin Hao's lips curled up slightly, with a faint smile on his face. However, when he thought about meeting Bai Yuiwei, who gave him a headache, the smile on Qin Hao's face gradually disappeared. Bai Yuiwei is a beauty of the same level as Li Chen, but now she is no longer the fool who was deeply hurt by the bad woman Lu Mei before she was with Li Chen. He couldn't control himself when he saw a woman who was even slightly pretty. Now that he had embraced the love of his life again, it was difficult for him to have room for another woman in his heart. But having said that, that woman Bai Yuiwei is really annoying. He had already told her so clearly not to have such wishful thinking. But she still pretended to know nothing, like a dogskin plaster, sticking it on him whenever she saw him, which gave Qin Hao a headache. Although he and Bai Yuiwei were not very familiar with each other, he could not do anything about her behavior, which annoyed him so much. Besides, Bai Yuiwei is just annoying sometimes. Most of the time, she is still very nice. As long as she doesn't go too far, just let her be. Thinking about this in his mind, Shinhao drove the car and rushed all the way to Bai Yoyue's house. After a while, Shinhao arrived at Bai Yoyue's villa. Just after getting off the car and preparing to get the birthday gift prepared for Mr. Bai, Shinhao heard a familiar voice calling out.
Shinhao, here.
In the Bai family villa where guests gathered, Bai Yoyue stood at the door, looked at Shinhao who had just got out of the car, and waved at him. Shinhao was slightly stunned when he heard this slightly familiar voice, but it was only a slight daze. He took the birthday gift prepared for Mr. Bai and walked towards Bai Yoyue with a smile on his face. Although he was a little annoyed with Bai Yoyue who was obsessed with making him fall at her feet, he couldn't just keep hiding from her since they were already here. When Shinhao walked up to Bai Yoyue, he handed her the birthday gift and said to her with a smile.
Why are you here? Logically speaking, today is Mr. Bai's birthday banquet. As the host, Bai Yoyue should be entertaining the guests inside and is unlikely to appear here. I'm waiting for you.
Bai Yoyue looked at Shinhao, who was smiling, with sparkling eyes, and said as if it was a matter of course.
After Li Qian hung up the phone, she thought Li Qian would come with Shinhao.
She was ready to have a big fight with Li Qian. But when she saw that only Shinhao came out of the car, she was so happy. Ever since Shinhao left last time, Bai Yoyue always thinks of him when she is bored. At that time, Bai Yoyue knew that she might really fall in love with Shinhao. Although, she didn't have much contact with Shinhao and didn't know him very well. But she just fell in love with him.
After all, there are not so many reasons to like someone. It's nothing more than meeting the right person at the right time.
If I haven't seen him for a long time, I would feel empty inside, wondering what he is doing now and whether he misses me.
Wait for me, you.
Shinhao looked at Bai Yoyue, whose eyes were sparkling and who looked as if it was a matter of course, and wanted to say something. Although, he also knew that with his stunning beauty, any normal woman would have some thoughts about him after seeing him. But he is already taken, so Shinhao wants to persuade Bai Yoyue to give up those unrealistic ideas. But before Shinhao could say anything, Bai Yoyue pulled him inside, muttering something.
Hey, don't stand here like an idiot. After you left last time, my grandfather kept asking when you would come back.
At this point, Bai Yoyue's pretty face turned slightly red, as if she thought of something very embarrassing. Thinking of what his grandfather said to him last time, Bai Yoyue felt shy.
How could there be a grandfather who would send his granddaughter away like this?
Even though she liked Shinhao very much. However, Shinhao didn't like her as much as she liked him, so how could he say those words? Shinhao glanced at Bai Yoyue, whose face suddenly turned red while she was speaking.
She was shy and just smiled and said nothing. His grandfather keeps talking about when he will come again.
I think it's you, little girl, who is thinking about when I will come again. Bai Yoyue pulled Shinhao through the noisy front yard and brought him to the relatively quiet backyard. Although today is Mr. Bai's birthday party, due to his old age and poor health, there are relatively few people in the backyard. Only a few people are talking to Mr. Bai, who is wearing birthday clothes and smiling.
Grandpa, Shinhao is here.
Li Chen pulled Shinhao to Mr. Bai and shouted at him. When Bai Luyuan heard this, he turned around and saw Shinhao being held by Bai Yoyue's hand. With the help of the people beside him, he walked towards Shinhao and wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, a young man in a suit and tie suddenly ran in a panic.
Grandpa, this is bad, those people are here again, this.
But before he could finish his words, a beautiful middle-aged woman who was supporting Bai Luyuan changed her expression and shouted at the young man in a suit. Who's here? If you have something to say, speak slowly. Why are you so flustered? The young man in a suit ignored the words of the beautiful middle-aged woman.
Instead, he walked quickly to Bai Luyuan's side and whispered something in his ear.
After hearing what the young man in a suit said, Bai Luyuan's face darkened. He smiled and said sorry to Shinhao, then walked towards the front yard with the help of the young man in a suit. And those people who were chatting with Bai Luyuan just now stared blankly for a while, their faces slightly darkened.
Bai Luyuan, who was rushing to the front yard, also hurriedly followed him.
Bai Yoyue looked at this scene, her face turned panicky, and she quickly let go of Shinhao's hand and followed Bai Luyuan to the front yard. After hearing what the young man in a suit said, she thought about it for a while and knew who he was talking about.
Those people are not easy to deal with. If Grandpa gets angry at them, the Bai family will be really finished.
Shinhao frowned slightly as he looked at Bai Yoyue and old man Bai who were rushing to the front yard.
The Bai family is in trouble again this time, and it seems to be very tricky.
Otherwise, Mr. Bai would not have hurried out after listening to the words of the young man in a suit. Thinking of this, Shinhao followed Bai Yoyue and the others and walked towards the front yard. He wanted to see who could have turned the Bai family into this state.
Chapter 78. I'll take charge of this.
After Qinhao followed Bai Yueyue and the others to the front yard, he saw that the front yard, which was originally full of guests and a little noisy, was now filled with a group of people who were talking about something to a tall young man wearing sunglasses and who was stroking his chest.
I hope you won't be ungrateful, old man. I am being kind by speaking to you so politely now.
Your Bai family has offended a big shot in Kyoto.
I advise you to seriously consider what I say. Otherwise, your Bai family will probably be expelled from Guihai City. A young man wearing sunglasses held his head high and spoke to Bai Luyuan arrogantly.
Bai Luyuan, supported by Bai Yueyue, was so angry that his face turned red as he shouted at the arrogant young man in sunglasses.
Don't even think about it. Even if my Bai family is removed from Guihai City, we will not agree to your request.
What a joke! You want him to sell all the properties of the Bai family at a price lower than 90% of the market value.
Do you think Bai Luyuan is old and confused? And that's not all.
The so-called big shot in Kyoto actually wanted her precious granddaughter to marry him.
That was simply wishful thinking.
Not to mention that he already has a favorite candidate for his grandson-in-law. Even if he doesn't, he can't push his precious granddaughter into the fire pit. That so-called big shot in Kyoto, although he was the son of one of Kyoto's top wealthy families, was actually just a playboy who only cared about eating, drinking and having fun. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the key is that the so-called big shot in Kyoto is a playboy who is sentimental. Even he, who is not involved in the Beijing circle, knows a lot about his bad deeds.
How could he bear to marry his precious granddaughter to such a guy as Zaza? The tall young man wearing sunglasses laughed after hearing Bai Luyuan's words, with disdain on his face.
Ha, old man, you better think about it.
If you don't agree to the conditions of that big shot, your Bai family will. Having said that, the tall young man wearing sunglasses just smiled coldly and didn't say anything else.
He has made it very clear it is up to the Bai family to decide what to choose.
Anyway, if this old guy doesn't want the Bai family to be removed from Guihai City, the final result will be the same. The more fiercely you resist now, the more miserable your future will be.
Thinking of this, the tall young man wearing sunglasses looked at Bai Luyuan coldly, his eyes full of contempt.
Old man, this is your last chance. If you don't treat me like that, I will come to your Bai family in person this afternoon. If you are still as stubborn as you are now, you can't blame anyone.
After saying that, the tall young man wearing sunglasses left with his younger brothers behind him without waiting for Bai Luyuan to say anything.
Bai Luyuan watched the tall young man gradually walking away. His breathing became rapid and his face turned pale and blue. After a while, he felt dizzy and passed out.
Grandfather!
Bai Yueyue, who was supporting Bai Luyuan, saw Bai Luyuan faint.
Her face turned pale and she screamed in shock. Then, with the help of the Bai family, Bai Luyuan was sent to the hospital.
Guihai City, Jingya Hospital, high-end VIP ward. Qinhao looked at Bai Yueyue, who was holding the hand of Bai Luyuan, who was still in a coma, with a worried look on his face, and sighed slightly in his heart.
The Bai family has really suffered many disasters. Although they are the richest family in Guihai City, they have encountered so many things in a short period of time. It is amazing that they have not collapsed. Bai Yueyue held Bai Luyuan's hand, her face full of worry, and turned to Qinhao and said,
Qinhao, do you think Grandpa will?
Having said this, Bai Yueyue suddenly stopped talking. If my grandfather suddenly passed away, given the current situation of the Bai family, I'm afraid that even without the so-called big shot from Kyoto taking action, the other wealthy families in Guihai City would tear the Bai family to pieces. When she thought of this possibility, Bai Yueyue became even more panicked, and she looked at Qinhao and wanted to say something. But before she could finish her words, Qinhao interrupted her. Don't worry, Mr. Bai just fainted from anger, it's nothing serious. Qinhao glanced at Bai Luyuan who was still in a coma, and comforted Bai Yueyue who was worried. He had just used a basic rejuvenation technique to treat Bai Luyuan, and he believed that it wouldn't be long before old man Bai would wake up. However, he couldn't say these words to Bai Yueyue, so he could only comfort Bai Yueyue in this way. But Bai Yueyue felt a lot more relieved after hearing what Qinhao said, but looking at Bai Luyuan who was still in a coma, she was worried and wanted to say something else. However, before he could finish his words, Bai Luyuan, who was lying on the hospital bed, moved his finger slightly, groaned, and opened his eyes. Bai Yueyue was about to say something to Qinhao when she heard the movement from Bai Luyuan. The worry on her face instantly disappeared and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise.
Grandpa, you're awake.
Bai Luyuan glanced at Bai Yueyue, whose eyes were full of surprise, and forced a smile on his face and said to Bai Yueyue.
Hee hee, I'm sorry to have made you worried. Grandpa, why are you saying all this? As long as you are safe and sound, that's all that matters. Bai Yuiwa looked at Bai Luyuan, whose face was pale and who was trying hard to force a smile, and her eyes were filled with heartache. Bai Luyuan wanted to say something but was interrupted by Bai Yuiwa. Bai Yuiwa helped Bai Luyuan cover himself with the quilt, looked at him with concern and said, Grandpa, you are still very weak, don't talk too much, Xinhao and I will go out first. After saying that, Bai Yuiwa pulled Xinhao, who was watching quietly on the side, out of the ward. Now that her grandfather had woken up, she felt relieved. Now there is a more important matter that needs to be resolved. She heard every word the tall man in sunglasses said before he left. If we don't find a way to resolve this issue as soon as possible, the Bai family might really be removed from Guihai City. And now the only one who can help the Bai family is Xinhao. After all, the eldest son of the Su family in Kyoto is as obedient as a pug in front of Xinhao. However, I don't know whether Xinhao is willing to help the Bai family. Thinking of this, Xinhao glanced at Xinhao, her red lips moved slightly, and she was about to say something when she was interrupted by Xinhao. No need to say more, Xinhao, will take care of your Bai family's affairs. When Xinhao was at the Bai family before, he understood the current situation of the Bai family. He was just a fool from a wealthy family in Kyoto. To him, he was just an idiot who could be crushed to death with ease. He even beat up people from the 5 surnames and 7 clans, so how could he be afraid of a so-called wealthy family in Kyoto? Besides, he also had his own purpose in helping Bai Yuiwa. He wanted to verify some things with those wealthy families in Kyoto. The secular world is not peaceful right now. Ancient warriors who rarely appeared in the past are now pouring into the secular world. He always felt a little uncomfortable until he figured out the reason. Chapter 79 Let your master come over here. After listening to Xinhao's words, Bai Yuiwa glanced at Xinhao, who looked indifferent, and her pretty face was full of surprise. Originally, she thought Xinhao would not agree to her request, but she did not expect that Xinhao would agree so easily. This was really beyond her expectations. After all, her relationship with Xinhao was not as close as that with Li Qian. When I think about how Xinhao helped the Bai family out of difficulties several times with almost no compensation, Bai Yuiwa felt very embarrassed. He always helped the Bai family without asking for anything in return, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. Although, perhaps these things are just trivial matters to him. But for the Bai family, any of these things would be a major event that could cause serious damage to the Bai family, or even completely eliminate them from Guihai City. If she just accepted his help without making any gesture, it would seem that her Bai family was too ignorant of the current situation. Thinking of this, Bai Yuiwa glanced at Xinhao and wanted to say something. But after thinking for a while, Bai Yuiwa said nothing. The gap between the Bai family and Xinhao is as huge as the fireflies on the ground and the bright moon in the sky. Some things that seem very precious to her may just be ordinary things in his eyes. Thinking of this in her heart, Bai Yuiwa lowered her head secretly, and felt even more guilty towards Xinhao. He helped the Bai family many times almost free of charge, but the Bai family did not show any appreciation at all. How could Bai Yuiwa not feel guilty about this? Xinhao glanced at Bai Yuiwa, who lowered her head secretly with a guilty look on her face, as if he knew what she was thinking. He patted her shoulder and said to her casually, Don't think too much. I help the Bai family for my own reasons. Besides, these things are nothing to me. Bai Yuiwa felt even more guilty when she heard what Xinhao said. He didn't say this to comfort her, even though the wealthy family in Kyoto was nothing in his eyes. However, given the relationship between them, he could also choose not to help the Bai family. But after hearing what she said, he agreed without hesitation. Thinking about this, Bai Yuiwa raised her head slightly and wanted to say something to Xinhao. Xinhao treated the Bai family like this, and the Bai family had no way to repay him. Perhaps the only way they could repay him was in some special way. Bai Yuiwa thought about this and glanced at Xinhao secretly. Her pretty face turned slightly red and her red lips moved slightly. But before she could say anything, the cell phone in her bag suddenly rang. Bai Yuiwa glanced at Xinhao and said nothing more. She answered the call and turned on the speakerphone. The call was from her cousin. It was definitely not a good thing to call her at this time. Sure enough, as soon as the call was connected, a male voice came over. Cousin, those people are here again. They specifically want to see you. Don't come back now. Wait until they leave. But before he could finish his words, a noisy shouting and cursing came from the other end. Boy, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. Hurry up and get your sister back.
Otherwise, if young Master Su is unhappy, your Bai family will be expelled from Guihai City today.
That's right, stop wasting time and get your sister back.
Several fierce male voices and the sounds of punching and kicking reached Bai Youyue's ears.
Give up on this idea. My sister is no longer in Guihai City. Even if my Bai family is expelled from Guihai City today, I will not let you hurt my sister. Bai Youyue's cousin endured the pain in his body and looked at the ferocious-looking man in a suit in front of him, his eyes full of disapproval. After hearing this, the anger in the eyes of the men in suits grew even more intense. After a sinister laugh, they kicked even more fiercely. After a while, the screams of Bai Youyue's cousin reached her ears. Bai Youyue's face turned red and he gasped for breath as he listened to his cousin's screams. Just as he was about to say something, the phone was hung up for some unknown reason. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Bai Youyue gripped the phone tightly, her knuckles turning white, and looked at Qinhao, wanting to say something. But before she could say anything, Qinhao grabbed her hand and walked out of the hospital. Bai Youyue did not avoid him when she answered the phone just now. She turned on the speakerphone, and he heard everything that happened on the other end of the phone clearly. Guihai City, Bai Family Villa.
Bai Youyue got out of the car and saw a group of men in suits and sunglasses blocking the door of her house, punching and kicking a young man with a bruised face. She quickly stepped forward, pushed away one of the men in sunglasses who was kicking the most violently, and stood in front of the young man with a bruised face.
Stop!
Bai Youyue protected the young man with a bruised face and nose, and shouted at the man in a suit and sunglasses with a fierce look on his face. The fierce-looking men in suits and sunglasses glanced at Bai Youyue, who was protecting the bruised young man, and did not say anything.
Instead, they took a step back and made way.
In the morning, the tall young man walked out from behind the men in suits and sunglasses with his head held high.
Hey, Miss Bai, you are finally here. Come on, let's go and meet Master Su.
After saying this, the tall young man waved to the men in suits and sunglasses around him. The men in suits and sunglasses understood, grinned fiercely, and reached out to grab Bai Youyue. But before they could touch Bai Youyue, Qinhao stood in front of Bai Youyue and casually pushed away the men in suits and sunglasses.
Those men in suits and sunglasses were just ordinary people.
Although Qinhao just pushed them away casually without using much force, they still took a few steps back and sat down on the ground. The tall young man glanced at the men in suits and sunglasses sitting in a row on the ground with an unpleasant expression. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. There are some people you cannot afford to offend. Qinhao glanced at the tall young man with a slightly disdainful look and did not respond to his words. He just smiled at him.
Ha, I can't afford to offend you. How dare you, a dog of the Su family, speak to me like this? You really don't know how to live or die. Not to mention you, even your master wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Boy, how dare you?
After hearing Qinhao's words, the tall young man's eyes widened, as if he had heard something shocking, and opened his mouth to say something.
His master is the Su family, one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto. How could this kid be so arrogant as to dare to say such words? But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qinhao.
Okay, I won't waste my words with you. Go back and tell your master that Qinhao wants to see him for something, and tell him to come over here as soon as possible. Qinhao looked at the tall young man with a shocked expression and waved his hand casually. Unexpectedly, the people who were causing trouble for the Bai family were his old acquaintances, the Su family in Kyoto. So what he wanted to verify was almost certain to happen. After all, the Su family has some contact with the ancient martial arts world, and perhaps they can get some information from them.
Chapter 80, Unraveling the Mystery.
The tall young man looked at Qinhao, who seemed to look down on the Su family, with a gloomy expression. He was unsure whether this young man was ignorant or really didn't take the Su family seriously. After all, although the Su family is one of the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto, it is not the top one among the top 10 wealthy families in Kyoto.
Even the Su family can't afford to offend those top wealthy families in Kyoto. Could this young man be a descendant of one of those top wealthy families?
The tall young man looked at Qinhao, who was looking at him with disdain and gradually becoming impatient, and his face was hesitant. However, the tall young man only hesitated for a moment and then left with his younger brothers. He was just doing something for a big shot in the Su family for money. If this guy was really a scion of one of the top wealthy families in Kyoto, he would not dare to offend him. But before the tall young man had walked far, a handsome man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked towards him.
Niu Diao, how is the work I asked you to do going?
Su Hu looked at the tall young man and said. Niu Diao looked at Su Hu with an embarrassed expression, then glanced at Qin Hao behind him, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Su Hu looked at the ox eagle's appearance and his face turned a little ugly. He didn't expect that the bull sculpture could mess up such a small matter of his. He glanced at the bull sculpture with an embarrassed look on its face and wanted to say something. But before he could finish his words, when he saw Qin Hao behind the ox sculpture, his face turned pale and he turned around and wanted to leave.
He didn't expect to meet Qin Hao, this evil star, in Guihai City.
He still remembers what Qin Hao did to him at Su's house. Qin Hao looked at Su Hu, who was pale and about to leave, with a faint smile on his face.
Wait, Su Hu, where are you going? You didn't even say hello to my old friend when you saw him. He didn't expect that the one causing trouble for the Bai family was this idiot Su Hu. Su Hu, who was about to leave, stiffened slightly when he heard Qin Hao's words. He turned around reluctantly, trotted to Qin Hao, and said with an apologetic smile, "Mr. Qin, why are you here?" Su Hu looked at Qin Hao with a faint smile on his face. Although he was reluctant to face Qin Hao again, he did not dare to go against Qin Hao's wishes and slip away from under Qin Hao's nose. "I came to attend a birthday party at my friend's house, but something happened and the party didn't take place. I stayed to help deal with it." Qin Hao looked at Su Hu, who was smiling apologetically, and pointed at Bai Yue standing beside him. When Su Hu heard this, he glanced at Bai Yue, who kept stealing glances at Qin Hao. His legs softened and he hugged Qin Hao and cried, "Master Qin, I was wrong. If I knew that the eldest daughter of the Bai family was your woman, you would never dare to have any improper thoughts about Miss Bai even if you gave me more courage." He is not a fool. The way the eldest lady of the Bai family looks at Qin Hao clearly shows that she is interested in Qin Hao. Combined with what Qin Hao just said, the relationship between Bai Yue and Qin Hao is obviously unusual. If he knew that the eldest daughter of the Bai family was Qin Hao's woman, he would never have dared to force the Bai family and treat Bai Yue like that. After hearing this, Qin Hao looked at Su Hu, who was hugging his legs and crying, and wanted to explain something. He and Bai Yue are just ordinary friends, and he has his own reasons for taking on this task. But before he could say anything, he felt something soft in his arms. After hearing what Su Hu said, Bai Yue quickly stepped forward, let Qin Hao's hand fall between the two big balls, and looked down at the howling Su Hu. Qin Hao looked at Bai Yue, who had two big balls wrapped around his hands, and wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. He could roughly guess what Bai Yue was thinking. She did this not to take advantage of him when he was not paying attention, but to use his power to stabilize the Bai family's position in Guihai City. After all, today's incident has caused quite a stir. If nothing unexpected happens, the major wealthy families in Guihai City will have different reactions to the Bai family after today's incident is over. Seeing that Qin Hao did not reject her like last time, Bai Yue raised the corners of her mouth slightly and leaned on Qin Hao's shoulder with a sweet smile on her face. She was so happy that Qin Hao did not push her away like he did last time. This showed that she still had a little status in Qin Hao's heart. Thinking of this, Bai Yue's smile became even sweeter. One day, the girl beside him will not be that little girl Li Chen, but the girl who can give everything for him. Thinking of this in her mind, Bai Yue raised her head slightly. Qin Hao's angular profile was reflected in her beautiful eyes, and her face was tinged with an alluring blush. Qin Hao pulled up Su Hu, who was hugging his legs and crying, with a slightly helpless look on his face. How could this idiot be so cowardly? He fell to his knees before he could do anything to him. "I don't want you to do anything this time. Just spit out all the food you've eaten from the Bai family, including the money and interest. Also, come with me. I want to ask you something." After saying that, without waiting for Su Hu to say anything, he pulled his hand out from Bai Yue's big breasts and walked towards the Bai family villa. He helped Bai Yue this time just out of convenience, and the most important thing was that he wanted to verify some things. Although, he had some guesses about some things. After listening to Qin Hao's words, Su Hu waved to the people behind him and followed Qin Hao into the Bai family villa. In the Bai family villa, Qin Hao looked at Su Hu, who was a little fidgety, and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I told you that as long as you return the money you took from the Bai family with interest, I won't do anything to you." "I understand, Mr. Qin." After hearing what Qin Hao said, Su Hu forced a smile. Having said that, Su Hu still didn't dare to do anything in front of Qin Hao. When Qin Hao saw Su Hu like this, he didn't say anything. He just glanced at Bai Yue, who was sitting next to him with a relieved look on her face, and motioned for her to go out. There are some things that are better not to be known to Bai Yue. Seeing this, Bai Yue didn't say anything and walked out with a little resentment.
After seeing Bai Yuiwei go out, Xinhao looked at Su Hu with a smile, stood up and walked to his side. Su Hu looked at Xinhao, who was standing beside him with a smile on his face, and felt a little frightened. After a moment, Xinhao glanced at Su Hu, whose face was slightly pale, and walked out. He just wanted to ask Su Hu some questions. Was it necessary to scare this idiot like this? However, although there were some twists and turns in the process of questioning Su Hu, he learned from Su Hu why a large number of people from the ancient martial arts world poured into the secular world. Xinhao took out a life-improving pill from the small porcelain bottle, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Ha, it's really interesting.
The life-enhancing pills that I ate as candy beans are actually so precious in the eyes of those people in the ancient martial arts world.
Chapter 81: The Unwelcome Visitor.
Xinhao looked at the life-enhancing pill in his hand and thought about what Su Hu had just said, and couldn't help but laugh. In his opinion, this life-improving pill was just a useless little thing. Apart from some special features when swallowed for the first time and the fact that it could increase one's lifespan after swallowing it, there was nothing special about it. Normally he used this life-repairing pill as a healing pill to replenish his energy, but how come it became a treasure in the eyes of these people in the ancient martial arts world?
Is it because this life-enhancing pill can make people live longer than ordinary people after swallowing it, that those people in the ancient martial arts world regard this life-enhancing pill as a divine object? This is somewhat confusing. After coming out of the Furuan mountain ruins and seeing many magical creatures that he had never seen before, in Xinhao's eyes, those people in the ancient martial arts world are almost the same as the immortals in the immortal cultivation novels he had read before. Why are you still worrying about your lifespan? Thinking about this in his mind, Xinhao lowered his head slightly and strolled towards the front yard of the Bai family villa. But before he took a few steps, he felt something soft in his arms. Xinhao looked at Bai Yuiwei, who was hugging his arm, and said with a little disdain, "What are you doing?"
Just now in front of Su Hu, she did these intimate actions with him, and he didn't say anything. After all, some things that are extremely troublesome in the eyes of the Bai family are just trivial matters in his eyes. But now there are only two of them in the front yard, a man and a woman, both of whom are girls of their prime. If a young man is so intimate with her, any normal person would inevitably feel a little strange. Although Xinhao looked like he disliked Bai Yuiwei before, he is also a normal man. When an ordinary man sees a beauty like Bai Yuiwei, he can't help but have a strong desire to conquer her. She teases him again and again, so it is inevitable that he will have some not-so-pure thoughts about Bai Yuiwei in his heart. If Bai Yuiwei hadn't teased him, his mind would have been replaying the sweet daily life with Li Qian. I'm afraid that when Bai Yuiwei teased him a few times before, he fell under her little skirt. Bai Yuiwei looked at Xinhao, who still had some disgust on his face but did not pull his hands away from her breasts. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she leaned on Xinhao's shoulder.
"Nothing, I just want to hold you like this."
Bai Yuiwei leaned on Xinhao's shoulder and looked at Xinhao with joy in her eyes. If it weren't for him this time, the Bai family might really be removed from Guihai City. After all, the Su family in Kyoto is one of the most powerful families in Tianyan country, and is not something a small family like the Bai family can compete with.
Although the Bai family could not help Xinhao much in terms of material things, they could satisfy him in other aspects. Thinking of this, Bai Yuiwei's pretty little face couldn't help but turn red. He pulled Xinhao and walked into the villa, but before they had gone far, Xinhao stopped, pulled his hands out of Bai Yuiwei's two big balls, and looked at Bai Yuiwei with confusion on his face. "No, where are you going to take me?"
When Bai Yuiwei heard Xinhao's words, her pretty little face turned even redder. Although the Bai family could not provide Xinhao with much help in terms of material things, Xinhao was also a man.
As long as you are a man, you will have some normal needs and desires.
And she can just help him meet some of his normal needs and desires.
Bai
Yuiwei, with her pretty face flushed, looked at Xinhao, who was looking puzzled and was about to say something, but before she could say anything, there was a noise outside the villa.
"Sir, you can't go in here."
A slightly panicked voice reached the ears of Xinhao and Bai Yuiwei. But before he could finish his words, the slightly panicked voice turned into a shrill scream.
"Ah! Get out of my way!
How dare you stand in my way!" After that shrill scream, a very arrogant voice came into Xinhao's ears. Xinhao frowned slightly when he heard the voice, his face looked a little unsightly, and he walked out quickly. Logically speaking, this is the Bai family's villa, and no one would dare to cause trouble here.
Who on earth has the guts to come here and cause trouble?
Bai Yuiwei looked at Xinhao with an ugly expression and walked out of the villa, and followed him out. After all, this is her Bai family's territory, so some things are better handled by her. Xin Hao walked out of the villa and frowned slightly when he saw the ugly old man with white beard who was trying to walk in with an arrogant look on his face among the men in suits and sunglasses who were lying on the ground and wailing. "Who are you?" But before Xin Hao could finish his words, the extremely ugly old man with white beard who was about to walk into the villa looked at Xin Hao and smiled coldly. "You are Xin Hao, right?" Diao Gui looked at Xin Hao with cold eyes. He made inquiries from many sources and found out that Xin Hao was in the Bai family. Some people were wary of Xin Hao and did not dare to do anything excessive to him. Diao Gui couldn't care less about so many things. When he thought of his adopted son who was still lying there, suffering from torture, the anger in Diao Gui's eyes grew thicker as he looked at Xin Hao. Xin Hao frowned as he looked at the extremely ugly old man with white beard who looked as if he wanted to eat him in one bite. "I'm Xin Hao." He thought about it for a while, but couldn't find any information about this extremely ugly old man with white beard. But why did this extremely ugly old man with white beard recognize him after just one look? After Xin Hao took a look at this extremely ugly old man, he wanted to say something. But before he could say anything, the extremely ugly old man with white beard suddenly had a frightening cold light in his eyes and punched Xin Hao. Bai Yue, who had just walked to the door of the villa, saw the ugly old man with white beard punching Xin Hao, and shouted at Xin Hao who was standing there without dodging. "Xin Hao, be careful." Hearing Bai Yue's exclamation, he didn't even turn his head, but just looked at the ugly white-bearded old man who was punching at him with disdain. In this secular world, the strongest person is only Bronze 9 star, but he is someone who can crush those who are Bronze 9 star to the ground. Xin Hao looked at the extremely ugly old man with white beard who was getting closer and closer to him, and swung his fist towards him. Diao Gui looked at the fist coming towards him, feeling the terrifying power contained in that fist, with horror in his eyes. He turned slightly and avoided Xin Hao's fist. Xin Hao looked at Diao Gui, whose forehead was covered with sweat, smiled coldly, walked quickly forward, and punched him. But this Diao Gui seemed to have predicted his prediction and dodged to the side. Diao Gui, who escaped death again, had a pale face. He looked at Xin Hao, who was a little dazed. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He took out a blood-red pill from his arms and swallowed it. Although he didn't expect Xin Hao to be so strong that shocked him, he would be unwilling to do so unless Xin Hao paid a price this time. Chapter 82 Bai Yue is poisoned. After Diao Gui swallowed the red pill, bloodshot gradually appeared in his eyes, his aura suddenly changed, and after a sinister laugh, he quickly rushed towards Xin Hao. He spent a lot of effort to get this blood-burning pill. Although it has some serious side effects, this blood-burning pill can improve his strength in a short period of time. Xin Hao looked at the aura that suddenly changed, which was obviously abnormal. He frowned, swallowed a life-improving pill, and then swung his fist towards him. Although this extremely ugly old man with white beard was much stronger than before, in Xin Hao's eyes, he was just a punch away from being defeated. No matter how much his strength increases, it is impossible for him to exceed Bronze 9 stars. After all, if this limitation could be broken through with just some means, the Fong family would not have sent a piece of trash who couldn't even take a punch from him to this secular world. While thinking about this, Xin Hao and this arrogant man's fist had already collided. Boom! Where the two men punched each other, a cloud of dust rose up. When the smoke and dust cleared, Xin Hao was still standing there, looking at Diao Gui, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and staggering back a few steps, his eyes full of disdain. "I thought Diao Gui would be so powerful after his sudden increase in strength, but I didn't expect that he was still a piece of trash who couldn't even take a punch from him." Diao Gui looked at Xin Hao's indifferent expression with horror, as if he had seen a monster. He didn't expect that even after he swallowed the blood-burning pill, he was still no match for Xin Hao. When he thought of this, Diao Gui couldn't help feeling a little desperate. The image of his adopted son lying on the bed, suffering from torture, flashed through his mind, and he hated his own inability to avenge him personally. Diao Gui coughed up blood and looked at Xin Hao with hatred in his eyes. Xin Hao glanced at Diao Gui, who was coughing up blood, walked up to him calmly, and wanted to ask something. He was sure that he had never seen this extremely ugly old man with white beard before today. He didn't understand why the old man seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred for him the first time he saw him and wanted to kill him. But before Xin Hao could say anything, Diao Gui suddenly passed Xin Hao and turned his fist into a claw to grab Bai Yue before Xin Hao could react. Bai Yue looked at Diao Gui, who was suddenly grabbing towards him, her face turned pale instantly, and she ran towards Xin Hao in panic. But Bai Yue is just an ordinary person. No matter how fast he is, he can't outrun Diao Gui, an ancient warrior. Before she had run a few steps, Diao Gui scratched her snow-white arm, leaving a bloody mark. Bai Yue screamed in pain, looked at the bloodstain on her arm that was rapidly turning black at a speed visible to the naked eye, staggered a few steps, and fell into Xin Hao's arms. Xin Hao looked at Bai Yue, who was lying in his arms, her face pale and her snow-white arms quickly turning black. He hurriedly took out a life-repairing pill from his arms and stuffed it into her mouth. But after Bai Yue swallowed the life-enhancing pill, only a slight color appeared on his face, while his snow-white arms were still black. Seeing this, Xin Hao couldn't help but feel panicked. Although his relationship with Bai Yue was not as close as Li Qian's, he would never watch her die in front of him. Diao Gui looked at Bai Yue, who still hadn't returned to normal after taking the life-improving pill, and suddenly burst into wild laughter.
Cough cough, kid, don't waste your energy.
My green blood poison is a very difficult poison to cure in the ancient martial arts world. If there is no antidote, it will be useless even if you feed him a lot of longevity pills. Hearing this, Xin Hao suddenly picked up Bai Yue, whose face was slightly flushed, and walked towards Diao Gui, who suddenly burst into wild laughter, with an unfriendly look.
The poison was given by this old man, so he must have the antidote.
But the rude man looked at Xin Hao, who was walking towards him with a bad look, as if he had guessed what he was going to do, and his eyes were full of disdain. Boy, this poison of mine was obtained by me by chance, and the antidote is extremely rare.
Even I don't have a second one, so don't even think about finding the antidote from me.
Xin Hao listened to Diao Gui's words, but did not stop and walked towards him with a bad look on his face.
Listening to the old man's nonsense, the antidote for this strange poison is extremely rare, and even he doesn't have a second one. If this is true, then why didn't the old man use this strange poison on him when he was fighting him just now?
If he had used this poison on him at the beginning, he would have been beaten like this. Diao Gui coughed up blood and looked at Xin Hao, who was slowly walking towards him, without taking any action. After he swallowed the blood-burning pill just now, he used the green blood poison on Xin Hao, but for some reason, the green blood poison was ineffective against Xin Hao. If not for this, he would not have suddenly grabbed Bai Yue before Xin Hao could react. Since he can't beat Xin Hao, let him have a taste of what it feels like to have someone close to him suffer torture in front of him and be powerless to do anything.
Xin Hao walked up to Diao Gui and searched him inside and out but couldn't find the antidote.
Seeing this, Xin Hao glanced at Diao Gui, who had a sneer on his face, knocked him out with a knife, then hugged Bai Yue and dragged Diao Gui into the Bai family villa. Inside the Bai family villa, Xin Hao glanced at Bai Yue, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed and a slightly bloody face. He then turned to look at Diao Gui, who was tied up like a dumpling, with a slightly cold look in his eyes. He didn't expect that this old man was the adoptive father of the dwarf who hurt Li Qian last time. It seems that he was too merciful last time. He should have been more ruthless and killed that idiot. If he had been more ruthless and killed that idiot at that time, nothing would have happened today. However, it is no use regretting now.
The most important thing now is to detoxify Bai Yue.
Thinking of this, Xin Hao glanced at Diao Gui, who was tied up like a big dumpling and was still staring at him with hatred. He dragged Diao Gui out of the room with a cruel smile on his face. He didn't believe that there was only one antidote to the so-called green blood poison, and that the old man must have been lying to him. Xin Hao wiped the blood off his hands, glanced at Diao Gui, who looked like a man no longer resembling a human being, and murmured,
"This old man really lied to me. There is only one antidote for the green blood poison.
This green blood poison is just a rare poison in the ancient martial arts world. Although the antidote is hard to find, it is not as exaggerated as he said." Thinking of this, Xin Hao quickly walked into the room, glanced at Bai Yue, who was still in a coma, and called her parents. Then, Xin Hao slowly walked out of the Bai family villa. Although the antidote for the green blood poison is not just one in the world as Diao Gui said, it cannot be found in this secular world. If you want to find the antidote for this green blood poison, you have to look for it in the ancient martial arts world. It just so happens that since I came out of the Furuan mountain ruins last time, I have been a little curious about this so-called ancient martial arts world. While searching for the antidote to the BD blood poison, take a look at what the ancient martial arts world is like.
Chapter 83: The Trial of the 5 Surnames and 7 Sects.
After Xin Hao came out of the Bai family villa, he called Li Qian and roughly explained the situation here, then drove to Kyoto. After all, it is not easy to go to the ancient martial arts world. However, he learned from Diao Gui that there happened to be an entrance from the secular world to the ancient martial arts world in Kyoto. Koenigsegg sped all the way, and when it was getting dark, Xin Hao rushed to Kyoto from Guihai City. After arriving in Kyoto, Xin Hao thought for a while and decided to go to Zhongyang Mountain where the Su family was. Under torture, he learned from Diao Gui that although the green blood poison was extremely toxic, it would not kill anyone who was infected. But having said that, if the toxin stays in the body for too long, even if the antidote is eventually found, it will leave serious sequelae. Although his relationship with Bai Yue was not as close as Li Qian's, this matter was ultimately caused by him. If he had not been merciful and spared the dwarf's life, perhaps what happened today would not have happened. He could not bear to watch Bai Yue die in front of him. Thinking of this in his mind, Xin Hao drove all the way towards Zhengyang Mountain where the Su family was. After all, the Su family has some connection with the ancient martial arts world and knows more about it than he does. If I want to find the antidote for the green blood poison in a short time, I may be able to get some useful information from the Su family. After a while, Xin Hao drove to Zhengyang Mountain. After taking a look at Zhengyang Mountain at the foot of the mountain, which was more prosperous than the last time he left, Xin Hao took out his cell phone and prepared to call Su Jiang. If you want to know some useful information about the green blood poison, Su Jiang might know more than others. After all, as far as he knew, Su Jiang was the one who supported the precarious Su family when the old man of the Su family was seriously ill. After the old man of the Su family recovered, he still valued him very much and still left most of the family affairs to him. Now, Su Jiang's status in the Su family is still very transcendent. But when Xin Hao just took out his phone and was about to call Su Jiang, he saw a familiar figure running towards him. When Xin Hao saw Su Jiao running towards him, his expression looked a little unnatural. If there was one person he least wanted to meet in the Su family, it would be Su Jiao. It's not that Xin Hao hates her, on the contrary, Xin Hao thinks this little girl is very cute. But although this little girl is cute, even if Xin Hao is a fool, he knows what Su Jiao thinks of him. This Su Jiao is just like Bai Yue, she wants him to fall at her feet. Xin Hao, why are you here? Did you miss me? Su Jiao ran to Xin Hao with a bright smile on her face, hugged Xin Hao's arm and shook it. When Xin Hao heard this, he glanced at Su Jiao, who had a bright smile on her face, and wanted to pull his hands out of her two big balls. But Su Jiao held him too tightly, and no matter how hard Xin Hao tried, he couldn't pull him out. Seeing this, Xin Hao could only let Su Jiao hold him. I came to Kyoto to see your brother for something, and I will leave tomorrow. Although Xin Hao let Su Jiao hug him, he did not respond to him so as to prevent her from thinking too much. After hearing Xin Hao's words, Su Jiao's bright smile dimmed slightly. It turned out that he came to Kyoto just to find his brother, not because he missed her. It was a pity that she wanted to find him even after he left Kyoto. However, after Su Jiao felt a little unhappy, a bright smile appeared on her face again, and she pulled Xin Hao towards Zhengyang Mountain. My brother happens to be at home today. I'll take you to find him. Although he was a little unhappy after hearing what Xin Hao said, he couldn't lose his temper with Xin Hao. If she lost her temper with Xin Hao about this, she was afraid that Xin Hao would hate her. Xin Hao looked at Su Jiao, who had a bright smile on her face and was pulling him towards Zhengyang Mountain. He just smiled slightly and said nothing. The Su family took Xin Hao and trotted all the way to the Su family's ancestral home. When he saw Su Jiang talking to someone not far away, he waved to him. Brother, Xin Hao is here. Su Jiang, who was talking to someone, heard Su Jiao's words. He turned around and saw Xin Hao, who was being pulled by Su Jiao and jogging towards him, so he hurriedly walked up to him. Mr. Qin, why are you here? I have something to ask you. After hearing what Su Jiang said, Xin Hao said to him with a smile. Is that so? Then please come this way. After hearing Xin Hao's words, Su Jiang smiled and welcomed Xin Hao into the Su family's ancestral home. After entering the Su family's ancestral home, Xin Hao didn't say much nonsense and briefly told Su Jiang the purpose of his visit. In the living room of the Su family, Su Jiang frowned slightly after listening to Xin Hao's words. After a long time, he looked at Xin Hao with an expression that seemed like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Xin Hao saw Su Jiang's expression and said to him with a smile. Just say whatever you want to say, don't be so hesitant. This. Mr. Qin, I really don't know where the thing you mentioned is, so. At this point, Su Jiang's face looked a little unhappy and he lowered his head in shame. Last time at the Furuan Mountain ruins, if it weren't for Xin Hao, he and a group of wealthy young men in Kyoto would have all been killed by the spider. This time when Xin Hao came to Kyoto, he was unable to get things done, and he felt really bad about it. After Xin Hao heard Su Jiang's words, his expression did not change, and he said to him with a smile. Ha, it's nothing. Since you don't know, forget it. After saying that, Xin Hao stood up and walked out of the living room, but before he took a few steps, he heard Su Jiang's voice behind him. Mr. Qin, although I don't know exactly where the thing you are talking about is, I think there may be something you need in a certain place. Where? After hearing Su Jiang's words, Xin Hao paused slightly. He came to the Su family this time just to try his luck. It would be best if he could get information about the antidote for the green blood poison from the Su family, but if he didn't, it would be fine. When he heard that Su Jiang didn't know where the antidote for the green blood poison was, he was ready to leave. After all, Byodua's life is still hanging by a thread and she doesn't have that much time to waste. But unexpectedly, when he was about to leave, Su Jiang told him that there might be a place with an antidote to the green blood poison.
Zhu Yinggu.
Tomorrow is the day when the 5 surnames and 7 sects will recruit outer disciples in the secular world. As long as you pass the test in Zhuiying Valley, you will be qualified to become an outer disciple of the 5 surnames and 7 sects. This Zhuiying Valley is not only the place where the 5 surnames and 7 sects train their disciples, but it is also one of the top blessed places in the ancient martial arts world.
Perhaps there is what you are looking for there. Nu.
After listening to Su Jiang's words, Xinhao didn't wait for him to say anything and continued to walk out of the living room.
Chapter 84, Killing Yinggu.
The next day, early in the morning, at the Su family's ancestral home, Xinhao sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Su Jiao helplessly. Yesterday, after learning about the green blood poison from Su Jiang, Xinhao decided to try his luck in Zhuiying Valley. So, naturally, I stayed at the Su family. After all, according to Su Jiang, today the 5 surnames and 7 sects will send people to pick up those who are qualified to participate in the Zhuiying Valley trial. The Zhuiying Valley is one of the more important blessed places of the 5 surnames and 7 sects. Only the disciples of the 5 surnames and 7 sects can enter it through some special methods. If Xinhao missed this Zhuiying Valley trial, it would be extremely difficult for him to enter Zhuiying Valley next time.
He originally planned to stay overnight at the Su family, and then follow the Su family into the Zhuiying Valley to find the antidote for the Bishua poison.
But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he woke up, he saw Su Jiao sitting by the bed, holding her little face and looking at him with a smile. When Xinhao opened his eyes and saw Su Jiao sitting at the head of his bed, he was scared to death. The person he least wanted to see in the Su family was Su Jiao.
He knew exactly what Su Jiao was thinking of him.
But even though he knew what Su Jiao felt towards him, he couldn't explicitly reject her. Because even if I clearly rejected her, it would be useless.
Don't be fooled by the fact that this little girl is usually cute and easy to talk to.
But she is the little princess who has been spoiled by the Su family since she was a child. If he explicitly rejects her, it may arouse her rebellious psychology. At that time, it would be difficult for Xinhao to get rid of her without hurting her. Thinking about this in his heart, Xinhao glanced at Su Jiao beside him with a little helplessness, and said to her,
"No, why are you here so early in the morning? I couldn't sleep, so I wanted to come see you."
When Su Jiao heard what Xinhao said, she spoke to Xinhao as if it was a matter of course. "I don't have anything to see, go back to sleep." After saying that, Xinhao stood up and prepared to leave without waiting for Su Jiao to say anything. But before he walked far, Xinhao felt something soft in his arms. Xinhao glanced at Su Jiao, who was jogging and holding his hand, and walked out of the room without saying anything. He felt helpless as Su Jiao seemed to be determined to help him. He could only finish the job quickly and leave Kyoto first. After Xinhao came to the living room, he saw Su Jiang sitting at the dining table and eating breakfast, and greeted him with a smile.
"Morning, Su Jiang." "Morning, Mr. Qin."
While eating breakfast, Su Jiang looked at Su Jiao, who was holding Xinhao with encouragement, then greeted Xinhao with a smile.
"Can you tell me the details of the Zhuiying Valley trial you mentioned yesterday?"
Xinhao walked to the dining table, took his hand out of Su Jiao's arms, and while eating breakfast, he asked Su Jiang some questions about the Zhuiying Valley trial. Yesterday, he drove all the way from Guihai City to Kyoto and was quite tired. So after hearing that Zhuiying Valley might have what he was looking for, he did not ask about the specific matters related to the Zhuiying Valley trial. Now, since I have decided to go to Zhuiying Valley to find the antidote for the Bishua poison, it is necessary to understand the relevant information about Zhuiying Valley. Otherwise, after entering the Zhuiying Valley, I would wander around like a headless fly, and just like last time in the Furuan Mountain ruins, I would accidentally enter the lair of some evil creature and die inexplicably.
That would be terrible.
This Zhuiying Valley is one of the great blessed places of the 5 surnames and 7 clans
in this ancient martial arts world. After hearing Xinhao's words, Su Jiang smiled and told Xinhao some of the things he knew about Zhuiying Valley.
After Xinhao heard what Su Jiang said, his thick eyebrows slightly frowned. According to what Su Jiang said, the Zhuiying Valley is much more dangerous than the Furuan Mountain ruins. After all, the Furuan Mountain ruins are just a small relic in the mortal world. Although Zhuiying Valley is one of the more important blessed places of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, it is too small. The 5 surnames and 7 sects have only explored a small part of the place. Most of the rest of the place is too dangerous, so even the strong ones from the 5 surnames and 7 sects don't dare to go too deep. However, despite this, Xinhao had no choice but to go to the Zhuiying Valley to try his luck. Bai Yue became like that because of him, and he couldn't just watch her die in front of him. Thinking about this in his mind, Xinhao glanced at Su Jiang, wanting to ask for more information about the Zhuiying Valley. But before Xinhao could open his mouth, he heard a slightly hurried voice coming from outside the living room. Master, the envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans are here.
A man in a suit and sunglasses walked in hurriedly and said to Su Jiang.
When Su Jiang heard this, he just nodded slightly, waved his hand to let the man in the suit and sunglasses leave, and with a smile on his face, he stood up and said to Xinhao. Young Master Qin, the envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans are here, please see. But he was interrupted by Xinhao before he could finish his words. You go out first, I'll be here in a moment. After hearing what Xinhao said, Su Jiang didn't say anything and walked out of the living room with Su Jiao. After Su Jiang and the others left, Xinhao took out a mask from the storage ring and put it on. This mask is called the 1,000 Illusions Mask. It was one of the rewards he received yesterday by signing into the system. It has the effect of changing one's appearance and body. He had some grievances with the Feng family, one of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. If he didn't make some preparations when going to their territory this time, he would probably have to die somewhere in Killingu. After putting on the 1,000 Illusions mask, Xinhao looked at the handsome guy in the mirror who was only slightly less handsome than himself, nodded with satisfaction, and walked out of the living room. Outside the Su family villa, Su Jiang looked at Xinhao, who came out of the living room with a slightly puzzled look in his eyes. Mr. Qin, why are you? But he was interrupted by Xinhao before he could finish his words.
I have my reasons for doing this. You just need to keep my identity secret from outsiders. Xinhao waved at Su Jiang, who wanted to say something. Understood, Mr. Qin.
Seeing that Xinhao was unwilling to explain the reason for his disguise, Su Jiang would not ask any further questions. After all, he was just a little curious about Xinhao's appearance. Thinking of this, Su Jiang glanced at Xinhao and walked towards the foot of Zhongyang Mountain. The envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans are waiting at the foot of the mountain. If they are made to wait for too long, it will not be good for the Su family. At the foot of Zhongyang Mountain, Xinhao looked at the pockmarked man with a faint smile on his face, who looked like the miniature middle-aged man from last time, with his head held high and his nostrils facing the sky. Your Excellency, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me during this Zhuiying Valley trial. As he spoke, Xinhao took out a blood-red pill from his arms and stuffed it into the hand of the pockmarked man. The pockmarked man glanced at the pill in his hand, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he smiled faintly. Sure. After saying that, he left quickly without paying any attention to Xinhao and Su Jiang.
Xinhao looked at the pockmarked man walking away quickly with a sneer on his face.
If it weren't for this trip to Zhuiying Valley, where he might need the help of this pockmarked man in some places, he would not have indulged this guy.
Chapter 85, First Entry into the Ancient Martial Arts World.
Xinhao and Su Jiang drove behind the envoys from the 5 surnames and 7 clans, sped all the way and stopped on a slightly desolate mountain. Xinhao glanced at Su Jiang beside him, looked at the barren mountain in front of him, and wanted to say something to the pockmarked man not far away. This time, the 5 surnames and 7 sects are recruiting outer disciples for the trial, and not only some affiliated families in the secular world that are dependent on the 5 surnames and 7 sects will participate. Some ancient martial arts families in the ancient martial arts world that are affiliated with the 5 surnames and 7 sects will also allow their children of appropriate age to participate. Compared with some families in the secular world, those ancient martial arts families and sects affiliated with the 5 surnames and 7 sects have been several times stronger and have more people than the secular families in the trials for recruiting outer disciples. Xinhao participated in the trial of Zhuiying Valley this time mainly to find the antidote for the Bishue poison. He didn't care much about whether he could pass the trial of Zhuiying Valley and become an outer disciple of the 5 surnames and 7 sects. But he was a newcomer to the ancient martial arts world after all. Although before participating in this trial, he asked Su Jiang some questions about the ancient martial arts world in a roundabout way. But they are not native inhabitants of the ancient martial arts world. These wealthy families are just peripheral forces in the secular world based on certain needs of the 5 surnames and 7 clans. His understanding of the ancient martial arts world is definitely not as good as that of this pockmarked man. Before, he gave the pockmarked man a pill obtained by signing into the system. Judging from the pockmarked man's expression at the time, he would surely not refuse if asked some questions that seemed to be common sense to them. But before Xinhao could open his mouth, a sharp roar came from behind him. Hearing the voice, Xinhao turned around and saw several World Limited Edition top-level supercars parked not far away. Several young men in suits and ties, with bright smiles on their faces, got out of the cars and walked towards Xinhao and the others. Xin Hao looked at Guo Wen and the other wealthy young men from Kyoto who had been to the Furuan mountain ruins together last time. He walked towards them with a bright smile on his face, his eyes flashed a few times, and he didn't say anything else. Anyway, the Zhuiying Valley trial hasn't started yet, so there's no need to rush about some things. After Guo Wen and the few young men from wealthy families in Kyoto approached the man with the pockmarked face, they greeted him respectfully.
Your Excellency. After hearing their words, the pockmarked man just nodded slightly and didn't say anything.
In his eyes, these secular people were as fragile as ants that could be easily crushed to death, so there was no need to be overly polite to them. The pockmarked man glanced at Xin Hao and Guo Wen who were present, raised his head and said to them,
Is everyone here?
After hearing what the pockmarked man said, Guo Wen and the others looked around and said in unison,
Everyone is here.
Seeing this, the pockmarked man just nodded, took out a talisman from his arms, injected a deep green true energy into the talisman, and threw the talisman into the air. After the talisman fluttered in the air for a while, it suddenly burst into flames. When the talisman was about to burn out, the sky suddenly turned gloomy, several dazzling silver arcs streaked across the sky, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a child's arm struck the talisman that was about to burn out. After the thunder disappeared, a door that could accommodate several people appeared in front of Xin Hao. Xin Hao stared blankly at the scene of lightning and thunder, with a hint of shock in his eyes. The last time I entered the Furuan mountain ruins, although it was also magical, it was obviously not as good as the current scene of lightning and thunder. After the door that could accommodate several people appeared, the man with the pockmarked face glanced at Xin Hao and the others behind him, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he walked in first. Although in previous years the 5 surnames and 7 sects recruited outer disciples and allowed affiliated families and sects from the secular world and the ancient martial arts world to participate. But in his opinion, how could these ants from the secular world be the opponents of the people in their ancient martial arts world? In previous years, the vast majority of the outer disciples recruited were from the ancient martial arts world, while these ants from the secular world only accounted for a very small portion. Moreover, even if these people from the secular world passed the test of outer disciples, their test results would be far inferior to those from the ancient martial arts world. When Xin Hao saw the pockmarked man walk into the door that could accommodate several people at the same time, he followed Su Jiang and the others in. After walking into the door that could accommodate several people, Xin Hao felt dizzy and his vision went slightly dark. He staggered a few steps and came to an unfamiliar hall. Xin Hao looked around the unfamiliar hall and looked at Su Jiang standing beside him, wanting to say something to him. But before Xin Hao could say anything, the voice of the pockmarked man reached Xin Hao's ears.
Go to your camp and rest for a while.
I'll take you to Zhuiying Valley in the afternoon. After saying that, he left without caring about Xin Hao and the others.
After hearing what the pockmarked man said, Su Jiang and the others didn't say anything. They dispersed and walked towards their own camps.
Although they are a top wealthy family in the secular world, they are just ants at the bottom of the ancient martial arts world. Xin Hao followed behind Su Jiang, observing this strange world subtly. After observing for a while, Xin Hao discovered a very strange phenomenon. After some people in fancy clothes accidentally bumped into people in tattered clothes and with messy hair, those people in fancy clothes actually bent down and apologized to those people in tattered clothes and with messy hair with a smile. Xin Hao saw this strange phenomenon and looked at Su Jiang who was walking in front of him and wanted to say something.
Su Jiang.
After all, he was a rookie entering the ancient martial arts world, and there were some things he didn't understand as well as Su Jiang. But he was interrupted by Su Jiang before he could finish his words. Su Jiang glanced at Xin Hao who wanted to say something to him, his face didn't look very good, and he sighed slightly. Master Qin, you want to ask why those people who are obviously dressed in gorgeous clothes still bend down and apologize to those people who look like beggars after bumping into them, right? Although Su Jiang was walking in front of Xin Hao, he still saw every move of Xin Hao.
After listening to his words, Xin Hao nodded.
Mr. Qin, you don't know that there are 2 kinds of people in the ancient martial arts world. One is the natives of the ancient martial arts world, and the other is outsiders like us.
We outsiders have a weak foundation in the ancient martial arts world.
Even if we are very rich in some aspects, our social status is still. Before Su Jiang finished speaking, he sighed slightly, turned around, and walked forward. Xin Hao frowned slightly after listening to Su Jiang's words, and his expression looked a little unhappy. It seems that those seniors who moved from the secular world to the ancient martial arts world are not doing very well. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strange phenomenon as today. After all, no matter whether they are indigenous people or outsiders, whoever has the bigger fist will have more weight in their words.
Thinking of this in his mind, Xin Hao followed Su Jiang and walked towards their camp.
After walking for an unknown amount of time, Xinhao and Su Jiang came to a place similar to a shantytown and stopped. Xinhao wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to say something when he heard several extremely harsh shouts and curses coming from not far away.
Chapter 86 Silver Star Blood Clothes.
Old thing, your daughter is lucky to have my affection for her, don't be ungrateful. That's right, you should be happy that our master Go likes your girl.
Don't be ungrateful. Wow. Daddy, save me. You beasts, let my daughter go.
A young man in gorgeous ancient costume was holding the hand of a pretty girl with an extremely arrogant look, and he kept yelling and scolding an old man with white hair and beard in tears and snot all over his face.
Su Jiang had just arrived at the shantytown-like camp.
When he saw the scene, his eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched, and he rushed forward quickly, trying to push away the extremely arrogant young man. But before his hand touched the extremely arrogant young man, he felt a huge force coming from his body, and a line of blood spurted out in the air, and he flew backwards. Xinhao caught the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and his face turned pale. He looked at the young man who was looking at him and Xinhao with disdain and an extremely arrogant expression, and wanted to say something. But before he could open his mouth, Xinhao said to him,
"Don't worry, leave everything to me."
After saying that, Xinhao put Su Jiang on an open space, with a faint smile on his face, and walked quickly towards the young man who was looking at him with an extremely arrogant expression and disdain in his eyes. Gosher looked at Xinhao, who was obviously dressed as an outsider, with disdain in his eyes and his head held high. "Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business.
When I hide."
But before he could finish his words, Xinhao narrowed his eyes and punched him. The idiot in front of him was not even as strong as the second young master of the Fong family last time. I'm afraid he was killed with just one punch. Gosher looked at the fist that was gradually getting bigger in his eyes, and the disdain in his eyes became even stronger. He swung his fist towards Xinhao. This guy in front of him doesn't have a trace of true energy in his body.
How dare this lowly foreign bastard attack him?
He must be tired of living.
Boom!
After Xinhao and Gosher's fists touched each other, a terrifying wave of air was stirred up. After a moment, the air wave dissipated, and Xinhao stood there without moving an inch, while the Gosher scattered a dazzling crimson light in the air and flew out like a broken bag.
Mr. Go!
Several burly men who were originally prepared to watch Gosher and beat up this ignorant kid, saw Gosher flying out like a broken bag. Their eyes widened and they quickly caught the pale-faced Gosher. This Goshao was an 8-star bronze master and one of the best masters in this area. How could he be knocked away by a single punch from this kid who has no true energy at all and is just like an ordinary person? Xinhao smiled coldly as he looked at Gosher, who was held in the arms of several burly men with a pale face. He slowly walked up to the white-haired, skinny old man who was staring at him in a daze, and the pretty girl who was crying, and wanted to help them up. But before Xinhao's hand touched them, they glanced at Gosher, who was looking at Xinhao with resentment, and avoided Xinhao.
"Young man, don't worry about us. Let's go quickly. The Go family is not easy to mess with. If you offend the Go family today, I'm afraid."
The old man with white hair and beard spoke to Xinhao with horror on his face. Today, he met the young master of the Go family who wanted to do that to his daughter. He was ready to die with his daughter in front of the young master of the Go family. But unexpectedly, when the young master of the Go family was about to snatch his daughter away, she was rescued by Xinhao.
But so what?
The young man in front of him looks like an outsider and will definitely not be able to defeat the Go family, which has great power here. Thinking of this, the old man with white hair and beard looked at Xinhao, who was a little dazed and wanted to say something. Before he could finish his words, Xinhao looked at them, shook his head and smiled, then turned and left. Xinhao looked at the white-haired old man who could only passively endure being bullied and the pretty girl, and he couldn't help feeling a little sad. These non-indigenous people live worse in this ancient martial arts world than some beggars in the secular world. Some beggars in the secular world, at least, have someone stand up to seek justice for them when they encounter injustice. But in this ancient martial arts world, when these non-indigenous people encounter some injustice, who will stand up to seek justice for them?
Those superiors in the ancient martial arts world?
If the leaders in the ancient martial arts world really stood on their side, they would not allow this kind of injustice to become the social norm.
But what does this have to do with him?
They themselves felt that it was natural for these indigenous people to bully them, and they were powerless to change anything. He only came to this ancient martial arts world to find the antidote for the green blood poison and was just a passing visitor in this world. Thinking of this in his mind, Xinhao carried the pale-faced Su Jiang on his back and slowly walked towards the depths of the camp that was similar to a shantytown.
Time flies, and it's afternoon in a blink of an eye.
Su Jiang and Xinhao, whose faces had regained their rosy complexion, stood in the hall where they came from, listening to the pockmarked man talking about the Zhuiying Valley trial. This Zhuiying Valley trial is an assessment for our sect to recruit outer disciples.
I won't say much else.
I'm sure your elders at home have told you about the relevant rules before you came here. If you want to pass this Zhuiying Valley trial and become our sect's outer disciple, everyone present here will have to rely on their own abilities. The one whose Zhuling pendant has collected higher quality and more heroic souls will be ranked higher, and the possibility of becoming our sect's outer disciple will be greater. After saying that, the pockmarked man took out a round jade pendant from his arms, threw it into the air, and input a stream of deep green true energy into the jade pendant. Then, a circular passage appeared in the hall that could accommodate several people passing through at the same time.
Seeing this, everyone in the hall entered the circular passage one by one.
Xinhao followed behind Su Jiang with a faint smile on his face. He came to the ancient martial arts world this time just to find the antidote for the green blood poison, and had no interest in becoming an outer disciple of the 5 surnames and 7 sects. Even if you become a disciple of the 5 surnames and 7 sects, you are still a dog working for others.
How can you be free and easy in the secular world?
After Xinhao entered the circular passage, a white light flashed before his eyes. After feeling a little uncomfortable, Xinhao was teleported to a barren mountain with flying yellow sand. Xinhao covered his mouth and nose, looked at the barren mountain with flying yellow sand where he was the only one there, and raised his foot to prepare to leave. But before he had taken a few steps, he saw a plant that looked like a blood-stained robe with leaves dotted with silver stars. It was standing stubbornly in the cracks of the rocks not far away, facing the yellow sand. Xinhao looked at the plant standing stubbornly in the yellow sand, and a hint of joy flashed across his face.
Silver star blood-clothes grass, I am not dreaming.
Xinhao didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at Zhuiying Valley, he found the silver star blood-clothes grass, one of the main ingredients for refining the antidote for the green blood poison. After being stunned for a while, Xinhao was about to pick the silver star blood robe grass, but before he got close to the silver star blood robe grass, a sharp roar that was not like a human voice came to his ears.
Roar. Chapter 87 Treasure Hunt.
Xinhao, who was about to pick the silver star blood-thirsty grass, heard this fierce roar that was not like a human voice. He paused slightly and stopped where he was. This might be a bit troublesome. Xinhao frowned slightly as he looked at the silver star blood grass standing stubbornly in the yellow sand not far away. When he saw the silver star blood garment grass, he thought that he could easily get one of the main ingredients for refining the green blood poison. Unexpectedly, when Xinhao was happily preparing to pick the silver star blood garment grass, he encountered an obstacle. Thinking of this in his mind, Xinhao took a steady look at the silver star blood grass, took out a small porcelain bottle from his arms, poured out a lavender pill and swallowed it.
This Zhuiying Valley trial is different from the last Furuan Mountain ruins.
The Furuan Mountain ruins is a newly discovered relic of the 5 surnames and 7 clans, and the level of the ruins is not very high. If some big shots in the ancient martial arts world had not heard from somewhere that there was a magical object that could increase longevity in the Furuan Mountain ruins, the 5 surnames and 7 clans might not have sent people to explore the Furuan Mountain ruins at all. After all, the Furuan Mountain ruins are just a small relic discovered in the secular world, and are not even worth the attention of those people in the ancient martial arts world. However, this Zhuiying Valley is one of the important trial sites for the 5 surnames and 7 sects, and it is also an extremely blessed land in the ancient martial arts world. The areas that can be explored have been almost developed by the people of the 5 surnames and 7 sects. This trial is only for recruiting outer disciples, so the scope of the trial is only outside the Zhuiying Valley. The strongest heroic spirits outside the Zhuiying Valley are no more than silver level, so Xinhao felt it was troublesome. But he would not give up the silver star blood grass that was right in front of him. If the one who made that inhuman roar just now was a bronze level heroic spirit, he would have been able to kill it with just one punch. If it was silver level, as long as it was not a peak silver level monster, Xinhao would be confident that he could pick the silver star blood grass. Thinking of this, Xinhao slowly approached the silver star blood grass after swallowing the lavender pill.
This lavender pill is called Zixiao pill.
It is one of the rewards he received by signing into the system. It can enable him to reach silver level strength in a short period of time. It can be used indefinitely without any side effects. This elixir is one of his trump cards for participating in the Zhuiying Valley trial. After all, as far as he knew, most of the people participating in the Zhuiying Valley trial this time were only at the bronze level, and there were not many at the silver level. Feeling the medicinal power of the Zixiao pill in his body gradually evaporating in his body, Xinhao's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and with a faint smile on his face, he slowly approached the silver star blood-clothes grass. Just now, when the medicinal power had not yet evaporated in his body, Jinhao did not dare to get too close to the Silver Star blood grass. It would be too unfair if a silver-level heroic spirit rushed out and swallowed him up before the medicinal effect of the elixir could fully take effect. Just as Jinhao was about to get close to the Silver Star blood grass and was about to bend down and reach out to pick it, Jinhao felt a shadow suddenly appear in front of him. A gust of wind blew past his ears, and several cold rays suddenly appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Jinhao tensed his muscles and quickly gave up the Silver Star blood grass that he was almost able to get and quickly retreated. After steadying his body, Jinhao breathed heavily. This might be a real problem. Even if he swallowed the Zixio pill and his strength temporarily reached the silver level, he might not be a match for the monster in front of him. Jinhao looked up at the monster with a single horn on its head, shaped like a tiger, and emitting a terrifying murderous aura, and his thick brows were furrowed. He didn't expect that he would meet a heroic spirit here whose strength was at least above 3 stars of the silver level. The monster with a single horn, shaped like a tiger, and emitting a terrifying murderous aura, saw Jinhao avoid its sharp claws, and a trace of human anger flashed in its huge eyes. Before Jinhao could react, it roared fiercely, raised its sharp claws flashing with dazzling cold light, and pounced towards Jinhao. Jinhao, who had not yet recovered from the shock, saw the dark shadow of the monster getting closer and closer in his pupils. His face turned slightly pale and he quickly retreated. If you want to obtain the Silver Star blood grass at the lowest cost, you must not fight this monster head-on. In this Zhuiying Valley, the most dangerous ones are often not those monsters that are said to have evolved from absorbing the unyielding heroic souls after the death of countless top powerhouses in an unprecedented war, but the people who participate in the training with you. In this Zhuiying Valley trial, there are only a few spots available for outer disciples from the 5 surnames and 7 sects. In order to pass this trial and become an outer disciple of the 5 surnames and 7 sects, some people would resort to any means necessary, and killing and robbing are common occurrences. One less competitor means one more chance of becoming an outer disciple. Although Jinhao has no interest in becoming an outer disciple of the 5 surnames and 7 sects, he must always maintain his peak condition. It would be quite tragic if after killing this silver-level monster, he was seriously injured and someone took advantage of him, resulting in his life. The monster with a single horn on its head, shaped like a tiger and emitting a terrifying murderous aura, saw Jinhao retreating rapidly, and the human-like anger in its huge beast eyes became even stronger. He roared to the sky, and a dark ball of light came out of his mouth and shot towards Jinhao. Not long ago, it discovered this Silver Star blood flower that was about to mature. This made it ecstatic. This Silver Star blood grass was a top-level spiritual herb that was close to gold grade. It is now in a critical period of advancement. If it swallows the mature Silver Star blood grass, its chances of breaking through to the gold level will be much greater. But what he didn't expect was that today, when the Silver Star blood grass was about to mature, it was almost picked by someone. How could it not be angry? Jinhao looked at the dark ball of light shooting towards him, his pupils shrank slightly, and he barely dodged it. After dodging the dark ball of light, Jinhao stared at the unicorn monster not far away as it swallowed a life-improving pill, then suddenly swung his fist at the unicorn monster. After the fight just now, Jinhao has roughly figured out the strength of this one-horned monster. Although the strength of this one-horned monster is above silver 3 stars, it is definitely not higher than silver 6 stars. Otherwise, he would have been torn to pieces by this one-horned monster. The one-horned monster looked at Jinhao's fist that was getting closer and closer to it, and a hint of contempt flashed in its huge eyes. This little guy, who was so annoying in his eyes that he had to swallow his teeth, actually dared to punch it. He was really overestimating his own abilities. The one-horned monster looked at the fist that was getting closer and closer to it, and casually raised its claws to press towards Jinhao. But the moment it touched Jinhao's fist, it felt a sharp pain in its claws, and it plowed several feet deep grooves on the barren mountain covered with raging sand. Jinhao's face turned extremely pale as he looked at the one-horned monster, whose eyes were full of horror. This silver-level monster is really not comparable to the bronze-level one. Not only is its strength much higher, but its intelligence is also extremely high. That horrified little expression was so realistic. Chapter 88 Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Thinking about these messy things in his mind, Jinhao walked towards the Silver Star blood grass with a faint smile on his face. The one-horned monster took the blow, though it only sustained minor flesh wounds. But this silver-level monster is not like those bronze-level idiots whose brains are all about muscles. After seeing his strength, I would not fight him head-on unless necessary. After all, if it was seriously injured in the fight with him, it would be difficult for it to survive in the Zhuiying Valley. But just when Jinhao was about to get close to the Silver Star blood-clothed grass, the one-horned monster that was knocked away by Jinhao's punch suddenly turned red in its huge eyes, and after a fierce roar, it opened its bloody mouth and pounced on Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked at the one-horned monster that pounced on him, stood where he was without moving at all, and swung his fist towards the one-horned monster. Before, Qin Hao didn't understand the strength of this one-horned monster, so he avoided it again and again. Now, through the previous confrontation, he has roughly figured out the strength of this one-horned monster. This one-horned monster is at most on par with him after he took drugs, so he naturally won't be afraid of it anymore. After all, if it gets hurt, it can swallow life-repairing pills.
If this unicorn monster gets injured, there is no healing medicine for it to take.
Even if Qin Hao exchanged injuries for others, it would be enough to wear out this unicorn monster.
Bang!
Qin Hao's fist collided with the claw of the one-horned monster, rolling up a sky full of yellow sand. When the yellow sand in the sky cleared, Qin Hao flew backwards with blood spurting out of his mouth.
The one-horned monster was even more miserable than Qin Hao.
Blood and flesh were flying all over its huge claws, and the claw that had fought with Qin Hao was only half left, embedded in the barren mountains not far away.
Ahem!
Qin Hao spat out the blood in his mouth, took out a life-improving pill from the small porcelain bottle and swallowed it. He didn't expect that after seeing his strength, the one-horned monster would still fight to the death for the Silver Star Bloodgrass. Although the Silver Star Bloodgrass is a top-level spiritual herb close to the gold grade, it shouldn't be enough to make this one-horned monster fight to such a risk. Unless, after swallowing this Silver Star Bloodgrass, the strength of this one-horned monster can be greatly enhanced. Otherwise, although this Silver Star Bloodgrass is a top-level spiritual herb close to gold grade, it is rather useless except for some special uses, and would not be enough to make this one-horned monster fight to this extent. Thinking of this, Qin Hao felt the injuries in his body recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked at the rather miserable one-horned monster and smiled slightly. No matter what the reason is that makes this beast fight so desperately, he is determined to get the Silver Star Bloodgrass today. Although the use of this Silver Star Blood Garment Grass is somewhat useless, it is extremely difficult to find another one in Zhuiying Valley in a short period of time. He needed to gather the herbs to make the antidote for the green blood poison as soon as possible, but he had no time to waste here. When Qin Hao felt that his internal injuries had almost recovered, he took another step towards the Silver Star Bloodgrass. But before he had taken a few steps, the rather miserable one-horned monster, with madness flashing in its eyes, spit out a pitch-black ball of light that was bigger than Qin Hao and shot towards Qin Hao. After spitting out the ball of black light, the aura of the one-horned monster obviously weakened a lot. Looking at Qin Hao, who was about to be swallowed by the ball of black light, its dim eyes were full of cruelty. This Silver Star Blood Garment Grass is related to whether it can advance, and it must not be snatched away by anyone. Qin Hao looked at the dark ball of light that was gradually enlarging in his pupils and becoming unavoidable. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he suddenly blasted out countless fist shadows.
Boom!
At the moment when countless fist shadows touched the black ball of light, there was a roar like thunder in the barren mountains, and the sky was covered with yellow sand. Even the sky was darker. After a while, the yellow sand in the sky gradually dissipated. Qin Hao's clothes were torn and his face was covered in blood. He crawled up from the ground, swallowed a life-repairing pill, looked at the one-horned monster lying on the ground listlessly, smiled cruelly, and slowly walked towards it. Judging from the current state of this unicorn monster, it might have been killed by him with one punch. The one-horned monster that spit out the huge black ball of light looked at Qin Hao, who was slowly approaching it with a cruel smile on his face. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes, and then turned into horror. It didn't expect that Qin Hao could easily resolve its all-out attack. Taking it to the front of the unicorn monster, Qin Hao took a look at the unicorn monster with huge eyes full of fear. When he was about to kill it, several male voices suddenly came to his ears.
Cousin, are the good things you mentioned really here? This is a barren place, what good can there be?
Don't talk nonsense, just follow me, I will never lie to you. When Qin Hao heard the voice, he glanced at the one-horned monster whose eyes were full of fear, picked the Silver Star Bloodgrass, and prepared to leave. The purpose of his coming to Zhuiying Valley was to find medicinal materials for refining the antidote for the green blood poison, and he tried to avoid contact with other people as much as possible. After all, although he had changed his appearance before entering the Zhuiying Valley, if he accidentally exposed his identity, it would be known by the people of the Feng family. He was afraid that he would not be able to leave this ancient martial arts world. After all, his current strength is no match for the Feng family, which is one of the most powerful among the 5 surnames and 7 clans. But before Qin Hao took a few steps, several people with unfriendly faces appeared in front of him. Boy, put down the Silver Star Bloodclothes Grass. A bearded man looked at Qin Hao, who was holding the Silver Star Blood Grass in his hand, with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that this top-level spiritual herb, which was close to gold grade, had been taken by someone else. Although the Silver Star Bloodwort is considered useless by many people due to its special medicinal properties, it is sold at an extremely high price on the black market due to some of its special uses. Originally, before entering the Zhuiying Valley, he had learned from an outer disciple that there was Silver Star Bloodclothes grass here. When he was about to bring people to pick the fruits, he saw a scene that made his eyes blaze with fire. "Yes, boy, put down the Silver Star Bloodclothes grass." Gosher hid behind the bearded man and shouted at Qin Haoli with an arrogant look on his face. What a narrow road it is to meet enemies. In this Zhuiying Valley, he actually met the guy who knocked him away with a punch yesterday. Today he has the support of his cousin, who is a silver-level master. In his opinion, even though this kid knocked him away with one punch, no matter how strong the kid in front of him was, he was at most a bronze 9-star. Otherwise, yesterday it wouldn't have been just a matter of being knocked away by one punch. If this kid's strength had really reached the silver level, he would have died yesterday. Qin Hao looked at the gloomy bearded man and the arrogant Gosher in front of him, smiled coldly, put the Silver Star blood grass into the storage ring, and without saying anything, prepared to bypass them and leave the barren mountain covered with yellow sand. Seeing that Qin Hao dared to ignore them, the bearded man became even angrier and punched Qin Hao in the face. Chapter 89, Kill with One Punch. Qin Hao was just about to bypass Gosher and leave the desolate mountains in yellow sand when he saw the bearded man's fist heading straight for his face. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he casually grasped the bearded man's fist. As long as these two idiots didn't go too far, he had no intention of paying any attention to them. After all, the Silver Star bloodthirsty grass is already in hand, so there is no need to waste time here. But what he didn't expect was that these two idiots were asking for trouble by causing him trouble. Let go. The bearded man's eyes were full of shock, his face flushed red as he pulled back hard. But no matter how hard he tried, his hand was still held by Qin Hao, motionless. He. When Qin Hao heard what the bearded man said, he chuckled, pushed him aside, and turned away. Judging from some details when the bearded man attacked just now, this idiot has the strength of silver 3 stars at most. He is not even as good as the one-horned monster lying listlessly on the ground. How can he have the courage to fight him? Boy, stop right there, don't leave, hand over that Silver Star blood garment grass. The bearded man who was casually pushed aside by Qin Hao got up from the ground in a panic, glaring at Qin Hao with flaming eyes. He had to go through a lot of trouble to get the information about the Silver Star blood grass from an outer sect's senior brother. He would be unwilling to let this kid take the Silver Star blood grass away in front of him. This Silver Star blood-robed grass is a spiritual herb close to gold grade, although it is considered useless by many people due to its special medicinal properties. But because of its special uses, it is sold at an extremely high price on the black market. Moreover, this Silver Star bloodwort is not everywhere. If you miss it this time, you may never find a second one. But Qin Hao seemed not to have heard what the bearded man said, and continued walking forward on his own. When the bearded man saw this scene, his face turned gloomy. He took out a large, round, golden tablet from his arms and threw it into the air. Then he drove the tablet straight forward on his own, as if Qin Hao didn't hear what he said. In the previous fight, although he had felt that the boy in front of him was stronger than him, he did not intend to let Qin Hao take the Silver Star bloodclothes grass away. Judging from the ragged clothes and poor appearance of this kid, he would not be a person with any high-level magic weapon. When fighting with others in the ancient martial arts world, one's own cultivation is sometimes not the most important thing. If you are fighting with someone, as long as it is not a cross-level battle, a person with lower cultivation and a powerful magic weapon may be able to turn defeat into victory. Qin Hao was about to leave the deserted mountain when he felt a strong wind coming from behind him. He moved slightly and dodged the bearded man's huge sword. Then, he moved his feet slightly, and appeared like a ghost in front of the bearded man with disbelief in his eyes, and grabbed his neck. How is this possible? My Vajra is one of the best silver-level magic weapons. How could you? The bearded man who was grabbed by Qin Hao's neck had a red face and his eyes were full of disbelief. You have to know that he took a lot of effort to get this Vajra from his ancestors. It is also an excellent existence among the silver-level magic weapons. Judging from the distance between him and the boy in front of him just now, unless he is a gold-level master, he will not be able to avoid it at all. However, due to certain restrictions, gold-level masters cannot enter Zhuiying Valley at all. Therefore, this kid's strength is at most silver-level 9 stars, how could he possibly dodge his Vajra? Qin Hao sneered after hearing what the bearded man said. A silver-level magic weapon? That's it. It's not that great. However, although this Vajra is not very good, it looks good, so I accepted it reluctantly. Xin Hao held the round Vajra, tossed it into the air and put it into his arms. This was the first time he saw people from the ancient martial arts world using magic weapons in a fight. Although this Vajra is only a silver-level magic weapon, you should never miss something that comes to your doorstep. After saying that, Xin Hao threw the bearded man aside and prepared to leave. There was nothing wrong with doing this stupid thing in Zhuiying Valley, but he was too lazy to waste the effort.
Ahem.
The bearded man looked very anxious when he saw Xin Hao throwing him away like garbage and turning away.
Give me back my Vajra.
As he said that, the bearded man quickly got up from the ground, took out a red pill from his arms and swallowed it, then suddenly punched Xin Hao. He no longer expected to snatch the silver star bloodgrass from Xin Hao, but he must take back the Vajra. This Vajra is a treasure that he had obtained from his ancestor with great difficulty, and he will return it after the trial in Zhuiying Valley is over. If Xin Hao was allowed to take him away, even if he passed the Zhuiying Valley trial and became an outer disciple of the 5 surnames and 7 sects, he would still be severely punished by the family. After all, this Vajra is the clan's treasure.
So noisy.
Xin Hao moved slightly to avoid the bearded man's fist, and quickly punched the bearded man in the lower abdomen.
Put. You.
The bearded man was hit by Xin Hao's continuous punches, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he flew backwards with his back hunched like a weak shrimp. He lay on the ground, glaring at Xin Hao, wanting to say something. But before he could finish his words, he felt his vision suddenly go dark. He looked up tremblingly, and his heart trembled when he saw Xin Hao with a cruel smile on his face.
He wouldn't mean to.
When he thought of that terrible possibility, the bearded man's eyes were full of pleading, and he opened his mouth to say something.
He was enveloped by a terrifying black shadow and could not say anything.
Xin Hao glanced at the ground, where the bearded man with his eyes wide open seemed to have died with his eyes open. Then he turned to look at Gosher, who was huddled in the corner and shivering.
You, don't come over here,
Before he could finish his words, Xin Hao's casserole-sized fist slammed into his face. Gosher looked at the fist that was gradually getting bigger in his eyes full of fear. He was filled with regret. If he hadn't been so curious and hadn't come to the shabby place with his cousin, he might not have fallen into such a dangerous situation. But it was no use regretting now, as Xin Hao's fist had already touched his skin. His fragile head broke into several pieces like a big watermelon, and red and white liquid flowed all over the ground. Xin Hao wiped his hands and looked at Gosher, who was killed by his punch, and the bearded man who was already dead, with a sneer on his face. He had no intention of paying any attention to these two idiots, but the bearded man tried to kill him repeatedly, so don't blame him for being rude. After wiping his hands, Xin Hao glanced at the listless unicorn monster that was about to slip away quietly, moved his body, and punched it. I almost forgot about this great treasure. This one-horned monster is of silver grade and is full of treasures.
We can't let it slip away right under our noses. Chapter 90 Snow-Eyed Demon Wolf.
Xin Hao sat beside the corpse of the one-horned monster, looking at the silver star blood grass in his hand, and lowered his head and thought. This time, I found silver star blood grass, one of the main medicinal ingredients for refining the antidote for the green blood poison, as soon as I entered Zhuiying Valley.
It was purely luck. But he couldn't always be so lucky.
Finding the remaining ingredients needed to make the antidote for the green blood poison in this huge Zhuiying Valley in a short period of time was like looking for a needle in a haystack. What's more, it is still unknown whether there are still the materials needed to refine the antidote for the green blood poison in the Zhuiying Valley. After all, the reason why he participated in the Zhuiying Valley trial this time was to try his luck. If we waste a lot of time in Zhuiying Valley and fail to find the remaining things needed to refine the antidote for the green blood poison, it would be a waste of time. Thinking of this, Xin Hao couldn't help feeling a little conflicted and looked at the soul-slaying pendant around his waist. This soul-slaying pendant not only has the function of collecting heroic souls, but at the critical moment, by crushing it one can teleport away to save one's life. If those two idiots, Gosher and the bearded man, had not been frightened silly, they would not have lost their lives. However, after Xin Hao looked at the soul-slaying pendant on his waist for a while, the confusion on his face gradually disappeared.
It is too early to say this now.
Although it is not certain that Zhuiying Valley has the remaining ingredients needed to refine the antidote for the green blood poison. But even if he went out now, he would just be wandering around like a headless fly. It would be better for him to try his luck in Zhuiying Valley first. After all, he had already found the silver star blood garment in this Zhuiying Valley, and perhaps the remaining things needed to refine the antidote for the green blood poison could also be found here. Thinking of this, Xin Hao put away the silver star blood grass in his hand and walked down the barren mountain. But before he had taken a few steps, he heard a shrill wolf howl, followed by several people with blood on their faces and in tattered clothes, stumbling towards Qin Hao. When those people saw Qin Hao, they were delighted and were about to say something to him. But Qin Hao turned around and left, as if he didn't see them. He also had to go find the herbs to make the antidote for the green blood poison, so he didn't have time to take care of this. When those people saw Qin Hao turned and walked away as if he didn't see them, they couldn't help but look anxious. Most of them were already exhausted, and if the man in front of them didn't save them,
then there is a high probability that they will be eaten by wolves.
A cross-eyed man saw Qin Hao was about to leave and wanted to say something to him. But before he could finish his words, a black shadow flashed before his eyes, and after a scream, it was dead. When the others saw the cross-eyed man who died tragically at the hands of the wolf, their eyes were filled with despair. After the snow-eyed demon wolf took a few bites of the cockfighting man, a hint of cruelty and coldness flashed in its narrow and long snow-white pupils, and it slowly approached the people with despair in their eyes, drooling. But before it took a few steps, it suddenly felt a strong wind coming from behind.
Upon seeing this, the snow-eyed demon wolf suddenly became alarmed, dodged sideways and retreated.
Qin Hao looked at the snow-eyed demon wolf that barely dodged his punch, his eyes full of joy. He didn't expect that his luck would be so good that he would meet the snow-eyed demon wolf here.
The inner elixir of this snow-eyed demon wolf is one of the main ingredients for refining the antidote for the green blood poison.
The snow-eyed demon wolf that barely avoided Qin Hao's fist looked at Qin Hao, whose eyes were full of joy, and its narrow and long snow-eyed pupils were full of ferocity. He let out a long roar towards the sky and suddenly pounced towards Qin Hao.
Qin Hao stood there and watched the snow-eyed demon wolf rushing towards him with its smelly saliva drooling.
With a faint smile on his face, he casually swung his fist towards it. Judging from the fight just now, this snow-eyed demon wolf was at most similar to the one-horned monster that he smashed to pieces with one punch. If you dare to show your teeth in front of him with this strength, your head will be knocked crooked.
Bang!
The huge wolf claw collided with Qin Hao's fist. Qin Hao stood there without moving, but the snow-eyed demon wolf let out a wail and flew backwards. When those men with blood on their faces and tattered clothes saw this scene, the joy in their eyes became even greater. Just now when they were being chased by the snow-eyed demon wolf, they saw that Qin Hao was just trying desperate measures. Who would have thought that the snow-eyed demon wolf that they had been chasing so hard that it had no way out would be knocked away by a single punch from the boy in front of them? The snow-eyed demon wolf that was knocked away by Qin Hao's punch had blood dripping from its claws. It crawled up from the ground, its eyes full of hatred. A stream of hot flame spewed out of his mouth and sprayed towards Qin Hao.
Careful!
Those people with blood on their faces and torn clothes couldn't help but exclaim in unison as they watched the scorching flames getting closer and closer to Qin Hao.
The fire spewed out by the snow-eyed demon wolf is not ordinary fire.
If the guy in front of him is engulfed by this flame, even if he is a silver 9-star, he will be in trouble. When Qin Hao heard the exclamation, he still had a faint smile on his face. He moved slightly and dodged the scorching fireworks to the side. When the snow-eyed demon wolf saw that Qin Hao had avoided the flames it had spit out, it lowered its head to the ground and clenched its tail, ready to pounce on Qin Hao again. But before it could make any move, Qin Hao appeared in front of it like a ghost and reached out to grab the back of its neck. When the snow-eyed demon wolf saw this, its eyes were filled with horror, and it moved its foreclaws slightly and retreated quickly. But since Qin Hao was close to it, it wouldn't be so easy for it to escape. Qin Hao saw the snow-eyed demon wolf retreating rapidly, so he changed his claws into fists and punched at the snow-eyed demon wolf.
Ouch!
The snow-eyed demon wolf had already been injured by Qin Hao's claws, so how could it run past Qin Hao? After being hit hard by Qin Hao, it fell to the ground and was dying. Qin Hao saw the dying snow-eyed demon wolf on the ground, smiled slightly, and killed it with one punch. Qin Hao took out the round Vajra from the storage ring and knocked it inside the dead snow-eyed demon wolf. After taking out a snow-white inner elixir, he happily held it in his arms, glanced at the stunned onlookers, turned around and prepared to leave. Those people with blood on their faces and tattered clothes were filled with shock when they saw Qin Hao kill the extremely powerful snow-eyed demon wolf with just a few punches. However, after seeing Qin Hao take out the inner elixir of the snow-eyed demon wolf, he turned around and was about to leave. They looked at each other, and then looked at the snow-eyed demon wolf that had already died on the ground, his eyes full of heat. He raised his foot and was about to walk towards the long-dead snow-eyed demon wolf. Even if the most valuable inner elixir was taken away by Qin Hao, the remaining wolves would be enough to make them jealous. After all, the most accomplished person among them had never reached bronze 6 stars. But before they could get close to the snow-eyed demon wolf, Qin Hao, who was gradually walking away, suddenly turned back.
I think I forgot something.
After saying that, he ignored those confused idiots and carried the long-dead snow-eyed demon wolf towards the foot of the barren mountain.
Chapter 91, Fountain of Immortality. Zhuiying Valley, in an unknown jungle. Pa, pa. The breeze blew gently, the dark yellow flames danced, and the sizzling roasted venison was sweetly eaten.
The tempting aroma drifted in the air with the breeze.
Gudong.
A strange noise was heard in the somewhat silent jungle. Xinhao turned over the sizzling roasted venison and glanced at the few idiots with tattered clothes and some blood on their faces not far away, his eyes full of disgust. After he dealt with the snow-eyed demon wolf, he turned around and left the barren mountain covered with yellow sand. Originally, he planned to use this barren mountain as a base and slowly explore the Zhuiying Valley by himself to see if he could find the remaining medicinal materials to make the antidote for the green blood poison in a short period of time. After all, apart from being familiar with Su Jiang, he was not very familiar with some of the wealthy young men from the secular world, let alone the young men from the ancient martial arts world. But what he didn't expect was that when he was carrying the snow-eyed demon wolf and slowly walking down the barren mountain, the few idiots who had been chased by the snow-eyed demon wolf and had no way to escape were actually following closely behind him. At first, Xinhao wanted to kill these annoying idiots, but when he was about to do it, something suddenly fell out of one of them, which caught his attention. After seeing what fell out of that idiot's body, Xinhao gave up the idea of killing these idiots.
So, we have this scene now.
A round-faced fat boy looked at the sizzling golden roasted venison with fear and disgust in his eyes, swallowing his saliva. After making sure that Xinhao would not kill them for the time being, these idiots were still a little afraid of Xinhao, but they were not so afraid that they dared not even breathe in front of Xinhao.
That.
The round-faced fat man took a look at the sizzling roasted venison, swallowed his saliva, and looked at Xinhao, wanting to say something to him. But before he could finish his words, a golden deer leg flew towards him.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
After saying that, he hugged the golden deer leg and gobbled it up. The other few people glanced at the little fat man who was eating voraciously, and looked at Xinhao eagerly.
Not long after they entered Zhuiying Valley, they were chased by the snow-eyed demon wolf and were already starving to death.
Xinhao glanced at the idiots who were looking at him eagerly and threw all the remaining roasted venison to them.
Eat it. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother.
Those idiots took the roasted venison thrown by Xinhao and started to wolf it down like the little fat guy. Seeing this, Xinhao stopped looking at these idiots, took out a small transparent bottle containing a little emerald green liquid and shook it gently. The emerald green liquid in this small bottle is the most important ingredient in making the antidote for the green blood poison, the longevity spring. But this is obviously not enough to refine the antidote for the green blood poison. If it weren't for the Fountain of Immortality, he would have killed these annoying idiots long ago.
Are you full?
After playing with the transparent bottle for a while, Xinhao glanced at those idiots with greasy mouths.
Belch. Eat, I'm full.
Those idiots burped with a look of satisfaction and wiped their mouths.
Now that you are full, take me to where you found the Fountain of Eternal Life.
After saying that, Xinhao stood up and prepared to leave.
That.
After hearing what Xinhao said, those idiots looked at each other with fear in their eyes. They knew that the reason Xinhao didn't kill them was because he wanted to find the Fountain of Immortality. However, the place containing the Fountain of Immortality was extremely dangerous, and they escaped from there with great difficulty. If not for this, they would not have mistakenly entered the territory of the snow-eyed demon wolf and almost been eaten by the wolf.
Why, you don't want to go?
Hearing this, Xinhao paused slightly, turned around to look at those idiots, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He kept these idiots around not only to have them lead the way to the Fountain of Immortality, but also to have more cannon fodder in the process of obtaining the Fountain of Immortality. After all, they said that the place containing the Fountain of Immortality was extremely dangerous, and the more cannon fodder he had to explore the way, the safer he would be.
No.
Those fools looked at Xinhao with fear and quickly got up from the ground and led the way. Although if they were asked to go to the place where the Fountain of Immortality is located again, they might be in danger of death. But if you dare to disobey Xinhao now, you will surely die.
Zhuiying Valley, outside a smelly swamp.
Xinhao frowned slightly as he looked at the swamp filled with mosquitoes and smelly.
Are you sure you found the Fountain of Immortality here?
This extremely smelly and lifeless swamp does not look like a place where the vital and longevity fountain is located.
It's right here.
Across this swamp, there is a cave.
That's where we get the Fountain of Immortality.
But after hearing Xinhao's words, the round-faced fat boy pointed to a deep cave not far from the swamp with a smile on his face. Xin Hao followed the finger of the round-faced fat man, looked at the deep cave outside the swamp, and waved his hand to interrupt him. He knew what the round-faced fat boy wanted to say, but so what? Even if the place containing the fountain of immortality is extremely dangerous, he must get it. Thinking of this in his mind, Xin Hao glanced at the few idiots behind him and signaled them to lead the way. Although those idiots looked reluctant, they still jumped onto the dead tree beside the swamp, crossed the swamp, and led the way. Seeing this, Xin Hao moved slightly and followed them. In the deep cave, Xin Hao walked at the back, using the dim candlelight as he walked inside while chatting with the round-faced fat boy next to him. I say, how dare you, a bunch of noobs, to provoke a silver-level snow-eyed demon wolf? The highest level of cultivation among these fools is no higher than bronze 6-star. Logically, they don't have the guts to provoke a silver-level snow-eyed demon wolf. You don't know that when we entered this Zhuiying Valley, we were randomly teleported to the vicinity of this cave. Originally, we planned to hide in this cave for a while before hunting the heroic spirits. After all, we're afraid that we'll be slaughtered by those stronger people once we get out. But what we didn't expect was that not long after we entered the cave, one of my companions came with a small transparent bottle filled with emerald green liquid, and told us with a look of ecstasy that he had discovered the longevity spring, a magical object that prolongs life and is coveted by the top warriors in the ancient martial arts world. Seeing this, we originally planned to pack some to take away, but when we approached the fountain of eternal life, a terrifying monster suddenly rushed out. We were so panicked that we accidentally entered the territory of the snow-eyed demon wolf, which is why we saw the scene you saw. After listening to what the round-faced fat boy said, Xin Hao nodded and wanted to say something. But before Xin Hao could open his mouth, a terrifying scream came from the front.
Ah! Help, help, don't eat me. Chapter 92, Cyclops.
Hearing this horrifying scream, the fools in front of Xin Hao were filled with fear on their faces and rushed towards Xin Hao shouting. Seeing this scene, Xin Hao frowned slightly and his face looked very ugly.
Don't run. If anyone dares to run, I will kill him right now.
He didn't kill these idiots right away, just to pave the way for him to get the fountain of immortality. If all these idiots run away, he will suffer a great loss. After all, the cave in front of them was equivalent to a large karst cave. According to the round-faced fat man, they were scared away by the horrible monster as soon as they reached the outskirts of the cave. It remains to be seen whether there are other unknown existences besides this horrible monster in the deeper part of the cave. If these idiots are scared away now, who will lead the way for him after he kills the monster? After hearing what Xin Hao said, those idiots paused slightly, shrank to the side, and made way for him.
After hearing Xin Hao say this behind them, they didn't dare to run anymore.
If you don't run, you may not die, but if you run, you will definitely die. After all, the ruthless man behind them blocked the entrance to the cave, so they had nowhere to escape even if they wanted to. Xin Hao saw a few idiots huddled aside and made way for them. After a cold glance, he quickly walked towards the source of the sound. When Xin Hao rushed to the source of the sound, he saw a disgusting scene. A one-eyed gorilla-like monster had its back to Xin Hao and was gnawing on the half-body of a man in black. The one-eyed gorilla who was gnawing on half of the intestine heard the noise behind him, looked at Xin Hao with a cold light in his one eye, threw away the half of the intestine in his hand, got on all fours, and slowly crawled towards Xin Hao. Xin Hao looked at the gorilla slowly crawling towards him with a faint smile on his face. He took out a Zhixiao pill from his arms and swallowed it. Roar! The gorilla saw Xin Hao standing there with a faint smile on his face, as if he didn't take him seriously.
His one eye was full of anger.
He roared and suddenly pounced on Xin Hao. Seeing this, Xin Hao still had a faint smile on his face and leisurely avoided the one-eyed gorilla. When he saw the gorilla for the first time, he observed it carefully, and after seeing the 3 stripes on the forehead of the one-eyed gorilla, he roughly judged the strength of the one-eyed gorilla. This one-eyed gorilla is exactly the same as the one-eyed giant gorilla that Xin Hao saw in an unknown book before entering Zhuiying Valley. The more stripes the Cyclops has on its forehead, the stronger it is. The Cyclops in front of him had only 3 stripes on its forehead, and its strength was at most similar to that of the snow-eyed demon wolf that he killed with one punch. The Cyclops, who had missed his attack, saw that Xin Hao had actually dodged its attack, so he stamped his feet, roared, and pounced on Xin Hao again. Xin Hao looked at the Cyclops that pounced towards him, moved his body slightly, and punched the Cyclops.
Bang!
Xin Hao's fist collided with the Cyclops' fist. Xin Hao stood in place with a faint smile on his face, while the Cyclops spurted blood and crashed into the stone wall behind him. Xin Hao looked at the Cyclops that was sliding down the stone wall, its one eye full of shock, smiled slightly, and suddenly punched it in the face. When the Cyclops saw Xin Hao's fist getting closer and closer to him, a hint of madness flashed in his one eye. After the single eye flashed for a moment, a beam of light as thick as an arm shot towards Qin Hao. When Qin Hao saw the beam of light shooting out from the single eye, his eyes narrowed slightly and he moved his body slightly, trying to avoid it. Don't be fooled by the leisurely and confident look he just gave. In fact, I was still a little wary of this Cyclops. Although the strength of this Cyclops was at most similar to that of the snow-eyed demon wolf, that was when it did not fight desperately. If this Cyclops really fights hard, even Qin Hao will be in trouble. But the distance between Qin Hao and the Cyclops was extremely close, making it impossible for him to dodge. Just as Qin Hao was about to make a move, the beam of light as thick as his arm instantly swallowed up Qin Hao. The Cyclops, who was lying on the ground with his breath much weaker, saw Qin Hao being swallowed by the beam of light as thick as an arm, and climbed up from the ground. With bared teeth and drooling fishy saliva, he slowly walked towards Qin Hao.
Ahem.
Qin Hao, who was only covered with a few pieces of cloth, climbed up from the ground coughing up blood, took out a life-improving pill from his arms and swallowed it. I felt that the injuries in my body were recovering rapidly, and I felt a little scared. Just now when he was swallowed by the arm-thick beam of light, if it weren't for his thick skin, he would have really died here. When the Cyclops saw that Qin Hao was not dead yet, he paused, looked a little timid, and stopped where he was. The arm-thick beam of light had consumed a huge amount of its energy, and it was thought that Qin Hao would definitely die after being swallowed by the beam of light. But unexpectedly, Qin Hao was not dead. After feeling that his internal injuries had almost recovered, Qin Hao glanced at the Cyclops that was standing still with its eyes narrowed, and slowly walked towards it with a cruel smile on his face. He almost died at the hands of this idiot today, he can't let it go so easily. A moment later, Qin Hao took out the inner elixir of the Cyclops, put the body of the Cyclops into the storage ring, and then glanced at the idiots huddled in the corner. Those fools understood and prepared to lead the way, but before they could make any move, they heard voices suddenly coming from behind them. Brother Wei, if you get the fountain of immortality, you can't keep it all to yourself.
Brother Kong, what are you talking about?
I can't deal with the monsters in this cave by myself.
I will have to rely on you when the time comes. Yes, we will have to rely on Brother Kong to deal with the monsters in the cave.
The voices came from far away and soon, several handsome young men dressed in ancient costumes with fluttering clothes walked in with smiles on their faces. But when they saw Qin Hao and the others in the cave, the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared and their eyes became slightly cold.
Hee, are you guys going out on your own, or are we inviting you?
A young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes walked slowly towards Qin Hao and the others with a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, Qin Hao just laughed and waved to the idiots huddled in the corner. Those idiots glanced at those handsome young men, hesitated for a while, and then trotted towards Qin Hao. The young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes changed his expression slightly when he saw that Qin Hao didn't take them seriously.
Boy, do you know who we are? Now, I'll give you one last chance. Get out of here, or else.
But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Hao.
What else?
Qin Hao crossed his arms and smiled at the young man with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Hearing Qin Hao's disdainful words, the man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes looked at the others and surrounded Qin Hao.
Chapter 93 Melee.
Qin Hao looked at the handsome young men surrounding him, and just smiled, with an indifferent expression. He stood where he was without moving. These guys who look like human beings really take themselves too seriously. Just now, after listening to the conversation between these idiots outside, Qin Hao had a rough idea of their strength. The strongest among these people was at most as strong as the Cyclops who was killed by him with just a few punches. These scums dare to shout in front of him.
They must have been beaten by society.
Seeing that Qin Hao didn't take them seriously at all, Wei Mu, with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looked at a handsome young man with a slightly feminine look, his eyes slightly angry. They are the chosen ones among the younger generations of the many affiliated families of the 5 surnames and 7 clans.
How could they have been looked down upon like this?
If he doesn't teach this arrogant boy a lesson today, he will find it hard to swallow the anger in his heart. The most troublesome person here is probably this arrogant guy who stands there with a calm expression.
As long as we can defeat this guy, the rest of them won't be a problem.
Thinking of this in his mind, Wei Mu exchanged glances with the handsome young man who seemed a little feminine. After understanding the meaning in his eyes, Wei Mu clasped his hands together, and a miniature sword suddenly hung above his head. After spinning a few times, it grew in the wind. In a short while, the miniature sword turned into a giant sword as big as a door panel, piercing Qin Hao's vitals. Qin Hao looked at the giant sword that was getting closer and closer to him, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and he blasted out countless fist shadows to meet the giant sword. The quality of the giant sword of the man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes is probably better than the round vajra of the bearded man. After all, the giant sword of the man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes can be big or small, and the vajra that he snatched from the bearded man's hands, he tried it countless times when he was bored, but it still remained the same. However, even if the giant sword of this man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes is of higher quality than the vajra, Jinhao is not inferior to him. This Zixio pill not only raises the cultivation level of the person who takes it to the silver level in a short period of time, but also has extremely terrifying effects on the person's body. His current physical body is much stronger than that vajra. Unless this giant sword is a gold-level magic weapon, this giant sword cannot hurt him at all. Crack! Puff! Before the giant sword reached Jinhao, it was broken into two halves by the countless fist shadows Jinhao blasted out. After the giant sword broke, Weimu spurted out blood, staggered back a few steps, his face full of disbelief. Although his exquisite sword is not a gold-level magic weapon, it is also an excellent one among silver-level magic weapons. An ordinary silver-level magic weapon is no different from scrap metal in front of this exquisite sword. How could it be possible that he could be broken into two halves by this kid with his bare hands? Is he even human? Brother Wei. When the handsome young man, who seemed a little feminine, saw Weimu in such a miserable state, his eyes were full of suspicion, and he hurriedly went up to support him. Weimu is the one with the highest cultivation among them, and although this Linglong sword is not a silver-level magic weapon, it is still top-notch. With this magic weapon in his hand, Weimu can fight against even a 6-star silver expert. But Weimu became like this after only a few rounds of fighting with this kid. How could he not be shocked? The slightly feminine Kong Tong and the remaining few people helped Weimu, who had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, to the side, and looked at Jinhao with a slightly ugly expression. Although, from the fight between Weimu and the boy in front of him just now, it can be seen that this boy is definitely not someone who can be easily messed with. But it was impossible for him to retreat and give up the Fountain of Immortality. Before participating in the Zhuiying Valley trial, the ancestor of his family had repeatedly told him that if he found the longevity-enhancing item like the longevity fountain in the Zhuiying Valley, he must get it out at all costs. After all, my ancestor doesn't have much time left. If I don't find some magical longevity items to prolong his life, I'm afraid he will pass away soon. The one with the highest cultivation level in his Kong family is his own ancestor. If the ancestor were to pass away, the status of the Kong family among the 5 surnames and 7 clans would surely plummet. Thinking of this, Kong Tong looked at the remaining few people, took out their respective magic weapons and shot towards Jinhao. In terms of personal strength, they are not as good as Jinhao, but they are not those casual cultivators with no foundation. He has many magic weapons and secret techniques on him. After some of these techniques are activated, even strong men above the silver 6-star level dare not underestimate them. After Jinhao smashed the giant sword with one punch, he had a faint smile on his face. Looking at the various magic weapons shooting towards him, he just blasted out countless fist shadows to meet them. Boom! Jinhao's fist collided with Kong Tong and others' magic weapons, causing a huge airwave and shattering countless huge rocks in the cave. When the huge airwave dissipated, blood flowed from the corners of Kong Tong's mouth and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Kong Tong didn't expect that Jinhao remained unharmed after their joint attack, but after fighting with Jinhao, they were even more embarrassed than Weimu before. Jinhao glanced at Kong Tong and the others who looked rather embarrassed not far away, smiled slightly, and walked towards them leisurely. He thought these self-righteous idiots would be able to hold out for a few more moves against him, but he didn't expect them to be knocked down by just a few punches. The look of these idiots made him lose interest in playing any further. He came here for the Fountain of Longevity, not to fight with these idiots. He needs to get rid of these idiots as soon as possible so that he can get the Fountain of Immortality. Kong Tong looked at Jinhao who was walking towards him leisurely, his eyes full of fear, and he kept backing away. However, after taking a few steps back and realizing that he had nowhere to retreat, the fear in his eyes gradually dissipated. After hesitating for a while, his eyes were full of determination. He took out a pitch-black ball from his arms, bit his tongue, and spurted a mouthful of blood onto the pitch-black ball. After the blood fell on the dark sphere, it was quickly absorbed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kong Tong saw the blood on the black ball gradually disappearing, a cruel smile appeared on his face, his lips moved slightly, and he muttered something. After a moment, Kong Tong threw the black ball into the air. The pitch-black sphere was suspended in the air, emitting a strange glow, and suddenly smashed towards Jinhao. The pitch-black sphere grew bigger and bigger as it moved, and when it was only a few feet away from Jinhao, it had become the size of a roller. Jinhao saw the pitch-black sphere that was about to hit him, and feeling the terrifying energy on the sphere, his eyes condensed slightly, his body moved slightly, and he turned sideways to avoid it. But when Qin Hao just made a move, the dark sphere suddenly glowed brightly. Before Qin Hao could react, the black sphere expanded to several times its original size and exploded in front of Qin Hao.
Chapter 94, Strange Roar. Bang!
After the dark sphere with bright dim light suddenly exploded in front of Qin Hao, the cave shook like an earthquake, and countless pieces of stone fell down like hail. Kong Tong slumped on the ground, looking at Qin Hao, who was lying on the ground not far away, his face as black as charcoal, motionless, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised.
This black ball was bestowed by the ancestor before entering Zhuiying Valley.
It self-destructs with the help of a unique secret method. Even those above the silver 6-star level dare not confront it head-on. The strength of this kid in front of him is at most silver 9 stars. There is no way he can survive under the power of the black ball's self-detonation. Thinking of this, Kong Tong took a healing pill, adjusted his breath for a moment, and then staggered towards Qin Hao. However, in his opinion, there was no chance that the kid not far away would survive the explosion of the black ball. But to ensure everything went smoothly, he went forward to confirm it again before making any plans. But before Kong Tong had taken a few steps, Qin Hao, who had been lying on the ground motionless, suddenly moved his fingers.
Seeing this scene, Kong Tong was shocked and couldn't help but quicken his pace.
After the black ball exploded, there were few living people in the cave. Apart from the man who managed to survive by using the top-level secret treasure to protect his body before the black ball exploded, the only one who had a higher level of cultivation, Wei Mu, was lying on the ground dying. However, before he reached Qin Hao moved his fingers slightly, struggled to stand up, and the storage ring between his fingers flashed faintly.
A small transparent bottle rolled in front of Qin Hao.
Qin Hao reached out and took the small bottle containing the emerald green liquid. Under Kong Tong's horrified gaze, he opened the stopper and swallowed the emerald green liquid in one gulp.
Don't want. Kong Tong watched Qin Hao swallow the emerald green liquid and couldn't help but quicken his pace.
This was the fountain of immortality he had always dreamed of, and this kid swallowed it in one gulp. Although that amount of the longevity spring was not much, it was enough to extend the life of his ancestor for several years. After swallowing the fountain of immortality, not long after, a layer of smelly dirt suddenly fell off Qin Hao's dark face. The face, which was originally as black as charcoal, instantly became as delicate as that of a newborn baby. Qin Hao felt the vigorous vitality in his body. After stretching his muscles, he looked at Kong Tong, who was slowly retreating after seeing his change, and a strange curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid almost killed him, he couldn't let him leave this world so happily. Qin Hao wiped the blood off his hands, glanced at Kong Tong, who looked like a monster beside him, and slowly walked towards the depths of the cave. Those idiots died in the explosion just now, which made him feel a little regretful. Before those idiots died, he had already learned the exact location of the fountain of longevity from them. But before entering this cave, who knew that the terrain inside the cave was so complicated? He and those idiots had only been to the outskirts of the cave before, but according to those idiots, the longevity fountain was at the very innermost part of the cave. They had only found the fountain of immortality by chance. Now Qin Hao is alone, and it is extremely difficult for him to find the location of the longevity fountain in this cave that is like a maze. Thinking of this, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel even more angry at those idiots who suddenly broke into the cave and told them to get out. If those idiots hadn't started fighting with him without saying a word, those idiots who let him wouldn't have died. If those idiots who let him hadn't died, he wouldn't be wandering around in circles in this cave now. Qin Hao walked into a fork in the road and returned to his original place, complaining in his heart. Looking at the densely packed forks in the road in front of him, Qin Hao sat on the ground and couldn't help feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. After dealing with Kong Tong and the others, he had walked through this maze like fork countless times, but each time he returned to the starting point after a while. If he just wanders around aimlessly like this, he might not be able to find the fountain of immortality even after the trial in Zhuiying Valley is over. He had to think of a way, but how could he find the way to the longevity spring among these densely packed forks in a short time? Qin Hao looked at the densely packed forks in the road and fell into deep thought. Qin Hao carefully recalled some details of what happened at the fork in the road just now. After a while, he realized that he seemed to have overlooked some important details. Just now, when he saw the densely packed forks in the road, he didn't think too much about it and just randomly chose one and walked in. After a while, he returned to where he was. After repeating this process over and over again, the situation has become what it is now. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that although he turned in the fork for a while every time, he returned to the original place. But each time I returned to the same place, the time it takes is getting longer and longer.
What does this mean?
It means that he is getting closer and closer to the depths of the cave. Thinking of this, Shinhao stood up and prepared to walk towards a fork in the road to the right of the one he had just walked through. He just thought about it carefully. Although he was just wandering around, he found that the further to the right he went, the longer it would take to return to his original position. Therefore, he wanted to try step by step to see if he could find the way to the location of the Fountain of Longevity. But before Shinhao entered the fork in the road, a slightly strange roar suddenly sounded in the cave.
Wow, wow, wow.
Hearing this slightly strange roar, Shinhao paused, stood outside the fork in the cave, and looked around vigilantly. When he entered the cave, he felt that this place containing the Fountain of Immortality was definitely not as simple as those idiots said.
There is not only one kind of monster in this cave, the Cyclops. This fountain of eternal life is coveted by the top warriors in the ancient martial arts world. If it weren't for certain restrictions in the Zhuiying Valley, those top powerhouses would have entered the Zhuiying Valley and taken away the Fountain of Immortality long ago. However, after Shinhao stood outside the fork in the cave for a while, the slightly strange roar suddenly disappeared as if it had never appeared. Seeing this, Shinhao frowned slightly and stood outside the fork in the cave, wondering what he was thinking. This strange roar suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared, as if everything that had just happened was just Shinhao's illusion. However, after standing outside the fork in the cave for a while, Shinhao no longer cared about the reason why the strange roar suddenly disappeared. Walked into the chosen fork. No matter why this strange sound suddenly appeared and disappeared, he must get the Fountain of Immortality. After Shinhao walked into the fork in the road, two red rays of light appeared in the shadow of the cave. The slightly strange roar sounded again in the cave. Wow! Chapter 95, Life and Death.
In the dim fork in the road, the cool mountain breeze brushed across Shinhao's cheek, and the candlelight in Shinhao's hand danced with the cool mountain breeze, flickering.
The entire fork in the road was eerily quiet.
Apart from Shinhao's own footsteps, the only sound was the faint whirring of the mountain breeze echoing in his ears. The flickering candlelight shone on Shinhao's face.
Shinhao walked slowly in this fork in the road under the light of the swaying candlelight.
Shinhao looked at the dark fork in the road where he could barely make out objects only in the area illuminated by the flickering candlelight, and where he could not see his hand in front of him outside the light. He frowned slightly. He didn't know how long he had been walking since he entered this fork in the road. Although we didn't return to the original place as quickly as usual this time, this dark fork in the road seemed endless and would never end. Although if his previous inference was correct, every time he entered a fork in the road, the longer it took to return to the original place, the closer he was to the depths of the cave. The fork in the road he entered this time was undoubtedly the closest to the depths of the cave and the location of the longevity fountain among all the forks he had taken before. But having said that, this time he stayed in this fork in the road for a little too long.
This is somewhat unusual.
Thinking about this in his mind, Shinhao stopped after walking for a while and prepared to rest on the spot. After all, we don't know how long this fork in the road is, and only by staying in the best condition at all times can we deal with some unknown dangers. But before Shinhao could make any move, a familiar and strange roar suddenly came from behind him.
Wow, 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 wow.
Hearing this somewhat familiar strange roar, Shinhao tensed up, looked behind him vigilantly, took out a Zhixiao pill from his arms and swallowed it. Feeling the medicinal power of the Zhixiao pill gradually dissolving in his body and the familiar power slowly returning to him, Shinhao slowly walked towards the fork in the road. But before Shinhao had taken a few steps, for some reason, the strange roar suddenly disappeared in the fork in the road, just like before, as if it had never appeared before. Seeing this, Shinhao stopped and frowned. This was the second time that this strange roar was heard in this cave. Every time when Shinhao was about to take action, the strange roar suddenly disappeared. This made Shinhao feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although in the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley, the highest level of heroic spirits did not exceed the silver level. With the help of Zhixiao Dan and some other magical objects, he can fight against even the heroic spirits above silver 7 stars. But people are always full of fear of unknown things, and this strange sound was heard in this cave many times. Shinhao didn't even know what kind of creature made this strange roar, which made him feel a little scared. After the strange roar disappeared, Shinhao stood there frowning and thinking for a while, then looking at the exit of the fork in the road, he suddenly thought of a possibility that made him break out in a cold sweat. You know, in the ancient martial arts world, there are some special creatures that, although their own cultivation is not very high, can use some of their special methods to kill people whose cultivation is far higher than theirs. Shinhao is now afraid of encountering this extremely difficult monster.
If he encountered this extremely difficult monster in this fork in the road, he might die here today.
Even if the cultivation level of these special creatures is similar to Qinhao's, Qinhao has to hide away when he sees them. After all, this special creature, even if its cultivation level is not high, its strength is extremely terrifying. Qin Haoxing was thinking about this matter that made his scalp tingle, and looked at the exit of the fork in the road again.
With some doubts in his mind, he turned around and walked into the fork in the road.
Although, the unknown creature that just made a strange roar might be a special creature that could put him in an extremely dangerous situation.
But he couldn't give up the fountain of immortality.
After all, the longevity spring is one of the indispensable main ingredients for refining the green blood poison antidote, and Bai Yuiwei is still waiting for the green blood poison antidote to save her life. After walking in this deep fork in the road for an unknown period of time, Qinhao suddenly saw a faint light not far away. Seeing this, Qinhao's face lit up with joy and he couldn't help but quicken his pace.
Now I have finally reached the exit, but I don't know if I will end up back where I was last time.
Thinking this in his mind, Qinhao walked quickly towards the light. When Qinhao walked to the light, he was slightly stunned by the scene in front of him.
There was actually a cliff at the exit of this fork in the road.
And at the bottom of the cliff, there is a bottomless pool.
There seemed to be many unknown monsters lurking in that deep pool. Every once in a while, bubbles would pop out of the originally calm water surface.
Qinhao stood at the exit of the fork in the road, staring blankly for a while, his eyes flickering. Although this cliff blocked Qinhao's way, what he wanted was on the other side of the cliff. On the opposite side of the cliff, in a small stone pool, there was some emerald green liquid exuding a strong vitality. The emerald green liquid in this small stone pool that exudes a strong vitality is what Qinhao was looking for this time, the fountain of immortality. Qinhao took a look at the longevity spring that was emitting rich vitality in the small stone pond, gritted his teeth, and decided to find a way to cross the pond and get the longevity spring on the other side. But when Qinhao was about to take action, the slightly strange roar sounded again in the cave behind him. Seeing this, Qinhao paused and turned slowly. The strange roar echoed in the cave for a while, but it did not suddenly appear and disappear like the previous times. After the strange roar echoed in the cave for a while, it became louder and clearer, and got closer and closer to Qinhao. Qinhao listened to the strange roar that was getting closer and closer to him, his brows furrowed and his muscles tensed. He knew that the creature that made this strange roar was slowly approaching him, and might appear in front of him soon. Qinhao did not dare to take lightly this terrifying monster, which was most likely one of those in the ancient martial arts world that ignored the difference in cultivation and could put him in an extremely dangerous situation. But just when Qinhao heard the strange roar very clearly in his ears and he thought that the monster was about to appear in front of him, the strange roar suddenly disappeared, as if everything just now was just Qinhao's illusion. Seeing this, Qinhao had a slightly puzzled look on his face.
Why did this monster that made strange roars suddenly appear and disappear so many times? What is the purpose of this?
This behavior, which seemed like a child's prank, really made Qinhao puzzled. However, after thinking for a while and still being confused, Qinhao decided not to think too much about it and first find a way to get to the other side of the cliff and get the longevity spring. Thinking of this, Qinhao turned around and was about to jump across the dark pool when a strong wind suddenly blew behind him and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart.
Chapter 96 Red-Eyed Black Cat.
Qinhao felt the strong wind passing behind him, turned quickly, and staggered back to the edge of the fork in the road. Qinhao looked at the black cat with red eyes and a body as black as charcoal in front of him, breathing heavily.
If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he would have been dead here today.
With the terrifying power that the black cat had just unleashed, if he hadn't dodged it, even if he had taken the purple sky pill and had a strong physique, he would have been in great danger.
Wow, 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 wow.
When the red-eyed black cat saw that Qinhao had actually dodged its attack, it suddenly let out a slightly strange roar, and a strange color flashed in its weird vertical pupils. In its opinion, under the circumstances at that time, there was no way Qinhao could avoid its sneak attack. Although Qinhao barely avoided its sneak attack, it still seemed incredible to it. Qinhao looked up at the black cat with red eyes that was making a slightly strange roar. He took slight steps and slowly approached it. Now, behind him are countless unknown monsters lurking at the bottom of the pool. If he falls into the pool while fighting with the red-eyed black cat, he will be in great danger. After all, there are countless mysterious monsters of unknown strength lurking at the bottom of the pool. After being attacked by this terrifying red-eyed black cat, he probably will really die here. The red-eyed black cat's vertical pupils flickered as it looked at Qinhao, who was slowly approaching him. It moved its body slightly, and with a faint light flashing on its sharp claws, it suddenly pounced towards Qinhao. Although Qinhao had just dodged its sneak attack, it didn't care too much. In its opinion, although Qinhao's strength is quite good, he is still no match for it. After all, its own cultivation level is not high, it is only silver 6-star. But relying on its racial talent, it even dares to touch the strong ones with 9 silver stars.
Bang!
When Xin Hao saw the black cat with red eyes suddenly pounce on him, he tensed his muscles and bent his body into an arc that was unimaginable for ordinary people. He barely avoided the black cat's sharp claws that were flashing with a faint light. The black cat with red eyes missed its pounce, its red eyes flashed slightly, and before Xin Hao could react, it pounced on Xin Hao again. Xin Hao, who had barely dodged the sharp claws of the red-eyed black cat, stood in a dark fork in the road. He looked at the red-eyed black cat that was getting closer and closer to him, and kept retreating at a rapid pace. The red-eyed black cat, which had once again failed, looked at Xin Hao, who was constantly retreating to the fork in the road. After giving him a cold look, he turned around, crossed the secluded pool at the bottom of the cliff, jumped to the small pool that contained the fountain of immortality and exuded rich vitality, and lowered his head to lick the emerald green liquid in the pool. The reason why he attacked Xin Hao was just to protect the longevity fountain. Now that Xin Hao has retreated, there is no need for him to pursue him relentlessly. Xin Hao, who had retreated a long way in the dark fork in the road, saw from afar the black cat with red eyes licking the longevity fountain with its head lowered, and its face looked a little ugly. Now it seems that the reason why the red-eyed black cat attacked him was most likely because of the fountain of immortality. This is a bit tricky. If he wants to get the fountain of immortality, then this black cat with red eyes must be dealt with. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to get close to the fountain of immortality. However, it is not an easy task to kill this black cat with red eyes. This black cat with red eyes is extremely fast and powerful. Just now, Xin Hao had to use all his strength to escape from its sharp claws. Thinking about this, Xin Hao stood in the deep fork in the road, looking at the black cat with red eyes lying lazily beside the longevity fountain, with his thick brows furrowed. A moment later, Xin Hao swallowed a life-repairing pill, recovered some strength, and slowly walked towards the black cat with red eyes. In a head-on confrontation, he might not be a match for the red-eyed black cat, so he can only outsmart it. However, how to obtain the fountain of immortality while ensuring one's own safety requires careful consideration. The black cat with red eyes, which was lying beside the longevity fountain with a lazy look, slowly stood up when it saw Xin Hao slowly approaching again, its red eyes full of disdain. It didn't expect that Xin Hao would dare to covet the longevity spring. He really didn't know how to live or die. Before, when Xin Hao retreated to the deep fork in the road, he saw that Chang Shengquan was doing nothing, so he was too lazy to chase after him. Now that he has come to you again, don't blame him for being rude. The black cat with red eyes walked to the edge of the cliff, licked its paws, looked at Xin Hao, who was gradually walking towards it, sat on the ground, and wagged its tail. In its opinion, Xin Hao's behavior was purely seeking his own death. Xin Hao looked at the black cat with red eyes sitting on the edge of the cliff, his eyes full of solemnity, and slowly approached it. The last time Xin Hao fought with this black cat with red eyes, he discovered that although the black cat with red eyes was strong, it was not so strong that it was impossible to fight against. The strength of this red-eyed black cat is at most silver 9 stars. As long as this red-eyed black cat doesn't kill him in one go, he will have a chance to kill this black guy. After all, he swallowed a life-repairing pill when he was injured. Even if the injury was fatal, as long as he didn't die immediately, he would recover in no time. The storage ring on Xin Hao's fingertips flashed slightly, and the round vajra was suspended above Xin Hao's head. The probability of being killed by this red-eyed black cat in close combat is too high, so I can only fight the beast from a distance. Thinking of this, Xin Hao clasped his hands together, indicating that the vajra would shoot towards the black cat with red eyes. The black cat with red eyes looked at the vajra that was shooting towards it with disdain in its eyes. The cat's paws were lightly raised and moved casually a few times, and several claw edges met the vajra.
Crack! Bang! The claws of the red-eyed black cat collided with the vajra, and the claws dissipated. Several cracks appeared on the vajra, and the golden light dimmed and fell to the ground. Puff! Xin Hao's face turned pale and blood spurted out of his mouth. After taking a look at the black cat with red eyes lying on the edge of the cliff, licking its paws and with disdain in its vertical pupils, Xin Hao took out a life-improving pill from his arms and swallowed it. Feeling that the injuries in his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, Xin Hao had a faint smile on his face. He made hand gestures and controlled the golden pestle with dim golden light, shooting it towards the lazy black cat with red eyes. When the red-eyed black cat saw this, the contempt in its vertical pupils became even stronger, and it casually waved its claws, drawing several claw marks that were much fainter than before to meet the enemy. The claw's edge collided with the vajra with dim golden light. The claw's edge gradually dissipated, and more cracks appeared on the vajra.
When the claws of the black cat with red eyes gradually dissipated, Shinhao's face turned pale, with sweat on his forehead. He controlled the Vajra, which was shaking but did not fall to the ground like last time, and continued to shoot towards the black cat with red eyes. The black cat with red eyes had the Vajra reflected in its vertical pupils, which was swaying as if it would fall to the ground at any time.
It did not move and just watched quietly.
In its view, the Vajra that was shaking and shooting towards it was already a spent force and was nothing to be afraid of. But what the red-eyed black cat didn't expect was that the Vajra, which seemed not scary enough in its eyes, suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light less than 3 feet away from it.
Boom!
A loud noise like muffled thunder sounded in the cave, and the black cat with red eyes was instantly swallowed up by the dazzling golden light. Watching this scene, Shinhao's pale face curled up slightly. He staggered back a few steps, slumped on the ground, his vision gradually blurred.
Chapter 97 Hidden Dragon at the Bottom of the Pond.
After an unknown amount of time, Shinhao, who was slumped on the ground, moved his fingers slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the black cat with red eyes as black as charcoal, dying not far away and breathing more than it breathes in, Shinhao took out a life-repairing pill from his arms and swallowed it. After a while, feeling that his internal injuries had almost recovered, Shinhao got up from the ground, with a faint smile on his face, and walked towards the red-eyed black cat leisurely. The dying black cat with red eyes saw Shinhao with a faint smile on his face, slowly walking towards it, struggling to stand up, looking at the longevity spring that exuded vigorous vitality on the opposite side of the cliff, staggered back a few steps, trying to cross the cliff and climb to the longevity spring. It is now extremely regretful.
If it had not underestimated the enemy, it would not have ended up in such a miserable state.
The black cat with red eyes staggered, turned around and looked at Shinhao, who was walking towards it slowly with a faint smile on his face, his eyes full of hatred. As long as it crosses the cliff, climbs to the fountain of immortality, and swallows some of the fountain, it will be able to regain its peak. By that time, the kid in front of him with a faint smile on his face, as if he had everything secured, would definitely die. But the black cat with red eyes just staggered back a few steps, lost its balance, and fell to the ground, gasping violently. After struggling for several times, I wanted to stand up again, but I was too weak. Shinhao walked closer to the black cat with red eyes, looked down at the black cat with red eyes gasping for breath and looking miserable, with a faint smile on his face.
This idiot was blown into this state by the self-detonating Vajra.
It was lucky enough that he didn't die on the spot. He even wanted to cross the cliff and climb to the fountain of immortality to prolong his life.
What a nice idea.
This Vajra is an extremely good silver-level magic weapon. If the bearded man had chosen to self-destruct the Vajra at the very beginning, Shinhao would not be 100% sure that he could survive. Thinking of this, Shinhao glanced at the black cat with red eyes lying on the ground, looking at him with hatred in its eyes, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. I almost died at the hands of this idiot today. I can't let it leave this beautiful world so easily. After dealing with the black cat with red eyes, Shinhao breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest obstacle between him and the fountain of eternal life was no longer there, and the next things became much simpler. Shinhao looked at the longevity spring emitting rich vitality on the opposite side of the cliff with a faint smile on his face.
He stood on the edge of the cliff with his muscles tensed, ready to cross the cliff.
But just as he moved, bubbles suddenly gurgled out of the deep pool at the bottom of the cliff. After a while, a one-horned dragon with a body of several dozen feet long suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the pool. Shinhao, who was just about to cross the cliff, looked at the one-horned dragon that suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the pool, took a few steps back, his eyes full of solemnity. He had felt before that there was a formidable monster lurking in this dark pool. But what he didn't expect was that there was a one-horned dragon hidden at the bottom of the pool.
This is really troublesome.
You have to know that from ancient times to the present, any creature related to dragons is not simple.
What's more, the one appearing in front of him now is a dragon.
This dragon is also called a sub-dragon, and is one of the dragon descendants whose bloodline is closest to those extremely terrifying real dragons. Thinking of this in his mind, Shinhao looked at the one-horned dragon, ready to fight it at any time. Although the strength of this one-horned dragon must be very strong, he cannot give up the fountain of immortality which is so close to him. But just when Shinhao tensed his muscles and was ready to fight with the one-horned dragon at any time, the one-horned dragon that jumped out from the bottom of the pool twisted a few times in the air, and then slowly crawled towards the longevity spring as if it had never seen Shinhao. Seeing this scene, Shinhao was slightly stunned. However, after being stunned for a while, Shinhao tensed his muscles and prepared to cross the cliff.
Although this dragon is powerful, this is just the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley.
In the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley, no matter how powerful you were before, your strength is at most silver 9 stars. This one-horned dragon is a subspecies of dragon, and its bloodline is extremely close to that of a real dragon. The strength is most likely silver 9 stars. After all, a true dragon is one of the most terrifying existences in the world. This one-horned dragon is a sub-dragon species. Even if its strength is suppressed to the silver level in the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley, it must be at the peak of the silver level. The one-horned dragon noticed the movement behind it, turned its head slightly, a hint of disdain flashed in its dark yellow eyes, and it exhaled lightly, then shot towards Qin Hao. Several years ago, when its life was about to end, it searched the entire Zhuiying Valley and finally found the longevity spring, a magical object that could increase longevity, in this cave. After swallowing the longevity fountain, he has been sleeping ever since. He originally wanted to leave the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley after swallowing the last bit of the longevity fountain. But what it didn't expect was that this person, who was no different from an ant in its eyes, dared to attack it when it just woke up from its slumber. Qin Hao looked at the dragon breath shooting towards it, his eyes slightly narrowed. Although, in the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley, due to some unknown restrictions, the strongest person does not exceed the gold level. With the help of Zixiao Pill and some other trump cards, he can compete with the strong men of silver 9 stars. However, this one-horned dragon is a descendant of a dragon whose bloodline is extremely close to that of a real dragon. Even though its strength is suppressed in the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley, it is still not comparable to an ordinary silver 9 star. Thinking of this in his mind, Qin Hao clenched his fists, and in an instant, he blasted out countless fist shadows, heading towards the dragon breath that exuded extremely powerful dragon power. Boom! When the fist shadow and dragon's breath collided, a loud bang sounded in the cave. The huge rocks on the rock wall were shattered and fell like broken ice. Puff! Ahem! Qin Hao pushed away the rubble that buried his body, blood spurted out of his mouth, his face turned pale, he took out a life-improving pill from his arms and swallowed it, his face regained its rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moment Qin Hao took out the life-repairing pill, feeling the vigorous vitality emanating from the pill, a strange color flashed in the dark yellow eyes of the one-horned dragon, and it slowly moved its body towards Qin Hao. The elixir this kid swallowed is full of vitality. I'm afraid it is an extremely rare longevity-enhancing magical item in the world, just like the Fountain of Immortality. After swallowing the Fountain of Longevity, its lifespan increased greatly. However, since it had encountered this extremely rare magical item that could increase longevity in the world, how could it miss it? Qin Hao, whose internal injuries had almost recovered, looked at the one-horned dragon slowly approaching him and slowly retreated. Before entering the Zhuiying Valley, he had done his homework so that he could more easily find the medicinal materials for making the antidote for the green blood poison. In the books on exotic beasts that he had read, the dragon race had extremely strong bodies. Although this one-horned dragon is not a real dragon, it is a sub-dragon with a very close bloodline. Needless to say, the strength of his body was extremely great. If Qin Hao let this one-horned dragon get close to him, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Thinking about this, Qin Hao slowly retreated while thinking about countermeasures. After retreating dozens of steps, Qin Hao suddenly stopped with a faint smile on his face.
Chapter 98, Dragon Slaying.
Seeing Qin Hao retreating continuously, the one-horned dragon suddenly stopped, a faint smile on his face, and the disdain in his dark yellow eyes became even stronger, and his dragon breath shot towards Qin Hao. When I saw the magical object that could increase longevity, I was planning to play with this kid, but I didn't expect that he suddenly laughed like an idiot and stood there motionless. When Qin Hao saw the dragon breath shooting towards him, his muscles tensed and he retreated quickly.
The one-horned dragon did not show any disappointment when it saw that the dragon breath did not hit Qin Hao. Instead, there was still a hint of disdain in its dark yellow dragon eyes. This was just the dragon's breath it exhaled casually. What difference would it make if this kid dodged it? Qin Hao retreated quickly, and seeing the one-horned dragon still looking disdainful in the dark yellow dragon's eyes, the faint smile on his face became more intense. Although this idiot is a sub-dragon, this is the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley. No matter how powerful you were before, the strength you can display here is at most silver 9 stars. If he was just a silver 9 star, he might have a chance to counterattack. Besides, after fighting with the one-horned dragon, he remembered that when he signed in last time, he signed in for a treasure that could specifically defeat the dragon clan. Not to mention a sub-dragon like this, even if it was an underage real dragon, he was confident that he could kill it in this Zhuiying Valley. Thinking of this, the storage ring on Qin Hao's fingertips flashed slightly, and a golden rope appeared in Qin Hao's hand. This golden rope is called the Dragon Binding Rope.
It is made from the dragon tendons of the ancestral dragon and countless kinds of precious spiritual materials. Real dragons are nothing in front of it, let alone this tiny sub-dragon.
The one-horned dragon was slowly approaching Qin Hao, with disdain in its dark yellow eyes. When it saw the dragon binding rope for the first time, its body stiffened slightly, and it felt a strong sense of life and death crisis from the dragon binding rope. The one-horned dragon had a slightly stiff body, and its dark yellow eyes stared at the dragon binding rope for a while. Before Qin Hao could react, it quickly dived to the bottom of the deep pool. Qin Hao held the dragon binding rope in his hand, looking at the one-horned dragon as if it was a mouse seeing a cat, with a faint smile on his face. He threw the dragon binding rope into the air, and shot it towards the one-horned dragon that quickly dived into the bottom of the deep pool. The one-horned dragon felt a strong wind coming from behind, and the sense of life and death crisis became stronger and stronger. It had a feeling that if it was really tied up by that boy's golden rope, it would surely die. But this dragon binding rope is a magic weapon specifically designed to defeat dragons. Even an underage real dragon is nothing in front of it, let alone this sub-dragon. When the one-horned dragon was about to dive into the bottom of the pool, it was tied up tightly with the dragon binding rope. The one-horned dragon, which was tied up with the dragon binding rope, had a flash of panic in its dark yellow eyes. It struggled violently, with its head raised. Its huge body slapped the rock wall, causing huge waves in the deep pool. Bang! 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 Roar! Qin Hao looked at the one-horned dragon struggling violently like a trapped beast, smiled faintly, and just watched quietly without making any movement. The more the one-horned dragon struggled, the tighter the dragon binding rope would be tied, and the faster it would die. A moment later, the huge body of the one-horned dragon was covered in blood. With a loud bang, the dragon's head smashed on the edge of the cliff. Its dark yellow eyes were dim, and it was dying. Qin Hao looked at the one-horned dragon, whose eyes were full of disdain, lying in front of him like a dead dog. He slowly walked towards the one-horned dragon, reached out and touched his dragon horn, and smiled slightly. There is an old saying that goes, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. He had tasted donkey meat in the secular world and it tasted good, but he had never tasted dragon meat and didn't know what it tasted like. Thinking of this, Qin Hao touched the dragon horn of the one-horned dragon, made hand gestures, and chanted some obscure spells. After reciting the spell, Qin Hao's face turned slightly pale, and he hurriedly took out a life-improving pill from his arms and swallowed it. After a moment, Qin Hao's face slowly returned to its rosy color. He looked at the dragon binding rope on the one-horned dragon and shook his head helplessly. Although this dragon binding rope can kill real dragons, Qin Hao's cultivation is too low at this time. Even if it is combined with related spells, he cannot exert its full power. However, even so, this one-horned dragon is only a sub-dragon, not a real dragon. Even if Qin Hao cannot exert the full power of the dragon binding rope, it is enough to deal with this one-horned dragon. After Qin Hao finished casting the spell, the dragon binding rope suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, slowly wriggling and tightly binding the one-horned dragon. Roar! Bang! Bang! Boom! The one-horned dragon felt the golden ropes on his body getting tighter and tighter. The sense of life and death crisis in his heart became stronger and stronger. The dragon's body suddenly crashed into the rock wall, and a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out of his originally dim dragon eyes. The dragon head was raised high, and a golden round bead suddenly appeared in front of Qin Hao. The golden ball spun around in the air and then shot towards Qin Hao. After spitting out the golden round bead, the one-horned dragon floated on the dark pool, allowing the dragon binding rope to become tighter and tighter, watching the golden round bead shooting towards Qin Hao. As long as this guy is killed, there is still hope for it to survive. But all this is just wishful thinking. This dragon binding rope is a top-grade magic weapon that can easily suppress even an underage true dragon. When Qin Hao finished reciting the spell, the dragon binding rope had already begun to show its power. Before the golden ball touched Qin Hao, the dark yellow eyes of the one-horned dragon gradually became blurred, and after letting out an unwilling dragon roar, it completely lost its life. Taking a look at the lifeless one-horned dragon floating on the surface of the lake, Qin Hao held the golden round bead in his hand with a smile on his face. This one-horned dragon was quite sensible. Knowing that he couldn't escape today, he delivered himself to the door and spit out his dragon ball to save him from having to take action. Qin Hao tossed the dragon ball in his hand, and the storage ring between his fingers flashed slightly, and he put the dragon ball and the dragon corpse at the bottom of the pool into it. After doing all this, Qin Hao looked at the Changsheng spring on the opposite side of the cliff, leaped and jumped to the other side. Looking at the longevity spring that exudes rich vitality, I feel a little emotional. It is not easy to get this fountain of immortality. If he had not known the location of the longevity spring by chance and had not been lucky enough to find the specific location of the longevity spring in this cave,
he would not have been able to get the longevity spring even after the trial in Zhuiying Valley was over. After sighing slightly, Qin Hao took out a specially made small porcelain bottle from his storage ring, ready to collect the longevity spring. This small porcelain bottle was bought by Qin Hao before he entered the Zhuiying Valley. It is a magic weapon similar to a storage ring, large enough to hold the longevity spring. Qin Hao threw the small porcelain bottle into the air, and with his hands together, he made the bottle float above the pool of Changsheng Spring. After a while, Qin Hao put all the longevity springs into small porcelain bottles. After filling up the longevity spring, Qin Hao turned around and was about to leave. But just as Qin Hao was about to turn around, a dazzling green light suddenly emitted from the bottom of the stone pool that originally contained the longevity spring, and instantly swallowed Qin Hao up.
Chapter 99 Pink Skirt Little Girl. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the endless darkness.
Qin Hao cried out in pain, moved his fingers slightly, and opened his eyes. Qin Hao, who was aching all over, squinted his eyes, struggled to get up, looked around, with a slightly confused look on his face.
Where is this?
Qin Hao murmured softly as he looked at the surrounding valley filled with birdsong and flowers, full of vitality, which was completely different from the place where the longevity fountain was located. But it seemed that he was the only one in the valley. After a long time, only his echo echoed in the valley, and no one responded. Seeing this, Qin Hao sat on the ground and thought for a while, flipping through his memories before coming here.
You should know that although the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley are much safer than the core area, that is only relative.
There are still many unknown dangers in some places outside the Zhuiying Valley. Thinking of this, Qin Hao couldn't help but panic and quickly flipped through the memories in his mind. I want to know what happened behind that bright light. But after a long time, he only vaguely remembered that when he took the Fountain of Immortality and was about to leave the cave, a strong light suddenly flashed before his eyes, and then he appeared here. After failing to obtain relevant information about this valley in his known memory, the storage ring in Qin Hao's finger flashed slightly, and a life-improving pill appeared in front of him. Qin Hao took the life-enhancing pill in his hand and swallowed it in one gulp. Feeling the aches in his body gradually disappearing and the familiar feeling of strength returning, Qin Hao slowly stood up and leaned against a towering tree. He carefully looked at the valley, which was completely different from the place where the longevity spring was previously located. A strange color flashed in his eyes. The moment he woke up, Qin Hao felt that this valley was a little unusual. In this valley, the true qi in his body transformed from the medicinal power of the Zixiao pill was unusually active, as if the true qi in his body transformed from the Zixiao pill had the same origin as the qi in this valley. This abnormal situation made Qin Hao very confused. You know, he didn't have that feeling in other places. His current cultivation level is different from those in the ancient martial arts world. His current cultivation level is mainly obtained by swallowing the Life Show pill and the Purple Sky pill. After initially swallowing the life-repairing pill, he gained the strength to crush the bronze level. After swallowing the Zixiao pill, he was able to match the strength of the silver level in a short period of time. And once the effect of the Zixiao pill wears off, his strength will instantly drop to the bronze level. After falling to the bronze level, Qin Hao tried to improve his cultivation through normal practice like those people in the ancient martial arts world, but for some reason, even if he absorbed the true energy into his body, it would naturally be discharged from his body after a while. In this valley, even if he did not practice deliberately, his cultivation was actually slowly increasing. Feeling his cultivation level slowly increasing, Qin Hao leaned against the towering tree, lowered his head, and wondered what he was thinking about. After a moment, Qin Hao raised his head, looked at the valley full of vitality, birds singing, and flowers blooming, and slowly walked forward. Whatever the reason, his cultivation level continued to grow slowly after taking the elixir. These were not so important anymore. The most important thing now is to know whether the valley he is in is still in Zhuiying Valley. Thinking about this in his mind, Qin Hao walked in the valley without stopping. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Qin Hao felt a little tired. When he was about to take a rest on the spot, he vaguely heard a silver bell-like laughter. Ha ha ha, don't chase me, don't chase me. Fat tiger, I was wrong, don't chase me. The silver bell-like laughter came from far away and gradually became clearer in Qin Hao's ears. After a while, a little girl in a pink dress with a bright smile on her face appeared, jumping in front of Qin Hao. Behind her, a fat tiger was chasing the little girl in the pink dress breathlessly. Qin Hao, who was just about to take a rest on the spot, was slightly stunned when he saw the little girl in a pink dress who suddenly appeared in front of him with a bright smile on her face. This is the only living person he has met since he came to this valley. Perhaps he can learn from her what this place is. Thinking about this, Jinhao looked at the little girl in the pink dress with a bright smile on her face and wanted to say something, but before Jinhao could open his mouth, he was interrupted by the little girl in the pink dress. "Big brother, who are you?" Yiya blinked her beautiful big eyes, touched the chubby tiger at hand, and looked at Jinhao in a naive way. She has been here for a long time and is very familiar with this place. There is no one else here except Grandpa, her, fat tiger and some very cute little animals. He. After hearing what the little girl in the pink skirt said, Jinhao did not answer her, but reached out his hand to touch her head. As soon as the little girl opened her mouth, Jinhao was melted by her cute look and couldn't help but want to reach out and touch her. Since I am not alone in this valley, it is not too late to ask some questions later. But just when Jinhao was about to reach out and touch the little girl's head, the chubby big tiger in the little girl's hand suddenly appeared between Jinhao and the little girl in the pink skirt, grinning and looking at him unkindly. Seeing this, Jinhao quickly withdrew his hand, took a few steps back, and looked at the fat tiger with a wary look. When the fat tiger next to the little girl in the pink skirt suddenly jumped out, Jinhao actually felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. You know, he is now at the silver level in strength and can even kill the one-horned dragon. How could he feel a strong sense of life and death crisis from this fat tiger? Could it be that? From this, Jinhao thought of a possibility. Could it be that this place is no longer the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley, but the core area of Zhuiying Valley? You should know that due to some unknown reasons, the strongest person in the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley will not exceed the silver level. Just now, when the fat tiger stood between him and the little girl, he could actually feel a strong sense of life and death crisis from the fat tiger. From this we can see that fat tiger must be at least at the gold level in strength, which allows him to have such a strong sense of life and death crisis. Fat tiger, be good and listen to me. Big brother is not a bad person. When the little girl saw that fat tiger was standing between her and Jinhao, she bared her teeth and looked unfriendly. She patted fat tiger's head, her eyes full of unhappiness. Why is fat tiger like this? Big brother didn't do anything to her, so how could he treat her like this? Besides, the older brother is so handsome and he doesn't look like a bad person. Fat tiger was patted by the little girl. His eyes were full of grievance. He twisted his body and rubbed against the little girl in pink skirt. It was just afraid that she would get hurt, it didn't do anything wrong. Jinhao looked at Fat Tiger, who had a fierce look on his face just now, and was now acting like a wrong child in front of the little girl, and the wariness in his eyes gradually disappeared. I was a little inconsiderate just now. Chapter 100 Fat Tiger's Counterattack. Thinking of this in his mind, Jinhao glanced at the little girl who was touching Fat Tiger, whose eyes were full of grievance, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Little sister, why are you here alone? Where are your parents? The little girl in pink skirt who was comforting Fat Tiger, whose tiger eyes were full of grievance, suddenly dimmed her delicate little face, which was as delicate as a porcelain doll, when she heard Jinhao's words. She lowered her head slightly, and her big, blinking eyes were filled with moisture. My parents passed away when I was very young. After they passed away, my grandfather brought me here. Ah, I'm sorry, don't cry, I didn't mean it, I didn't know your parents were gone, I didn't mean it. Seeing the little girl in the pink dress with tears in her big, flashing eyes, Jinhao panicked and leaned over to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. If the little girl hadn't stopped the stupid tiger in time, he would be in danger now. If he really made the little girl in the pink skirt cry, he would feel a little guilty. But before Jinhao touched the little girl in the pink skirt, she suddenly raised her head and smiled brightly at Jinhao. It's okay, big brother. I'm used to it after so many years. Even though mom and dad are gone, grandpa and I are doing well. Hearing the words of the little girl in the pink skirt, Jinhao's eyes were filled with heartache. This little girl looked to be no more than 5 or 6 years old. In the secular world, little girls of this age are their parents' darlings. They are afraid that they will melt if they hold them in their mouths, and afraid that they will fall if they hold them in their hands. But this little girl in the pink skirt is alone and dependent on her grandfather. Looking at the little girl in pink dress with a bright smile on her face, Jinhao wanted to say something. But before he could finish his words, a strange sound suddenly rang in his ears. Goo goo. Jinhao touched his stomach, a little embarrassed, he was a little hungry. Hearing this voice, the little girl in the pink skirt, riding on the fat tiger, smiled and said to Jinhao, Big brother, are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious. After saying that, he pulled Jinhao forward. This big brother is the only stranger she has seen in the Valley of the Immortals in all these years, except for her, grandpa, Fat Tiger and some other cute little animals. He must know a lot about the outside world. She hasn't been out for a long time since her parents left and her grandfather brought her to the Valley of the Immortals. Xinhao looked at the little girl in pink skirt who was holding his hand and walking forward. He said nothing and just let her hold him. Just now he saw the little girl in the pink skirt with tears in her eyes, looking like she was about to cry, and he didn't have the time to ask her if they were still in Zhuiying Valley. The most important thing now is to figure out where this place is and then find a way out. After all, he had important things to do and couldn't stay here forever. The little girl in the pink skirt pulled Xinhao and walked all the way to an exquisite wooden house, then let go of Xinhao's hand.
Grandpa, I'm back.
Seeing an old man with white beard bending over and doing something in front of the wooden house, the little girl in the pink skirt let go of Xinhao's hand, rode Fat Tiger and ran towards the old man with white beard. The white-bearded old man who was leaning over and doing something unknown heard the voice of the little girl in the pink skirt. He turned slightly, picked up the little girl in the pink skirt who was riding Fat Tiger towards him, and said with a smile,
"Yeah, why did you come back so soon?"
"No." Before he could finish his words, the smile on the white-bearded old man's face froze when he saw Xinhao not far away.
He is a big brother I met on the road.
I was hungry, so I took him home to eat delicious food. At this point, Yiya hugged the white-bearded old man's beard, glanced at him secretly, and gently pinched her pink skirt, wanting to say something but stopping herself. After hearing what her grandfather said, she remembered that her grandfather had once told her not to bring strangers here. But this big brother doesn't look like a bad person, and she hasn't been out for a long time. This big brother must have come from outside.
She really wants to know what it's like outside now.
The white-bearded old man glanced at Yiya, who was hesitant to speak, and touched her head with a kind face.
"Okay, Yaya, Grandpa doesn't mean to blame you."
After saying that, the white-bearded old man looked at Xinhao who was smiling not far away, put Yiya on Fat Tiger's back, and said to Xinhao with a smile,
"Please sit down for a while.
I'll go cook." After saying that, he walked straight into the wooden house without caring about Xinhao. After seeing her grandfather put her down, Yiya walked straight towards the wooden house, glanced at Xinhao who was standing not far away, climbed down from Fat Tiger, and followed the white-bearded old man at a trot.
"Grandpa, wait for me, I'll help with the cooking too."
Xinhao looked at the old man and the young man who were gradually disappearing from his sight, smiled slightly, and was about to walk towards the wooden house. But before he had taken a few steps, an obstacle suddenly appeared in front of him.
Fat Tiger walked slowly in front of Xinhao, his eyes full of hostility.
It was this kid who caused it to be wronged by its young master. Now that the young master is not around, it wants to vent its anger. Xinhao stopped and looked at Fat Tiger who was blocking his way, his eyes full of vigilance.
This is a terrifying Fat Tiger of at least gold level.
If the little girl in pink skirt hadn't stopped him, he would have been in great danger. Fat Tiger looked at Xinhao, whose eyes were full of vigilance, with his big round head held high, and walked around Xinhao. Xinhao's eyes followed the round tiger head and he was always on guard. But after a long while, the Fat Tiger just wandered around and didn't take any further action. Seeing this, the wariness in Xinhao's eyes gradually disappeared. Looking at the Fat Tiger that had been circling around him, he couldn't help but feel a little amused and reached out to touch its head. But before he touched the round tiger head, Fat Tiger took a few steps back with a bad look on his face, baring his teeth. It was circling in front of Xinhao just to scare him and watch Xinhao trembling in front of it, Fat Tiger.
It didn't really want to do anything to it.
After all, he was the guest brought back by the little master. If something really happened, the little master would definitely be very angry, and Fat Tiger didn't want to make the little master angry. Xinhao looked at Fat Tiger with a stern face and bared teeth, chuckled, and walked around it towards the wooden house. Coming here to fill his stomach was secondary. The most important thing was to find out whether he was still in Zhuiying Valley.
If it is in Zhuiying Valley, the specific location in Zhuiying Valley. However, at least he was not on the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley.
If he was really on the outskirts of Zhuiying Valley, he would not have seen Fat Tiger, who was at least of the gold level.
If he is not in Zhuiying Valley, then where is he now?
Thinking about this, Xinhao slowly entered the wooden house.
Fat Tiger looked at Xinhao who entered the wooden house and gradually disappeared from his sight.
He let out a howl, his eyes full of unwillingness, and walked towards the wooden house with a thump. If it weren't for the protection of its little master, it would definitely let him know how powerful Fat Tiger is.